Two figures stood upon the enormous arena like motionless statues. Their gazes met, and a tense pressure seemed to permeate the air. One of the youths gripped a spear over 2 meters long. His eyes were firm and unfathomable, like a sharp sword about to leave its sheath, flashes of cold light flickering within. If I win this one, I can advance to Diamond 4, the spear-wielding youth thought to himself with quiet satisfaction. He was a student about to enter his sophomore year at university. He had already reached the enviable peak of 2nd tier, and in the virtual combat system, he had achieved the Diamond rank. Among all first-year students at his university, this already placed him among the top geniuses. Battle start. The voice of the virtual combat system rang out, just as the spear-wielding youth was about to unleash a martial technique to seize the initiative in one fell swoop. He saw his opponent casually toss aside his long saber. The spear user was momentarily dumbfounded, then suddenly thought of something and shouted inwardly in alarm, "The fish-blasting king." A thunderous boom erupted. It felt as though the very air was torn apart as a wild gale swept across the entire arena. The spear-wielding youth felt a searing pain across his face, then everything went black as he was forcibly ejected from the virtual combat space. At that same moment, in a luxurious villa in the imperial capital, a young man slowly sat up from within a virtual combat pod, his face filled with disappointment. Damn it, I actually got matched with the fish-blasting king. The young man wore a mournful expression. My 10-win streak. Then a mechanical chime sounded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for instantly killing a 2nd-tier opponent and obtaining 2 points. Open the panel. Jiang Hao shouted inwardly. A blue light screen unfolded within his mind. Name Jiang Hao. Realm 1st-tier peak. Physique 39, a comprehensive measure of explosive strength, endurance, power, speed, recovery, etc. 3rd tier. Spirit 39, a comprehensive measure of soul strength, perception, willpower, mental force, etc. 3rd tier. Innate talent, martial prodigy, cultivation speed slightly increased. When learning martial arts, there is a certain chance to directly grasp the basics. Martial art mastery improves more quickly. Martial arts crushing fist perfection, instant 9 flashes, minor attainment 168, 2000, flashing thunder, saber, minor attainment 246300. Cultivation method, Xian Nations, 8th, basic body tempering technique, 3rd tier. Points 36. Evaluation, this is supposed to be 1st tier. Looking at the pitiful number of points on the panel, Jiang Hao could not help but sigh. Raising both physique and spirit to the 4th tier required 1,000 points. For warriors below the 4th tier, the virtual combat space allowed at most 10 matches per day. Even without counting his current points, he would still need 50 days to accumulate enough. It's a pity I can only earn points by instantly killing my opponents. Otherwise, if I went straight to the 3rd tier zone, each match would give 5 points, Jiang Hao muttered regretfully. Jiang Hao had once tested the waters in the 3rd tier area, but the results were less than ideal. Out of 10 matches, he managed to instantly kill his opponent only once, after all. One's realm was still a hard limitation. I'd better continue in the 2nd tier zone to harv. No, to guide others instead. Jiang Hao corrected himself inwardly. He stepped out from the virtual combat pod and looked toward the window. The night was as dark as ink, and moonlight poured down from the sky, like flowing water spilling across the earth. Jiang Hao had been in this world for 18 years now, reborn in the womb. Perhaps too much water had been mixed into Mengpo's soup, for when Jiang Hao was 10 years old, the memories of his previous life naturally awakened. This world was called Launching, and in some ways it resembled the earth of his former life. However, this was a world of high martial prowess. High-tier warriors could move mountains and fill seas, and it was said that those who surpassed the 9th tier could pluck stars and seize the moon. On launching, humanity had discovered a strange type of energy more than 200 years ago. This energy could constantly strengthen one's origin, allowing ordinary people to become superhuman. After years of research and testing, this energy was named Yuanli. From then on, martial cultivation began to rise in power. At the age of 10, Jiang Hao resolved to become a high-tier warrior. Thus, starting from his 1st year of high school, he spent 2.5 years to become a 1st-tier warrior, emerging as one of the standouts in the martial class at Yunlan City No. 3 High School. Yet fate toyed with him. Just as Jiang Hao was envisioning a future in a prestigious martial academy, standing on the same stage as prodigies from across the country, an accident struck. While traveling, his parents met with misfortune. The official explanation was that they had been caught in a rampage of exotic beasts. Just over 10 days after he became a warrior, a friend of his father's from the military came to their home. He also brought the truth. He introduced himself as Uncle Chung. According to Uncle Chung, a high-ranking member of the Holy Beast Society, with the codename Blood Shadow, sought the favor of a transcendent exotic beast from another world, one that had surpassed the 9th tier. To do so, he secretly hunted warriors and held blood sacrifices. He attempted to open a spatial passage that would allow low to mid-tier beasts from that other world to descend upon launching. In the end, of course, he failed. A 9th tier powerhouse from the military destroyed the passageway before it could fully form. Afterward, military warriors launched a sweeping purge of the exotic beasts and Holy Beast Society members in that region. Yet the culprit who had carried out the blood sacrifice that killed his parents vanished without a trace. Because the impact was so great and involved the notorious Holy Beast Society, Xian Nation could only strengthen its campaign to eradicate that organization. Uncle Chung told Jiang how diligently cultivating and gaining admission to a good martial academy is the best way you can honor your parents. The Holy Beast Society had more than 20 high-tier warriors. They were far beyond what Jiang Hao could contend with. In the days that followed, Jiang Hao sank into a hazy, withdrawn state. He requested a long leave from school to cultivate it until his 18th birthday when he awakened the attribute panel. Jiang Hao saw hope. As long as he instantly killed his opponents, he could earn points. An instant kill could mean slaying the enemy outright or defeating them with a single move in battle. Points could be used to strengthen, whether directly elevating his realm, breaking the limits of physique and spirit, or enhancing martial arts and innate talents, all could be continuously reinforced. After receiving 4,000 points from the novice gift package, Jiang Hao regained his confidence. In this world of high martial strength, only power was the true law. Without it, one might die any day from the collateral shockwaves of experts clashing. With the help of the attribute panel, Jiang Hao was confident he could walk to the very end of the martial path, and then keep going, surpassing the limits. Wait for me. Wait until I become a high-tier warrior, and then I will avenge you. Staring into the night, Jiang Hao murmured softly. In the more than 3 months since obtaining the panel, in order to maximize his gains, he had raised both physique and spirit to the 3rd tier, then entered the 2nd tier region of the virtual combat space to fishblast opponents. Through battle after battle, his combat skills sharpened continuously as he gradually adapted to attributes far beyond those of the 1st tier. With 3rd tier peak attributes, even most 4th or 5th tier warriors might not match him. After all, this was a body whose sheer physical strength alone, without relying on Yuanli, could contend with the 3rd tier. "Sai, I really don't mean to bully weaker opponents," Jiang Hao said. "I am but a fragile 1st tier warrior. How can a 1st tier fighting 2nd tier opponents be called fish blasting?" More than 300 kilometers away from Yunlan City, where Jiang Hao lived, several military martial artists were besieging a gigantic serpent over 500 meters long. Most of the serpent's pale golden scales had been shattered, blood poured continuously from its wounds, and its aura had withered to the extreme. "Hold this beast down, I'll finish it," the leading man shouted to his 4 companions. As if sensing something, the giant serpent struggled with all its might, but was firmly restrained by the other 4. A deafening boom exploded overhead. The night sky was lit up as though the heavens themselves trembled in anticipation of the impending strike. A spear of lightning hundreds of meters long hovered within the dark clouds, and then countless slender bolts gathered from the surrounding cloud, continuously converging into the thunder spear. The thunder spear grew larger and larger, its oppressive might surging higher with every breath. "Thunder Skyrend," the man roared. In an instant, the spear of lightning descended toward the giant serpent, stretching for kilometers like a pillar of heaven as it nailed the serpent in place. The terrifying strike directly vaporized the small mountain 1,000 meters high beneath the serpent, and the creature's body was almost completely annihilated. The thunder spear pierced deep into the earth, leaving behind a crater several kilometers in diameter, its deepest 0.5 to 600 meters down, a testament to the unimaginable power of that single blow. I'm exhausted." The leading man lay flat on the ground, gasping for breath. The 4 teammates who had retreated early now gathered around him. One of the women said, "Captain, that face-piercing thunder spear of yours is stunning no matter how many times I see it." "Tang Wenju, how many times have I told you it's called Thunder Skyrend?" The captain's face was pale, yet he still glared. "Enough, old Zhao. Hurry up and report to the higher-ups. I'll go collect the life crystal." A young man in his 20s with long hair and an artistic air spoke as he walked toward the crater. Where's the life crystal?" the young man said in puzzlement. "Didn't they say any tiers, even exotic beast, should possess a life crystal?" Captain Zhao sprang to his feet and hurried to the crater's rim with his 3 bewildered teammates. Seeing the young man standing in the depths of the pit, having found nothing at all, Captain Zhao was suddenly seized by a bad premonition. That beast isn't dead. It has a secret innate art that allows it to reincarnate by possessing another body along with its life crystal. Tang Wenju narrowed her eyes and said, "Don't worry, a talent art like that definitely comes with a heavy price. Even if it can resurrect in another exotic beast's body, it absolutely won't return in its peak state. I suspect this secret art only allows it to revive using low-tier serpent-type beasts as vessels. After all, once an exotic beast reaches tier 4, it has a powerful survival instinct and sufficient intelligence, which would interfere with possession. Most low-tier beasts, however, are governed by only a few primitive instincts." Hearing this, Captain Zhao immediately tapped open his smart wristband, brought up an interface, and typed out a message. "All cities with inhabitants within a radius of 500 kilometers from this location are to enter blue alert status. Each city's Martial Administration Bureau is to dispatch personnel to cleanse all exotic beasts hiding within the urban area, especially serpent-type beasts." In Yunlan City, Jiang Hao got up, went downstairs to a noodle shop for breakfast, and then prepared to quickly finish his daily fish bombing quota for the day. He skillfully entered his virtual combat pod and opened the 1v1 battle mode. What a pity. Only after enrolling in a martial academy and reaching tier 3 does the 5v5 team battle mode unlock. If team battles opened earlier, I could earn 10 points per match in one go. Jiang Hao imagined how once team battles were available, he would slaughter all before him and ruthlessly rack up points. His hands moved without pause as he tapped into the tier 2 ranked queue. "My little leaks, your master has returned." The virtual combat space had been jointly developed by the 3 great powers of Blue Star, its purpose to grant martial artists, especially students of martial academies, rich combat experience. Low-tier martial artists could enter higher-tier zones, but higher-tier martial artists were forbidden from entering lower-tier areas. This was to prevent bullying weaker opponents for easy wins. As for low-tier fighters entering high-tier zones just to feed points, if the system detected intentional acting behavior, both parties would be barred from matchmaking for 7 days. Whatever technology they used, Jiang Hao's physique and mind, which far surpassed his peers of the same tier, had been perfectly replicated in the virtual combat space. The network supporting the virtual combat system, known as the Blue Star Net, was likewise under the joint supervision of anyone who became a martial artist before the age of 20 could register their personal information at the local Martial Administration Bureau and receive a basic model virtual combat pod free of charge. The pods were free because humanity across Blue Star shared a common enemy: exotic beasts and native races from different otherworldly realms. Thus, ever since martial academies had been established around the globe, young people, especially those with outstanding talent, received immense support. Jiang Hao looked at the waiting in queue prompt with a hint of helplessness. Because his strength utterly crushed other Tier 2 martial artists, his rank had already reached full star diamond, the highest rank beneath Tier 4 being diamond. Each victory added 1 star, a loss removed 1. 10 stars plus 1 more win would raise him a sub-rank. In other words, because Jiang Hao had gone overboard with bullying weaker opponents, his win rate had reached 100%. As a result, he had to wait half a day in the Tier 2 zone just to be matched with a single opponent. Match found. The battle will begin in 30 seconds. Please choose your weapon. Jiang Hao gazed at the figure across from him. Judging by the build, it was a woman, but her face was shrouded in black mist obscure. For safety and privacy, the virtual combat system allowed users to apply facial blurring, preventing others from recognizing their appearance and reducing the risk of exposure. Jiang Hao himself had set both facial blurring and voice masking. Of course, some martial artists, such as those who streamed online, chose not to hide their faces. They often broadcast their virtual battles to attract fans. Battle start. The system's voice resounded. As usual, Jiang Hao tossed aside the long saber in his hand. There was no helping it. Without choosing a weapon, the duel would not initiate. At present, Jiang Hao mainly relied on his powerful movement technique, instant 9 flashes, to appear in front of his enemy in a heartbeat, and then used his Tier 3 peak physique to unleash Collapsing Fist. Collapsing Fist was renowned for its ferocity and raw power. Combined with Jiang Hao's monstrous physique, it allowed him to one-shot nearly every Tier 2 kid he faced. On top of that, instant 9 flashes, a high-tier movement art rewarded by the panel after he had instant killed 100 opponents, already possessed at minor mastery the effect of short-range teleportation. One could say the Tier 2 zone was entirely Jiang Hao's personal point farming ground. In the Tier 2 region, he was truly beloved by all. Before fights even began, many opponents would spam fan messages like "You're my treasure" and "I love you." A thunderous impact erupted as he drove a terrifying blow toward the woman's head, the force whipping up a violent gale. Her sword hand had not even risen before her head was blown apart, and she was ejected from the virtual battle space. Ding. Congratulations, host, for instant killing a Tier 2 opponent. You have gained 2 points. Jiang Hao idly shook out his hand. It was yet another day of bullying weaker opponents. By lunchtime, he finally completed his daily mission and earned 20 points. Next, I'll allocate points and break through to Tier 2. After all, breaking through via the panel produced the most perfect foundation. Anyone who sought to stand at the pinnacle of martial arts needed the strongest possible base. Panel allocate points, Jiang Hao called out in his heart. On the blue light screen in his mind, a line appeared: Realm Tier 1. As Jiang Hao confirmed the allocation, 50 points were deducted, and immediately intense changes erupted within his body. Jiang Hao felt the blood in his veins boiling. Thump, thump, thump. His heartbeat accelerated without pause as the surrounding yuan power surged into his body. It was as if he heard a great crashing sound, and then the transformation ceased. He clearly sensed that the amount of yuan power his body could contain had increased. The power of his martial skills would grow accordingly. His realm had reached Tier 2. Once he raised his physique attribute to 40 and stepped into Tier 4, Jiang Hao was confident he could enter the Tier 3 region of the virtual combat space to farm points. I should treat myself to a good meal today. Jiang Hao opened his smart wristband, and a light screen emerged. He searched for a homestyle restaurant with top ratings. After casually ordering a few of his favorite dishes, he began browsing to see if anything interesting had happened recently. Yunlan City, Shanfeng City, Bailu City, and other places have initiated Blue Alert. Jiang Hao stared at the news on the light screen in confusion. Blue Alert was usually only declared when exotic beasts rioted or a Tier's even exotic beast appeared. Forget it. Whatever the situation is, it has nothing to do with a small fry like me. The authorities will surely have countermeasures. He read on. The Martial Administration Bureau calls on all martial artists to search for any low-tier exotic beasts hiding in the city. That he felt was perfectly normal. Since Blue Alert had already been activated, eliminating hidden threats within the city in advance was only to be expected. As he ate the takeaway delivered by drone, Jiang Hao continued browsing the messages on his wristband. Tomorrow I'll go to the Martial Administration Bureau to register my promotion to Tier 2. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Jiang Hao packed up and went out. Today is May 19th, and there are only 19 days left until the college entrance examination, Jiang Hao thought, while sitting in the driverless taxi. However, Jiang Hao was not worried about the exam. With his skills in second-tier realm, he could easily enter even the strongest martial school in Xia country. The taxi smoothly stopped at the designated parking area of the Martial Control Bureau. Jiang Hao tapped the payment on the smart wristband screen. As he pushed open the car door, a grand building came into view. He had arrived at the Martial Control Bureau. Jiang Hao gently pushed open the large door. Hello, respectable first-tier martial artist, Mr. Jiang Hao, what business do you need to handle? Jiang Hao looked at the text displayed on the screen that automatically unfolded from the smart wristband and said, I would like to undergo second-tier martial artist certification. Okay, please take the elevator to the second-tier area on the 4th floor for certification. The system has automatically completed the registration information for you. Would you like to make any changes? No. Jiang Hao glanced at the registration content and found it did not differ much from the basic information he manually filled out when he became a first-tier martial artist, except that it was an application for second-tier certification. Jiang Hao took the elevator to the 4th floor and noticed that there were relatively few people. He walked straight to the certification hall, where 3 people were already waiting. 2 men and 1 woman. They seemed to be a small group. Jiang Hao judged as he saw them sitting together. At this moment, the 3 turned their heads to look at him. He saw a tall, handsome young man with an extraordinary demeanor. A man in his 30s who was the leader of the group looked at Jiang Hao in surprise. "Young brother, you are already a second-tier martial artist at such a young age." The other 2 also displayed expressions of disbelief. After all, Yunlan City is not a large city, and most young second-tier martial artists choose to remain in the cities where martial schools are located. Moreover, Jiang Hao looked like he had just reached adulthood. Jiang Hao nodded. "I am indeed a second-tier martial artist." After saying that, he opened his wristband, and the screen accidentally revealed his proof as a third-year high school student. Incredible. The prodigy from our first high school is only at the peak of the first tier. The 3 were taken aback. At this moment, the door to the certification room opened, and a young man in his 20s exclaimed with joy, "Haha, I Wang Anqing am now a second-tier martial artist." The 2 men and 1 woman also reacted from their shock and joyfully surrounded the young man, continuously congratulating him on his successful certification. "Mr. Jiang Hao, please prepare for certification." Seeing the prompt on the screen, Jiang Hao quickly walked into the certification room. Inside there sat a very fashionable young woman. She appeared very young with soft features, a standard oval face, and single eyelids. The only downside was that her resistance while swimming would definitely be very low. The woman glanced at the registration information in the system and exclaimed in surprise, "You registered as a martial artist last January, and now you are already second tier." "Yes, my first-tier awakening talent is related to my accelerated cultivation speed," Jiang Hao responded. "Then you must be guaranteed to enter the top 10 martial schools." The woman looked at Jiang Hao enviously. Everyone who becomes a first-tier martial artist awakens 1 or more talents, which can be either passive or active. Since the awakening of talents is completely random, martial artists are classified into different professions. For example, there are healing talents and buffing support types, elemental awakening talents that can function as mages, and martial artists specializing in assassins or control. The manifestation of talents also depends on the level of cultivation, as the capacity for elemental power is limited. The woman said, "All right, please place your hand on this elemental power detection device and release your elemental fluctuations." "Okay." Jiang Hao nodded and complied. Beep. The martial artist's elemental fluctuations have reached the second tier, first level, confirming martial artist identity. Confirmation complete. The fluctuations belong to the martial artist Jiang Hao himself. The woman inputted information into the system screen and asked him, "Mr. Jiang, how would you like to proceed with battle testing now, or adjust your condition a bit first?" "No need, let's start directly." "All right, please lie down in that virtual combat chamber." "Don't worry, it is all automatically disinfected, and this is the internal battle space used by the Martial Control Bureau for testing combat data, similar to what is used during the college entrance examination." "It's fine, I'm not that picky, so we'll begin now." After saying that, Jiang Hao entered the virtual combat chamber and clicked on the second-tier martial artist practical test. This test is basically just a formality, as the AI in the battle system is indeed a second-tier first-level martial artist, but its martial skills and combat awareness are top-notch at the same tier. Most newly entered second-tier martial artists cannot win, but losing quickly and getting a low score is somewhat embarrassing. Battle begins. As the system's words fell, Jiang Hao tossed away his knife. "I'm used to starting by throwing my knife. Is it okay if I just fight directly?" Jiang Hao murmured to himself, then stepped with a flash and appeared behind the AI. A strike pierced the heart. Slash. Black tiger digs heart. Jiang Hao provided his own voiceover in his mind. Meanwhile, the computer AI fell asleep without saying a word. Ding. Congratulations to the host for instantly defeating the second-tier opponent, earning 2 points. The host's instant kill of opponents has reached 1,000 matches. Rewards have been sent. Is it really this good? Can I still get points for beating the computer? Jiang Hao was genuinely astonished. The virtual combat space does not have any human-machine interaction, including rooms created among friends. Thus, Jiang Hao was experiencing this for the first time. Open the panel. Jiang Hao saw a new line appear under the talent section. Talent ability. Quick adaptation, can rapidly master and enhance strength, allowing for control over power, speed, and mental aspects. Adaptability in extreme environments is slightly enhanced. Jiang Hao clenched his fist excitedly. Truly, when hungry one finds buns, when tired one finds pillows. It seems that in the future I can allocate points without spending time adjusting slowly. There will no longer be any embarrassing moments like stepping on tiles and cracking them. Jiang Hao sighed, then glanced at the time, standing in place for a few more minutes. He chose to exit the virtual combat space to settle the score. Upon exiting, Jiang Hao noticed the woman looking at him with a strange expression. "What happened?" Jiang Hao asked. The woman slowly withdrew her gaze and asked, "I've been here for almost 2 years, and this is the first time I've seen a perfect score. How did you manage that big shot?" "Huh?" Jiang Hao asked in confusion. "Aren't you the examiner? Can't you directly watch the virtual battle recordings?" Jiang Hao had long understood that the examiners for advanced battle tests did not have the authority to view the recordings. To avoid being too exaggerated, he deliberately waited a few minutes before going out. Although it could not be concealed from the battle system and the higher-ups of Xia country. But what level were they? This only meant that my combat power was strong. The woman shook her head. All battle tests we examiners can only see the scores, and we do not have the authority to access the recordings. This is also to protect the privacy of martial artists. After all, if some martial artist trump cards are exposed, they may be targeted. So Big Shot, how did you do it? Don't worry, my lips are sealed, and I won't spill it. The woman quickly added, oh, if it's about your trump cards, let's forget it. I act as if I didn't ask. Jiang Hao replied calmly. There's nothing to keep secret, you just learn more, watch more, and practice more. The woman looked bewildered and said blankly, Big Shot, your second-tier certification has been approved, you can go back now. Jiang Hao nodded him goodbye. After saying that, he walked out. The woman stood up, coming back to her senses. Should I ask the Big Shot for contact information? Forget it, with that kind of cultivation, speed, and practical ability, he must be going to the Shenzhou martial school. He'll just stick to my job. The woman silently sat back down, waiting for the next martial artist to be certified. Jiang Hao strolled along the sidewalk, gazing at the city he had called home for 18 years, freshly certified as a Level 2 martial practitioner by the Martial Affairs Bureau. Though 2 centuries had elapsed since his previous life, technological advancement appeared surprisingly modest. Around him, decorative installations lined the streets, and drones bearing luminous advertising screens drifted slowly through the air. Perhaps due to the approaching national martial examination, the entire city of Yunlin was immersed in preparation. As a prodigy of the martial arts class, Jiang Hao needed only sit the classical examination, in Xiaoyu, the sole official language of Blue Planet. This linguistic dominance stemmed not merely from Xia State's status as Blue Planet's preeminent power, but also from its overwhelming concentration of high-tier martial artists and transcendence, surpassing the Ninth Order, exceeding the combined total of all other nations. Moreover, the vast majority of cultivation manuals and martial techniques were composed exclusively in Xiaoyu. Any foreign nation seeking to cultivate martial prowess had no choice but to train its children in the language from infancy. Even affluent foreign families lacking martial lineages routinely sent their children to study in Xia State, beginning in elementary school. Rumors whispered that relics from alien realms and sudden enigmatic spatial rifts appearing across Blue Planet bore unmistakable hallmarks of Xia culture, architectural motifs, inscriptions, and martial texts, all rendered in Xiaoyu script. Some speculated that primordial energy, the source of all cultivation, had never emerged spontaneously but had always existed. In those anomalous realms, perhaps they had long been claimed by an ancient Xia-like civilization of unparalleled might. Today's Blue Planet martial path had evolved, gradually modeled upon fragmented manuals and techniques that had leaked into this. Yet that mighty civilization vanished, leaving behind fractured gateways and realms whose denizens now regarded Blue Planet's humanity with bitter enmity. Naturally, such claims were swiftly debunked. Neither the Lighthouse Nation nor the Northern Grizzly could ever concede that Xia State stood as the cradle of Blue Planet's civilization. As for the martial examination itself, it was straightforward. One needed only attain first-order martial proficiency and demonstrate basic combat competence to enroll in a martial academy, though elite institutions imposed stricter standards. As Jiang Hao entered a small grove, a short man emerged from the trees, his face marred by extensive old burns. He appeared deeply wary. Spotting Jiang Hao, he instantly lowered his head and hastened past. Yet his primordial energy resonance registered barely above first order. His aptitude was clearly unremarkable. Thanks to Jiang Hao's exceptional third-order spiritual perception, he could effortlessly discern the energy signatures of practitioners below the third order, unless of course he encountered a concealed master or wielded a spirit-forged artifact masking aura. Under ordinary circumstances, Jiang Hao could accurately gauge an opponent's cultivation level. This scene, judging by my decade-long immersion in cultivation novels before my transmigration, this man is unquestionably suspicious. Jiang Hao watched exasperated as the man quickened his pace, almost inviting suspicion. Hey, friend ahead, you dropped your knife? He called out deliberately. The man halted, patting his trousers, then froze. I didn't even bring a knife today. This kid's bluffing me. He turned glaring. Kid, mind your own business. Then with a vicious scowl, he mimed slitting his own throat. Jiang Hao feigned disdain. Who are you trying to frighten? I'm with the Sacred Beast Association. Try that again. I'll shatter your skull on the spot. The short man took a step forward, then stopped dead. You're with the association. Doubt flickered across his face. This one's not exactly sharp. No wonder Sacred Beast Association members are all half-witted. Jiang Hao mused coldly, then waved dismissively. Of course you've never seen me. A mere first-order peripheral member. The Sacred Beast Association. Jiang Hao raged inwardly. Just a few more lines. I'll trick him into leading me to their Yunlin stronghold, then tip off the Martial Affairs Bureau. Aloud the man stammered. You're a full-fledged member. You're young. I thought you were lying. Jiang Hao snapped impatiently. Please. Only fools impersonate the Sacred Beast Association these days. It cost your head. The man nodded fervently. Exactly. These days, even our brothers dare not surface, fearful of exposure. Sigh. I wish I'd never joined. Some haven't visited the stronghold in months. Regretting it now? Jiang Hao sneered. Without the association's guidance, what would a talentless wretch like you be? A martial artist? Hardly. He waved a hand. Enough. With martial law tightening everywhere, return at once. The man bowed obsequiously. Oh heavens. How could I dare regret it? Without the association's nurture, men like me would never walk the martial path. Not in a lifetime. It's an honor just to serve as a peripheral member. He bowed again. Master, I'll escort you to the stronghold. My vehicle's parked nearby. Don't worry, no surveillance here. I've checked thoroughly. Let's go. Stay low until the storm passes. Jiang Hao glanced back at the silent grove. Calmly boarding the car, he activated his smart band, silently syncing every detail to the Martial Affairs Bureau's anonymous reporting channel. I hope it's in time. Gazing out at the blur of passing scenery, Jiang Hao reflected. Meanwhile, within the Martial Affairs Bureau, rapid response squads assembled. At their head stood a towering man sucking a lollipop. When the formation neared completion, he removed it and barked, "Fall in, sharp and fast. We move on the Sacred Beast Association stronghold immediately. Execute with precision. Prioritize protecting that level 2 student." "Yes, sir," roared the squad in unison. The car halted. Through the window, Jiang Hao surveyed a derelict manor, then discreetly signaled the bureau team not to approach too closely. The short man leapt out and hurried to open Jiang Hao's door. "Master, go fetch me a bottle of Labi, room temperature. Hurry back. I'll rest in the car." Jiang Hao closed his eyes. "Huh, master, we've got drinks aplenty inside the stronghold." His scarred face twisted in confusion. "Are you instructing me now? Labi, now. I'll nap until you return." Jiang Hao did not reopen his eyes. Listening to the man's retreating footsteps, Jiang Hao drew a slow, steadying breath. To claim he felt no tension would be a lie. What awaited him inside that stronghold remained unknown. "If I enter and things unravel, I'll shame the entire legion of transmigrators. No, I'll wait, safely, obediently, in the car, until the Bureau sweeps the site clean." The Bureau arrived with astonishing speed, reaching the perimeter before the man returned. Jiang Hao received the alert, slipped from the car, and jogged straight into the waiting squad. "Greetings, esteemed officers. I'm a senior student at No. 3 High School. Today, using quick thinking and improvisation, I exposed the Sacred Beast Association stronghold. But this was merely my duty. As a patriotic youth, confronting evil organizations demands nothing less than resolute denunciation. Could the reward be transferred directly to my BlueNet account?" The lollipop-chewing officer shot Jiang Hao a deadpan glance and gestured for a subordinate to respond. A woman in crisp uniform, her figure striking, stepped forward. "First, thank you sincerely for your invaluable contribution to Yunlan City. However, should you encounter such circumstances again, never proceed alone, nor impersonate members of illicit organizations. Your safety remains paramount. Second, your reward will indeed be deposited into your BlueNet account, but only after formal assessment concludes the mission's success and determines the appropriate compensation. Third, all signals surrounding this location have been jammed. Every IP address within the manor has been locked and traced. Unless urgent, we'll arrange transport to your home or to the Bureau for debriefing. Lastly, please refrain from addressing us as honorable officials." She turned crisply and rejoined her unit. Jiang Hao flushed air. "Best of luck to all brave warriors. No need for escort. I'll walk back myself." A sharp crunch echoed. The lollipop chewer shattered the candy between his teeth. "Commence operation." After bidding farewell to the people at the Martial Unification Bureau, Jiang Hao quickly distanced himself from the manor. Just after running 100 meters, he heard a loud boom, and the air became heated. Turning to look back, he saw the captain, who had pretended to be deep in thought, while sucking on a lollipop surrounded by violent currents of air floating about 50 to 60 meters above the ground. With his hands constantly making slashing and gliding motions, blades of wind were unleashed, elegant as a conductor leading. Opposing him was an elderly man with grizzled hair, who stomped his foot to summon columns of fire, while simultaneously tossing fireballs to create chaos. Jiang Hao watched enviously. "If only I had talent and elemental skills. The master is truly a god." The manor's buildings and walls were destroyed, and the other members of the Martial Unification Bureau were engaged in their own battles. Overall, the Martial Unification Bureau had the numerical and strength advantage. Jiang Hao complained, "Are we really in such a rush to fight right after entering? What happened to our secret mission to infiltrate the manor?" Feeling that the seemingly fourth-tier powerhouse from the Sacred Beast Society was trading blows with the deep-thinking Captain, Jiang Hao decided to slip away. After all, he hadn't forgotten about the short man who had driven off into the woods. With his peak third-tier physique, Jiang Hao's endurance and speed were terrifying. He took a small path with fewer people and soon arrived at the previous woods. Jiang Hao exhaled and entered the woods. After walking about a kilometer into the depths, he suddenly vanished from sight. Instant 9 flashes. On the ground where Jiang Hao had just been, an arrow resembling white jade was embedded in the earth, freezing an area nearly 100 meters around it. "Damn it, it's the ice archer." Jiang Hao cursed under his breath. If not for the perception granted by his spirit, he might have. Although the arrow that had just frozen the ground was not a big deal for Jiang Hao, the best strategy against an archer was, of course, to close the distance. Jiang Hao dashed toward the direction from which the arrow had been shot, deftly dodging the incoming arrows with instant 9 flashes. When he saw that the surrounding trees could not impede his movements, and he was about to close in, the archer began to panic. The young woman shooting arrows gritted her teeth, preparing for close combat, as she realized that although Jiang Hao's movements were impressive, his aura fluctuated at only the second tier. But she was the second-in-command of the Sacred Beast Society in Yunlan City. Confident in her peak third-tier strength, she believed she could take Jiang Hao down in a few moves and then escape with the Sacred Beast. She knew that the stronghold might be in trouble. However, it didn't matter, as long as she could bring the soon-to-awaken Sacred Beast to the headquarters in Yunshao Prefecture. Upon meeting her powerful father, she would earn a reward of sacred blood and thus advance to the 4th tier. Unfortunately, it was just a beautiful dream. As she reached out preparing to take Jiang Hao's punch and give this damn boy a surprise, her hand was shattered. More accurately, her right hand felt as if it had been hit by an overloaded truck, flesh and blood flying everywhere. The sensation of compressed air made it difficult for the woman to breathe. The smile on her face vanished while the corners of Jiang Hao's mouth steadily widened. Initially, Jiang Hao had not been confident in defeating this ice archer. After all, he wasn't armed, and his proud swordsmanship couldn't be utilized. Being a struggling warrior with limited reach, he could only rely on his agility to grapple for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow with his collapsing fist. Unexpectedly, the woman actually stopped to fight him up close. Moreover, she even dared to take his punch with one hand. Jiang Hao unleashed a flurry of punches, mercilessly pounding the woman. Bang! The sound was like someone continuously throwing grenades into an open area. The force of his punches stirred up the dust on the ground, swirling like a dance at the entrance of a clan's village. The woman was like a rag doll, utterly powerless to retaliate. Her spiritual energy shield was on the verge of collapse. Ugh! She coughed up blood and was then hammered to the ground by Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao estimated that she still had a chance for rescue and prepared to deliver the final blow. The bloodied woman pleaded, "Don't kill me. My father is with the society." Collapsing fist. Jiang Hao looked at the irretrievable cultist sitting heavily on the ground. Haha, he panted, feeling his hands tremble slightly, but then recalled the heinous deeds committed by the Sacred Beast Society. Moreover, this woman was clearly not an ordinary member. Thinking about what she had left unsaid moments ago, he promptly contacted the Martial Unification Bureau to report. Regardless of her background, she could go to the Summer Kingdom's Martial Unification Bureau to contest it. Naturally, Jiang Hao made it sound like he had accidentally encountered and bravely fought back. The woman, already in poor condition and seemingly gravely injured, confessed everything about being accidentally killed by him. After resting for a while, Jiang Hao noticed a large tent not far away. He walked over, preparing to open the treasure chest. Pulling back the tent, he saw many supplies that looked like they had just arrived not long ago piled together. Connecting it to the short man, an outer member who had likely delivered supplies to the woman, he was not disheartened and searched around, discovering a transparent box containing a snake-like beast with a faint golden sheen on its surface. It looked quite small, at most around 2 meters long. It emitted a second-tier aura. Jiang Hao took a closer look and noticed that the snake-like beast appeared to be suffering from heat stroke. Thus, with good intentions, Jiang Hao opened the box to let the little snake cool off and prevent it from suffocating. Then with one collapsing fist, he smashed its head into a mist of blood. Ding! Congratulations to the host for instantly killing a 7th-tier opponent and gaining 500 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for crossing multiple tiers to achieve an instant kill, earning an additional 500 points. Ding! Detected life crystal from a 7th-tier beast. It can be exchanged for 5,000 points. Would you like to? Jiang Hao stared blankly at the headless little snake. What was going on? Was this thing really a 7th-tier beast? And what the heck was a life crystal? No. Jiang Hao reluctantly snapped back to reality and refused. If he hadn't reported, he might have used the crystal. However, the people from the Martial Unification Bureau were going to arrive soon, and he recalled the recent blue alerts and the city's cleanup of low-tier beasts. Clearly, they were looking for this creature. Nevertheless, Jiang Hao wasn't worried that the crystal would be surrendered. Because the Summer Kingdom has a clear regulation, any beast killed by a martial artist alone, all rewards belong to the martial artist himself. You can share later with your comrades, but you must obtain the martial artist's consent. As for Jiang Hao, he planned to find out what this life crystal was for before deciding whether to redeem it for points. 1,000 points. That's enough for my spirit and body to break through to the 4th tier. Jiang Hao said proudly, with my talent for quick adaptation, I can go to the 2nd-tier area to fish for a while, and then I can move on to reap the benefits in the 3rd tier. 5 points per kill, hahaha. However, Jiang Hao still planned to go home and level up, opting to lay low for now. Not long after, he heard footsteps approaching. Jiang Hao looked toward the newcomer. Was it the deep-thinking captain from earlier? He greeted, "Hello, Captain Qin." Captain Qin Tianyu, with a lollipop in his mouth, nodded and said, "Not bad, kid, a 3rd-tier martial artist able to turn the tables. How about joining the Martial Unification Bureau after graduation?" Jiang Hao looked innocent and replied, "I promised someone that I would get into the most powerful martial school in the Summer Kingdom. How about I recommend a few of my high school classmates to you, Captain Qin?" Captain Qin, taking out his lollipop, walked over to the corpse and said, "Forget it, I was just saying that." He examined the mangled body closely, then glanced at the seemingly good-hearted Jiang Hao. With a twitch of his mouth, he tossed the lollipop aside and asked, "Did you find anything else?" Jiang Hao immediately led Captain Qin to the tent and pointed at the headless snake, saying, "I killed this 2nd-tier little snake. But this snake is too small. Can it still be exchanged for money?" Captain Qin looked at the little snake, suddenly recalling something, and promptly grabbed it for a closer inspection before slicing open its abdomen with a blade of wind. A transparent crystal the size of a ping-pong ball fell out. Captain Qin took a deep breath and said, "Kid, you've hit the jackpot this time. If this thing were to be sold on the black market, it would fetch at least this amount." Captain Qin tossed the crystal to Jiang Hao and then extended 3 fingers. Jiang Hao pondered for a moment and asked, 3 million. Captain Qin raised an eyebrow. 3 billion. Regardless of the price, what can this thing do? Jiang Hao inquired. Captain Qin silently took out a new lollipop, unwrapped it, and mumbled while putting it in his mouth. It enhances a warrior's physical fitness and mental strength. Of course, you can also use it as a yuan crystal or yuan essence liquid to directly enhance your cultivation, allowing you to rapidly ascend to the peak of the 2nd tier without side effects. However, that's a waste. Much of the energy and essence you cannot digest will dissipate into the surrounding environment. After all, unless you are from one of those top-tier families, most people use it to break through or enhance their mental strength. Jiang Hao, you are lucky this snake was originally at the peak of the 7th tier, but was nearly killed by the military. That's what allowed you to pick up such a big bargain. Of course, the military stated that whoever kills the prey gets to keep it, so don't. Captain Qin shot a glance at the crystal and said, you must know that in the future there will be requirements for mental strength when advancing to the 4th and 7th tiers. This thing is probably in use throughout the entire Yuanlan city. You can't buy it with just money. Jiang Hao looked at his nearly 4th tier mental state and nodded silently. Understood. They'll take it to recharge soon. Captain Qin waved his hand as if he didn't want to see the crystal anymore and turned around saying, if you are using it yourself, find a quiet place, hold it in your hand, and you can absorb it by operating your techniques. In a couple of days the bonus will be credited to you, so hurry home. Contact me if anything comes up in the future. As he spoke, he tapped a few times on the light screen, and Jiang Hao's smart wristband received a friend invitation. He clicked to accept. Jiang Hao said, then Captain Qin, I'm heading back now. When I get into the Shenzhou Martial School, I'll treat you to a meal. Captain Qin shook his head and said, forget about the meal. Just inform me in advance if there is news about the Sacred Beast Conference. Jiang Hao finally said goodbye, and then left. Captain Qin immediately returned to the Martial Control Bureau, opened his smart wristband, and sent the death report of the 7th-tier giant snake to the upper echelons of the Yunshao Prefecture Martial Control Bureau. Warrior Jiang Hao is intelligent, brave, and unafraid of strong enemies. He discovered the base of the Sacred Beast Conference and killed a peak 3rd-tier warrior with talent, strength, and temperament all top-notch. He was lucky to have killed the 7th-tier beast after its metamorphosis, and the 7th-tier life crystal belongs to Jiang Hao. I suggest a reward of 10 million Xia country coins, several resources for 2nd to 3rd-tier martial arts, and 3 skills below high tier. Jiang Hao arrived home in the afternoon, casually ate something to fill his stomach, and couldn't wait to recharge the life crystal on the panel. Ding! 7th-tier life crystal charging complete, earning 5,000 points. Jiang Hao spent 1,000 points to raise both physique and spirit to 40, reaching the 4th tier, and spent another 300 points to elevate his realm to the 7th heaven, entering the late 2nd tier. Finally, he used 1,500 points to enhance the martial skill bank when breaking through its original limit to reach 5th tier martial skill level. After a series of changes in his body, Jiang Hao felt as if he had been massaged all over, and he excitedly shouted, "Oh!" A blue light screen appeared in his mind. Name Jiang Hao. Realm 2nd tier, 7th heaven. Physique 40, comprehensive measurement of explosive power, endurance, strength, speed, recovery, etc. 4th tier. Spirit 40, comprehensive measurement of soul strength, perception, will, mental power, etc. 4th tier. Talent abilities, martial arts, genius, rapid adaptation. Martial skills, Banquin 1, 5th tier, perfect, instant 9, flashes, minor achievement, 256, 2000, flash, thunderblade, minor achievement, 253300. Techniques, Xia countries, 8th, basic body refinement technique, 3rd tier. Points, 3208. Evaluation, great god, accept the divine powers, don't fish anymore. Jiang Hao looked at the panel with satisfaction. Who would have thought that just a few days ago he was merely an ordinary 1st-tier warrior? Now he could easily defeat 3rd-tier warriors. As for the evaluation, where would the points come from if he didn't fish? Thanks to the talent rapid adaptation, as long as Jiang Hao spent 2 days in the virtual battle space, he could fully digest his surging strength and happily earn points. Jiang Hao opened the virtual battle pod skillfully, selected the 1v1 battle mode. With my talent, I can quickly advance to the 3rd tier, and by then, I won't be able to enter the 2nd tier area anymore. Thinking of the 2nd tier area that had accompanied him for so long, he recalled the joy and hardship of fishing in the 2nd tier when he first got the panel others, and some old friends he had matched with multiple times. Today he'll play in the 2nd tier for the last time. This time I want to open the door to instantly kill my opponent. Many old friends might not be seen again in the future, so we'll let them have their fun. Of course, letting them have their fun didn't mean admitting defeat. At most he would chat with his opponents and tell them he would be heading to the 3rd tier for battles. He didn't want them to miss him too much, and in the end he would give them a bit of guidance. After all, Jiang Hao's current win rate was still 100. Even in the few matches he had in the 3rd tier before, he won by exhausting his opponent's spiritual energy with his shameless tactics. 3rd-tier warriors can project their spiritual energy to form a layer of energy shield. As long as there is spiritual energy, the shield can be maintained indefinitely. However, the energy consumption will accelerate when under attack. The energy shield is not omnipotent. If the power is great enough, it can still be penetrated and injured by certain martial skills, or even directly broken through. Matching successful, the battle will begin in 30 seconds. Please select your weapon. Jiang Hao looked at the young man opposite him. No facial blurring, looks like he's quite confident. That's not good. One should learn to be humble. What if one day he gets caught off guard? The young man, however, became nervous. King of fishing. Do I know you? Have we met before? Jiang Hao glanced at the long knife he was holding. But I've never shown my face. You can't recognize me just because I'm holding a knife, right? Battle begin. The voice of the virtual battle system sounded. Jiang Hao casually tossed the knife aside and quickly walked in front of the trembling young man, speechless. Dude, is it really that serious? It's just a virtual battle. What are you afraid of? The young man looked relieved when King of Fishing didn't take him out in one go. Big shot, I've faced you 3 times before. 3 times. Each time I was sent away with a single punch. I felt like you knocked me silly. Jiang Hao replied. It's just a virtual battle that won't affect anything afterward. You must be too timid. And you can rest assured I'm heading to the 3rd tier from now on. Since you're an old friend I've matched with 4 times, I can let you have this one. The young man asked, really? Big Shot, you're about to advance to the 3rd tier. Congratulations, Big Shot. Jiang Hao found it strange that the young man had no weapon and asked, isn't it not allowed to start a virtual battle without a weapon? Why can you go without one? A big shot, don't you know? As long as you awaken a talent related to spells and go down the spell route, you can register your information at the Martial Control Bureau. Within 24 hours of registration, the Blue Star Network will notify you whether you can carry a weapon during the duel. I'm going purely for spellcasting, so I don't need a weapon, the young man said, somewhat proudly, completely unaware of Jiang Hao's darkening expression. Damn, what's up with pure martial artists? Jiang Hao naturally knew that spellcasting warriors were more favored than pure martial artists when combating alien beasts. After all, having a longer reach allows for a larger attack range, and during beast rampages, most mid to low-tier alien beasts were dealt with by spellcasting warriors. Spellcasters have more considerations while pure martial artists just need to fight. It's that simple. Jiang Hao exhaled and said, come on, let me see just how flashy you spellcasters can be. Meanwhile, in Jiulong Prefecture, Imperial Capital, Shenzhou Martial School, Military Tactics Institute. Uncle Two, please open the door. A pale young man with deep dark circles beneath his eyes repeatedly hammered on the door of the Vice-Dean's office. Just as the young man pondered whether to break the door down. Click. The door swung open. A middle-aged man with ashen skin and twitching eyes waved him in with palpable disdain. His face was sharply defined, its contours chiseled with unwavering rigidity, evoking solemnity and quiet authority. Towering in stature, his exposed arms seemed to radiate moral conviction and cultivated principle. The young man strode in, without ceremony, deftly lifting the teapot and pouring its contents straight into his mouth. Uncle Two, why isn't today's tea the kind that enhances primal energy? It's utterly unsatisfying, he grumbled. I'm Zhou Weifeng, the senior brother of our Martial Combat Academy. I've led our team to victory in the Global Martial Academies League twice. Is this how you treat the nation's chosen prodigies? Calmly settling into his chair, the middle-aged man leaned back and said, how many times must I tell you to address me by title while on campus? Yes, Uncle Two. Absolutely, Uncle Two. Uncle Two, I just discovered a wild genius destined for our martial combat. Zhou Weifeng spoke rapidly. Yesterday, a second-rank martial artist from Yunshao Prefecture scored a perfect score on the official certification test. The system automatically forwarded it to admissions. I happened to be nearby scouting for promising junior sisters. Well, guess what? Struck gold. Vice-Dean Zhou watched the shared video and remarked coolly, don't do this again. Students who take internal videos risk disciplinary action. Last year, admissions complained bitterly about it. Were it not for your father having broken through to Saint rank and now commanding the front line at World for the Academy, would have sanctioned you long ago. Back in my freshman year, I dared not cause trouble. But now I'm 7th rank and graduation is imminent. Must I still hold my Then what was all this martial cultivation for? Having finished watching, Vice-Dean Zhou gazed sorrowfully at the plundered spirit fruits on the coffee table. Just as he'd suppressed his rising ire, his nephew's remarks sent him into a violent coughing fit. Cough, cough. Uncle Two, drink some water. Oh, I've already drained the tea. Shall I go buy you a bottle? The young man scratched his head, feigning wide-eyed innocence. Vice-Dean Zhou took another deep breath, feeling his 8th rank peak cultivation nearly buckle under sheer exasperation. At least this rascal graduates next month. Then I will take a disciple, one who honors teachers, abides by discipline, and possesses genuine humility. He consoled himself. The footwork technique displayed by this student in the video is profoundly arcane, certainly 9th rank, perhaps even bearing faint traces of spatial law. Yet technical mastery alone proves little. What truly astonishes is his physical fortitude, extraordinary beyond measure. Vice-Dean Zhou replayed the clip once more. Jiang Hao delivering a heart-piercing strike against the AI. No martial technique, no primal energy, pure bodily force alone. This strength rivals that of a 4th rank cultivator. He cratered the arena floor. That blow pierced the heart at supersonic velocity. Were it not for the anti-corruption safeguards built into sub-4th rank virtual combat spaces, designed to preserve bodily integrity, this AI wouldn't retain even a fragment of its form. The AI opponents deployed in promotion tests were meticulously selected by Xia State. Only prodigies could achieve. Originally, these AIs were designed to humble, overconfident martial artists. If you can't even defeat a machine, what makes you think you're invincible? Return to diligent cultivation. Yet now they've become tools for elite martial academies to poach talent ahead of schedule. Gazing upon Jiang Hao's unadorned, awe-inspiring physical prowess, Vice-Dean Zhou silently declared, this youth belongs, unquestionably, in our Martial Combat Academy. Weifeng, call the admissions office lead instructor immediately. Tell them Jiang Hao must join the Zhoushan Martial Academy. Better yet, we'll offer him an S-class contract. An S-class contract offered the most generous benefits with the lightest obligations. Top-tier martial academies relentlessly competed, escalating perks in an ever-intensifying arms race for elite talent. The young man wore a look of smug vindication. Told you we'd struck gold. A martial artist with no backing from clans or major powers, who attained 2nd rank status before the national exams, and whose physical resilience matched that of a 4th rank cultivator, possessed extraordinary corporeal aptitude. With proper guidance, he would surely lead Zhoushan Martial Academy to triumph in the Global Martial Academies League. Jiang Hao engaged in a friendly sparring match with a future mage, and both emerged deeply satisfied. The sole shortcoming: the mage was simply too frail. Jiang Hao barely experienced the majesty of spellcraft before the mage tapped out. Indeed, Laughter never vanishes, it merely migrates to those who need it most. Satisfied, Jiang Hao tapped next match. Match found. Battle commences in 30 seconds. Please select your weapon. He casually chose a long saber and turned toward his opponent. A woman whose face shimmered with adaptive fog. Age indeterminate, but figure unmistakably exquisite. Slim-waisted, gracefully curved legs long and elegant. Jiang Hao, lacking literary refinement, could only murmur inwardly, truly beautiful. Across the arena, the sword-wielding woman addressed him. Hello. Are you the fish-bombing king? Her voice was clearly modulated, artificial synthetic. Combat begins. The virtual arena system announced. Jiang Hao tossed aside his weapon and nodded. Have we matched before? Seeing he hadn't even drawn his blade before launching his assault, she likewise nodded. Last night was my first encounter with you. I lost. Her tone remained flat, devoid of inflection. Jiang Hao mentally grumbled. What brand of voice modulator is that? Sounds like a ghost woman. Yet losing was perfectly natural. Though his own face swirled with black mist, a familiar, Yin Emperor-style grin bloomed across his features. Pure luck. The swordswoman paused, startled, then shook her head. I reviewed the playback repeatedly last night and found no path to victory. She paused again, then continued. But once I choose my cultivation path and ascend to 3rd rank, I believe I shall stand a chance against you. Though her voice retained its unchanging cadence, Jiang Hao detected, faintly, a thread of quiet confidence. If it brings you joy, then by all means, he replied, nodding in acknowledgement. Inwardly he mused, alas, times have changed. This is the age of exploits. Today's me can obliterate yesterday's me with a single punch. Suddenly the woman leveled her blade. May I test you with one strike? Who gave her that privilege? Jiang Hao lunged forward, slapping the sword from her grasp, and quipped, next time blindfold yourself with a black cloth. Instantly, he drove a crushing fist into her chest. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have instantly defeated a 2nd-rank opponent. 2 points awarded. Huh. So this counts as an instant kill. It seems the system's criteria are more nuanced than I assumed. Xinghua Prefecture, Luoxing City. 2 slender, flawless legs slowly emerged from the hatches of a training pod. The woman exuded icy serenity. Her features were delicate, her expression dazed. Xing Yingyue still hadn't processed what had just transpired. She'd raised her sword innocently with no provocation. Yet the fish-bombing king had turned hostile without warning. He seemed stronger than last time. Had he been holding back all along? And what did he mean? Blindfold yourself with a black... Puzzled, Xing Yingyue re-entered the virtual combat pod and retrieved the match log. Then opened the fish-bombing king's... I don't eat beef. Ignoring the odd nickname, she scrolled to the bottom, finding no posts, no activity, nothing. Yet she paused, silent, for a full breath upon seeing his 100 win rate, then initiated a friend request via Blue Star Net's Faexine Messenger. Virtual combat systems were bound to Blue Star Net, accessible exclusively to certified martial artists. If only I possessed such power. Staring at the pending verification prompt in Faexine, Xing Yingyue drifted. Jiang Hao methodically completed his remaining 8 matches, earning 16 more points. Gazing at his interface, points 3,226. A deep sense of satisfaction washed over him. Tomorrow, he'd hunt for points at 3rd rank. Huh, someone's added me. Jiang Hao eyed the holographic alert curiously. Could it be one of those scallion sprouts I just shattered mentally? He opened Faexine and saw the applicant's name. Fish and Bear's Paw. Fish and Bear's Paw. Jiang Hao said disdainfully, what a ridiculous name. He clicked agree. After all, the last time he encountered a breach in defense was when he added someone as a friend to argue. Having lived 2 lives, Jiang Hao certainly wouldn't stoop to the level of the chives in his vegetable garden. However, if the chives were to breach his defense and then be rebuffed, then the other side would surely work twice as hard to train. He thought about taking revenge soon. In this way, Jiang Hao actually did a good deed. Not only did he enhance the psychological resilience of the young martial artists of the Xia Kingdom, but he also motivated them to strive harder. Jiang Hao looked at the interface on the light screen, which confirmed he could now start chatting. His mind was constantly replaying what he should say to set the tone. Fish and Bear's Paw, are you there? Jiang Hao's fingers moved faster than his brain. I don't eat beef, are you there? Starting off, definitely a clownfish and Bear's Paw. I'm the one you referred to earlier, the one with the sword whose eyes were covered by a black cloth. I wanted to ask you about something, so I added your signal. You can't add a punctuation mark. While complaining, Jiang Hao replied, I don't eat beef, sorry. My friend suddenly pushed through and sent that message. Now I've beaten him up. What do you want to ask? Fish and Bear's Paw is your friend a 4th-tier martial artist. Is he okay? Jiang Hao replied impatiently, I don't eat beef, speak if you have something to say, otherwise leave. Then Jiang Hao sent a meme of your majesty, please rise. After waiting a minute with no response, Jiang Hao ordered takeout. After all, it was already evening. The sooner he finished eating, the sooner he could sleep. Tomorrow is Monday, and he still has to go to school. Fish and Bear's Paw, so why are you so strong? I feel your strength can defeat most peak 3rd-tier martial artists, but I can only handle 3rd-tier 6th-layer martial artists. So exhausting. Suddenly, he didn't want to reply. I don't eat beef, big sister. Can't you add a punctuation mark? It's free, just add one. I don't eat beef. The reason I'm so strong is simple. Learn more, see more, practice more. Because I really want to improve. Fish and Bear's Paw, is that so? I understand now, thank you. Jiang Hao rolled his eyes in exasperation. What do you understand? He quickly typed a reply, I don't eat beef, I'm going to take a shower, let's chat next time. This time the other party replied quickly. Fish and Bear's Paw, okay. Jiang Hao stretched and took out the clothes he would wear to school tomorrow to air out. After finishing the takeout and washing up, he went to bed determined not to carry any fatigue into the next day. A night without conversation. The next day, Jiang Hao was woken up by the alarm clock, sluggishly getting out of bed, washing up, and changing into casual clothes to prepare to go out. Today is May 20th. Jiang Hao looked at the calendar on the light screen and recalled that this was the bankruptcy day for his male compatriots in his past life. Jiang Hao still remembered that a guy from his dormitory once skipped class to surprise his girlfriend in another city, taking a flight to wait for her at her school's entrance. Not only did he buy a flashy white casual suit on the spot, but he also bought 99 roses. As luck would have it, he ran into his girlfriend's roommate, who said his girlfriend had gone out with a senior from her third year and hadn't returned yet. At that moment, the roommate was left dumbfounded, and in the end, the two broke up. The roommate lost both money and girlfriend. It was so miserable that everyone in the dormitory, including Jiang Hao, took turns helping him by bringing food, fetching water, and even not daring to play games loudly for fear of triggering his fragile psyche. It's so terrifying. Luckily, I've always been single. Although I hit the jackpot after graduation, I also came to this. I still have a younger brother to take care of my parents. Jiang Hao reminisced about his roommate's tragic tale, sighing as he walked toward the gate of the third middle school. Today is Monday, the day for collecting martial arts resources. Every martial artist student can receive a yuan crystal that matches their realm. It's worth noting that a standard first-tier yuan crystal costs 100 yuan, and the second-tier yuan crystal that Jiang Hao is about to receive costs 200. The school distributes them for free to students. As long as you have talent, the school will even strive to grant you first class or even special scholarships. A special scholarship of 300 a month is enough to give those ordinary families of martial artists a chance to turn their lives around. Unfortunately, there is only one special quota. Meanwhile, the first-class scholarship is only 100 a month. Students like Jiang Hao, who were among the first to become martial artists, were arranged by the school to receive first-class scholarships. However, Jiang Hao saved all his scholarship money because shortly after becoming a martial artist, he awakened his panel. As long as he went to the virtual combat space to fish and cut chives, he could level up rapidly. Jiang Hao arrived at the first class of the senior martial arts class, a key class cultivated by the third middle school. Wow, who did I see? Is that Brother Ritian? A boy with gray hair shouted, and all eyes in the class turned to look. Jiang Hao covered his face. There was no helping it, even though he had been in this class for 2.5 years. Jiang Hao had gone home to isolate himself just a few days after becoming a martial artist. The yuan crystals were delivered to his door, arranged by the homeroom teacher and the class monitor. Though he regained confidence after obtaining the panel, fishing was simply too enjoyable, and he didn't have to wake up early every day. Thus, Jiang Hao didn't return to school and canceled his long vacation. Today, Jiang Hao came to update the school about his progress. He had reached the second tier, and of course, he wanted to come to class and stir up some resentment. After all, not returning home after achieving wealth is like walking in brocade at night. Normally, it would take dozens of second-tier yuan crystals plus diligent training for a month to potentially move from the first layer of the second tier to the second layer. Jiang Hao could advance a layer with just 50 points a matter of 3 days in the second-tier region. Of course, those super second-generation martial artists could directly consume yuan essence spirit liquid to speed up their realm advancement. The cheapest fourth-tier yuan essence spirit liquid costs 100. For early second-tier martial artists, 2 bottles could guarantee 100% advancement by one small realm, and the breakthrough with yuan essence spirit liquid virtually has no risks of instability or unreliability. Long time no see, Xiao Li Zi. Jiang Hao smiled and responded to the gray-haired boy. It's been a long time for everyone. The gray-haired boy shouted, I'm not Xiao Li Zi. But no one paid him any mind. The classmates in the class gathered around. Jiang Hao, having had experience from returning to school the second time, had a good relationship with his classmates. Moreover, the martial arts class often practiced together, trained martial techniques, and sparred with each other. Everyone was very friendly, and there was no immediate provocation over any petty grievances. Brother Jiang, how have you been since you isolated yourself at home? Come on, let's do some training together. A boy over 2 meters tall with arms muscular enough to rival Jiang Hao's thighs squeezed over. Jiang Hao took a half step back. Forget it, class monitor. I'm afraid he'll end up begging you not to die on your knees later. Moi. The class monitor with eyes wide open protested. I'm already at the first tier 6th layer. Last Tuesday we held an exchange competition here, and I knocked down a genius at the first tier 7th layer. What? How did you know I'm at the second tier? Jiang Hao looked at the class monitor and smiled. Oh, I really didn't expect you to reach the second tier so quickly. I thought I'd have to wait until college to reach the second tier. The second tier is really nothing special. Class monitor, you'll definitely reach the second tier quickly. Jiang Hao delivered a casual verbal strike, leaving the class monitor speechless. The classmates in the class fell silent, then erupted into a shout powerful enough to lift the roof. What? Ritian, you actually reached the second tier. Damn it, Jiang, you must be kidding. That genius from the first middle school is still stuck without a breakthrough. Abba. Even the class monitor Jiang Zhuang came back to his senses and said, with Zhuang alive, how can there be how? It seems the classmates were all very excited. Due to the overwhelming noise, curious students from class 2 crowded into the corridor, and the entrance was packed with people. Why are you all huddled here? Didn't I say not to cluster together? A middle-aged teacher appearing to be nearly 50 with a receding hairline shouted loudly. The teacher is here, everyone step back. Class monitor, you were the loudest just now. Seeing the teacher arrive, the students from class 2 quickly dispersed, while Jiang Hao and the rest sat obediently in their seats. Jiang Hao glanced at the class monitor and thought, thank goodness the monitor didn't take away my desk and chair. The teacher's name was Ban Jingyan. Although everyone called him the teacher, he was not old at all, barely in his 30s. However, his high hairline combined with his serious demeanor in class gave him an air of authority. It was unclear who started calling him the teacher, but he didn't oppose it. Instead, he often mingled with the students. Everyone sit down. Today is the day we distribute martial arts resources, and let's also congratulate Jiang Hao from our class for completing the second-tier warrior certification. Applause. Clap. Clap. The entire class applauded, each displaying a proud smile. We are in the same class as the best in the city. Seeing the eager expressions of his classmates wanting to share their bragging on Feishin, the teacher couldn't help but smile. After distributing the yuan crystals, the teacher continued. The principal just informed us that several martial arts teachers from the senior year will be coming to our school for an exchange competition shortly. The top school from Yunlan City is also coming. He shifted the topic. Of course, the principal originally meant to just do our best this time, but since Jiang Hao happens to be here today, I plan to let him replace a student who participated last time. Jiang Hao, can you go on stage shortly? The most outstanding student will be rewarded with 2 bottles of 4th-tier yuan essence liquid, and the reward will be shared between our school and the top school. Totally okay. Is there such a good deal? Jiang Hao agreed. Teacher, let Jiang Hao go instead of me. Little Lee stood up and said, I'm at the bottom among the 5 with my 1st-tier 3rd level. Oh, it's better to let brother Hao go. After saying this, he also playfully brushed his gray bangs. Alright, then Jiang Hao will replace Li Jing in the exchange competition. A business car slowly drove into the gates of the 3rd middle school, and 5 teenagers dressed in black and red coats stepped out. Coming to the 3rd middle school for this exchange competition is simply a waste of time. I suggest we directly split the rewards. That's right. I heard that last time the 2nd middle school lost to a 1st-tier 6th level student. One short and thin bamboo pole expressed indignation. I lost to that idiot from the 2nd middle school last time, and couldn't win back, only to find out he was defeated by a 6th level student. Doesn't that mean I'm worse than the people from the 3rd middle school? This time with Zhang Jianyu taking action, the small 3rd middle school is no match. Alright, this time, let Zhang take the lead, aiming to achieve a 1 against 5, and take home the yuan essence liquid. Who knows, maybe Zhang can break through to the 2nd tier with this. The leading teacher from the 1st school wore a proud expression. After all, the 1st school is the strongest in Yunlan City. Zhang Jianyu coldly stated, just a 6th level waste, I can overturn him with one hand. Zhang is amazing. For the 5 members from the 1st school are indeed the strongest in the school, 1 at the 9th level and 4 at the 7th level. Last time, only 2 7th level students went to the 2nd school for the exchange competition, but this time all are participating. Because yuan essence liquid is too precious, it seems to cost 1 million. However, this thing can only be purchased by those with military merit. After all, Yunlan City is an ordinary city. The strongest can barely reach the peak of the 5th tier. Some precious cultivation resources are simply not available. Jiang Hao learned that the small fry from the 1st school had already arrived, and their leading teacher was arguing with the person in charge of the 3rd school about whether it should be a Onion or a 5v5 team match. In the end, after the 1st school's teacher argued persuasively, it was decided a Onion match. Jiang Hao looked at the 5 flashy opponents and found the teacher. Teacher, let me go first. Don't you want to wait for others to test Zhang Jianji's skills before thinking of a counter strategy? The teacher said anxiously, only the best performing individual will receive the yuan essence liquid. The rest will only get a 1-0 encouragement prize. Jiang Hao confidently smiled and said, don't worry, teacher, if I lose, I'll eat the platform on the spot. That shouldn't be necessary. If you lose, the entire class will eat you. The teacher shrugged and said, good luck. Let's get started quickly. Oh, I still need to take the yuan essence liquid back to cultivate. Zhang Jianyu couldn't wait. He really wanted to advance to the 2nd tier. Both sides are ready. The match begins. First, please send out your 1st member to the stage. Jiang Hao and the soy sauce guy walked to the stage and clasped their fists in a gesture of goodwill. The gym where the stage was located was already packed, and some 1st-year students were even squeezed in the aisles, continuously shouting, 3rd middle school will win. 3, 2, 1, begin. Zhang Jianyu flicked his coat and struck a strange pose while looking at Jiang Hao. That expression seemed to suggest Jiang Hao should surrender. Jiang Hao's mouth twitched. He wouldn't give his opponent a chance to show off. With controlled strength, he kicked and sent the soy sauce guy flying. Watching the soy sauce guy roll off the stage, Jiang Hao let out a sigh of relief. Below the stage, Zhang Jianyu was stunned, unable to comprehend what had just happened. The teachers and students watching erupted in enthusiastic cheers and applause. King Haotian is invincible. Brother Jiang is amazing. Jiang Hao noticed the expression on the 1st school's leading teacher, looking as if he had just eaten a fly, and saw the teacher's mouth almost stretching to his ears. Jiang Hao turned to the remaining 4 cute students from the 1st school and smiled, please hurry him in a rush. After the exchange match ended, Jiang Hao successfully achieved a 1 against 5, earning 5 points. The friends from the 1st school came with smiles, but left with grim faces. Jiang Hao looked at the principal's excited, flushed expression and accepted 2 bottles of yuan essence liquid. Class monitor, come over here. Jiang Hao sneaked up to the class monitor. Jiang Zhuang squeezed his voice and said, God, Jiang, what do you want with me? Ugh. Jiang Hao stepped back in disgust. Hurry up, I need to talk to you about something. Jiang Hao led the class monitor away from the classmates who were about to crowd in, finding a secluded corner. He'll get straight to the point. Do you want these 2 bottles of yuan essence liquid? 1 million each at the official price. Jiang Hao took out the rewards he had just received. What the heck? Brother Jiang, are you crazy? Aren't you keeping this for yourself? Jiang Zhuang was startled. Jiang Hao shook his head. It's not very useful to me. But class monitor, you're only at the 6th level now. If you have the help of 2 bottles of Yuan Essence liquid, you could reach the 9th level before the college entrance examination. Jiang Hao fell silent because he was indeed very tempted by these 2 bottles of Yuan Essence liquid. After all, achieving the 9th level at the first-tier college entrance examination gives an extra 30 points. That 30 points could potentially allow Jiang Hao to enter one of the top 10 martial schools. Alright, it's not a gift, you have to buy it. Jiang Hao waved his hand and said, besides class monitor, you helped me a lot in my first year and guided everyone in their cultivation. Back when I was withdrawn, you personally brought me cultivation resources and even brought me food. Now these resources aren't as useful to me. I can still get into Shinjo Martial School without them. Just accept them, class monitor. Hearing that Jiang Hao was serious, Jiang Hao's eyes turned red as he nodded vigorously. I want them. When I get back, I'll tell my dad to buy your Yuan Essence liquid for 3 million. Oh, I won't let brother Jiang lose out. Jiang Hao knew that the class monitor's family was in business. They were quite well off. 3 million for a chance for the child to enter one of the top 10 martial schools would surely not be refused. Alright, take these 2 bottles of Yuan Essence liquid and aim to reach the 9th level in the next few days. Just transfer the money to my launching account. After saying this, Jiang Hao turned around with a flourish, leaving the class monitor with a gradually receding silhouette. Even going back to the classroom has to be flashy. It seems brother Jiang has really come into his own. The class monitor tightly grasped the bottles of Yuan Essence liquid, smiling as he watched Jiang Hao leave. In the first class of the senior year martial arts program, the instructor on the podium was explaining the content of the martial arts examination. The martial arts exam consists of realm assessment and practical combat assessment. The former requires no explanation. Achieving the first stage of a martial artist guarantees a minimum score of 300 points with an additional 10 points for each subsequent realm. The peak of the first stage is 380 points, but reaching the second stage grants a direct score of 400 points, while the third stage is a perfect score of 500. Our entire class will become martial artists, so there's no need to worry. However, the practical combat score is different. Defeating an AI of the same level can yield 400 points. Don't think this is easy. The martial arts exam's AI is of top-tier strength at the same realm, with combat skills and awareness far superior to that of ordinary students. At the same realm, the AI's combat power is enough to dominate most martial artists, the instructor said, noticing a student dozing off, and shouted, Li Jing, wake up and answer how the minimum score for the practical combat assessment of 350 points is determined. A student with gray hair shivered and stood up awkwardly. I think if you surrender, it's directly 0 points. As long as you fight earnestly, even if you lose, you'll still have a minimum of 300 points with a maximum score of around 350. The instructor nodded in satisfaction. Exactly. For most students, achieving 400 points in the practical assessment is meant for those with combat talent. Your main goal should be to maximize your performance and get as close to 350 points as possible. Last year, passing in Yunshao Prefecture meant just achieving a score, and a martial arts score of 610 points would allow entry into the most mediocre martial arts school. Even with such low requirements, some martial artists were still stuck because they were easily defeated by the AI in just a few moves. Remember, even if you avoid all encounters and last 5 minutes without engaging the AI, you would still earn 320 points. Jiang Hao watched the instructor continuously remind everyone about the practical assessment's precautions, reminiscent of how his homeroom teacher in his past life would stress the importance of bringing all exam tools and arriving early. After a long absence, he finished lunch at the school cafeteria. Jiang Hao returned home as the college entrance examination was approaching, and the principal had allowed the martial arts class students to prepare at home. Looking at his phone, a new message popped up. Fish and Bear's Paw, are you there? I don't eat beef. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't ask if I'm here. Fish and Bear's Paw, do you think the martial arts style of weapon strikes is better, or the spellcasting style? Weapon strikes refer to pure martial artists like Jiang Hao who use weapons, while those who understand the spellcasting style. I don't eat beef. What's the use of asking me? I have no talent for spellcasting. You should ask your teacher. That's it, I'm logging off. Jiang Hao was about to start fishing. Returning to the third stage area to be safe, Jiang Hao decided to enhance his abilities. Panel allocate points. Points 3,231. 3,131. The remaining points were reserved for skills that the Martial Arts Administration had yet to grant. With 100 points deducted, Jiang Hao reached the peak of the second stage. He clenched his fists, feeling confident that he could easily deal with the ice shooter from last time, and thus entered the combat chamber with full confidence. Virtual combat start. After choosing a 1v1 duel, Jiang Hao entered the third stage area. The third stage match was quick, and he was matched within seconds. Perhaps it was because most martial arts school students were at the third stage. Match successful. The battle will start in 30 seconds. Please choose your weapon. Jiang Hao chose a long knife and carefully observed the silhouette opposite him. A male, his face blurred without a weapon. Another spellcaster. Is the spellcasting style becoming so rampant now? Jiang Hao thought, feeling a bit sour. Battle starts. He knew that when facing a spellcaster, he had to strike decisively at close range, or otherwise he'd be kite, and it wouldn't count as a quick kill. What a loss of 5 points. As Jiang Hao executed his swift combo of 9 flash and collapse fist, the opponent suddenly transformed into a shadow and dispersed. What the hell? I'm reporting someone for being invincible. Jiang Hao glared at the silhouette that reformed a dozen meters. Give up, classmate. My talent is the shadows, and unless a weapon striker has a special skill before the 7th stage, they can't defeat me. The voice had an AI synthesis tone. Damn, how could our weapon strike style be beaten by you? Jiang Hao undeterred charged forward and threw a punch, the punch wind tearing apart the shadow, but unfortunately another silhouette still condensed not far away. How about it, classmate? This confidence comes from the spell-casting style. The young man continuously released mental attack. Another strike echoed through the air and the shadow reformed. Useless, how many more times can your primal force support such a skill? Your life is already a flickering candle in the wind. That's not necessarily the case. Jiang Hao stepped forward, his fourth stage physique creating afterimages in the air. With another punch, he smashed the shadow into the ground, creating several 10-meter-long cracks in the virtual arena of the third stage that continued to spread. Seeing that the shadow's condensation speed was about a second slower than before, Jiang Hao smiled happily. I'll use my fists to see if your primal force is sufficient. Don't worry, I can play with you all day. The young man paused. Was that not a martial skill? Jiang Hao picked up the long knife on the ground and threw it, taking the young man down again, saying, "Oh, that was just my basic attack." Then he casually snapped the shadow's chains binding his legs. Now it's whack-a-mole time. About 3 minutes later, the young man's primal force finally exhausted, and he was killed repeatedly by Jiang Hao's fists. The young man looked at Jiang Hao helplessly and said, "You, when encountering a monster like you whose basic attack is comparable to martial skills, is my bad luck." Just after finishing, he was sent flying by Jiang Hao's punch. Jiang Hao took a deep breath. It seems I can't underestimate anyone in the world. The reward promised by the Martial Arts Administration seems to include several martial skills. I need to save points to allocate them. Click for the next match. After 30 seconds, seeing the opponent charge in with a sword and shield, Jiang Hao felt relieved. He executed a small combo that went around the shield, piercing through the primal force shield, and sent the opponent flying with a punch. Ding! Congratulations to the host for swiftly defeating a third-stage opponent, earning 5 points. Last time in the third-stage area, because he was a first-stage martial artist, it was his first time entering the third-stage zone, causing him to drop 2 major ranks, directly falling to Gold 1. This meant that the opponents he encountered then were not even at the late third stage and lacked any peculiar talents, leading Jiang Hao to believe that the third stage zone was merely average. However, now in Diamond 1 rank, Jiang Hao could only ensure a 100 win rate, not guaranteeing that he could defeat every opponent instantly. If only all my matches were against weapon-striking martial artists. Thinking about the benefits of weapon-striking style, he continued with the next match. An hour later, Jiang Hao emerged from the virtual combat chamber, looking at the points he had earned today. Points 3166, that's right. After swiftly defeating that brother with the sword and shield, Jiang Hao went on to achieve 6 more consecutive swift kills. In 2 of the matches, he encountered a support-style opponent who managed to bounce back some damage with 1 punch, causing the opponent to be sent flying but not defeated. Like a turtle, Jiang Hao stubbornly endured the tickling attacks from the opponent, hammering him for a full minute before finally winning. There was also a spellcaster who split into several clones, allowing the main body to swap with the clones. It took Jiang Hao more than 10 punches to deal with him. After dinner, Jiang Hao suddenly received 2 notifications of deposits from Blue Star Net. Opening his smart wristband, he saw that his Blue Star Net account had gained an additional 13 million. He also received a message from the Martial Arts Administration regarding the collection of martial arts resources and selection of martial skills tomorrow. In fact, he realized that the rewards from discovering the Sacred Beast Society stronghold were not worth that much. After all, the strongest there was only at the 4th stage. It was more due to Jiang Hao's outstanding talent being worthy of recruitment. And he had accidentally killed that extremely weakened 7th stage exotic beast. After some thought, Jiang Hao sent a message to Captain Qin of the Martial Arts Administration. "I don't eat beef, Captain Qin. Can I convert all my rewards into a high-level martial skill? If it's not enough, I can pay extra." The response came back: "Quickly quitting smoking. I will check with colleagues at the state headquarters to see if I can exchange it. After all, our city does not have the authority to exchange for high-level martial skills. Quitting smoking, however, with your talent, Xiao Jiang, the state headquarters will definitely agree, and there's no need to pay extra. I don't eat beef, really. Thank you, Brother Qin. Thank the country. Quitting smoking, don't worry about any binding conditions. This is the only help Yunshao Prefecture can offer before you head to a larger stage. After all, our state ranks 3rd from the bottom in the 9 provinces of the Summer Kingdom tiers. I don't eat beef, Brother Qin. Don't worry, I'll win the championship in the Global Martial Arts Newcomer Competition. When interviewed, I'll make sure to praise Yunshao Prefecture. Quitting smoking, having confidence, is a good thing. But remember to mention Yunlan City handshake." Jiang Hao satisfiedly turned off the screen. "I hope I can exchange for a long-range martial skill tomorrow." Jiang Hao arrived at the Martial Supervision Bureau early, following Captain Qin to the top floor. "Captain Qin, are we meeting someone important? They wouldn't be from Yunshao City, would they?" It was no wonder Jiang Hao thought this way, as soon as he sent a message to Captain Qin, he saw Captain Qin rushing over, grabbing Jiang Hao by the wrist and heading for the elevator. Normally composed Captain Qin hadn't even taken a lollipop today. After the elevator reached the top floor, as Jiang Hao stepped out, Captain Qin patted his shoulder and said, "You go in alone. I'll remember to be sharp and polite. If that person asks you something, try to answer as much as you can. Don't be too nervous, just be natural." After saying this, Captain Qin pressed the button for the 1st floor and prepared to leave. All right, so you're putting pressure on me right before the big moment." Jiang Hao looked speechlessly at the descending elevator and walked towards the room that was clearly a lounge. As soon as he entered, he saw an old man with graying hair who, despite his age, showed no signs of decay. The old man stood with his hands behind his back, gazing out the floor-to-ceiling window. Through the glass, Jiang Hao could faintly see the old man's face, which had not a single wrinkle, eyes closed as if waiting for someone. Do the big shots always prefer to face away from others? Jiang Hao thought to himself while his actions didn't slow down. Hello, leader. Since Captain Qin didn't mention his identity, calling him a leader should be safe. Jiang Hao gave himself a mental pat on the back. The old man continued to look out the window and said, have a seat. I'm here today just to see how our young talents from Yunshao Prefecture compare with those from the larger prefectures. I think I'm doing all right, Jiang Hao responded, lacking any social finesse. Not just all right. The old man turned around, his gaze piercing as he looked at Jiang Hao, and said, peak second tier combined with formidable physical strength. Your spirit is quite strong as well. This is excellent. Your talent far exceeds my expectations. With your unparalleled physical and mental talent, it indicates that you won't encounter any barriers before making the ultimate leap to the peak of the 9th tier. Moreover, your chances of breaking through to the sacred tier are much higher than other young talents. Jiang Hao was shocked not because of the evaluation regarding breaking through to the sacred tier, but because he felt he was being seen through. Jiang Hao had already prepared for the fact that his cultivation level might be exposed to, stating that his physical talent was on par with the 3rd tier would be unnoticeable, let alone the strength of his spirit. The old man stroked his beard and chuckled, relax. It's not a bad thing to have good talent. Don't worry, unless it's a sacred tier expert, most ordinary 9th tier practitioners will only be able to tell that your physical strength is extraordinary. Jiang Hao was startled. Could the old man in front of him be a sacred tier expert? Seeing Jiang Hao's incredulous expression, the old man happily nodded and admitted, I am indeed the governor of Yunshao Prefecture and the only sacred tier martial artist in our Yunshao Prefecture. But Jiang Hao's first reaction was, isn't it said that our Yunshao Prefecture doesn't have any martial artists above the 9th tier? The Xia country has a total of 9 prefectures. Yunshao Prefecture, where Jiang Hao was ranked 3rd from the bottom among the 9 prefectures of Xia country. Resources were relatively scarce. It is said that the top 3 prefectures such as Jiulong Xinghua and Guhuang have martial artists beyond the 9th tier stationed for long periods. The old man seemed to guess what Jiang Hao was thinking and directly said, in theory, I only follow the orders from the imperial capital and rarely take action. Moreover, every 10 years I must rotate to another world. That's why the outside world believes that the less prominent prefectures do not have martial artists above the 9th tier. Of course, the outside world acknowledges that the top 3 prefectures are indeed crushing the remaining 6 prefectures. For example, the Xing family of Xinghua Prefecture has several sacred tier martial artists, and there is even a council member who has reached the Star of Life realm. At this point, the old man smiled and asked Jiang Hao, young man, can you guess why the capital of Xinghua Prefecture was renamed to Luoxing City? Jiang Hao had no idea and could only shake his head. The old man seemed like those students who boast about their talents to relatives and friends after getting into prestigious university. 20 years ago, the former head of the Xing family fought against the demon king of the indigenous people in the 3rd alternate world, and he smashed a star directly onto the demon tribe's blood pool. This led to the near extinction of the demon tribe in the 3rd alternate world, and the demon king was sealed by the Xing council member. So now you know why it's called Luoxing, right? Now the 3rd alternate world has been downgraded to the point where a sacred tier martial artist is no longer needed to be stationed there. You might even get a chance to travel to the 3rd world after entering the martial academy and bring back some local specialties. Saying this, the old man winked. Jiang Hao listened with longing. He could hardly imagine what it would be like if he could take a star back to Earth. He could directly charge solar batteries and never have to worry about electricity bills again. And those specialties from alternate worlds, they wouldn't be what I'm thinking, right? Jiang Hao looked at the old man's serious expression and felt uncertain. All right, after talking for so long, I've strayed off topic. Just focus on going to the Shenzhou Martial Academy. No one will mind if a young person has too much talent. In fact, your strong talent will enable the sacred tier martial artists of the Shenzhou Martial Academy to open doors for you. The old man added, if you have any questions, you can ask them now. Just call me Oldly. Jiang Hao thought for a moment and asked seriously, does Jinsha Prefecture have a governor like you who has reached the sacred tier? Jinsha Prefecture is the least prominent of the 9 prefectures in Xia country, with no other martial academies apart from Jinsha Martial Academy. Moreover, Jiang Hao's parents had an accident while traveling in Jinsha Prefecture. The old man nodded. Every prefecture has a sacred tier stationed. That is a given. Then why didn't that governor intervene when the Sacred Beast Society conducted blood sacrifices to open the portal to the alternate world? Jiang Hao asked excitedly. Oldly remained silent for a moment and said, I think I understand what you want to ask. The reason that governor did not act is simple. Unless it is a naturally occurring portal or one created by the 2 worlds drawing closer, any artificially created spatial portal will gradually extinguish. In other words, even if that military 9th tier expert did not intervene, they would still have failed, because the portal would extinguish within seconds after losing the energy provided by that sacred tier demonic beast. As for the organization Sacred Beast Society, generally the governors do not pay attention to them since they do not have any martial artists above the 9th tier. The old man said apologetically, however, the Xia country is already preparing to eliminate these nuisances. The reason they haven't acted before is that the Xia country also needs a visible evil organization. If they clear out the Sacred Beast Society, other organizations would rise to become the new cult. That's why the Sacred Beast Society is still around today. If you feel upset, Jiang Hao, next time he'll find an excuse to beat up that guy from Jinsha Prefecture. Jiang Hao shook his head and said, no need, Oldly. I will seek out that sacred tier demonic beast for revenge. Of course, there's also that elusive blood shadow. Oldly nodded in satisfaction. That's right, go and beat up that guy from Jinsha Prefecture next time. Do you have a grudge against that guy from Jinsha Prefecture? Jiang Hao looked at the eager Old Li speechlessly and said, Old Li, I came today to apply for a high-tier martial technique. Is there a martial technique that is powerful, has a long attack range, consumes little energy, and looks cool? Are you making a wish here? Old Li seemed to have a black line on his forehead. Learning a regular high-tier martial technique would be useless for you, but it's better to learn my signature technique, especially since you also use a knife. Jiang Hao curiously asked, Old Li, what tier is your martial technique? Can it deal with enemies that can turn into shadows to evade attacks? Old Li stroked his beard, glanced at Jiang Hao and said, as long as your primordial energy is sufficient, there won't be any enemies you can't handle. That's my signature martial technique, sacred tier martial technique, flying sky breaking slash. Sacred tier martial art, Fei Xiao sky rending slash, Nelderly explained with pride. This technique emphasizes the speed and sheer force of the blade. With a single stroke, its aura cleaves the very air. Because this is a uniquely condensed slash, forged from compressed primordial energy and spiritual intent, it strikes the opponent's true form directly, regardless of shadow-weaving arts or other arcane disciplines. The true peril of this art lies in its inevitability. By the time you perceive the blade's flash, your soul has already been. Of course, achieving such precision demands profound spiritual guidance, like an invisible thread tethering you to your foe, allowing the blade light to strike with absolute certainty. Its aura shatters defensive barriers, its light shreds the mind itself. Nat mastery, even a missed strike, unleashes a psychic onslaught, so potent, it severs the adversary's consciousness outright. Moreover, Elderly suddenly gritted his teeth. This art enables long-range assault. If your primordial energy is abundant and your spirit unyielding, a single slash outpaces even the swiftest arcane, crowd-clearing techniques. And it strikes farther. Elderly exclaimed, voice brimming with fervor. That wretch from Jinsha Prefecture once mocked my martial path cultivation, keeping me at bay like a kite on a string. Every sparring session left me humiliated beyond measure. So I relentlessly refined it, drawing inspiration from the Mindblade artifact unearthed in a foreign world ruin, and honed it through relentless combat until I forged my own sacred tier martial art. Now, I could take him down twice over. Elderly wore a look of unbridled triumph. And indeed, practitioners of the martial path often endure grievous frustration against arcane path cultivators in their early and mid-stages. Jiang Hao tactfully interrupted Elderly as if his ears had gone momentarily deaf in. Then grandfatherly, can a low-tier martial artist like me truly wield this art? Or will I collapse instantly after one slash? Rest easy. Do you imagine sacred tier arts are so easily mastered? You won't even begin to grasp it until you reach. Add to that your prodigious spiritual capacity and foundations so formidable they defy belief. Even at 4th tier, you'll fell 5th tier opponents with a single stroke. Granted, this assumes your opponent isn't scion of a sacred tier bloodline. Then it becomes a contest of innate talent and ancestral legacy alone. Jiang Hao recoiled in astonishment. Could mastering a sacred tier art truly enable combat across an entire cultivation tier? And would the Xing family's direct heirs open every duel with a sacred tier art as a gesture of solemn respect? What hope remained? And Jiang Hao imagined facing elite scions of great clans, sacred tier arts raining down like hail, and knew with grim clarity that he might as well retire for the night. Watching Jiang Hao's expression shift rapidly, Elderly quietly placed the jade slip containing Fei Xiao sky-rending slash upon the table and cleared his throat in. You seem to harbor a misconception about sacred tier arts. Even direct heirs of sacred tier masters seldom succeed in mastering them. Talent is paramount. And moreover, scions of illustrious families spend their youth cultivating unshakable foundations with rare celestial herbs and treasures. Only when both spirit and physique attain sufficient strength may they petition to study such arts. Typically, they begin contemplating these arts at the 3rd tier, and only achieve genuine entry around the 4th tier. Even those scions having ascended to high tiers dare not claim mastery of a single sacred tier art, let alone attempt multiple ones. And it would be utter folly, a complete waste of time, and Jiang Hao seized upon the key detail. Contemplation begins at the 3rd tier. And suddenly he recalled a certain punctuation-averse online friend who'd once declared she'd challenge him at 3rd tier. What was her name again? Loves Fish and Bear Paw. And Jiang Hao silently opened his face signal app and checked the IP address of Fish and Bear Paw Na, Loxing City. Good heavens, was this sharp-tongued female swordsman truly of the Xing family? And he resolved to tread carefully in future chats lest he inadvertently shatter her composure. After all, Jiang Hao had no desire to wake up one day staring into the face of a star. Jiang Hao dismissed the notion with a wry smile. Such coincidence seemed implausible. And even should she truly belong to the Xing family, she was unlikely to be the direct heir of that esteemed counselor. And even if she were the counselor's direct heir, so what? And Jiang Hao refused to believe the counselor would deign to act against a mere speck like himself over some trivial online provocation. Still, he would refrain from veiled sarcasm in future conversations, not out of fear but out of deep reverence for those venerable predecessors who safeguarded humanity and waged war across alien realms. Jiang Hao lifted the jade slip and said, Grandfatherly, I truly accept this sacred tier art. Elderly waved dismissively in, take it, but do not expect swift mastery. Sacred tier arts demand patience and perseverance. Prepare yourself for a protracted endeavor. And above all, Never deploy this art in real-world sparring. Within virtual combat arenas, a single strike may leave your opponent with a headache. Perfectly normal. 2 days rest. Yes, I'll merely sample its difficulty without rushing into cultivation. Jiang Hao replied, though his words belied his eagerness. And at that very moment, as his fingers closed upon the jade slip, ding, unfamiliar martial art detected. Would you like to expend cultivation points for instant mastery? And ding, host possesses the martial prodigy innate talent. Entry point expenditure reduced slightly. Jiang Hao did not immediately allocate points. Instead, he exchanged casual pleasantries with Elderly before taking his leave. In descending to the ground floor in the elevator, he was met at once by Captain Qin, sucking on a lollipop. Beside him stood the deputy captain, a woman whose figure as previously observed was nothing short of extraordinary. And well, has Elderly departed? Captain Qin asked, tense with anticipation. Jiang Hao offered a reassuring glance. Just now Elderly concluded our meeting with a simple "see you next time," and vanished in a blur of motion. And I wonder if I'll ever learn that instantaneous vanishing technique. Gone. That's good. Captain Qin exhaled, visibly relieved, then shot Jiang Hao a sidelong glance. Dreams hold everything. In how many high-tier martial arts did you select this time? Never mind. Let's drop the chatter. Come on, I'm treating you to dinner. In Captain Qin slung an arm around Jiang Hao's shoulders and steered him toward the exit. The deputy captain followed closely behind. Wait, where's that stern, brooding Captain Qin from our first meeting? Wasn't he so imposing he delegated speech to others? And Jiang Hao inwardly grumbled. Yet his reflexes were swift. I want hot pot. In truth, hot pot tastes best shared, especially when someone else foots the bill. Back home, Jiang Hao wasted no time. He summoned his cultivation interface inwardly. In interface, allocate points. Na shimmering azure interface bloomed deep within his mind. His gaze immediately fell upon the newly acquired art in Facial Sky Rending / entry 2005000, and the martial prodigy talent had already shaved off 2,000 cultivation points. Clearly, he must accumulate more points to enhance martial prodigy. Perhaps repeated upgrades would allow him to leapfrog entry and achieve minor mastery outright upon acquiring future sacred tier arts. As for where to acquire more sacred tier arts, Jiang Hao entrusted that to his future self. And allocate points. With all 3,166 points fully invested, the arts interface shifted in Facial Sky Rending / minor mastery 1673000. Sacred tier martial art successfully entered. Suddenly Jiang Hao felt as though he had executed Facial Sky Rending / tens of thousands of times against countless adversaries across endless battlefields. His movements evolved from rigid mechanical strokes into purposeful intentional cuts. Knee's blade traced elegant arcs through the air, each trajectory seamless, cyclical, as if painting celestial calligraphy upon the void. Bladoras erupted at will, varying in size, power, and range governed solely by his intent. In essence, sheer unadulterated grandeur. Jiang Hao drew a deep breath, then exhaled slowly and deliberately. Now truly he could dominate the third-tier arena within virtual combat spaces. And given his extraordinary foundations, his primordial energy capacity rivaled that of peak third-tier martial artists. Though his primordial energy resonance registered at second-tier peak, his reservoir dwarfed most third tiers. Only his efficiency in channeling energy lagged slightly. His spiritual strength surpassed that of the majority of fifth-tier cultivators. Nint. And 40 points of spiritual intensity represented the absolute ceiling for ordinary fifth-tier cultivators, those who had never consumed celestial herbs or treasures. After all, the interface's physical and spiritual metrics do not scale linearly with cultivation tiers. A typical fourth-tier cultivator possesses only 25 to 30 points in these attributes. Higher tiers yield greater primordial energy, and thus more devastating martial techniques. Yet Jiang Hao had long relied on raw physical prowess to counter opponents' energy-based attacks, such as the Big Fist. Even unenhanced by primordial energy, its impact matched that of fourth-tier techniques. And now at last he could wield martial arts with energy and overwhelm others decisively. Jiang Hao estimated intuitively against third-tier opponents a single slash would deplete his reserves only after 30 or 40 repetitions. Against fourth-tier foes, however, only a few slashes would be feasible, since mid-tier cultivation dramatically expands both reservoir capacity and energy channeling efficiency. And to cleave a primordial energy barrier requires far greater infusion of both energy and spiritual intent. And prior to mastery, Facial Sky Rending / demanded strict proportional compression of energy and spirit. In time to test it in the virtual combat arena. Let the third-tier novices taste true suffering. In Yunshao Prefecture, at the Yunshao Martial Arts School in the girls' dormitory, Su Mu Wan has recently been troubled by her inability to produce captivating content for her live streams. The audience has grown tired of the daily routines of martial arts schoolgirls that she previously showcased. Fans have been voicing their dissatisfaction, claiming the live stream lacks entertainment value and is boring. Su Mu Wan, being a practical combat-oriented player, has tried to stream battles in a virtual combat space, but she finds herself merely chasing after her opponents without any commentary. There is little interaction with the audience. Initially, she attracted some fans who enjoyed this style, but watching other streamers explore treasure in secret realms or engage in fights against exotic beasts has left her feeling overshadowed. Su Mu Wan is unable to sleep well, as if she were in college, witnessing her roommates reading by flashlight after lights out. The sound of her roommates flipping through books seems even louder than the noise from others playing games. As a soon-to fourth-year student, Su-mu has a clear goal to become an internet celebrity, accumulate a loyal fan base, and ultimately transition into a star martial artist. With her looks being at least half a step towards being the campus belle, she believes that with the right packaging and popularity, she could become a household name in the summer country. Relying solely on the path of a martial artist to become famous is something Su-mu wouldn't dare to dream of. After all, her talent is merely average. With her peak strength at the third tier, she could already serve as a key member in the Martial Control Bureau of a typical city. Both her family and former high school classmates praise her as a genius, including some suitors she finds bothersome. However, Su-mu is well aware that she is likely destined to remain a mid-tier martial artist for life. Compared to the true prodigies of the Shinjo Martial Arts School, she feels utterly unworthy. She thinks of Captain Zhou, who led his team to a 7th-tier upgrade last year and showcased their prowess by easily defeating all opponents in the Global Martial Arts School League. With a helpless sigh, Su-mu opened her live stream and entered the combat chamber, where the virtual combat space can indeed be streamed. The system automatically applies a facial fog to the opponent, and their form is adjusted to prevent any martial artist trump cards from being revealed. However, she cannot see the fans' comments and can only rely on her experience to guide the audience's emotions, occasionally making a few explanations and engaging in the simplest interaction. As Su-mu saw the successful match notification, she chose a dual-wielding sword. Hello everyone, I'm Mu, and today I'll continue live streaming to rank up, aiming for Diamond 1. Please click follow everyone so I won't get lost during future streams. This was Jiang Hao's 5th match. In the first 4 matches, Jiang Hao dispatched his opponents effortlessly with a single strike, lacking any flashy talent skills, or whether it was martial strikes or spells, he could eliminate them with a single hit. Indeed, the fully mastered Saint-tier martial skills are impressive. Jiang Hao pondered whether to customize a sturdy, durable long sword. After all, the one he had at home was made of ordinary stainless steel and would likely be ruined after a single strike. Weapons for combat-oriented martial artists must be crafted from materials that can transmit primordial energy. Everyone, please cast your popularity votes. I saw the request for a teaching session from fans last time, and today, I'll provide a practical demonstration. I promise to explain how to seize opportunities and how to start against martial artists of different styles to master the rhythm of combat. Huh, what is that noise? Jiang Hao looked curiously at the girl opposite, who wasn't obscured by fog, dressed in a Sakura-themed sailor outfit, seemingly having a conversation with someone invisible, her gaze unfocused as she stared at the air. Wow, I actually encountered a streamer. This was Jiang Hao's first encounter with someone live streaming in the virtual combat space. If she dares to live stream claiming to provide practical training, she must have considerable strength, right? It seems he would have to go all out. If he couldn't take her down in one blow, it would be quite embarrassing. Battle begins. As the voice fell, the streamer opposite continued to gaze into the void, explaining, "This time my opponent is a combat-oriented martial artist wielding a long sword, which suits me well. Let's see how I control the rhythm of the battle." First, combat-oriented martial artists tend to rush in at the beginning, often possessing martial skills that allow for rapid movement. Thus, when battling against combat-oriented martial artists, one must pay attention to the distance between both sides. It's best to move randomly to the left or right by about 10 meters at the start to avoid a direct charge at the beginning. With that, Su-mu stepped on the arena, instantly moving several paces to the right. Jiang Hao stood in place, applauding the streamer's performance. While said combat-oriented martial artists indeed preferred, as long as you dodge to the sides first, you can likely regain the initiative to control the rhythm. However, Jiang Hao deliberately paused. Su-mu, seeing her opponent acknowledge her theory, was about to introduce herself and ask him to follow her. But she heard Jiang Hao intentionally leaving a cliffhanger. But what? Su-mu asked. Jiang Hao raised his long sword, and Su-mu instinctively retreated to create distance. But what if your opponent doesn't cooperate? As the words fell, dozens of sword auras that seemed to tear through space came. The dense sword auras seemed to fill the space, slashing towards Su-mu from various angles. The special method compressed the primordial energy and spiritual power, making the sword auras appear as if they were distorting space. Before being hit, Su-mu felt as though she had already been struck. A sharp pain shot through her mind, as if the sword auras could sever her soul. The pale blue net of sword auras expanded in Su-mu's and the livestream audience's view. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating a third-tier opponent and earning 5 points. Phew! Jiang Hao let out a long breath. To put on a show, he had used almost all of his primordial energy and a large amount of spiritual power to unleash those dozens of strikes, each capable of defeating a third-tier martial artist. The cost was that Jiang Hao felt drained. Although he was exhausted, he had to admit that he shone brightly in front of a potentially large audience. What a thrill. Jiang Hao was not worried about being targeted in the future. As long as he became stronger quickly enough, the points he earned from defeating opponents would increase. By then, learning a dozen Saint-tier martial skills through his points allocation would be a piece of cake. Every battle in the virtual combat space resets the physical condition, so Jiang Hao continued on his path of domination. Su-mu emerged from the combat chamber drenched in sweat. Although the combat system claimed that all damage sustained in the virtual combat space wouldn't affect her real self, she still felt as if her mind was being shattered. Continuously replaying that pale blue sword aura, she watched the live stream comments from her fans flooding in. What the hell? This young man. Mom asked me why I'm watching on my knees. Moo, my poor Moo. And the constant stream of question marks and doubts from viewers asserting that the overwhelming sword auras couldn't possibly come from a low-tier martial artist. Su Mu-wan smiled weakly, her face pale. Alright everyone, Mu isn't feeling well today, so let's continue the stream. She then closed the live stream without looking at the audience's comments. Su Mu-wan lay in bed holding her head. She knew that the unbeatable sword light was definitely not an ordinary martial skill. She even suspected that she had encountered a super martial artist's second-generation heir experiencing the thrill of defeating opponents. Fortunately, Jiang Hao had set his IP address to hidden successfully, leading a female streamer to suspect that she had encountered a legendary scion of a great family. To enhance the show's appeal and attract attention, Su Mu-wan had no choice but to start internal competition. Su Mu-wan looked at her friends in the signal group and silently sent a message, "I am not Mu Jr. I agree to the team up for the No. 1 Beast Battle Arena you mentioned last time. See you on the 25th. Jiang Hao, having achieved 10 consecutive wins, grinned at the 50 points displayed on his panel. In 3 days, if he accumulates 200 points, he can directly break through to the 3rd tier. At that point, becoming the top scorer in the Yunshao Prefecture Martial Arts exam would be a cinch. Yunlan City isn't a big city. Historically, the strongest students typically peak at the 1st tier during entrance exams, and the 2nd tier is quite rare. Jiang Hao even doubted whether there would be any 3rd-tier students participating in the college entrance exam in the entire Yunshao Prefecture. After all, even if one relied on heavenly materials to reach the peak of the 2nd tier, breaking through a major realm still ultimately requires external assistance. Of course, there will be some this year. Jiang Hao thought, feeling proud. May 22nd, Wednesday. A ringing sound echoed. Jiang Hao opened his eyes and glanced at the smart wristband on the bedside table. It was just after 9 o'clock. He reached out to swipe the mini window and chose to answer. The voice of old class came through. Hello. Is this Jiang Hao? I am old class. Someone came to the school early this morning, apparently a teacher from the Shenzhou Martial School. They came specifically for you. Are you home now? Hurry up and pack to come to school. It seems the mayor is also coming over. Old class hurriedly finished speaking and hung up the phone. Shenzhou Martial School. Jiang Hao was fully awake. Although he knew he could definitely achieve the top score in the Yunshao Prefecture Martial Arts examination and enter the Shenzhou Martial School. But did he really have any qualifications that would warrant a personal visit from a teacher of the Shenzhou Martial School? Jiang Hao got up, washed up, and pondered which of his actions had caught the attention of the Shenzhou Martial School's teacher. Could it be that the news of my meeting with Old Li was leaked? Jiang Hao changed his clothes and hurried out of the community without bothering to eat breakfast. Once in the taxi, Jiang Hao sent a message to Old Li, "I don't eat beef. Good morning, Grandpa Li. A teacher from the Shenzhou Martial School suddenly came to school looking for me today. Am I so outstanding that even people far away in the capital know about me? I want to retire. It's Jiang Hao. Huh? How's your facial breaking void/practice going? Are you completely at a loss? Just perform normally for the teacher from Shenzhou Martial School. I don't eat beef. I've already gotten started. It doesn't feel too difficult, but it consumes too much energy. I can only unleash dozens of strikes before running out of power. I can just perform normally, right? Thank you, Grandpa Li. I want to retire. You could have gotten started. You can unleash dozens of strikes in a single breath. I don't eat beef. Yes, Grandpa Li. Do you have any channels for forging weapons? I want to customize a long knife priced around 10 million. I want to retire, a martial arts prodigy. A gifted talent from heaven. Or is your Tao heart exceptionally clear? Jiang Hao was about to explain his innate comprehension when he saw Old Li say, I want to retire comprehension talent for improving cultivation speed, mental talent, and physical talent. For talents related to cultivation, you kid are going against the heavens. I don't eat beef. I indeed have comprehension talent. So can you help me with the knife issue, Grandpa Li? I want to retire. The knife is simple. He'll send it to you tomorrow. No need to pay. Just remember to help cultivate a saint-level martial artist from Yunshao Prefecture when you break through to the saint rank or even become a destiny star. After that, Jiang Hao quietly dismissed the light screen, saint rank, and even destiny star. Grandpa Li really thinks highly of me. Luckily, I have a cheat key, otherwise I would feel a bit pressured. The taxi stopped at the entrance of the 3rd middle school. As Jiang Hao pushed the door open to get out, he saw someone shout, Jiang Hao, I've also broken through to the 2nd rank. This time I must win back. The number 1 talent in Yunlan City must be me, Zhang Jianyu. Jiang Hao looked at the soy sauce boy standing at the entrance wearing a standard uniform. Sensing the fluctuation of his recently broken through 2nd rank power, he said, Congratulations, soy sauce classmate. Breaking through to the 2nd rank means you can enter Yunshao Martial School now. Oh, a teacher from the Shenzhou Martial School's admissions office is still waiting for me. Let's put off our sparring until after the college entrance examination. After saying that, Jiang Hao immediately turned around, not giving the other party a chance to respond. Zhang Jianyu stood there in a daze, muttering, Shenzhou Martial School? Is Jiang Hao going to Shenzhou Martial School? Jiang Hao arrived at the reception room and saw old class and the principal sitting upright, not looking aside. On the sofa against the wall sat a man wearing glasses, impeccably groomed and dressed in professional attire, checking messages on the light screen. Seeing Jiang Hao arrive, he immediately stood up and extended his right hand. You must be Jiang Hao, right? I am a teacher from the admissions office of Shenzhou Martial School. Just call me Teacher Tang. Jiang Hao shook hands with him and then sat next to old class. Hello, Teacher Tang. Are you here to see me because of? Teacher Tang said. Well, Jiang Hao, your practical certification video for advancing to the 2nd rank was automatically allocated to our admissions office due to your outstanding performance. At this point, Teacher Tang paused for a moment, looking at Jiang Hao seriously, and said, The words I had prepared before coming here are no longer necessary after seeing your current level. Oh, is this teacher so direct? Jiang Hao was not surprised. Teachers from Shenzhou Martial School were at least of the 7th rank. It was normal for them to see Jiang Hao at the peak of the 2nd rank. Your Excellence Jiang Hao is indeed surprising. Thinking about how young Master Zhou personally called to ensure Jiang Hao entered the combat academy. This Jiang Hao must have talents that surpass other prodigies. For instance, young Master Zhou, who has already become a high-level martial artist at a young age. Thinking of this, the man's gaze towards Jiang Hao became more fervent. This was a walking leg to lean on. Jiang Hao felt a bit uncomfortable under the intense gaze, saying, "So, is the Xinzhou Martial School going to sign a contract with me in advance?" "You're right, Jiang Hao. Our Xinzhou Martial School's Combat Academy has decided to offer you an S-level contract to choose from." Teacher Tang directly presented the S-level contract without first offering a B-level or a level contract as a test. Raising the stakes step by step would be insulting. This was a prodigy who could rival young Master Zhou. Old Class and the principal looked at Jiang Hao in shock. Old Class even knocked on his ear, doubting whether he had misheard. Why is it that as soon as Jiang Hao arrived, the teacher from Xinzhou Martial School wanted to offer an S-level contract? Damn, did someone delete the time? Jiang Hao propped his chin with one hand, thinking for a moment, and said, "In principle, I will definitely enter Xinzhou Martial School, but what are the terms and benefits of the S-level contract?" Although Jiang Hao didn't really need to rely on resources to improve himself, after all, once he entered the martial school and activated the 5v5 team battle mode, he could earn 250 points in a single day. Jiang Hao never considered the possibility of losing or teammates stealing kills. What a joke. With a single strike, he could score a pentakill, which was much more enjoyable than currently fishing alone. Of course, first let's talk about the responsibilities of this level contract. That is, Jiang Hao, you cannot slack off in your cultivation. You must participate in the Global Martial Arts School New Student Tournament in the second semester of your first year, and once during your 4 years in university at the Global Martial Arts League. Aside from that, there are no other conditions or responsibilities. Of course, if Jiang Hao, your rate of improvement slows below expectations, or you become lax in your cultivation, all resource benefits from this level contract will be suspended. Resources already distributed do not need to be returned. Very reasonable. Jiang Hao had no objections. Moreover, he had promised Captain Qin to promote Yunshao Prefecture in Yunlan City after winning the Global Martial Arts School New Student Tournament Championship. Teacher Tang nodded in satisfaction and continued, "This level contract benefits include 600 million summer country coins of martial arts resource support each year. You can choose to exchange freely, and any unused quotas can be rolled over to the next year. Second, you will have priority access to rare materials every year. There is no limit. As long as Jiang Hao uses resources to become stronger, they will continue to be supplied. Third, there will be 2 opportunities each year to seek guidance from saint-level experts and unlimited opportunities to inquire with the Dean, Vice Dean, and other high-level martial artists." At this point, Teacher Tang adjusted his glasses and said, "The Combat Academy is quite special. Currently, the Vice Dean is only at the peak of the 8th rank. Although he comes from the capital's Zhou family, the whole capital knows he has a poor relationship with the Zhou family. He never mentions his family in school. This is something you need to be aware of. Except for the prodigy of the Zhou family, Zhou Weifeng, anyone who brings up anything related to the Zhou family in front of him will immediately turn hostile and hit people. And the Dean is rarely in Blue Star. He is usually on the front lines of various alternate worlds or in ruins, searching for opportunities to break through to the Saint rank. What a classic opening. Can I still go to the Combat Academy?" Jiang Hao looked at Teacher Tang in disbelief. Cough, cough. "But if the Dean breaks through to the Saint rank, then according to the contract, you can seek guidance from the Dean an unlimited number of times, and it won't count against the 2 opportunities each year." Teacher Tang tossed a large pancake over. Jiang Hao caught it with tears in his eyes. "So the future of the Combat Academy is promising, right? However, I still have a question. My current cultivation method is the basic body refining method. Will the martial school provide more advanced cultivation methods?" The man nodded. "The current basic body refining method of Summer Country has undergone countless reforms and updates. It was modified by several members of the parliament and can basically be adapted to all current cultivation methods in Blue Star without causing conflicts. Jiang Hao, once you arrive at the Combat Academy, you can directly apply for a 9th rank cultivation method for adaptation. Then I'm all set. Let's sign the contract now." Jiang Hao happily opened the light screen he received, writing down his name and basic information on it. He watched as the words "contract established" appeared on the light screen. Teacher Tang stood up and shook hands with Jiang Hao. "Welcome Jiang Hao to Xinzhou Martial School." After signing this level contract with the Xinzhou Martial Arts School, Mayor of Yunlan City arrived late, and under the mayor's enthusiastic invitation, everyone happily shared a meal. According to the mayor, student Jiang Hao is the only outstanding young person in the city to have entered the Xinzhou Martial Arts School and signed its level contract in the past decade. This must be reported citywide and heavily promoted. Let the surrounding districts and counties know that our Yunlan city has produced a true prodigy. Teacher Tang, sipping orange juice, cast an approving glance at the mayor. That's right. Student Jiang Hao is about to enter the Xinzhou Martial Arts School. Perhaps in the future, he could become the new senior brother of the military academy, just like young Master Zhou, leading the school to participate in competitions. No matter how much we promote it won't be excessive. We must make the other 9 martial arts schools envious to the point of shedding tears. After all, although there are 10 major martial arts schools, the other 9 named after their states are a tier lower than the Xinzhou Martial Arts School. Last year's college entrance examination cutoff score for Xinzhou Martial Arts School was 880 points. The other martial arts schools had a maximum cutoff of only 810 points, while those at the bottom, like Yunshao Martial Arts School and Jinsa Martial Arts School, could be admitted with just 780 points. This means that to enter the Shinjo Martial Arts School, one must achieve at least 400 points in both realm score and practical score. Both cultivation talent and combat ability will be put to the test. Meanwhile, the other 9 martial arts schools only require students to reach second-tier victories and score 400 points against opponents of the same level. The principal and the old class teacher sat in the corner hesitant to speak, only watching the two big shots chat and laugh. They were discussing how to create momentum for Jiang Hao to effectively capitalize on the publicity. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao was buried in hard work, enjoying himself as the promotion required others to invest time and money while he merely needed to say a few inspirational words. After the meal, Jiang Hao politely declined the mayor's offer of a standalone villa as a reward. Jiang Hao understood that the mayor was too eager to advance. However, he had lived in his current home for more than a decade, and the old man who practiced in the morning and the uncle and aunt selling breakfast downstairs had become a part of his life. After returning home, Jiang Hao quickly completed his daily tasks to bring his points back to triple digits. Then he looked at the class group, which was constantly buzzing, and clicked on the cover of this level contract screenshot share. In one go. Regardless of the exploding class group, Jiang Hao satisfactorily closed his smart wristband. May 23rd, Thursday. Since Old Li was going to send a weapon today, Jiang Hao got up early to greet Old Li. Then he eagerly awaited his new weapon. Before long, a man wearing sunglasses knocked on the door with a box about 1.6 meters long. Upon seeing the door open, he placed the box down and left without saying a word. The box was 50 centimeters wide and had the words confidential shipment on it. Jiang Hao speechlessly tore off the white paper stuck to the box. What's with all the mystery? If someone unaware saw this, they might think I bought something weird. Jiang Hao opened the box, and what caught his eye was a light blue long straight knife about 1.4 meters long, resembling the Tang Hung knife from his past life, though wider, measuring 5 centimeters. Jiang Hao unfolded a handwritten instruction manual, which read, "Kid, this is a 7th-tier spiritual weapon made from materials that can significantly transmit elemental force. Injecting elemental force will cause a light blue aura to swirl around the blade's surface. The more elemental force injected, the longer the blade formed by this elemental force will become. This weapon is very suitable for dealing with beasts. Additionally, when releasing martial skills, it can mobilize an elemental force equivalent to a 6th-tier warrior. If your spirit is strong enough, you can unleash an attack equivalent to a 6th tier. Combining it with the facial breaking void / even a 7th-tier beast can be severely wounded. If you want to try out the knife and experience a spiritual weapon, you can call the state martial authority. I've made arrangements. You can choose to go to the nearby No. 1 beast battlefield in Yungjiao City for a few days. Inside are only low-tier beasts, so there's no danger to you. By the way, there's also a storage item in the box for you to play with. See you after you win first place in the Yunshao State Martial Examination." After reading the instruction manual, Jiang Hao had a complex expression, not expecting Old Li to directly gift him a spiritual weapon and a storage item. These were exactly what Jiang Hao needed at the moment. He silently remembered Old Li's kindness in his heart. In the future, when he became powerful, he would also learn from Old Li, equipping himself with everything necessary to face the talented individuals and saint-tier martial skills of his state. To avoid being caught off guard on a bigger stage, having never seen a spiritual weapon and being laughed at, Jiang Hao looked at the storage item that resembled a bag, which was about the size of a basketball court. It couldn't hold living creatures, but it was large enough to store many beast corpses. Jiang Hao entered and exited with the spiritual weapon. Isn't this the storage bag from cultivation novels? After completing his daily tasks and earning 50 points, Jiang Hao opened his smart wristband and searched for the No. 1 beast battlefield in Yungjiao City. According to the official description, this No. 1 beast battlefield was artificially opened, covering about 3 to the zeros. The low-tier beasts inside were transferred there by the martial authority, the military, and some local families in Yunshao City. The purpose was to provide a relatively safe training ground for students of the Yunshao Martial Arts School. Later, on a small scale, Otherworld accidentally collided with the space surrounding the beast battlefield, opening a passage between the two worlds. Yunshao State had once dispatched troops to clean up, killing all 9th-tier beasts and most high-tier beasts. The low-tier beasts inside were assigned to the No. 1 battlefield, while the mid-tier and above beasts were divided into several other beast battlefields guarded by the military. Now some civilian warriors come here to hunt beasts for profit. The military and the martial authority are also pleased to have these warriors hunt in the beast battlefield. This helps reduce the risk of beast outbreaks and revolts. The martial authority and some local families collaborated to establish a hunter exchange near the battlefield. Entering to hunt beasts requires a ticket, and the corpses of hunted beasts can also be turned into the exchange. Since hunting beasts can exchange for martial resources or rewards, some students who did not get into martial schools or those from ordinary martial schools linger around the beast battlefield for their martial dreams. The warriors inside are a mixed bag, and there are frequent incidents of being attacked and killed by beasts or warriors killing each other for goods. Yet this does not dampen the enthusiasm of ordinary warriors coming here. After browsing some precautions and comments, Jiang Hao decided that after finishing his daily tasks and leveling up to the 3rd tier tomorrow, he would go to the No. 1 battlefield to fish for beasts. After all, so many low-tier beasts are essentially walking points. Not only can he test the spiritual weapon, but he can also hone his martial skill proficiency. Killing beasts earns points, and the corpses can be sold for money. Killing 4 birds with 1 stone. It's simply like Emperor Qin touching electric wires and winning big. Through the official phone of the State Martial Authority, Jiang Hao successfully reserved a 7-day trip to the beast battlefield on the 25th. Yes, it's free entry and includes meals, accommodation, and transportation. Jiang Hao sighed, feeling that he had fallen, then opened Feishin to send a message to Old Li. I don't eat beef. Thank you, Grandpa Li, for the spiritual weapon and storage item. I've decided to go to the No. 1 Beast battlefield, and I will definitely take first place in the state examination. See you after the college entrance examination, Grandpa Li. The faint blue blade aura seemed to connect heaven and earth, slicing through space. The man felt a sharp pain deep in his mind, desperately watching as the blade aura approached. There was simply no way to evade it. The blade aura seemed to teleport. Even as the man swiftly moved to the left using his body technique, at the moment Jiang Hao raised his hand to strike, he was still hit by the blade light. At the instant he lost consciousness, the man shouted in anger, "This is not the way of weapon strikes at all." Ding. Congratulations to the host for instantly defeating a third-tier opponent, earning 5 points. Jiang Hao let out a long breath. He had finally reached 200 points to advance to the third tier. Since he needed to go to the Beast battlefield tomorrow and would stay there for 7 days, Jiang Hao decided to go shopping for cooked food and outdoor camping tools in the afternoon. Items placed in the storage tool seemed to have their time suspended. Cooked food after being stored overnight showed almost no change when taken out. While camping outdoors, everyone remained vigilant against possible beast attacks, unable to cook food over a fire, only able to eat cold energy bars or self-heating meals. However, Jiang Hao enjoyed steaming cooked food on the side, eating whatever he wanted. After all, one should treat oneself well. Jiang Hao happily thought about this, and then opened the panel. It's time for the thrilling point allocation segment again. Panel allocate points. Jiang Hao ceremoniously completed the process. Then he invested 200 points. Realm peak of second tier, first layer of third tier. As his familiar breakthrough process ended, he felt the changes in his body. Jiang Hao extended his hand, and a nearly transparent mana shield adhered to the surface of his body. His mana, comparable to a fourth tier level, made the shield even more resilient. At the same time, Jiang Hao's mana could now support the release of over 100 blade auras capable of instantly defeating third-tier opponents. Compared to the third tier, his mana had nearly tripled. Is this still the authentic way of weapon strikes? Why do I feel like I'm more nauseating than a spellcaster? Jiang Hao took out a spiritual weapon and thought, I can strike further than a spellcaster. I can attack groups or single targets. I can kite the enemy. At that moment, the smart wristband suddenly popped up a message. Fish and Bear's Paw, are you there? I asked my teacher and family, and they all said that taking the spellcasting route is the best way. But I still don't want to give up on the way of weapon strikes, so I'm asking you again. Is this the girl from the Xing family who doesn't use punctuation? Didn't she ask this before? Jiang Hao replied, I don't eat beef. The spellcasting route is very strong. I wish I had the talent to take that route too. Fish and Bear's Paw, I know, but I still don't want to give up on the way of weapon strikes. My great-grandfather also said that my talent for spellcasting and weapon strikes is equally strong, and I should decide for myself. Jiang Hao looked at the punctuation symbols she typed with a sense of comfort. Did this guy go to makeup classes? I don't eat beef. Who is your great-grandfather, and how can he determine that your two talents are equally strong? Fish and Bear's Paw, I can't say that. I don't eat beef. Alright, since you said you don't want to give up on the way of weapon strikes, then don't give it up. Pursue both spellcasting and weapon strikes. I don't eat beef. Only ordinary warriors would make choices. True prodigies want it all. I don't eat beef. My hometown has an old saying, the way of weapon strikes is invincible. Learning spellcasting opens multiple paths. Jiang Hao quickly typed. Fish and Bear's Paw, I understand. Thank you for helping me solidify my confidence. My family advised me to specialize in one area, but I also want to be like my great-grandfather, mastering both weapon strikes and spellcasting, intimidating foreign races with just my name. I want both the fish and the bear's paw. He'll break through to the third tier in a bit. Jiang Hao stared stiffly at the words on the screen. Didn't you say you can't reveal that? You're supposed to keep it a secret. This has been exposed, big sister. According to Jiang Hao's knowledge, this was also specially introduced on the Blue Star Network. Among the 18 representatives of Blue Star, only 2 representatives from the Xia country have walked the dual cultivation path of weapon strikes and spellcasting to become Mingxing, who can intimidate foreign beasts just by their names. One is the founder of the Shenzhou Martial Academy, Xia Wushuang. The other is Xing Huangtian, the former head of the Xing family, who almost led to the annihilation of the demon race. Oh no, I've messed with the great-granddaughter of a representative. But it's okay. He was just expressing his dreams normally. I hope that one day I too can become a dual cultivation warrior. Jiang Hao silently typed a reply. I don't eat beef. In fact, I just thought about it. Taking both paths is too difficult. This means you have to learn spellcasting while also practicing martial arts. This will hinder your progress in cultivating mana. This isn't Jiang Hao backing down. Spellcasting and martial arts are different. First, one has to awaken talents related to spellcasting. The previous spellcasting route emphasized brute force without fixed skills, relying entirely on personal exploration. This included utilizing the environment to launch powerful attacks, etc. This led to a significant disparity between talented spellcasting warriors and ordinary spellcasting warriors. They were not in the same profession at all. The current spellcasting method was adapted from a foreign representative's model, based on magic from a foreign world, a product of model. As long as one enhances their realm, they can learn the corresponding spells. Spellcasting, like martial arts, requires money to purchase. Some powerful spells are comparable to holy tier martial arts. Depending on the chosen path, there are subdivisions such as control, output, and support. If one awakens an elemental talent with corresponding elemental bonuses, then a spellcasting warrior only needs to learn that one element. The only downside is that most spellcasting warriors can only learn spells of the same tier. The advantage is that spellcasting consumes less mana than martial arts, allowing them to rely on mental strength to gather mana from the surrounding natural environment to enhance their spells. A peak 3rd-tier fire attribute spellcasting warrior can easily unleash 40 to 50 fireball spells that rival high-explosive grenades. Meanwhile, a 3rd-tier weapon strike warrior is still playing around performing a show of bro, let me strike you once. Fish and bear's paw, no worries, I have Dao heart clarity. Whether it's spellcasting or martial arts, I can learn it just by watching once. Instant small success. Are today's young people so blatant with their cheats? Clearly, I could easily crush them during virtual battles. Why haven't I encountered anyone as impressive as you? I don't eat beef. 6. With such a strong talent, why are you still hesitating? You should directly break through to the 3rd tier and pursue dual cultivation. I don't eat beef. I forgot to turn off the lights at home. I'll log off now. Jiang Hao directly shut off the wristband, initially thinking he had led her into a trap. He wanted to throw her a lifeline. But in the blink of an eye, the other side had already flown up. This time I must score big points at the beast battlefield. If my mana runs out, I'll use spiritual weapons to hack away. As long as I see a beast, I'll take them all down. Otherwise, how can I secure the top spot among the new students at Xinzhou Martial Academy against those who all have cheats? Now let's go for a big shopping spree. In a hidden warehouse beneath a small county in Yunshao Prefecture, a group of people stood laid down, sat on the ground, and some even hung upside down from the ceiling, sleeping with their faces towards the ground. Suddenly, a pitch-black formation appeared on the ground. Dozens of tall figures materialized in the basement, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Clapped, clapped, clapped. Everyone, let's applaud for our new friend. A man in his 30s with a fake smile stepped forward, but no one paid him any attention. The man's expression changed instantly. If you don't give me face today, you'll plot to kill me, and the day after tomorrow you'll betray the Sacred Beast Society. Fine. If you don't give me face, then I'll kill you all. As he spoke, the temperature in the entire basement suddenly dropped. Some puddles of water froze instantly. At that moment, a somewhat plump man with a rosy face stood up and said, "Don't be like this, harmony brings wealth. You fat pig, does your Yun family want to interfere with our sacred society's work? What the hell, infighting among our own is work." Yun like I looked at Frost Poison with disdain, truly a madman of the Sacred Beast Society. But for the sake of the upcoming mission, he could only shout loudly, "Everyone focus your attention on me. Today, friends from the Demon Clan are here in Yunshao Prefecture for significant matters, and our upcoming actions will rely on their cooperation." A dispirited group reluctantly raised their heads. Even the person sleeping on the ceiling opened one eye. Frost Poison was quite displeased that his spotlight was stolen, pushed the Yun family fat man aside, and walked to the center. This time, all the high-ranking members of our sacred society are gathered here except for that coward Blood Shadow, and some captured by the Summer Kingdom. Frost Poison glanced around at the crowd, who looked like zombies. The Summer Kingdom, blind to reality, dares to attack our sacred society, so we must retaliate, we must counterattack. Upon hearing this, the high-ranking members began to react, shouting, "The Summer Kingdom is ungrateful, ooh, I will fight them. Will we win? Sigh, I'm so sleepy, can I surrender? Why hasn't the banquet started yet?" Frost Poison ignored his group of neurotic colleagues and continued, "There is an 8th-tier peak beast in the small world surrounding the No. 1 exotic beast battlefield. Our goal is to pile that snake up to the sacred tier. Let it hold up the envoy from the town. As for how to pile it up, let our friends from the Demon Clan explain." A tall figure dressed in a black cloak with an indistinct face stood up from the Demon Clan and spoke in awkward summer language. "Our new Demon King, Lord Soul Devourer, has brought forth his true demon blood. It can temporarily grant that 8th-tier beast combat power comparable to the sacred tier. However, it can only be maintained for a few minutes, and it cannot defeat a true sacred tier. Since you Sacred Beast Society want to cooperate, you must show sincerity." Frost Poison clapped and said, "Thank you, friends from the Demon Clan, for your true blood." Yun like I maintained a smile on his face, but secretly mocked him. A mere demon lord who hasn't reached the life star dares to call himself a king. If you're so powerful, why don't you go stir up trouble in Xinglua Prefecture? Is it that you don't want to? Frost Poison continued, "Our sacred society will also offer a portion of the blood and flesh of a peak sacred tier beast along with a bone. Combined with the Demon King's true blood, it will be enough to hold off the envoy from the town." A high-ranking member lying on the ground counting dust rebutted, "Even if we hold off the envoy, there are still military forces and the Martial Control Bureau, as well as strong families from Yungxiao City. What can we do?" Frost Poison explained, "These friends from the Demon Clan will also take action. Each one is a demon count equivalent to our high-tier warriors. With all our high-tier warriors from the Sacred Society, we can already hold off all high-tier combatants in Yunshao City. At that time, we will storm the No. 3 battlefield together to put pressure on the official high-tier warriors." This rationale was absurd, but those present were either demons or madmen, and they didn't care why they should storm the military's defended No. 3 battlefield. Our surface goal this time is the low-tier warriors in the No. 1 exotic beast battlefield. During this time, our sacred society has been continuously transporting 7th-tier beasts from outside the prefecture to unleash slaughter in the No. 1 battlefield. It would be even better if a few prodigies died. Unfortunately, only 1 7th-tier beast has successfully been moved into the rest have been discovered and swiftly eliminated by the military. Of course, our true target has never been those low-tier warriors, but the envoy from the town who has reached the sacred tier in Yunshao Prefecture. A leading demon from the Demon Clan also said, that beast forced to the sacred tier can only maintain its form for half an hour due to the conflicts of different laws within it before it collapses naturally. And the envoy from the town won't come out of that small world before he kills the beast. After all, a battle between two sacred tier beings is enough to destroy civilization. Unless the envoy is killed or actively seeks help, no other sacred tier warriors from the Summer Kingdom will come to assist. At the moment the beast is about to collapse and is at its most chaotic, the Demon King will strike to ambush that envoy. And the Demon King's innate secret technique can completely seal the small world, preventing that envoy from sending any frost poison added. One of my subordinates can infiltrate that small world. I will take charge of the task of delivering blood and flesh. Yun Like I smiled with narrowed eyes. Our Yun family's prodigy has asked the old patriarch to take him to Fenglei Prefecture to seek opportunities in order to advance to the third tier before the college entrance examination. Frost Poison nodded and said, the old patriarch of the Yun family has already condensed the laws just one step away from the sacred tier. Leaving Yunshao Prefecture at this time is indeed the best opportunity for this operation. Yun Like I continued, during this time friends from the Demon Clan can follow our Yun family's convoy to the vicinity of Yunshao City. In the Yun family's industries there are also reformed demons acting as guards, so as long as you conceal your aura and wear suppressive collars you can blend in. Others will only think that our Yun family has received a batch of goods. The demons present showed no anger at being treated as, after all, captured demons are no longer considered family. Frost Poison warned the crowd, before the operation begins no one can go out alone, nor can anyone kill or expose the actions of the sacred society. If we are suspected by the Summer Kingdom because of killing an ordinary person or low-tier warrior, then the sacred society will have to abandon this operation. If we can't go out, can we at least eat at the banquet? Can we eat for a few days? Guaranteed victory. Why should we listen to you? I want to go out. Members of the Sacred Beast Society, relying on the power of exotic beasts to cultivate, have forcibly advanced. They are somewhat mentally challenged. Frost Poison raised his hand to release his 9th tier peak energy fluctuations. Seeing everyone indicating that they could endure, Frost Poison satisfactorily relaxed his fist. See you all on the 31 SD. After the end, Frost Poison returned to his resting place. In the room that was only for himself, he kept rubbing the ring on his thumb, quietly looking at the secret documents recording the Yun family's transactions and the sale of demons. Frost Poison suddenly revealed a smile, his eyes filled with mockery. On May 25th, Saturday, it is suitable for travel. Yesterday afternoon, Jiang Hao went on a shopping spree, not only buying various cooked foods, but also compressed energy bars. After all, Jiang Hao had decided not to sleep at night to grind points. With 40 points of energy, staying awake for days was not a problem. Jiang Hao brought forth the enthusiasm he had for gaming in his past life, preparing to deal with the beasts of battlefield No. 1. As dawn broke, the transportation arranged by the Martial Control Bureau of Yunshao City arrived. Jiang Hao got into the car ready to head to the airport. The straight-line distance from Yunshao City to Yunlan City is about 1,200 kilometers, and it takes over an hour to fly there. He followed the staff through the Green Channel. This time he was on a special plane arranged by the State Martial Control Bureau, and he simply had to follow along. As they took off, he looked out the window at the shrinking Yunlan City. Not sure if it was the passive skills from his past life that had been inherited to his current self, Jiang Hao felt drowsy shortly after sitting down. His eyes closed and opened repeatedly. Arriving in Yunshao City, when his feet firmly touched the ground, Jiang Hao's anxious heart finally settled. The staff from the State Martial Control Bureau had already arranged for a car to take him directly to battlefield No. 1. Jiang Hao was eating a compressed energy bar in the car to replenish his energy. Mr. Jiang Hao, we will first go meet your teammates for the next 7 days and 6 nights. A woman who looked like a secretary said. Teammates. Jiang Hao turned his neck in confusion and asked, wasn't it said that I would act alone the entire time? It's like this, since this is your first time entering the beast battlefield, many dangerous areas and the habits of certain beasts can only be understood by local veteran hunters. Moreover, this is an arrangement by the leadership. Even if you don't bring these 4 teammates, they will follow you once they enter. However, if there are any inconveniences, we can discuss it. For example, you can act alone during the day, but try to return to the team at night. Seeing that it was no surprise, this Mr. Jiang Hao was specially requested by the head of the Martial Control Bureau to be treated well. He must be a young master from a prominent family. The so-called Yunlan City was merely a disguise. The last time the young master of the Yun family reached the 2nd tier, he pretended to be a freelance hunter here. If it weren't for them sending people to protect him throughout the journey and preemptively injuring some beasts for the young master to pick up the spoils, even camping at night would have several mid-tier martial artists on guard. They even arranged for extras to act shocked when the young master killed 2nd-tier beasts. How could that young master flaunt his prowess in the beast battlefield so comfortably? It's laughable. Oh, no one would truly believe that there was no danger in a low-tier beast battlefield. Whether it's hordes of beasts or desperate criminals wanting to kill and rob at night, these are not challenges a novice can handle, let alone distinguishing between beasts, identifying toxins, and finding water. By then, having 10 mid-tier martial artists following behind for protection would suffice. They could even injure a few 3rd-tier beasts to let young Master Jiang experience the thrill of picking up the spoils. Indeed, the female secretary could tell by Jiang Hao's 3-tier strength even before taking the college entrance exam that he was definitely a 2nd-generation scion from a powerful family from another state. After all, the one from the Yun family in Yunshao City hadn't even reached the 3rd tier yet. Jiang Hao thought about it. It would indeed be inconvenient for him to act alone, as he would certainly be busy grinding points and catching fish. It was just right that he needed professionals to help with the corpses. After all, not all parts of low-tier beasts were valuable, but some areas rich in elemental energy had value after mutation. These people could help me handle the corpses. I could just give them a bit of money later. Alright, let's go meet my teammates. At the entrance of Battlefield No. 1 of 4 men stood in silence, each with a large bag at their feet. They were all veteran hunters who had cooperated with the Martial Control Bureau for many years, all being third-tier martial artists. A dark-skinned man with a sword and shield asked Big Brother, "Which young master do you think this time is from? He's only a few years old and already at the 3rd tier. He can't be a genius from the 3 major states out here for a life experience, can he?" His tone sounded a bit sour. The man called Big Brother had a shaved head and carried a giant sword on his back. He frowned and said, "See, let's not inquire into matters that don't concern us. After all, the Martial Control Bureau is covering all expenses. We just need to ensure that young master enjoys these 7 days." The remaining 2 men had long hair and twin daggers, and one wore a deep green windproof hat. One of them was shouldering a long spear. Suddenly, the Big Brother looked up at the stopped vehicle. The first to step down was a member of the Martial Control Bureau he had contacted, followed by a young man who declined help and opened the door to get out. He was tall with good looks and an extraordinary demeanor. Upon a closer look, he was indeed a handsome young man. The Big Brother immediately led his 3 companions to greet him. Jiang Hao looked at the 4 approaching him, noticing none of them were spellcasters. They were all pure martial artists. He nodded in satisfaction. After all, Jiang Hao did not require his teammates to have any strength. They wouldn't be as strong as him anyway. The most important thing was having great strength to carry more loot and having sufficient stamina for long movement. Just as the Big Brother was about to introduce himself, he saw the young master make a gesture and asked, "Do you 4 know the most densely populated areas with beasts on the battlefield?" The Big Brother was taken aback, immediately realizing that this young master was concerned about encountering danger. He confidently stepped forward and said, "As old hunters like us, we all know which areas to avoid. Rest assured, young master, we will definitely lead you to avoid danger." Jiang Hao, full of excitement, replied, "No. I want to go directly to the areas densely populated with beasts. Just point me in the direction. I'll go ahead first, and then come back to call you to move the corpses." The Big Brother looked at the female secretary with difficulty. The female secretary was also speechless. Although these young masters from prominent families were indeed strong, how much power could they wield at the low tier? Even killing 100 or 200 wouldn't mean much against groups of beasts numbering in the hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands. Just as the woman was about to kindly advise Jiang Hao not to be too reckless at the beginning, she saw Jiang Hao draw a light blue. The people present felt the fluctuations generated by the long knife slowly attracting the surrounding elemental energy. When infused with elemental energy, the blade glowed, evoking a dangerous feeling that stimulated the heart. Spirit weapon. The onlookers silently exchanged glances, reinforcing their stereotypes. A spirit weapon is it was indeed reasonable for someone from a prominent family to carry a spirit weapon in a low-tier battlefield. Jiang Hao smiled in satisfaction as no one objected and sheathed the knife back into its scabbard, placing it back in his storage bag. The 4 hunters exchanged glances, surprised that this mission allowed them to take it easy. The Big Brother quietly stepped forward to introduce himself. "Young Master Jiang, hello, I am Luda. The one with the twin daggers is Guanair. The one with the spear is Zhang San." Finally, he pointed at the dark-skinned man who was shedding tears of envy and said, "This is Ho-Si. If you have any requests, we will do our best to fulfill them." Good heavens, Lu Guanzhang, did you all meet in the Peach Garden? Jiang Hao said, "Don't worry, I won't put you all in a difficult position. I will go ahead to kill the beasts. You just need to follow behind and handle the corpses. If we encounter danger, I can use my spirit weapon to unleash attacks comparable to the 7th tier. Don't worry about me taking risks and causing a beast riot." Jiang Hao tossed out a reassuring promise. The female secretary also nodded and said, "Then young Master Jiang, I wish you a pleasant few days ahead." Jiang Hao followed 4 teammates toward the entrance of Battlefield No. 1. Young Master Jiang looked, that is the hunters exchanged, the largest trading venue for warriors in Yunshao Prefecture. Lu Da's tone was filled with pride. Jiang Hao gazed at the magnificent and exquisite structure near the entrance. It resembled not a trading post, but rather a grand theater or conference hall. "Can one post commissions in the exchange?" Jiang Hao asked curiously. Luda replied affirmatively. "At the exchange you can recycle exotic beasts post and accept commission tasks or purchase supplies. Registration information and team formation can all be completed here. If young Master Jiang is looking to buy something interesting, you can visit the makeshift trading market established by warriors near the battlefield entrance. Occasionally someone uncovers valuable items in the battlefield, such as primary materials for forging spiritual weapons. There may even be rare treasures and herbs." As Jiang Hao contemplated the possibility of finding a bargain at the market, he suddenly heard, "What right do you have to cut in line? We were here first." He looked up to see 2 groups confronting each other at the entrance. One group appeared relatively young, likely students from a martial arts academy. The other group, with their worn gear and weathered faces, seemed to be seasoned hunters. However, the situation was unfavorable for the academy students, as the hunters' team numbered at least 10. The 5 academy students stood awkwardly, suggesting they were not well acquainted and were likely thrown together temporarily. Embracing the spirit of, "If there's a melon, why not eat it," Jiang Hao walked over and tapped one of the onlookers. He handed over a first-level crystal, and the previously impatient bystander immediately smiled. "Oh, you're referring to those students. Initially, there were 4 of them waiting for someone. They didn't even buy tickets and were blocking the people behind them. An old hunter, irritated by their behavior of blocking others without buying tickets, approached and said a few words. But those talented students from the academy looked down on the old hunter, who was only at the second level. The most exciting part came when the last member of the academy team finally arrived after much delay. They came up ready to buy tickets, directly ignoring the queue of people waiting behind them. The people behind were displeased, and after all, who among them came here to make money wasn't hot-tempered? The 10 old hunters immediately pushed past the students to buy tickets, leading to a quarrel between the two sides. Jiang Hao curiously asked Lu Da, "It seems the relationship between the academy students and ordinary warriors is quite poor. Is this situation common? Does the martial administration not intervene?" The members of Lu Da's small team silently watched the escalating confrontation and said, "Ordinary martial academies usually do not behave this way. Only students from top martial academies, like Yunshao Martial Academy, look down on low-level ordinary warriors. After all, students from the top 10 martial academies typically graduate having reached at least the 4th level. Those of us with poor talent and no opportunities generally stagnate at the 3rd level. Thus, it's also one reason why ordinary warriors envy the prodigies from the top 10 academies, leading to frequent conflicts between the two groups. As for the martial administration, they typically won't intervene unless things get deadly. Moreover, most of the time they side with the academy students." Lu Da remarked as he watched both groups exchange harsh words and agree to settle it on the battlefield. "There's nothing more to see. Young Master Jiang, let's head inside." Lu Da and his 3 companions formed a protective circle around Jiang Hao, guiding him through a private entrance. Some warriors looked enviously at Jiang Hao, who was surrounded, commenting, "Which young master is experiencing life here?" Jiang Hao's companions followed up with someone helping him carry his bags. There might even be intermediate warriors guarding him from the shadows. "If I had such treatment, I would be dreaming happily every night." A young man nearby carrying a large bag glanced at Jiang Hao's privileged treatment and felt disgruntled, saying sourly, "Someone like him going to the battlefield surely won't contribute anything during the fight. He will definitely let his bodyguards do the work. This wouldn't serve any purpose for training. If I had such a background, I would have worked hard every day and already become an intermediate warrior." Su Muwan was currently in a terrible mood. For the sake of show and to attract fans, she had specifically come to battlefield number 1. Originally, she had arranged to meet her junior at 1030 on the 25th at the entrance of the exchange. However, the other 3 classmates who formed a temporary team had arrived, but her junior was still missing and not responding to call. The 3 classmates insisted on standing in the front row at the ticket booth, saying that if her junior arrived, they wouldn't have to waste time queuing and could buy tickets directly to go in. Su Muwan tried to persuade them a few times, but it was ineffective, so she could only message her junior to hurry up. Her junior's full name was Gao Long Tao, who was 1 year below her. He was the youngest son of the head of the Gao family in Yunshao City. The head of the Gao family was a formidable 8th-level warrior. Su Muwan anxiously watched the classmates arguing with the old hunters, secretly relieved that she wasn't live streaming at that moment. When her junior finally arrived, the situation had completely spiraled out of control. Coupled with her junior's arrogant attitude and the display of his 3rd-level 6th-layer energy fluctuations while announcing his lineage, the surrounding warriors were just about to take a step back to give face to the Gao family. Her junior loudly mocked those ordinary warriors for still being at low levels at their age. "A bunch of useless trash think they can queue with him." Hatred surged. Su Muwan wished she could go in alone. The 10 hot-tempered old hunters could no longer tolerate it and directly pushed past them to buy tickets. This led to a shouting match at the entrance and even a challenge to fight on the battlefield. Su Muwan felt that being around those mocking classmates made her reluctant to close her eyes at night. Fearing being knocked out by those warriors, Su Muwan adjusted her mood, activated her smart wristband, and clicked to start the live. Jiang Hao, having walked through the market a bit disappointed, found neither damaged sacred weapons nor iron plates recording powerful martial techniques. Thus, he followed Lu Da deeper into the battlefield to begin hunting. On a small hill, over 30 second-level terror wolves were resting under the trees, accompanied by several hundred first-level kin. Suddenly, a massive light blue blade aura sliced through, and in an instant, all 30 terror wolves were cleaved into pieces. The first-level terror wolves were immediately startled and prepared to scatter. But how could Jiang Hao let the prey escape? He unleashed over 40 smaller blade auras like the scythes of death. The ground was cut open, exposing the soil, while surrounding trees and rocks were severed in two. Hundreds of first-level terror wolves were instantaneously annihilated. Ding. Congratulations to the host for instantly killing a second-level opponent, earning 2 points. Ding. Points 752 in just a short while. Jiang Hao had acquired points that would take him over 10 days to earn in the virtual space. Of course, the consumption of energy was also astonishing. Although Jiang Hao appeared relaxed when releasing the blade auras, he was using a spiritual weapon. However, using a spiritual weapon to unleash martial techniques and draw on surrounding energy consumes mental power, and the Feixiao breaking sky / inherently consumes both energy and mental power. The dozens of strikes just now had nearly depleted half of Jiang Hao's energy, and his mental power was significantly drained, making him unwilling to utilize the weapon's enhancement. If he were to infuse energy and mental power into the spiritual weapon to execute a 7th-level attack, Jiang Hao estimated his energy would be fully drained, leaving him with at most half of his mental power. The 4 members of Ludo watched in astonishment as Jiang Hao swiftly dealt with over 100 exotic beasts within 10. Hosi was the quickest to react. He dropped his shield and immediately went to handle the corpses of the second-level terror wolves, while the other three quickly shook off their shock and followed suit. At that moment, Sumu, one who was live streaming, was discussing the upcoming plans and the characteristics of various exotic beasts with her classmates. Suddenly, a familiar light blue blade, aura, flashed by. The entire live stream room, including Sumu Wan and her companions, seemed to be frozen in place as they stared at the wolf pack being annihilated by a single person. Is it him? Sumu Wan looked at the familiar flash of the blade and the young man wielding the long knife with an expression of ease and comfort. She felt a headache starting again. Looking at the crisscrossing knife marks on the ground, a teammate swallowed hard and trembled as he said, "Is this big brother a mid-tier warrior here to fish?" Sumu Wan exhaled and said, "Why don't we go around? It's easy to cause misunderstandings if we look too close." Another teammate agreed, saying, "He must be here to fish in the low-tier battlefield. Let's walk around him, otherwise I can't." Gao Long Tao watched the shocking scene speechless. He then looked at Jiang Hao's youthful face and the light blue long knife filled with spirituality in his hand. Spiritual weapon. In the entire Gao family, only his father possessed two spiritual weapons, which were incredibly precious. His own long sword was merely a common weapon forged from the materials of a fifth-tier exotic beast and for transmitting elemental energy. He was filled with extreme jealousy, his heart brimming with envy and malice toward Jiang Hao. He knew that Jiang Hao was someone he could not provoke. That blade aura was definitely a sacred tier martial technique. Others might not notice. However, Gao Long Tao was once one of the top talents in Yunxiao City. With his scores, he could have entered the Xinzhou Martial Academy, even if it was just on the cusp. But he didn't. He knew that the top talents in the Xinzhou Martial Academy had learned sacred tier martial techniques and skills, each possessing several spiritual weapons, some even bearing the imprint of sacred weapons from prominent families. Yet his level in the Xinzhou Martial Academy was merely average. During various competitions, he was just an audience member with no one paying attention to him. Thus he remained in Yunxiao City and entered the Yunxiao Martial Academy. Now he was about to enter the late third tier before even reaching his third year. He was the best among his peers. Gao Long Tao had been proud of this for a long time, believing he had made the right decision. However, seeing Jiang Hao's performance today shattered his confidence. While Gao Long Tao could only turn and flee when faced with so many exotic beasts, Jiang Hao could casually slay them, as if crushing a swarm of ants. It reminded him of a rival he faced in the virtual combat space during his senior year. Although they were both second-tier warriors, he was utterly defeated. The opponent looked at him with a mocking smile. "With this level you dare to enter the virtual combat space. Once I reach the third tier, I could take down 100 useless people like you with a single strike." With that, he pierced through Gao Long Tao's heart with a spear. That was Gao Long Tao's nightmare, as he had been called useless by someone. The arrogant eyes completely disregarded the expression of hatred on his face. As Jiang Hao turned to look this way, Gao Long Tao immediately put on a smile and walked over with his teammate, saying, "Hello, classmate. Thank you for taking care of the exotic beasts here, otherwise my teammates and I really wouldn't have been able to handle it." "What does that have to do with you?" Jiang Hao answered, putting away his long knife with a puzzled expression. "It's nothing, I was just practicing. This group of fearsome wolves is too close to the entrance, so I cleared them out to prevent some first-tier warriors from mistakenly wandering in." As he spoke, Jiang Hao glanced at Sumu Wan, who was dressed like an explorer on the opposite side, feeling as if he had seen her somewhere before. Was she the streamer who had been hit by his Fei Xiao Pakong / several times last time? He wondered how many days she had a headache afterward, and Jiang Hao awkwardly averted his gaze. Sumu Wan felt a twinge of pain in her head again as she saw Jiang Hao's gaze sweeping over her. Meanwhile, the bullet screen in the live stream was exploding. Clearly, the familiar flash of the blade had made the viewers recognize him. "Oh my, this big shot is actually from our Yunxiao prefecture. This martial technique is so powerful, too powerful. I have to share this with my roommate. See, I told you last time that this person is definitely a mid-tier warrior, otherwise how could he dispatch the wolf pack so quickly?" Starting the reckoning. To those above, you can stop using your brains, but you can't lack them. Can your third-tier combat space allow mid-tier warriors? Mumu, I have a friend who asked me to help him ask what this big shot signal is. Sumu Wan looked at the live stream screen that had activated privacy mode. Most of the bullet screen above was doubting that Jiang Hao was not really here to clean up the exotic beasts for first-tier warriors, but Haosi had already collected the teeth and claws of the second-tier fearsome wolves. "Young Master Jiang, I've collected all the materials from the second tier," Haosi said as he handed a bag to Jiang Hao with both hands. Jiang Hao glanced at Luda and the others who were still processing the materials from the first-tier fearsome wolves and thought for a moment before saying, "Luda, there's no need for the first-tier materials, it's a waste of time. Let's head to the areas with more exotic beasts." After finishing, he casually put the bag into his storage pouch. Luda and the other three immediately tidied up the collected materials, picked up their weapons, and stood beside Jiang Hao. The live stream exploded again. "What the heck? What did I just see? Is that a spatial item?" This big shot said he is from Yunxiao Prefecture. Why so many first-tier exotic beasts? How many elemental crystals can all these materials be exchanged for? Does this big shot not want any? I suspected that knife was a spiritual weapon and a bunch of people chased me arguing for a long time. Now it's proven wrong, right? Come on, even if it is a spiritual weapon and a storage item, so what? If it weren't for a good background, who knows where he'd be worrying about becoming a warrior under some bridge now. Exactly, I could do it too. Do people really think those second-generation warriors need talent? Ignoring the comments that clearly had ulterior motives, Su Mu Wan, trying to suppress her fear, asked Jiang Hao this. May I ask if you are going to hunt exotic beasts later? Sumu-1 originally wanted to ask if he was here to fish, but unfortunately, Jiang Hao looked at the live stream screen and revealed a sunny, bright smile. That's right. I have a good heart and can't bear to see those first-tier young people who are just starting out facing danger on the battlefield. So I prepared to kill more exotic beasts so that those young people won't encounter swarms of them. After saying that, Jiang Hao left with Lu Guanzhong and Hao Si. At this moment, Gao Longtao said, "Let's go find some third-tier exotic beasts to practice." After saying that, he left in another direction and the rest of the teammates immediately followed. So many corpses, at least several third-tier elemental crystals. A teammate regretfully glanced at the direction the team. Sumu-1 also followed behind, glancing at the direction Jiang Hao and the others left. No wonder, he's a top talent from outside the state. His combat power is already stronger than some fourth-tier warriors. The people in the live stream were also flooding the comments. "Big shot, don't give me any. He really am dying of tears. I can't believe someone still cares about us, ordinary warriors." Luda took the lead with Hao Si following behind with a sword and shield. Along the way, whether it was a lone beast or dozens clustered together, they were all dealt with by Jiang Hao. The only role of the other four was to locate the exotic beasts, watch them being slain, and collect materials from beasts. Luda watched Jiang Hao rush into a group of several third-tier exotic beasts, performing a great whirlwind, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Taking on a mission to follow young Master Jiang this time is truly the easiest task of my life." The other three exchanged glances and all nodded in agreement. After all, they didn't have to fight, they just needed to lead the way and collect materials. Compared to the previous times in the battlefield when they were terrified of encountering groups of beasts, this felt like a vacation. As the last third-tier exotic beast fell, Jiang Hao slowly exhaled a breath. 2 hours earlier, his internal energy had already been depleted. Now he merely activated the energy shield without using any skills, relying on his solid foundation to slowly recover and supply energy to the shield. Every time he paused, an exotic beast would rush out from Jiang Hao's vegetable garden, and using the sharpness of the spiritual weapon to harvest the beasts was indeed quite fast. However, some exotic beasts towering 4 to 5 meters high still struggled even after being struck once. Fortunately, Jiang Hao directly assumed the stance for the crushing punch and smashed the beast, though it was a bit gruesome. Yet this was more efficient. The crushing punch, when not propelled by energy, was merely an ordinary fist technique. Thus, Jiang Hao continued his way, hammering with the 4 numb attachments. Finally, as the sun was about to set, golden sunlight filtered through the bushes, casting scattered spots on the ground. Jiang Hao and the others found a clean, sheltered spot to start setting up the tent. Hao Si went to sprinkle some insect and snake repellent powder. Ludo approached and said, "Young Master Jiang, I specially brought some meat from the exotic beasts earlier. We can roast it to eat soon." Some exotic beasts are edible, while others that look similar can be poisonous. If one is not well informed, they would have to discard the exotic beast meat. Fortunately, Luda and the others were all seasoned hunters. Normally, they would have to rely on energy bars in the exotic beast battlefield and wouldn't be able to start a fire for roasting meat, but Jiang Hao was simply too reckless chasing after the beasts. It was unclear whether the exotic beasts had some means of communication, as not a single one appeared before them for half an hour. Jiang Hao took out several barrels of water as well as a pot and a complete barbecue set, including seasonings. Then there were various smokeless coals, cooked food, and reclining chairs, along with a simple structure made from composite materials. This storage bag allowed one to directly store items by marking them with spiritual energy, which was very convenient, provided that one could move the item, but for Jiang Hao it was a piece of cake, even though he had never tested it. However, when he encountered a 7-meter-tall third-tier bull, Jiang Hao could flip it over with one hand and toss it around for fun. Looking at Luda, who wore an expression of as expected, Jiang Hao said, "I'm going to take a shower. You all eat first." Then he entered the house to clean himself up and change into a fresh set of clothes. Jiang Hao's energy had mostly recovered while hammering the exotic beasts, and with the energy shield activated, he had not been splattered with blood. Still, it was a bit off-putting. Jiang Hao reflected on how he had frightened quite a few passersby along the way. I should really hammer exotic beasts at night from now on. During the day, I should be more civilized. After taking a cold shower, Jiang Hao emerged in a new set of clothes. Luda and the others did not touch their chopsticks, merely placing the roasted meat on to cook slowly. After all, it was exotic beast meat. Seeing the 4 waiting for him, Jiang Hao smiled and took out a dozen plates of cooked food. "Everyone dig in. I have plenty more in my bag." After finishing the roasted meat and waiting for the night to fully set in before heading out to farm points, Jiang Hao opened up the panel. He directly looked at the points section. Points 14-15, awesome. Unfortunately, after encountering the fear wolves, he hadn't run into many groups of exotic beasts. Luda also remarked that the distribution of exotic beasts in Battlefield 1 seemed to have changed, and it had happened just in the past few days. After all, Luda had just come out half a month ago. This was Jiang Hao's first time being unable to articulate the reason. Could it be that low-tier exotic beasts had given rise to high-tier ones? Seeing that the sky was getting dark enough, Jiang Hao walked toward Luda and the others. "You all managed the night watch. Don't worry about me. I'm going to hunt a few exotic beasts and be back by morning." Saying this, he left behind a few signal flares. Luda and the others exchanged glances, ultimately watching Jiang Hao gradually disappear into the night. There was no choice. Jiang Hao's strength was simply overwhelming in this first exotic beast battlefield, and it was still very dangerous for others to go out at night. Jiang Hao did not stray too far from the tent, as the battlefield was vast, and getting lost would indeed be troublesome. A few kilometers away, Jiang Hao maneuvered between the trees, constantly searching for the lucky ones. Suddenly, Jiang Hao flickered onto a thick branch. On the ground, a dark figure was cautiously making its way toward the place where Jiang Hao and the others were camping. Jiang Hao observed that the man seemed to be carrying something. So the big shot from the main continent thinks he's so impressive, huh? His family is powerful, right? Can fight, right? The shadowy man looked at an instrument in his hand, which resembled a tablet from Jiang Hao's previous life, displaying a large red bit that marked the location where Jiang Hao and the others were camping. This voice combined with the inexplicable malice from earlier. Gao Longtao, this is probably our first meeting, right? Looking at the red dot, Jiang Hao understood that it likely indicated Lu Da and the others, and someone had secretly installed a locator on them. When Jiang Hao had encountered those from Yunshao Martial School earlier, he had noticed their superficial smiles and gratitude, but a faint malice had been detected by Jiang Hao's heightened perception. Furthermore, Jiang Hao had indeed been thinking about farming monsters more and was confident in his own strength, not fearing this waste who was only superior in age. If you dare to pull any tricks, don't blame me for treating you like a wild monster. Looking at Gao Longtao taking out a package that seemed to contain rat poison, he then began to sprinkle it on the ground heading towards the camp. Huh, so what if you're a genius? I don't believe you can take on 1,000 or even 10,000 at once. Gao Longtao's face twisted with malice as he gazed toward the camp. After parting ways with Jiang Hao's group today, Gao Longtao had carefully replayed the events in his mind. He realized that after Jiang Hao dealt with the wolf pack, his energy was likely running low. After all, Gao Longtao considered himself a fourth-tier martial artist, and it would be quite difficult to deal with all those hundreds of fear wolves without missing a single one. After all, wolves have legs and can run. Moreover, the energy fluctuations Jiang Hao had displayed seemed to indicate he had just reached the third tier. Though he didn't want to admit it, Jiang Hao was indeed much stronger than him. As a fellow third-tier fighter, Jiang Hao could kill him with a single strike. Thinking of this, Gao Longtao's face darkened frightfully, and the flames of jealousy in his heart burned even brighter. Taking advantage of the opportunity while his teammates were sleeping, he secretly came over. This beast lure powder cost me a great deal to trade from a formal member of the Holy Beast Society. In this exotic beast battlefield, it can definitely attract thousands of exotic beasts. Is there such a good thing? Jiang Hao's eyes lit up as he prepared to have a heartfelt exchange with Gao Longtao. Gao Longtao was just about to toss the remaining half of the beast lure powder into Jiang Hao's camp before leaving. After all, after a while the wind would carry the drug's properties to areas where exotic beasts gathered, and escaping would become a bit troublesome. Senior Gao, it's too dangerous to be wandering around outside at this late hour. The shadow paused, turning around in shock. It's you. Sleep. That's not a thing. Looking at the fallen Gao Longtao, Jiang Hao stepped forward to collect the beast lure powder into his storage bag. He conveniently put away the tablet and noticed two light dots on the instrument, one large and one small, with the smaller one marked with a symbol. The distance between the 2 points was about 50 kilometers. Jiang Hao expressed admiration. Did my teammates just fall asleep and come to deliver their heads to me? Jiang Hao also found dozens of small devices that could be used for tracking, roughly the size of grains of rice. No wonder Lu Da and the others fell for it. However, looking at this tracking equipment and the beast lure powder, Jiang Hao suspected this wasn't the first time he had done such a thing. I suppose this counts as eliminating a threat to the public. Hearing what seemed to be roaring sounds in the distance, since the exotic beast would definitely eat the corpses first when they arrived, Jiang Hao decided to head back to the camp, just in case. Thinking that for the next few days he need not worry about a lack of exotic beasts, Jiang Hao concealed himself in the night. Swish swish. A figure darted swiftly through the forest. Jiang Hao called out to Guan Er, who was on night watch. Wake everyone up, there might be a battle soon. Without needing Guan Er to call out, Lu Da and the others had already stepped out of their tents. Even those on watch were only lightly sleeping on the battlefield. Jiang Hao's voice had already roused the three. Lu Da asked first, "Young Master Jiang, what happened?" After finishing a sports drink, Jiang Hao looked at the four of them. I heard the sounds of strange beasts rampaging up ahead. There must be many strange beasts rushing towards our camp. So hurry and pack your things to retreat towards the plains. Lu Da signaled the other three to gather their belongings, looking seriously at Jiang Hao. Young Master Jiang, if it really is a beast rampage, the number will certainly exceed 1,000. Even if your strength far exceeds the low rank, it is still too dangerous for one person. Lu Da looked at Hosi, interrupting Jiang Hao's attempt to speak. They'll go with you. After all, once you fend off those beasts, you will need someone to help deal with the corpses, right? At this moment, Hosi also tossed half-packed items to Zhang San, excitedly chiming in. Yes, young Master Jiang, what stat? How could handling strange beasts be something for you to do? As he spoke, he raised his sword and shield. I know my brother, and I can only hold you back in battle, so well follow behind and wait for you to finish off those beasts. Just don't mind if we lag behind. Hosi smiled at the three brothers who were forced to pack their belongings. At this moment, Guan Er suddenly interjected. Big brother, with so many corpses, how long will it take for you two to clean up? It will delay young Master Jiang's time. He'll help too. I handle strange beasts quickly with my dual blades. Let the third brother, who only uses a spear, guard the camp. Guan Er naturally dropped what he was holding, conveniently silencing his third brother. Zhang San looked around and could only say, I'll guard the home. Jiang Hao smiled as he observed the interaction between the four, recalling during a meal that Zhang San was unmarried but had adopted several orphans. Typically, when danger approached, everyone tacitly allowed Zhang San to stay behind or seek help. Of course, Zhang San would not ask for any rewards afterwards. Though they had no blood ties, they were closer than some brothers with blood relations. Jiang Hao understood their good intentions and nodded. Then follow along, just remember to stay back later. Don't worry. Following me, everyone will have a share in the spoils in 7. A few kilometers from the camp. Over 2,000 strange beasts gathered together, some fighting amongst themselves while others lay on the ground licking something with their tongues. Some had red eyes gnawing on whatever they encountered. The location of a certain body was right in the middle of those strange beasts, now completely out of sight. Wearing a camouflage suit sprayed with an odor neutralizer, Jiang Hao looked at the flying strange beasts casting red shadows in the moonlight, revealing a solemn expression. Firehawk, a kind of gregarious flying strange beast, consistently one of the highest bounty beasts in the trading market. An adult firehawk possesses third-tier strength and holds grudges. If you offend one on the battlefield of strange beasts, congratulations, you will be hunted to death by hundreds of third-tier firehawks. Firehawks can condense flames and spit fireballs infused with fire poison. Don't underestimate these fireballs. Although they are similar to magical fireballs, you can dodge them if you move quickly. However, firehawks can fly. As the ancients said, low strikes high big. Besides, firehawks are extremely fast, and hundreds or thousands of third-tier fireballs will come crashing down on you from the sky. Even fourth-tier warriors can only flee with a Yuan power shield. It seems we must first deal with that group of firehawks in the sky to safely gather points. Jiang Hao observed the movements of the firehawks. Thankfully, they were small, had low health, and were relatively fragile. A single instant kill slash could take down several. As most of the firehawks in the air overlapped in position, swish swish. Dozens of light blue blade energies slashed through the air, and in a single instance, over 200 firehawks were slain and plummeted. The strange beasts on the ground, seeing Jiang Hao's figure, disregarded their original opponents and charged towards him. About 200 firehawks remained screeching loudly. Then they spat out fireballs. Unfortunately, there is no concept of friendly fire in reality. Jiang Hao did not retreat, but instead charged into the horde of strange beasts. Jiang Hao wielded his spiritual weapon, long knife, continuously flickering amidst the strange beasts reaping their lives. From a distance, it looked as if he was dancing among the beasts. Jiang Hao sensed every fireball falling from the sky and dodged them with a flash of instant movement. Meanwhile, the strange beasts on the ground suffered being ruthlessly focused on by their own kind. Although Jiang Hao felt a pang of regret for the heads claimed by the firehawks, it did not matter. This wave at night would at least score him 2,000 points. Jiang Hao silently calculated the consumption of Yuan power, occasionally striking out a blade energy to kill a few firehawks. Not far from the chaotic battle, Lu Da and the others looked on with admiration as Jiang Hao slaughtered. Even that group of firehawks could do nothing against Jiang Hao. Is young Master Jiang really only a newly advanced third tier? I would believe it if you said he was a fifth-tier warrior. Ho Si said with admiration. Young Master Jiang's video of taking down the wolf pack alone during the day went viral online. This morning, that girl's live stream video was clipped and modified and uploaded to Blue Star Network. Lu Da tossed a piece of beef jerky into his mouth, chewing as he spoke. Whoa, big brother, when did you bring beef jerky? Hurry up and share it with everyone. Guanair also quietly joined the battle for the beef jerky. Shock. A mid-tier warrior shamelessly resorts to robbery. Martial Academy students lament the seniors' open mockery. Old Li looked at the video pushed by the system and fell into silence. That Jiang Hao truly managed to master the facial breaking void slash, and even unleashed so many blades at once. No wonder he is the pride of our Yunshao province with such a solid foundation. Old Li satisfiedly gave a thumbs up to the streamer who posted the video. A window popped up and Old Li glanced at the notes, his face darkening as he clicked to connect. A middle-aged man's image on the light screen teased, "Old Li, not bad. You saw that video? That's particularly hot right now, right? Did you secretly take in a talented student behind my back? Playing with sand, whether I took in students, is none of your business. Don't bother me, I'm hanging up." Old Li feigned the intent to hang up, but the smile in his eyes betrayed him. All right. Old Li, you have produced such a prodigy in Yunshao province. I can't believe it was hidden for so long. Are you planning to call me and gloat after the college entrance exams? The middle-aged man revealed an annoyed expression. It had been years since Jinsha province had produced a prodigy that satisfied him. It turned out that the old rival was just lucky. Old Li looked at the envious expression on the man's face, feeling as if he were walking on a hot day drenched in sweat, suddenly downing a bottle of chilled soda. So refreshing. Old Li sat in a recliner looking at the light screen and calmly said, "He's not my student, I just imparted my martial skills to him. However, that kid is quite promising, mastering it completely in just a day. His talent seems decent, scoring full marks in the college entrance examination shouldn't be a problem. You must have stronger prodigies than this kid in Jinsha province. Perhaps Jinsha province can take down the first place for new students in Shinzhou Martial Academy this time." In the light screen, the middle-aged man's forehead twitched as he directly turned off the video call. Haha, getting anxious. Old Li laughed triumphantly at his opponent, who had been mentally attacked from afar. Immediately, he sent a message to Jiang Hao's Feixin, "Want to retire, Jiang kid? Well done. Enjoy your time on the battlefield with the strange beasts, show off the facial breaking void slash in front of the onlookers, and I'll send you a gift later." As the last blazing fire crow was slain by Jiang Hao, the beasts on the ground snapped back to reality from their frenzy. Although the vast majority of low-tier beasts, like their past life counterpart, could only mindlessly charge towards humans, they were watching Jiang Hao dispatch them one by one with his hammer. The beasts' eyes suddenly cleared up. Some of the fortunate surviving third-tier beasts had already fled. After all, Jiang Hao had exhausted his spiritual power in slicing through the fire crows and had to rely on his spiritual weapons or his bare hands to deal with the beasts. Occasionally, he used his martial arts to evade aerial ambushes. This led to a slight decrease in efficiency as several hundred of the more than 2,000 beasts that had gathered managed to scatter and escape. Jiang Hao pulled out something that resembled a mattress and lay down on it surrounded by a group of leeks deeply immersed in sleep. What a windfall. Jiang Hao stretched comfortably gazing at the points displayed on the panel. Points 40-40, a first-tier beast only contributed 1 point, while a group of third-tier fire crows brought in at least 1,400 points. In fact, he hadn't killed many beasts, including those that were blown up by fireballs or escaped. However, this beast lure truly had some merit. It seemed wise not to use it carelessly. Otherwise, it might really trigger a major beast riot and many ordinary warriors on the battlefield would find it hard to escape. Luda, along with 2 younger companions, rushed over and nervously asked Jiang Hao, who was lying down, "Are you all right, young Master Jiang? Should we go find a healer?" Jiang Hao opened his eyes and waved his hand, saying, "I'm fine, I've just exhausted my spiritual power. He'll lie down in the camp for a while. You all prioritize processing the materials from the third-tier beasts. The first and second tiers can wait until tomorrow." During the chaos, Jiang Hao had maintained his spiritual shield and martial techniques, while using whatever spiritual power he had left to execute the flying sky slash against the fire crows. To conserve spiritual energy, he had to manipulate the surrounding spiritual energy using his spiritual weapons. His mental energy was also steadily depleted, but with the enhancement from his spiritual weapons, he finally dealt with all the scattered dead crows in the sky. Now Jiang Hao truly felt exhausted with only enough energy left for 10 more flying sky slashes. Thus he only wanted to— The beast shouldn't come this way for a while. As expected of young Master Jiang, you single-handedly suppressed the beast tide. You're simply invincible. Hosi immediately flattered him. Jiang Hao rolled his eyes in annoyance. Enough with the flattery, it was just a minor beast riot far from a true beast tide. In the past, there had been intermediate beast tides in Yunshao Prefecture. Millions of low-tier beasts, nearly 100,000 intermediate beasts, and hundreds of high-tier beasts directing from the rear. The force was enough to shatter the entire Yunshao Prefecture. Unfortunately, under the long-range strikes of the military's spiritual weapons, the low and mid-tier beasts were easily wiped out, while the high-tier beasts fled in panic. In the end, they were all dispatched by an unknown saint-level powerhouse passing by with a single strike. Now that he thought about it, that news might have been about elderly. Jiang Hao fumbled on the mattress for a moment before pressing a button. 4 turbine-like devices extended from the bottom of them. Then the mattress slowly floated about 3 meters above the ground. "They'll head back first. You all should come back early too." Luda and the others gaped as they watched the mattress carry Jiang Hao slowly move towards the camp. Due to the chaos, large swathes of trees in the forest had been knocked down, but the mattress had an autopilot function, so there was no worry about it flipping over midair. On the other side, Lu Yang, who was preparing to take over the night watch from Gao Longtao, was already dressed and waiting outside. Strange, why hasn't Gao Shuedi arrived yet? Where could he have gone? Lu Yang didn't think much of it and opened a light screen to find a casual game to play. 2 hours later, Wang Lei, who was ready to take over, also arrived. How was it in these 2 hours? No issues, right? Wang Lei casually asked Lu Yang, who was immersed in the game, and then glanced at Gao Longtao's tent. "Gao Shuedi is all right? I noticed he seemed a bit off during the day, like he had something on his mind." Since the 5 of them weren't very familiar with each other, and with Su Mu Wan being the only girl, they had set up camp a bit away from each other near a pond. The 5 tents were separated by several meters. Oh, Gao Shuedi. Lu Yang suddenly realized he hadn't seen Gao Shuedi for the past 2 hours. He checked his tent, but it appeared to be empty. So the 2 immediately called for the other 2 companions. Su Mu Wan, with her hair down and a double-handed sword in her arms, sat to the side with an unhappy expression. She had clearly dreamt of possessing millions of fans with high-tier warriors begging to be her bodyguard. Even legendary saint-level powerhouses appeared, claiming she had hidden talents yet to be discovered. They were willing to take her as a disciple. Just as Su Mu Wan dreamt of breaking through to high tier and receiving confessions from the best in every state, she was abruptly awakened by Lu Yang's annoying voice. Feeling a bit grumpy from being woken up, Su Mu Wan thought angrily, "Gao Shuedi is so strong. How could he possibly be dead? He must have secretly gone out to hunt beasts and is trying to get us killed." The 2 types of people Su Mu Wan hated the most in her life were those who liked to engage in internal competition and those who would. At that moment, Lu Yang returned with a dejected expression after searching the area thoroughly, even jumping into the small pond to check. "What should we do? Gao Shuedi really isn't nearby. Could it be that he thinks we're too weak and went to hunt beasts alone?" Lu Yang's expression turned pessimistic. Although they were all third-tier warriors, Su Mu Wan was at the peak of 30 or the highest among the 5, and was one of the few combat-oriented girls in school. Wu Jun recalled how this same level girl had been in the Yunshao Martial School's freshman competition. She chased down her opponent with a double-handed sword, hacking away as if she had a grudge against them, forcing them to surrender. In battle, she was completely different from her demure and lovely appearance, which attracted some fans who enjoyed that contrast. Gao Longtao, hailing from the Gao family, had learned several high-tier martial techniques and possessed excellent combat experience and awareness. He had the strongest talent among the 5. Seeing the morale wavering, Wang Lei quickly comforted everyone, saying, "Even though we can't find Gao Shuedi, can't get through to him, and his belongings are untouched, let's think positively. Maybe he was injured, and someone helped him off the battlefield. You really know how to comfort people." The 3 of them looked up at the sky in silence. Even if Gao Shuedi is lost, it doesn't matter. Su Mu Wan can still suppress all enemies. Or perhaps, without Gao Shuedi, I can still lead everyone to hunt beasts. Although she really wanted to shout this out loud, she also thought about returning to school and didn't want to expose her slightly delusional self. She could only nod silently. Gao Shuedi must have his reasons for doing this. Let's not sleep for now and search within a few kilometers around here one last time. If we don't find him, we'll just have to ask the school teachers tomorrow. Lu Yang said listlessly. But Sister Sue, have you forgotten that those old hunters said they wanted to come in and understand the grudge with us this morning? Everyone froze, with Gao Shueti the walking source of ridicule gone. The four of them felt a bit cowardly. So, where is Gao Shueti? On May 26th, Sunday, Jiang Hao returned to the campsite and had a good sleep, relieving both his physical and mental fatigue before stepping out of his room. Good morning, young Master Jiang. Luda greeted him while practicing in the morning. Good morning. How did you rest last night? Jiang Hao asked. Luda replied, I came back and took a nap. I finished gathering the materials for the second and third tier beasts, but we didn't collect any first tier ones. Luda glanced at Jiang Hao and continued, most first tier beast corpses have a low integrity and their useful parts are hard to find, so we didn't bother with them. High emotional intelligence, low integrity, hard to find. Low emotional intelligence, they were all blown up by you, and I have no idea where the fragments flew off to. Jiang Hao awkwardly took out steamed buns and wontons and said, it's time to eat. The five of them began to eat while summarizing the problems encountered yesterday and planning which areas with dense beast populations to explore today. Jiang Hao sipped his spicy soup and tofu pudding while listening to the analyses of several veteran hunters. Indeed, in his previous life, Jiang Hao had conflicts in the dormitory because some liked sweet food while others preferred salty. Often arguing over who was the true representative, one day a frustrated Jiang Hao left school early to buy a portion of spicy soup and a serving of plain tofu pudding. He took out a lunchbox of instant noodles and activated the fusion. From then on, his roommates stopped eating tofu pudding. Pulling back his wandering thoughts, Jiang Hao first acknowledged the excellent results from yesterday. He then highly endorsed the plan to head to an area primarily inhabited by third-tier beasts, and finally praised everyone's efforts and cooperation. After finishing breakfast, he collected the trash into a large bag and casually tossed it into the corner of his storage bag. Not littering is a sign of good civilization. Looking at the signal from Li Lao praising yesterday's remarkable performance and the video being promoted, Jiang Hao clicked. Shocking. What the hell? Where did this shocking department come from? Jiang Hao's head was covered in black lines as he watched the maliciously edited video. Classmate, the beast you dealt with was one we were supposed to handle. That's right, Luda, don't waste time. Let's go clear the beasts near the entrance. I can't stand those first-tier martial artists hunting beasts. Studying journalism, Jiang Hao looked at the more than 30 million views. This is a Blue Star network that only martial artists can register. Moreover, there are no bots involved. These are all genuine views. Don't let me find out who the jerk is. Seeing the obviously newly registered account, Jiang Hao angrily closed his smart bracelet. Achoo. Li Jing rubbed his nose and said, could it be that I caught a cold staying up late editing videos? Can martial artists catch colds? The gray-haired man fell into deep thought. But Brother Ritian has really become popular this time. Who says that black and red aren't red? It's all about traffic, and there's no shame in it. When Brother Ritian comes back, he will definitely thank me for creating momentum for him. After finishing, Li Jing continued to open the backend and found a group of Water Army to constantly downvote, saying the video was maliciously edited. He then released the complete live video link to let more people know that Jiang Ge's strength is not a joke. Watching the popularity rise, even people from Xia Nation and some overseas began to know about this video. Li Jing was satisfied and stopped purchasing the Water Army, concealing merit and fame. Looking at Jiang Hao's powerful strength in the video, he enviously said, indeed, to become stronger in name is very important. Brother Ritian is indeed a genius of Xia Nation. The gray-haired man was full of envy, but watching the comment section continuously filled with people being charmed by Jiang Hao, the corners of his mouth gradually rose. My Jianggu is invincible in the world. Yamon City no. Free middle school. The old class teacher sat in his office watching Jiang Hao's terrifying strength, stood up and shouted, ha ha, this is my student. Scrolling through the comments, the old class teacher's face suddenly turned red due to some jealous and sour people maliciously slandering Jiang Hao. Just blow up the fish, don't wash it anymore. Looking at that fake smile, you can tell this person isn't good. Laughing to death, do they really think that person would care about ordinary martial artists? It's just for show. An angry old class teacher shouted at the other teachers, quick go. I recommend the video to you guys to confront those little. The other teachers in the office nodded in agreement, saying, that's right. Jiang Hao is the pride of our no. 3 middle school, and those who dare to slander our genius must be reported. They'll go call my students to help. I've already forwarded it to my class 2 group and the big group of school teachers. Zhang Zhuang sat on his bed looking at the links in the class group and the excited classmates slowly typing dare to slander our Jianggu. Why are only half the people confronting them is the other half without smart bracelets? He emitted a wave of first-tier 9 heavens elemental power. At no. 1 middle school, Zhang Jianju watched Jiang Hao's impressive strike in the video with a complex expression. This opponent, whom he once considered a fated enemy, had long since left him far behind. A boy who looked like a bamboo pole came over. Zhanggu, I heard that the waste from no. 2 middle school has advanced to the 8th layer. Moreover, he has repeatedly promoted that Jiang Hao merely had some luck and caught the attention of certain big shots. If someone supports him, he can easily defeat Jiang Hao. Zhang Jianji's expression darkened as he asked, when was our exchange competition with no. 2 middle school? Forget it'll go directly. I want to see if that waste's mouth is harder than my fist. In the capital at Shenzhou, Martial School Deputy Dean Zhou, who was originally slacking off, also came across this video. Oh, isn't this our Jiang Hao from the Combat Institute? And this ability to quickly deal with over 100 fear wolves, this kid actually learned saint-level martial arts. And it seems he has fully grasped them. Talent and comprehension. Thinking of this with Jiang Hao's powerful physical talent, Deputy Dean Zhou gritted his teeth and immediately sent a message to the Dean. Dean, when will you be back? Our Combat Institute has recruited an extraordinarily talented student. Saint-level martial artists have already started investing. Please come back quickly to stabilize the situation. Jiang Hao did not pay much attention to the online gossip. After all, as long as his strength is solid, someone will naturally speak up. At this moment, Jiang Hao was chatting with netizens. Fish and Bear's Paw. I have already advanced to the 3rd tier, but unfortunately my great-grandfather only allows me to learn 2 saint-level martial arts and 2 saint-level spells. Alright, no pretenses, huh? Jiang Hao looked enviously at the word, only suspecting that this person was intentionally showing off, but he had no evidence. I don't eat beef, then your talent really isn't good. I usually learn 10 at once. The current Jiang Hao might not easily defeat a young lady who knew 4 saint-level techniques. But after 7 days of accumulating tens of thousands of points, Jiang Hao could. As the saying goes, one strength breaks a myriad of techniques. By then he could elevate his physique to the 5th or even 6th tier. With just his physical attributes, he could explode mid-tier martial artists. No matter how powerful your martial skills or flashy your spells, I can crush them all with a single punch. Fish and Bear's Paw. The virtual battle space has a room creation mode, which allows you to invite friends for 1v1 battles. Want to join? I don't eat beef, you're right, but uploading photo, I've been outside for the past few days. Let's talk when I get back on June 1st. Fish and Bear's Paw. What a pity, but remember the 1st. I absolutely won't lose this time. Haha, just a few saint-level techniques. I'm not impressed. Jiang Hao wiped the drool from his mouth, looking at the 4 who were ready to set out at any moment. Let's go. The target is the 3rd OX4. Jiang Hao and his group steadily advanced along the route planned by Luda, with Jiang Hao temporarily stowing away any unnecessary bags except for their weapons. As the number of martial artists they encountered along the way dwindled, the 4 of them continued to move towards the center of the battlefield along a path strewn with rubble and dead branches. They came across a swamp. Dozens of corrupt crocs surrounded a small tree in the center of the swamp, which was adorned with white and purple flowers. The tree stood about 2 meters tall. Various types of exotic beasts lingered quietly around it. There were several hundred of them. Even some smaller exotic beasts were nearly submerged in the swamp, yet still gazed quietly at the small tree. Jiang Hao asked, "What kind of flower is that? It smells quite pleasant, doesn't it? And why are these exotic beasts, which clearly belong to rival factions, able to coexist?" Luda was uncharacteristically silent. Jiang Hao turned to look at Luda and the others. He saw them staring blankly at the small tree, as if witnessing the most. Even Ho-Si had begun to take steps, slowly swaying towards the swamp. Jiang Hao shivered at once, breaking out in a cold. That was close. He almost fell into the trap. Fortunately, Jiang Hao's spirit was much stronger than that of a 3rd-tier martial artist, and his willpower was elevated as well. Even so, Jiang Hao did not sense anything wrong at first glance of the small tree. Instead, he entertained the thought of whether he could bring it back to plant in his neighborhood. He first knocked out the 4 of them, tied them up, and carried them to a spot several hundred meters away from the swamp. He watched as their eyes gradually regained their clarity. Jiang Hao took out a bucket of ice water and smiled, saying, "It's good that you all regained your senses, otherwise I would have had to splash." Looking at the bewildered faces of the group, Jiang Hao pointed towards the swamp and said, "Look, what kind of strange tree is that over there? It seems a bit sinister." After breaking the ropes, Luda was the first to get up. He took out binoculars, looked for a while, and scratched his head, saying, "I've never seen this kind of plant before. There's no related information in the trading post. However, I feel like this plant can absorb a martial artist's mental power." "Oh." Jiang Hao looked at the pale-faced group and asked, "How much mental power do you have left?" Pale-faced and unsteady on his feet, Ho-Si grimaced and said, "Ugh, we martial artists of the combat stream do not rely on mental power to fight, so we have very little to begin with. After that absorption, I won't be able to even watch you young Master Jiang wreak havoc today. Fortunately, I am the type who perseveres and works hard in the combat stream. And you should just lie down. Oh, I'm genuinely afraid you'll die in front of me." Jiang Hao inwardly criticized Ho-Si, who was trembling and needed Jiang San's support to stand. "Young Master Jiang, that small tree definitely has big problems. Shouldn't we take a detour? After all, there aren't many martial artists coming through here." "No need, that tree doesn't affect me much. I'll go see if I can collect it by myself. It might be some rare treasure." With confidence, Jiang Hao took out his spiritual weapon. Standing 100 meters from the edge of the swamp, he used blade energy to strike down the exotic beasts, which would not only reduce danger, but also allow him to collect some points. Isn't that a win-win situation? Moreover, that tree won't be able to run away, will it? With several streaks of pale blue blade energy slicing through, he successfully rescued most of the exotic beasts from that harmful tree. He left some cheap first-tier exotic beasts as a control group. Seeing that he had gained over 900 points, Jiang Hao happily walked towards the sinister tree. As he continued to approach the edge of the swamp, Jiang Hao once again caught a whiff of that pleasant fragrance, though it was not as pronounced as the first time. So that's how it is. There really isn't any intoxicating fragrance. It's merely a simple mental attack. Stepping back about 20 meters, Jiang Hao noticed that apart from the swamp's foul odor, the scent that had made his spirit feel liberated had vanished. A strange mental attack with a wide range. Jiang Hao looked at the small tree, troubled, as this situation had never been taught in school. After a moment of thought, he decided to just cut it down. He casually unleashed a blade of energy to sever the small tree. The white and purple flowers on it instantly withered, and even the trunk quickly turned to ashes. Those first-tier exotic beasts that Jiang Hao had deliberately left behind died alongside the small tree. Ding. Congratulations, host, for gaining mental reinforcement. Mental 4041. Isn't the reward given only for defeating opponents instantly? Is this small tree considered an exotic beast? But if that's the case, it should have given me points. Jiang Hao was puzzled. When did the panel start to make such strange judgments? Forget it, the future is promising. I'll leave it to my future self to worry about. He casually picked up a nearby first-tier exotic beast, feeling its heartbeat coming to a stop. According to the tropes of immortal novels, the souls of these exotic beasts must have been gradually devoured by that small tree when they sense the fragrance. As long as the small tree remains alive, these exotic beasts will maintain their most basic life signs. Then these weakened beasts would attract other powerful predators, resulting in them being controlled. This cycle would repeat. Strange. That's impossible. Jiang Hao was well aware that the entire #1 exotic beast battlefield had been thoroughly explored after all this place was artificially opened up. Except for that small world that was connected. Could it be a newly emerged foreign species? Jiang Hao noted this down, planning to ask Elderly about it later. Luda and the others had mostly recovered, having just been under control and then physically interrupted by Jiang Hao. Aside from looking a bit pale, their energy fluctuations were quite normal. I apologize for the trouble, young Master Jiang, Luda awkwardly approached. He hadn't expected that he as an old hunter would continuously go to the wrong places on the battlefield without finding any exotic beasts. And now they had almost been wiped out by an unfamiliar plant. Luda thought it was because he was too weak and lacked strength. Young Master Jiang had just reached the 3rd tier and was already much stronger than them. Encountering that small tree while saving his group, he could also deal with the anomaly. It's nothing, just a coincidence. Let's continue on. Jiang Hao noticed Luda's unease and comforted him, saying, actually, it's okay, even if we don't find a lot of exotic beasts. The experiences and observations over these 7 days are equally important. Jiang Hao truly felt this way. Although he hadn't accumulated a significant amount of points, it didn't hinder his entry into the Shenzhou martial school. After all, once he was at the martial school, he could still participate in team battles and slaughter enemies for points. At worst, he could avoid competitions with those top-tier talents during the early school term. Moreover, the past 2 days of life on the battlefield had made Jiang Hao, who had never left Yunlan City for 18 years and had been diligently cultivating, very happy. This was a change in mindset. At that time, Jiang Hao despised others, calling him Fish Exploder as bullying newcomers. But as he continued to play, he found it immensely gratifying when those who recognized him at the start would either tremble or curse. Yeah, I came to explode fish, so what? If you don't like it, come and fight me. Fighting across tiers based on skill, exploding fish in the same tier. This shows that Jiang Hao am the true genius. Deep within the battlefield, some strange small trees bloomed with white and purple flowers. Around them, circles of exotic beasts quietly lingered, numbering over 1,000,000. One of the bizarre trees, towering at 10 meters, suddenly shattered. It began to spray seeds in all directions. A 6-person team was desperately sprinting across the wilderness, each member's face filled with despair and regret. Behind them was a frenzied group of 3rd-tier savage bulls. The leader, a man, shouted loudly, "This shouldn't be happening. We clearly did not provoke this group of savage bulls. We even took a detour to avoid their gathering area. Why have they suddenly changed their position? I've been saying that something must have happened in battlefield #1A, otherwise so many different beast clans wouldn't have changed their position." A woman who was constantly waving her hands to summon earthen walls to slow the bulls' charge said helplessly, "The problem is that this used to be a safe buffer zone. Now there are suddenly a group of 3rd-tier savage bulls. Is this reasonable?" A bearded uncle looking at the map while running complained, "Captain, we should think about what to do when our energy runs out and we can't outrun those bulls. And Zhongli, stop using your spells and conserve your energy." Just as the group was about to be caught, a dreamlike seed floated down. The moment the seed touched the ground, it sprouted new buds, and the 6 of them immediately stopped, gazing dreamily at the tender. Ignoring the savage bulls behind them, they slowly swayed their bodies in reverence towards the tender shoots, and then quietly sat down. The 6 looked at the paradise filled with all the beauty of the world and smiled, lost in a profound dream. The savage bulls behind them were also attracted, quietly surrounding the 6. As the breaths of the group and the bulls continued to, the tender shoots transformed into small saplings. In the air, more seeds were drifting across the battlefield. Jiang Hao was quite annoyed. Although he no longer cared about finding beast groups to score points, encountering only a handful of scattered beasts after walking for half a day felt too strange. This is completely unreasonable. It was almost noon, and since the strange little tree they encountered 2 hours ago, they hadn't seen a single clustered beast. Jiang Hao remembered that the low-tier beasts in battlefield #1 had always maintained an average number. If too many were hunted by warriors, the military would transport excess low-tier beasts from other battlefields to battlefield #1. The Hunters' Exchange would also increase scrutiny for entering the battlefield, eliminating most 3rd-tier veterans and leaving real combat opportunities for newcomers or students from martial arts schools. And this period was clearly not a time when the number of beasts was reduced. Logically, there should be many beasts present. Could it be that my luck is just too bad? Jiang Hao began to doubt. Luda and others exchanged glances, unsure how to explain the situation. After all, things were fine just over half a month ago. Now that map was no longer reliable. Guanair suggested, "There must be a problem deep within the battlefield. Older brother and young Master Jiang, let's move closer to the entrance." The first battlefield for beasts was shaped like an inverted trapezoid, covering an area of about 320 square kilometers with a depth of 200 kilometers. The entrance is the shorter side, approximately 30 kilometers, making it appear small compared to the depths of the battlefield, hence the Hunters' Exchange was established at the entrance. They even enclosed the entrance with iron barriers for ticket sales. In fact, even without the barriers, no one would dare to venture inside, as every smart wristband has a locator. Moreover, there are many surveillance cameras near the entrance. Currently, Jiang Hao and the others were positioned at the very center of battlefield number 1. According to the information in the exchange, the connected small world was near the far right of the battlefield. However, Jiang Hao had encountered the strange little tree on the left side. Could it have nothing to do with that small world? Jiang Hao thought for a moment and confirmed Guan Er's suggestion. If there is a problem, we should inform the Martial Unity Bureau first. Let's wait at the entrance and see the official investigation results before deciding on our plans for the next few days. After all, that eerie little tree truly felt unsettling. Moreover, the beasts on the battlefield had also exhibited points 50-51 Lu to recognize the direction and prepared to run down the open plain towards the entrance. At that moment, a cry for help came from not far away. Help! Someone's been killed. Hurry! Jiang Hao and the others looked towards the figure running towards them from a distance. The figure, upon seeing them, immediately accelerated towards them. That figure looked familiar. Wasn't this the teammate of Gao Longtao? Half an hour earlier, the 4-member team from Yunshao Martial Academy, having found no leads, prepared to report Gao's disappearance to the school. As luck would have it, they ran into the 10 old hunters they had argued with the day before. If Gao Longtao were still present, the 6 third-tier hunters opposite would hardly dare to provoke students from the top 10 martial schools. Needless to say, just the Gao family alone was a colossal entity they needed to look up to. However, with Gao missing and Su Mu on a girl who seemed gentle and not very strong, they appeared to be less intimidating. Although the aura of a peak third tier was somewhat formidable, students from martial schools could handle combat in competitions, but when it came to life and death struggles, they were far from adequate. The old hunters exchanged glances and felt confident. They had no ill intentions, they merely intended to beat up the 4 and casually snatch the beast materials they had gathered. Afterward, the Yunshao Martial Academy wouldn't say anything. Just as the atmosphere was tense, an arrow shot out, instantly piercing Liu Yang's left arm. It's a breaking yuan arrow. Everyone scatter. The Martial Academy and the 10 old hunters immediately scattered, hiding behind large stones. The breaking yuan arrow, a forbidden item explicitly ordered against by the Xia country. Due to its use of special materials and a temporary enchantment that halts the flow of spiritual energy, it can easily penetrate a warrior's energy shield. If hit, it must be pulled out immediately, otherwise if the warrior mobilizes their energy, it could cause a loss of control, within leading to fainting, or in severe cases the energy exploding and severing meridians, rendering them crippled. It sounds outrageous, but it also has its drawbacks. The enchantment of the 3rd tier can only penetrate the energy shields of 3rd tier warriors once. When facing 4th tier shields, it can only influence or win by numbers. Liu Yang pulled out the breaking yuan arrow, and Wu Jun immediately tore his clothes into strips to bind the wound and prevent bleeding. Luckily, as a 3rd tier flowing warrior, this minor injury was nothing serious. No one dares to take me on. I truly am the strongest. Another voice chimed in, but the higher-ups said we should keep a low profile lately. If our identity as the Holy Beast Society is discovered, we won't be able to sneak in for free food and drinks anymore. Damn it, the madmen from the Holy Beast Society. The Martial Academy members and the old hunters exchanged glances and instantly reached an agreement. A temporary ceasefire. Especially Su Mu Wan, who with one hand holding a double-handed sword rolled out and was just about to charge forward when she saw over 20 people on the opposite side looking at her with weapons drawn, revealing sinister expressions. Haha, I know her, she's a streamer. Hurry, let's kill her in front of her fans. That feeling is truly irresistible. A girl? A pretty girl. I want her to be my sister. Wu, how are you my sister? Damn. Su Mu Wan cursed inwardly and immediately swung her sword at the madman who threatened to kill her. Seeing this, Wu Jun and Wang Lei also picked up their weapons and charged out. The leading old hunter shook his head helplessly as he watched the 3 rush forward. Let's go to the madman from the Holy Beast Society won't let us leave. Then he shouted towards Liu Yang, who was preparing to support his teammates. You go call for help. Liu Yang, holding a spear with one hand, could only drop his weapon and dash madly towards the plains. As they ran, Jiang Hao and the others wore strange expressions. Just as we suspected that something was wrong in the depths of the battlefield, the Holy Beast Society shows up. Is this just too coincidental? Regardless, taking on the madmen from the Holy Beast Society is definitely the right move. Zhang San carried Liu Yang, who was lacking in energy due to running, and looked at Lu De, saying, Brother, since the Holy Beast Society is already out, should we still go to the entrance? Lu De did not reply, but instead Ho Si chimed in, don't be brainwashed by the internet. Many things online, such as killing an entire family for money, have nothing to do with the Holy Beast Society. It's just that the authorities are passing the blame onto them. Guan Er also joined the conversation. Indeed, although the Holy Beast Society consists of despicable individuals, some things are not their style. They are completely being scapegoated. I would rather believe that the madmen of the Holy Beast Society would kill a neighbor over a tree growing into their yard. What the heck? What a ridiculous situation. Jiang Hao complained inwardly and decided to strengthen himself just in case. He shouted in his heart, panel add points. Points 505151 with 5,000 points deducted. Jiang Hao's physical strength surged once again. Mental 42, physical 49, his physical attribute increased by 9 points and mental by 1 point. Unfortunately, it requires 1,500 points to add a point at the 5th level. However, at the peak of the 4th level, he could easily withstand the broken yuan arrow. Jia, Jia, Jia. My blade is both large and fast. Jiang Hao revealed a trademark smile of a certain organization that had numerous branches across the realms. Liu Yang listened to the strange sounds and thought to himself, indeed true prodigies often have some mental issues. The internet of Blue Star does not deceive me. Jiang Hao looked at the footprints left by his surging physique and said to the others, you all keep walking, I will go ahead and save someone. After saying that, Jiang Hao instantly accelerated, leaving the 5 behind. They watched the dust raised by Jiang Hao's full sprint and the rows of footprints, exclaiming, so terrifying. On the plain, a small dust storm was moving rapidly. Meanwhile, Su Mu Wan and her companions who were entangled with the Holy Beast Society also noticed this strange dust storm. 3 old hunters lay on the ground, their lives uncertain, while Wang Lei had a deep gash in his abdomen, blood continuously flowing out. Su Mu Wan had already stopped the live stream, focusing on dealing with the 2 peak, 3rd-level warriors opposite her. The Holy Beast Society was worse off. The one who had launched a surprise attack from the front had been taken out in a 1-for-1 exchange by the leading old hunter. 7 other members were out cold. Shoo, shoo. The sound of air being sliced echoed. Aside from the 2 fighting, Su Mu Wan, the pale blue blade light swiftly eliminated the members of the Holy Beast Society. A loud shout erupted from the dust storm. Hey, thief, take my blade. He ignored the notifications about points being. Jiang Hao jumped out of the dust storm, and the swirling dust made it difficult for everyone present to open their eyes. One remaining member of the Holy Beast Society half opened his eyes and shouted defiantly, that doesn't count. You should have shouted before swinging the blade. That's cheating. I'm reporting you to the Martial Supremacy Bureau. Another member of the Holy Beast Society, whose legs were severed by Su Mu Wan, shouted fiercely, why are we in such a predicament? It seems that fate is not on our side. Damn it, this is ridiculous. Jiang Hao complained silently, and then casually knocked the 2 out. He planned to hand them over to the Martial Supremacy Bureau for questioning. Su Mu Wan and Wu Jun saw a powerful ally coming to their aid and prepared to return to their previous position. Jiang Hao glanced at the old hunters and Wu Jun and tossed a few bottles of rapid healing liquid to them. Wu Jun stopped, sprayed Wang Lei with the healing liquid, and the bleeding from his abdomen ceased. He stood up and thanked Jiang Hao, saying, classmate, thank you very much for your rescue. The supplies we brought were tossed behind. It's no problem, just call me Jiang Hao. You all should leave the battlefield as soon as possible. This thing only temporarily stops the bleeding. For proper treatment, you need to get out. Coincidentally, my team is also heading to the entrance. Want to join us? Su Mu Wan looked at the Holy Beast Society members tied together by Jiang Hao, nodded, and said, sure. Regardless, I must thank you for your rescue. Our team's rewards will be sent to you through the trading post. As she spoke, Su Mu Wan's expression darkened. We still need to report the disappearance of Senior Gao at school. Oh, your captain from yesterday. He went missing. Su Mu Wan nodded and instructed Wu Jun, who was okay, to retrieve the luggage that had been left behind for convenience during the fight. Senior Gao left his smart wristband and luggage behind last night and has been missing ever since. We haven't found him yet. Su Mu Wan smiled self-deprecatingly. We only discovered this morning while packing up that he had set his smart wristband to silent and placed it in his sleeping bag. Jiang Hao had carefully observed before dealing with Gao Longtao and had not seen the smart wristband which had relieved him. After all, the smart wristband would record the movement routes. Gao Longtao probably feared that carrying the smart wristband would log his real-time location and route. He might later be found out to have been very close to Jiang Hao's camp shortly before the deaths of Jiang Hao and his companions, and the beast riot occurred just after he left. So he came here without the smart wristband to sacrifice himself. Now it has resulted in his death without evidence. Jiang Hao also doesn't have to worry about others finding out that he killed Gao Longtao. As for seeking someone to predict, there are very few awakened warriors with prophetic talents in the entire Xia country. Gao Longtao wasn't worthy of those big shots stepping in. Just as the old hunters finished packing up to take the 3 deceased teammates out of the battlefield, Lu Da and his group finally arrived. Lu Yang jumped down from Zhang San's back. Looking at Wang Lei, who was injured in the abdomen and lying on the multifunctional mattress provided by Jiang Hao, he said sadly, indeed our team's luck is just bad. First Senior Gao went missing, and now Wang Lei, you're severely injured. Sigh, I guess it won't be long before I also meet my end. With a loud bang, Wu Jun came up and hit Lu Yang on the head. Shut up, you. Why are you still worried while following classmate Jiang? Jiang is invincible. Even Wang Lei, who was playing dead on the mattress, raised his neck and said, Wu Jun is right. With Jianggu around, even if a high-level beast shows up, Jianggu will definitely take it down. Please, you all shut up. If a high-level beast really comes, well, all be reincarnated together. Jiang Hao helplessly shot Su Mu Wan a glance. Hurry up and manage your 3 strange teammates. Su Mu Wan looked puzzled and continued to address the live broadcast screen, saying, thank you all for your concern. Mu is the bad guys from earlier have all been dealt with by this great expert, she said, even making a heart gesture. Are there more experts? Is he a bit stronger than the great expert? Jiang Hao looked at these 4 from Yunshao Martial School, feeling exhausted, and turned away. Guan Er followed behind, pushing the cart containing the 2 members of the Holy Beast Society. Looking up at a colorful seed slowly flying towards the crowd, he curiously asked, brother, what is that? Lu Da looked up the peculiar seed, reminding him of the small tree he encountered that morning, and he immediately shouted, young Master Jiang, look at that seed in the sky. Jiang Hao raised his head at the words and swung his blade, the sword energy slicing through the seed and piercing the air. My. Jiang Hao stared in shock at the unscathed strange seed. That strike could have easily slain even a fourth-tier warrior. Yet this seed remained unharmed. Jiang Hao skeptical slashed again, but the sword energy simply passed through the seed, dissipating slowly in the sky. The seed has no physical form. Jiang Hao finally understood. The sword energy passed directly through where the seed was, as if they were not on the same plane and could not affect each other. Moreover, that seed emanated a vague sense of danger. Thinking of the strange little tree's ability to attract exotic beasts, Jiang Hao finally realized why he couldn't find any exotic beasts. Some groups of exotic beasts must have been drawn to this thing. Meanwhile, the few remaining beasts would have caused the others that hadn't encountered the little tree to occupy more territory. Or perhaps they were frightened away by the sudden disappearance of an old foe fleeing as a whole. Everyone retreat now? Stay away from that seed. Jiang Hao shouted to the crowd. Luda and the others immediately began to run back, while the four from Yunshao Martial School, not understanding why they needed to run, trusted that Jiang brother Jiang would not steer them wrong. The hunters frowned, watching the descending seed, thinking, that terrifying sword energy couldn't harm it. Could it be some sort of heavenly material or treasure? Naturally, the old hunters did not foolishly remain in place. After all, those who had been on the battlefield long enough knew that some seemingly wonderful things could potentially bring death in the next moment. Jiang Hao watched the seed descend as if facing a great enemy, and it quickly began to sprout. Sensing a similar attraction to the little tree, he swiftly slashed the tender sprout. Watching the sprout turn to ash, he remarked, no mental reinforcement this time. It seems this thing needs to absorb enough exotic beasts to grow. Seeing everyone cautiously gazing this way, Jiang Hao waved his hand, beckoning them to come over. He noticed that the crowd 100 meters away from the seed remained unaffected. Jiang Hao pondered the characteristics of the strange seed. 1. It possesses the instinct to identify and track conscious beings. Uncertain. 2. It can sprout rapidly upon landing, transforming from seed to a few centimeters in height in about a second. 3. The sprout possesses the mental ability to bewitch creatures. 4. The sprout can absorb the mental energy or souls of bewitched creatures to grow, causing those attracted to it to die upon its demise. However, there is still hope if they are attracted for the first time. 5. The initial safe distance for the sprout is less than 100 meters, while the safe distance for the 2-meter tree is over 500 meters. 6. To be continued. Hosi walked over to inspect the area where the seed had fallen and anxiously asked, Young Master Jiang, this thing won't spread all over the battlefield, will it? If it weren't for your strength, would those ordinary warriors have no hope at all? Luda and several old hunters looked silently at the sky, feeling a sense of sorrow. Battlefield, no. One was the only opportunity for these ordinary warriors to achieve a breakthrough. Whether it was to find heavenly materials to break through to intermediate tier, or to continuously hunt exotic beasts to amass a fortune to provide better resources for the next generation to attend good martial schools. But now an anomaly had occurred on battlefield, no. One is something that hadn't happened in decades of open warfare. What are we worth? Whether it's a true anomaly or some hidden hand at play, what does it have to do with us low-level warriors? Jiang Hao looked at the group, their pessimistic atmosphere interrupted as he added, the most important thing now is to get out. To avoid encountering greater dangers. So you can end the live stream now, right? Sumuwan nodded and said, yes, I turned it off when you struck your second blow. After all, your expression looked quite serious then. Alright, I'll make a call. Jiang Hao connected to the Yunshao City Martial Administration Office. After identifying himself, he informed them of the anomaly on the battlefield and advised the trading post to prohibit low-tier warriors from entering. As the Martial Administration agreed to halt operations at the trading post and prepare for a rescue meeting, Jiang Hao left a message for Old Li via Fei Xian, roughly explaining the situation regarding the strange seed. After pondering for a moment, he continued to leave a message for Old Li, informing him that he had decided to join the Martial Administration's investigation team. Completing these tasks, Jiang Hao ignored the expressions of Wang Lei and the others, who looked at him with admiration and led the way toward the entrance. Thus, everyone used their spiritual energy to accelerate their retreat from the battlefield. The good news was that they did not encounter the strange seed again, indicating that the situation had not escalated to the worst. Jiang Hao noted in his heart as he watched his companions, who could only run on foot after exhausting their spiritual energy, next time I must bring a few vehicles in my storage bag. In the distance, a convoy was approaching Jiang Hao and the others. The smart wristband is amazing. Wang Lei joyfully raised both hands while lying on the mattress. Hello, Mr. Jiang. We are members of the Martial Administration's Special Operations Team. 10 off-road vehicles came to a stop in front of them. A man and a woman accompanied by more than 20 team members walked over. Hello, I am Jiang Hao. I have reported the matter regarding the strange seed and advised that warriors below the 5th tier should refrain from participating. The male warrior replied seriously, you can call me Captain Zhang. This time, aside from me and Deputy Captain Yen, who are both 6th tier, the rest are all 5th tier warriors. Furthermore, according to your report, everyone we brought this time are either spell-casting warriors or primarily archers and we brought some enchanted firearms, said the female Deputy Captain Yen. I am a support-type warrior. This operation can temporarily provide teammates with spells to enhance mental resistance, as well as alert spells for when external mental incursions occur. Jiang Hao looked at Deputy Captain Yen for a moment. It was his first time meeting a support-type warrior. Support-type warriors had previously been classified within the spellcasting category. However, with the emergence of talents such as prophecy, healing, and telepathy, along with the foreign legislator known as the King of Magic gradually transforming some practical support spells into techniques released through spiritual energy. This allowed some warriors with magical talents who did not wish to engage in combat to specialize in support-type spells. Eventually, this evolved into a distinct support category no longer referred to alongside spellcasting warriors. Jiang Hao recalled that support-type warriors received preferential treatment during martial examinations. As long as they achieved second-tier status, they could enter the Shenzhou Martial School without regard for their practical combat abilities. Jiang Hao said to his companions, "You all get in the vehicle and leave the battlefield to tend to your injuries. Then stay outside and wait for the outcome. I will investigate the cause of the strange seed's appearance with the martial administration members and rescue those warriors who have been attracted and controlled." Luda looked at the fully equipped martial administration members and worriedly asked, "But young Master Jiang, you don't have to go with." Jiang Hao shook his head saying, "I have my reasons." Whether it was the mental reinforcement gained from destroying the already grown small tree or the potential points from slaying a large number of low-tier exotic beasts, both were opportunities Jiang Hao could not refuse. While he could relax his search for exotic beasts, such a good opportunity to quickly enhance himself could not be missed. Jiang Hao decided to take the plunge. Of course, he was not foolish enough to rush into danger. With a mental score of 42, he could already ignore the strange attraction of the seed, and with the spell to enhance mental resistance and the points gained from slaying exotic beasts, he could continue to strengthen his mental prowess. Jiang Hao could indeed sustain himself through battle, continuously growing stronger mentally, even surpassing his physical strength to reach 5th tier. Looking at the message from Old Li and Fei Xin reminding him to stay safe, Jiang Hao smiled. If young people aren't ambitious, can they still be called young? Missing out on such a great opportunity to score points will never happen. Watching the 4 off-road vehicles depart, Jiang Hao turned to Captain Zeng and asked, "Has the Martial Unification Bureau determined the origin of those anomalous seeds?" Captain Zeng activated a holographic interface and projected an enlarged map into the center of the group. He pointed to the far left sector deep within the battlefield. Satellite surveillance reveals that all seeds originated from this precise location and dispersed outward across the entire zone. Currently, the upper left quadrant of the battlefield is densely populated with the small trees you described. So the anomaly indeed emerged from the left. Jiang Hao gazed silently at the projected map, musing inwardly. Last time a minor realm descended on the far right. Could the left now be undergoing a similar interdimensional convergence? Captain Zeng continued, "Moreover, our sensors have detected over 1,000 active martial artists' smartband IPs within. None of these individuals exhibit movement records. Their bands remain stationary for extended durations. Either they collectively discarded their devices, or they've already fallen under influence." Deputy Captain Yin turned to Jiang Hao and asked, "As per your earlier intelligence report, even peak-tier 3rd-rank martial artists can be instantly ensnared and stripped of autonomy. Within mere seconds, they suffer catastrophic depletion of spiritual energy. And if such a tree perishes, its controlled hosts perish alongside it. Is that correct?" "Yes, though that applies to ordinary 3rd-rank cultivators. Ahem. I possess innate spiritual resilience far exceeding the norm, thus I can consciously resist and break free from that compulsion." Observing both captains fall into contemplative silence, Jiang Hao inquired, "Has command instructed us to prioritize rescuing those martial artists?" Captain Zeng nodded solemnly, then signaled his team to board the vehicles. Fixing Jiang Hao with a serious gaze, he added, "Mr. Jiang, you truly need not participate in this emergency operation. You are, after all, the top scorer of Yunshao Prefecture's martial examination. You are destined at minimum to ascend to the 9th rank." Jiang Hao shook his head, meeting Captain Zeng's eyes directly. "As I stated earlier, I have compelling reasons to go, and my capabilities are more than sufficient. Also, Captain Zeng, please call me Jiang Tongxue as others do." He had long wanted to tease Lu De and the others about their overly formal address, though they'd been specially assigned by the Martial Unification Bureau to escort him. Having earned their respect through sheer strength, he'd urged them to drop the honorific, but though they promised next time, definitely they persisted in using it. Deputy Captain Yin glanced sidelong at her superior and remarked wryly, "Very well, Jiang Tongxue, but Captain Zeng has this habit of adding you as an honorific in conversation." "Fair enough. Everyone has their linguistic quirks. Then let's depart. First destination, the nearest smartband signal." Captain Zeng adjusted the route overlay on the holographic display. Jiang Hao rode with both captains. Noting Deputy Captain Yan's grim expression in the front passenger seat, he reflected a moment before speaking. "As we near the target, should the anomalous seeds have matured into saplings, I recommend sending a single operative, secured by safety rope, to approach incrementally. Indeed, we've considered precisely that. I will first reinforce myself with mental resistance techniques before advancing to determine the safe threshold." Deputy Captain Yin turned her head to reply. As a late 6th-rank support path cultivator, her spiritual capacity approached 50 points, surpassing Jiang Hao's current level. Augmented by her mental resistance artifice, she was unquestionably the most qualified among them. By contrast, Captain Zeng, a combat path cultivator, would be fortunate to muster 40 points of spiritual fortitude. Reassured that a contingency plan was already in place, Jiang Hao settled in to rest and recalibrate his condition. After all, his objectives were score accumulation and spiritual reinforcement, and with over 1,000 scattered cultivators, the 20-odd responders would inevitably divide into smaller teams. This contingent represented Yunshao City's Martial Unification Bureau's fastest deployable cohort of mid-tier cultivators. Mobilizing additional mid-rank personnel would require further time. As for high-rank cultivators, Jiang Hao doubted they'd intervene. Though the anomalous seeds were unprecedented, they appeared to afflict only low-rank practitioners. Until proven capable of threatening mid-rank cultivators, senior masters would remain uninvolved. Yunxiao Prefecture was no major administrative hub. Its limited pool of elite cultivators was strictly reserved for guarding critical strategic nodes. Nor would the high-rank cultivators of Yunxiao's aristocratic clans risk themselves for a group of commoners. Rumor held that Elder Master Yun had petitioned the Xia State Authority several years ago for official sanction to ascend to the saint rank, only to be denied. The affair had ignited citywide speculation. Many believed Yunxiao Prefecture was finally gaining its first saint rank master, only to be stunned by the abrupt rejection. Subsequently, numerous live streamers published analytical videos speculating on the authorities' rationale. The controversy grew so widespread that even non-subscribers of the Blue Star Network learned of the outcome. All of Yunxiao City knew Elder Master Yun's ascension request had been formally refused, resulting in a fragile surface-level alliance between the clans and the Martial Unification Bureau beneath, which simmered quiet defiance. Jiang Hao had once wondered what audacity emboldened these great families to oppose the Xia State. Closing his eyes, he sifted through fragmented memories, certain he had overlooked something vital. Elder Master Yun. Suddenly, Jiang Hao recalled a news snippet he'd scrolled past on the Blue Star Network while shopping on the afternoon of the 24th. A prodigy from the Yun family, on the cusp of the Gaokao, was personally escorted by Elder Master Yun to Fenglei Prefecture to break through to the third rank. This admission came directly from the current patriarch himself, though Jiang Hao hadn't followed subsequent developments. Yet a ninth-rank master, mere steps from sainthood, had abruptly departed Yunxiao Prefecture, and 2 days later the anomalous seeds manifested. Could this eminent figure be retaliating against the Xia State's refusal? But why must saint rank ascension require official approval? Couldn't one simply seclude oneself and transcend? Moreover, recalling Elder Li's urgent desire for a saint rank guardian permanently stationed in Yunxiao, a cultivator on the verge of sainthood, even from a clan faction, should hardly provoke resistance from Elder Li. Jiang Hao remained utterly perplexed. The vehicle halted. Jiang Hao stepped out and surveyed the scene ahead. Hundreds of aberrant beasts encircled a solitary sapling, mostly third-rank savage oxen, with 6 martial artists motionless at the center. The beasts stood eerily still, facing the sapling, wholly indifferent to Jiang Hao's party. Deputy Captain Yin secured her safety rope, applied multiple buffs, and began advancing slowly from 600 meters out. At roughly 500 meters from the sapling, she paused, then turned and signaled with a sharp hand gesture. The alarm threshold had been breached. Yet she pressed onward toward the sapling. Approximately 500 meters, just as I encountered this morning. Jiang Hao watched Deputy Captain Yin weave through the oxen herd to reach the 6 entranced cultivators, and shook his head faintly. After this duration, survival odds for ordinary third-rank cultivators were negligible. 6 fifth-rank Artificer Path cultivators moved forward to retrieve the afflicted warriors. Indeed, fortified by prior mental resistance enchantments, the 5th-rank Artificers successfully resisted the emerging Deputy Captain Yin exhaled deeply. That compulsion is profoundly unique. If one's spiritual fortitude falls short, subjugation is instantaneous. I estimate only late 5th-rank Artificer Path cultivators can withstand it unaided. As she spoke, she cast Jiang Hao a peculiar glance. Jiang Hao ignored the awestruck stares of the Martial Unification Bureau operatives surrounding him. Silently, he hypothesized that immunity required passing a spiritual threshold, likely 40 points. Failure meant immediate control, success conferred near-total immunity. Meanwhile, Captain Zeng had already begun attempting resuscitation, only to find the 6 cultivators weren't unconscious due to physical injury. Despite Deputy Captain Yan's repeated attempts to layer them with restorative buffs, none stirred. Jiang Hao studied the sapling, its branches heavy with vile tanned white blossoms, then addressed the assembled team with grave clarity. They are beyond saving. They are beyond saving. With Jiang Hao's words hanging in the air, the members of the Martial Control Bureau fell into silence. Though they had anticipated this, the map indicated there were over 1,000 martial artists. Those individuals were the pillars of their families. Captain Zeng was the first to regain his composure and looked at Jiang Hao. So all we need to do next is destroy that sapling. Jiang Hao nodded, refraining from suggesting that he should kill some of the exotic beasts first. Everyone turned their gaze towards Captain Zeng. Alas, you all, Captain Zeng said as he took out his bow and arrow without aiming. With a casual shot, the arrow, imbued with yuan force, instantly struck the sapling. An explosion followed. Watching as the trunk quickly turned to ashes, the last remnants of life from those exotic beasts and the 6 martial artists vanished. No one could say they were already dead before they could pass the judgment. Not everyone was like Lu Da and the others who were immediately pulled out of the danger zone after being hit. Captain Zeng looked at the 6 who had died and instructed his subordinates to send a recovery request via their wristbands for the follow-up team to bring back the bodies. Mr. Jiang, I am planning for the team members to go in pairs to the locations marked on the map where martial artists are located to deal with the Soul Eating Tree. Will you be acting alone or following me and Deputy Captain Yin? Soul Eating Tree was the name designated by the Martial Control Bureau in Yunxiao City earlier. I can go on my own. Jiang Hao declined the team up. Captain Zeng seemed to have anticipated this and continued. Then let me provide you with a vehicle. If you rely solely on yuan force to travel alone, you might encounter unexpected situations that you cannot handle. Jiang Hao hinted, cough cough, actually my strongest asset is not my mental power. So there's no need for a vehicle, I can run by myself. Captain Zeng showed a complex expression: shock, envy, and excitement. Looking at Jiang Hao with utmost seriousness, he said, Mr. Jiang, your safety is our top priority. If you encounter difficulties, you can call for help directly through the wristband, and we will rush to your aid. My will. After saying that, Jiang Hao sprinted towards his designated location, kicking up a cloud of dust. What the heck? That speed is definitely over 100 milliseconds. And I didn't sense any fluctuations of yuan force. Are you telling me this is a third-tier martial artist? A member of the Martial Control Bureau exclaimed in shock, then quickly covered his mouth upon realizing it. Captain Zeng glanced sternly at his teammates, his expression grave, as if he were an instructor admonishing a wayward student. We know Mr. Jiang's strength well enough. There's no need to spread rumors online. This action regarding the soul-eating tree is classified as a level 2 secret, and everyone must sign a confidentiality agreement before going out. Understood. The members of the Martial Control Bureau grasped the gravity of the situation. They distributed firearms enhanced with yuan force for convenient long-range destruction of the soul-eating tree. No need for further words. Everyone took the initiative to rush to their assigned task points. Those farther away could drive, while the closer ones simply ran on foot. Future holy-tier martial artists. Captain Zeng glanced once more at Jiang Hao's departing figure before he and his deputy headed towards the next location. Jiang Hao relied on his formidable physical prowess, sprinting furiously, and soon arrived near his first designated location. Jiang Hao took out his binoculars and looked towards a position nearly 2 kilometers ahead, where thousands of exotic beasts were captured by the soul-eating tree, including 4 martial artists. This time it's really a bountiful harvest. Jiang Hao slowly approached the soul-eating tree, and when he was 2 kilometers from his target, he sensed that familiar fragrance once again. Jiang Hao walked slowly within the attack range of the soul-eating tree, feeling the allure that was no different from the previous 2 times, concluding, this soul-eating tree has obviously developed better with a wider area of influence. However, the difficulty of passing the judgment has hardly changed. As he spoke, Jiang Hao slashed at the nearest exotic beast, his eyes narrowing as he heard the prompt of points being credited. Then he continued to slay those helpless exotic beasts. Even with over 3,000 exotic beasts, it would take a long time to kill them without moving, so Jiang Hao could only painfully abandon the easier targets, focusing on the third-tier ones. By the time Jiang Hao finished off over 900 third-tier exotic beasts, points 48-12, awesome. He then struck down the 5-meter-tall soul-eating tree. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining mental enhancement. Mental 4243, he placed the 4 already deceased martial artists on the ground and clicked the recovery request. This is all I can do for now. Jiang Hao looked at the 4 lying on the ground, their faces showing yearning smiles. He helped the 4 martial artists close their eyes and then turned to head towards the next location. Frost Poison sat alone in a room, gazing at the communication hologram with a frown. Soul-eating tree. I am certain that no seeds were deployed and all the high-level martial artists of the Holy Beast Society are under my watch, so it's impossible for them to cause trouble. If it was the demon clan that did this, the Yun family would have notified me. The 31st plan has just begun. Is it not a good thing for us that such an incident occurred on the first battlefield? Frost Poison ended the call and looked at the spider web in the corner. This is fine too. If this operation succeeds, I can. Yunshao City, Yunshao Martial School. After signing the confidentiality agreement, everyone dispersed. Su Wan went to the trading center to convert the collected materials into Xia country currency, transferring it to Jiang Hao through their previously added contact on Fei Xian Hao. The foreman team needed to stay in the hospital temporarily due to Wang Lei's injury, and Lu Yang's arm being pierced by an arrow also required treatment. As a result, only Su Wan and Wu Jun went to report to school. Unexpectedly, Gao Shue's father also arrived, and both of them felt nervous looking at this 8th-tier powerhouse. So Tower left his wristband and luggage behind, and even went out without his weapon. The head of the Gao family wore a "are you joking" expression. Su Wan steeled herself and said, yes, Gao Shui volunteered to keep watch first. He must have left after we went to sleep. Nonsense. A furious shout nearly scared the souls out of the 2. Gao Jianren. This is Yunshao Martial School. If you want to walk out of here on your feet, sit down and speak more politely. Oomph. An old man radiating the aura of a peak 9th-tier master pressed towards Gao Jianren. Gao Jianren felt a tightness in his throat, but in order to avoid embarrassment in front of the 2 mud-legged individuals, he forcibly swallowed the blood that nearly came out. Tower is missing, so Yunshao Martial School must give an explanation. Send someone to search the first battlefield now. Gao Jianren's face displayed anger, but in his heart he thought viciously. If Tower is missing, why are you teammates fine? And this old man dares to insult me like this. The current principal of Yunshao Martial School glanced at the frightened 2 students and said, you may leave first. Don't wander around recently. Understood, principal. X2 Su Wan and Wu Jun lowered their heads and quickly exited the reception room. The old man brought up a hologram for Gao Jianren to see the content. The first battlefield is now completely sealed off. If the head of the Gao family is so anxious, he can apply to the Martial Control Bureau himself. All right. The Martial Control Bureau and Yunshao Martial School. Gao Jianren roared in his heart and stormed out, slamming the door. It seems I will finally meet the friends of the demon clan mentioned by Yun Lai Kai. Gao Jianren smiled coldly at the door of Yunshao Martial School. Hao Jiang exhaled deeply, his gaze lingering on the ash that had once been the soul-devouring tree as he leaned wearily against the 2nd-tier hetero beast. This was his 15th assignment site. Though his physical constitution was extraordinary, and he traversed every mile on foot, he had relentlessly harvested third-tier heterobeasts using martial techniques. As a result, both his yuan energy and mental stamina remained perpetually depleted. His mental fortitude had plateaued at 49 points with no further increase. Its cause remained unknown. With practiced efficiency, Hao Jiang moved the corpses of several martial cultivators to a secure location, submitted his mission report, then settled onto the chair he had brought along. He activated his wristband and scanned the temporary chat group established for this special assignment. Messages flooded in. Most participants were progressing at nearly identical pace. Though Hao Jiang traveled swiftly on foot, members of the Martial Unification Bureau needed only arrive and fire a single shot to obliterate the tree, unlike him, who had to grind methodically for points. Yet no one else seems to have noticed that slaying the soul-devouring tree boosts mental fortitude. Could it be that remote destruction via firearms doesn't count? Hao Jiang watched puzzled as someone in the group had already completed all objectives and now posted endless images idly flooding the chat. No, perhaps slaying the soul-devouring tree never grants mental enhancement. It must be my interface's doing. Mental fortification isn't the same as direct mental augmentation. The distinction is profound. Fortification implies my current realm still possesses untapped potential for refinement, whereas stat point allocation transcends all natural limits. Apparently my interface absorbed some substance, or energy, from the slain soul-devouring tree akin to a life crystal, yet exclusively attuned to the mind. That explains why only I experience mental fortification. Others simply cannot absorb that energy or substance. The instant mental fortitude surges, time appears to slow. The mind sharpens with crystalline clarity, accompanied by a cool, refreshing sensation. Anyone truly experiencing such an ascent would certainly notice. Granted, concealment couldn't be ruled out entirely, but with over 20 participants the likelihood was exceedingly slim. Hao Jiang deactivated his wristband and pressed onward toward his next target. Virtual Combat Arena, Tier 3 Zone. The entire arena floated within a star field, vast, infinite, and profoundly deep. A celestial canvas where streaks of light, like meteor showers, blazed across the void. His opponent stared dumbfounded at the spectacle of a genuine starry firmament descending before his eyes, and lowered the lightning art he'd been poised to unleash. A prodigy from Fenglei Prefecture gazed upon the dreamlike cosmos and murmured bitterly, the Xing family's Saint-Tier technique, the Star River Celestial Veil. Xing nodded. Behind her the stars flared with sudden terrifying brilliance, as if about to descend into reality, while false suns radiating searing heat hurtled toward her foe. Damn it, why are so many people lately using Saint-Tier techniques to hunt lower-tier opponents? The man from Fenglei Prefecture cried out in anguished despair. It was as though he lamented heaven's cruel injustice. As the man vanished beneath a cataclysmic explosion, Xing tilted her head slightly and asked many, "Why haven't I encountered even one?" She tapped next match. At the instant combat resumed, she activated the Star River Celestial Veil and seamlessly merged with the starfield using the Saint-Tier body technique Meteor Chasing Moon. Hovering above the arena, Xing smiled faintly down at the bewildered Bingja-style martial artist below, who stood frozen, utterly unsure of what to do next. With a casual slash of her blade, she summoned a luminous white band of starlight, a celestial river, descending upon the axe-wielding cultivator. Within its radiant flow coexisted true sword chi and illusory decoys. This time her opponent didn't even utter a final word before being instantly annihilated. So this is what it feels like to dominate. No wonder the fish-bombing kings relish crushing peers of equal rank. Gazing at her 2-day streak of 20 consecutive victories, Xing lifted her chin ever so slightly. A quiet certainty settled upon her. From now on, the title Fish-Bombing King belongs solely to Xing. Then suddenly she recalled something. He's also a Bingja-style martial artist, isn't he? Then next time we meet, I will win. Meanwhile, Hao Jiang remained blissfully unaware that one of his vanquished foes sought retribution. After a grueling day, he had finally cleared every assigned location. Night had long since fallen. Though he encountered no towering, soul-devouring trees, those monstrous entities meters tall commanding thousands of heterobeasts, he had amassed vast points through relentless slaying of third-tier heterobeasts. Points 20326, 20,000 points. Both his physical constitution and mental fortitude now stood at 49, while each 5th-tier attribute upgrade cost 1500 points. In other words, Hao Jiang could elevate either stat to 59, an astonishing figure that would leave 7th-tier martial art. Yet recalling tomorrow's expedition into the battlefield's deepest reaches, the very origin of the soul-devouring trees, he resolved to prioritize mental fortitude. As the full 2000 points were deducted, Hao Jiang's attributes and balance updated instantly. Physical constitution 52, Tier 5 mental fortitude 59, Tier 5 points 826, a visceral harmonious beauty of raw numerical power surged through him. Hao Jiang sat cross-legged upon his bed, savoring the surge of newfound strength, especially his mental fortitude now teetering on the cusp of 6th tier. His body felt momentarily uncoordinated, yet under the swift adaptation granted by his innate talent the dissonance waned, then dissolved entirely. Gazing inward at his interface, Hao Jiang reflected pensively. Though the soul-devouring tree's mental fortification has reached its cap, the interface continues to permit unlimited attribute stacking. 800 points can only reinforce me to Tier 3 5th level. No fundamental transformation. and tomorrow's joint exploration leaves little room for gratuitously slaying hetero-beasts. He reopened his wristband. Scrolling through the temporary group, he saw members reporting mission completions, and added his own. Regrettably, not a single one of the 1,000-plus martial cultivators had survived. Their remains would await retrieval by reinforcements arriving tomorrow. He deliberately ignored messages like, "Respected Senior. Thank you for your hard work," and Brother Jiang seeking a girl. Captain Zeng announced in the group, "Most soul-devouring trees scattered across the battlefield have now been eradicated. Any remaining stragglers? I've authorized drone reconnaissance. Armed with enchanted artillery, these drones will neutralize isolated soul-devourers." The primary discussion now centers on personnel selection and the High Command's finalized plan for tomorrow's expedition into the battlefield's depths. Deputy Captain Yin added, "Satellite scans confirm dense concentrations of soul-devouring trees deep within. Thus, we cannot rule out cumulative amplification of their psychic allure. Therefore, Deputy Captain Yin and one other operative will cautiously advance into that zone to assess whether the psychic draw intensifies. Should evidence confirm escalating danger, the Bureau will deploy long-range missiles to sanitize the entire region. Conversely, should the threat prove non-progressive and pose no danger to high-tier cultivators, the zone may be preserved. A quarantine perimeter will be erected immediately to prevent seed dispersal. Furthermore, specialists from Songhai Prefecture, experts in anomalous botany, will be invited to study this species." Hao Jiang blinked, baffled. What unfathomable strategy is this? This thing is clearly aberrant. Why preserve it instead of purging it utterly? After brief reflection, Hao Jiang initiated a private message to Captain Zeng. "Captain Zeng, I'll accompany Deputy Captain Yin tomorrow." The next morning, Jiang Hao hastily finished his breakfast and hurried to the assembly point. Last night, after much discussion with Captain Zeng, he reluctantly agreed to accompany Vice Captain Yin as the vanguard to test the limits of the soul-eating tree. He ran all the way to the assembly point located 5 kilometers outside the danger zone. The danger zone is the area marked by the system of space between the outermost alien beasts and the central soul-eating tree. As he watched members of the Martial Control Bureau arriving one after another, Jiang Hao stepped forward to greet Captain Zeng. "Good morning, Captain Zeng." "Good morning to you too, Mr. Jiang," Captain Zeng replied, maintaining the familiar, respectful tone. Next to him, Vice Captain Yin, with her hair tied in a ponytail and dressed smartly, also arrived. Vice Captain Yin first tapped on something on the light screen, then looked at Jiang Hao and said, "Good morning, Jiang. Since the captain has already made a decision, I won't oppose it either. With the added buff from me along with the safety rope that automatically pulls you back in case of problems, you can proceed with confidence." Vice Captain Yin appeared quite confident. However, Jiang Hao looked at Captain Zeng speechlessly and said, "Is it really a good idea to set up flags before the action has even started?" Captain Zeng, with a reassuring expression, looked at Jiang Hao and said, "Rest assured, Mr. Jiang. This time, if the computer-controlled safety rope detects an abrupt stop for more than 3 seconds, it will immediately pull you out. Fine, anyway, we will only be probing at the edge, so there shouldn't be any major issues." When the high-level directives from the Martial Control Bureau were issued to start, Jiang Hao and Vice Captain Yin donned their safety ropes. The two approached the danger zone at a slow pace, surrounded by tens of thousands of soul-eating trees blooming with white and purple flowers taking root in the desolate land. Around them were millions of alien beasts densely occupying all the available ground space. When the two were still a few hundred meters away from the danger zone, Jiang Hao suddenly felt a moment of daze. He forgot what he was supposed to do and why he was there. With a crack, it sounded as if something had shattered. Jiang Hao shook his head vigorously to regain clarity. Then he decisively slapped Vice Captain Yin's arm. With a whoosh, the dazed and longing Vice Captain Yin was pulled back. Fortunately, the safety rope's automatic pullback mechanism was not broken. What happened to the automatic pullback? Why do I still have to do it manually? Jiang Hao complained bitterly about the unreliability of the Martial Control Bureau's equipment. Feeling that vague influence once again, Jiang Hao turned and ran back, seeing Vice Captain Yin lying on the stretcher, hugging her head. Captain Zeng looked at Jiang Hao, who seemed fine with wide eyes, unable to speak for a long time. Some members of the Martial Control Bureau were still looking in awe, while others had already taken out their notebooks to ask Jiang Hao for signatures and photos. Captain Zeng interrupted Jiang Hao's signing spree and, looking at him in shock, said, "Vice Captain Yin said that the mental control just now was something even a 7th-tier warrior might not be able to escape from." "It was nothing. I was born with a strong mind," Jiang Hao replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. Captain Zeng pretended not to hear and continued, "As for the malfunction of the safety rope this time, we checked just now and found no issues." Oddly, when Vice Captain Yin was under control, the computer did not respond. So the soul-eating tree can even deceive the computer? Jiang Hao speculated, and upon finishing he found it amusing himself, thinking, how could a computer without consciousness be deceived? But Captain Zeng frowned, not engaging further. Jiang Hao was taken aback. This wasn't a world of strange tales, so how could this happen? He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Taking a few steps toward the car, he opened a messaging app to send a message to Old Lee. Jiang Hao briefly explained the situation and mentioned that the seeds couldn't be hit if they didn't land. Is Grandpa Lee talking about an otherworldly realm related to evil gods? I signed a confidentiality agreement, so I can't disclose anything. However, the soul-eating tree incident is over, and soon the military will conduct a saturation bombing of that area. Thanks for your hard work during this operation. If there's nothing else, you can head back to Yinlan City early. After that, Old Lee logged off. Jiang Hao squinted at the information on the light screen. Although Oldly mentioned a confidentiality agreement that itself was thinking again with worlds of demons, magical realms, and alien beast worlds, it seems quite reasonable to have a world related to evil gods, right? What happened to the promised urban high martial peace? Jiang Hao complained, how can martial artists deal with those anomalies? Should they just explode the entire planet of that world? Even after everyone left the first battlefield in the car, Jiang Hao couldn't figure it out. Yunshao City headquarters of the Martial Control Bureau. In a pitch-black room, several high-ranking warriors silently stared at the report from the action team. Suddenly, with a loud clap, the lights turned on. Are you all crazy? It's broad daylight and you're not turning on the lights, but you even closed the curtains. A woman dressed in ancient attire sat at the table looking disdainfully at them. Several warriors shook their heads helplessly, and a middle-aged man in a hat said, Ms. Yun, this is the Martial Control Bureau. Can you wear something more appropriate to work next time? The fact that I can work in the Martial Control Bureau should make you grateful, and now you have requests for me. Yun Qianqian sat on the table looking at the data and action logs projected and disdainfully said, just use a force energy missile to wipe the place clean, and you call me here for this. Waste of time. Hurry up and send a request to the military. I still need to go shopping later. Yun Qianqian, don't forget I'm the director. The middle-aged man in the hat stood up shouting angrily. Hep. Yun Qianqian coldly smiled at the director and said, you will regret this. After she slammed the door and left, the sound of the door echoed repeatedly. The other high-ranking warriors gritted their teeth, afraid to laugh. No one knew what grievances the current head of the Yun family had with the director, but every time they exchanged a few words, they would. The director turned to his colleagues who were staring solemnly at the projection and covered his face, saying, submit the application to the military. Also arrange personnel for the afternoon cleanup of the battlefield and deploy drones. Should we hold a celebration for the members of the action team? And for Jiang Hao as well? The director shook his head and said, let them find a place to celebrate on their own. It's inappropriate for the Bureau to do so, especially since over 1,000 warriors lost their lives this time. However, we can arrange for Jiang Hao to meet with us. Missiles adorned with intricate engravings and crafted from special materials slowly ascended. After the computer calibrated automatically, they were launched towards the target area of the first battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. Millions of alien beasts and tens of thousands of soul-eating trees were obliterated by the explosive force energy missiles. All that remained were large craters and scorched earth. In the chaotic void, time was disordered, forms were non-existent, and there was no distinction between up and down. Yet deep within the void, beautiful seeds, dreamlike and filled with infinite longing, were slowly drifting towards the blue star world. Captain Zeng returned with his team to the Martial Unification Bureau to submit their mission. After signing the confidentiality agreement, Jiang Hao strolled leisurely down the street. Is this the Demon Clan? Since it was still early for lunch, Jiang Hao planned to wander around Yunshao City, treating it as a sight. Unexpectedly, he found himself standing in front of a store selling basic martial arts resources, where he saw three turtle demons with horns. How could this nearly extinct demon clan appear in Yunshao City? Jiang Hao hesitated and paused at the door. The two demons, entirely black with blue markings and wearing strange collars around their necks, looked over and asked in perfect summer language, are you here to buy martial arts resources? This is the Yun family's business, absolutely fair to all. Suppressing the urge to retort, Jiang Hao glanced at the citizens around him, who casually pushed the door open and entered. Jiang Hao blinked, deliberately mentioning the faint smell of sulfur. Do you have any saint-level techniques? The two demons. Are you sure you're not here to cause trouble? Although the features of the two demons were distinctly different from humans, Jiang Hao still discerned their unspoken response from their silent faces. If you don't, then forget it. Jiang Hao turned and left, ignoring the crowd that had gathered, recognizing him as the protagonist from the video 2 days ago. With a serious expression, he quickly walked to an empty corner and immediately opened Feishin to send a message to Oldly report. Although judging by the reactions of the passers-by, the Yun family had long been using demons as guards, it would still be better to inform the head of the Yun family about Oldly. I don't eat beef, Grandpa Li. After the Star Council subdued the Demon Clan world, did some families take them over? Oldly, who wants to retire, you're wondering why the Yun family would take over this business, right? Suspecting there's something wrong with the Yun. I don't eat beef, Shy Panda. I'm just curious, isn't the head of the Yun family on bad terms with the Summer Country's officials? Oldly, who wants to retire, the Star Council didn't allow the people from Xinghua Prefecture to interfere with matters related to the Oldly, who wants to retire, since you have nothing to do, just return to Yunlan City. What else can you do on battlefield now? 1. I don't eat beef. I'm just a newly promoted third-tier martial artist. Fishing just shows how powerful I am, and others should learn from me to become as outstanding as I am. Oldly, who wants to retire, you have your own personality. Oh, just be careful and don't venture too deep into the battlefield. I don't eat beef, understood. Panda salute. Jiang Hao closed the screen and looked at the Yun family's property in the distance. Did the Yun family receive support from the Star Council? Furrowing his brows, Jiang Hao realized that things were not simple. Was the head of the Yun family really at odds with the Summer Country? Why had so many people online claimed that the Yun family was about to break ties with the Summer Country's officials? Now some families in Yunshao City were indeed engaging in double dealing. Jiang Hao knew that there were some clues he currently was not qualified to know, so he did not understand the true attitude of the head of the Yun family. And that clue was likely related to the promotion to the saint level. Well then, this clearly looked like a legendary task he couldn't involve himself in at the moment. He might as well focus on fishing and developing. In the future, those big shots would surely be surpassed by him. After sending a message about the battlefield closure to Lu Da and the others, Captain Zeng and the others hurriedly arrived. Sorry, Mr. Jiang, for keeping you waiting. I just arrived not long ago, Captain Zeng. I leave the daunting task of order. Let me do it instead. The captain will drive people crazy with his ordering. Deputy Yin leisurely picked up the menu to start ordering, and his relaxed expression showed he was a master. Jiang Hao looked regretfully at Captain Zeng's relieved expression and thought to himself, Captain Zeng clearly has tendencies of obsessive-compulsive disorder and perfectionism. He must consider everyone's tastes and continuously filter. Maybe he'll end up sweating profusely. Once the dishes were served, seeing that Jiang Hao was drinking a beverage, everyone also began to drink. Learning from the gods is surely right. Jiang Hao twitched the corners of his mouth, looking at a group of people staring at him without eating. It gave him goosebumps. Why aren't you all eating? At that moment, a middle-aged man wearing a hat walked in. Hello, Director Yi. Everyone stood up to greet. Director Yi naturally stood beside Jiang Hao and addressed his subordinates. You all worked hard on this mission, especially you, Jiang Hao. Thank you very much for your report. Director Yi was all smiles, yet inside, he felt as if his worldview had been shocked by Jiang Hao's terrifying physique. With such a physique, I would believe it if someone said he was about to be promoted to Tier 7. Given his talent, no wonder Old Li asked me to keep an eye on him. Director Yi silently swallowed the title Little Jiang he had prepared to call him. A future saint-level powerhouse. Not someone to be trifled with. Ahem. The Martial Unification Bureau originally prepared a reward for you, Jiang Hao, but Old Li said he would give you a surprise after the college entrance examination. Then I won't embarrass myself. No, actually, I don't mind. Jiang Hao forced a smile. It's all right, as long as Director Yi can let me enter battlefield now. One earlier, that will do. Just joking, Jiang Hao. If you need any martial arts resources, feel free to tell me. Also, battlefield no. 29 will be redeveloped, but there will be a limit on the number of people. Jiang Hao seriously thought about it and realized he didn't need any resources. Then Director Yi, just give me some life crystals. I plan to enhance my physical attributes. Director Yi informed Jiang Hao your current realm is too low. Life crystals cannot enhance you without limits. He understood it was similar to the mental enhancement from killing the soul-eating tree earlier. However, since you asked for them, I can take the initiative to give you 2 level 7 life crystals. These were obtained from the Martial Unification Bureau and the military's recent kills. I should be able to bring them to you on the morning of the 29th. Thank you, Director Yi. You're very generous. Jiang Hao sincerely. 2 level 7 crystals are worth 1,000 points. After finishing the meal, Jiang Hao was just about to return to the hotel for a good rest. Suddenly, his wristband alerted him to an incoming call from an unknown number, and Jiang Hao clicked to answer. Hello, is this Jiang Hao? An old man's voice came through. I am the current principal of Yunshao Martial School. Just call me Principal Li. I'm calling today to invite you to visit Yunshao Martial School this afternoon. If you have time, Jiang Hao, you could come over to have some fun. The principal of Yunshao Martial School. Jiang Hao replied, hello, Principal Li. I'm Jiang Hao. Oh, I can come over this afternoon. Thinking for a moment, he continued, Principal Li, you're not going to ask me to be an exemplary student to motivate those students, are you? There was silence on the other end of the call for a few seconds. Hey, are you really asking me to be the example? Jiang Hao looked at the screen speechless and asked, although I don't really care, but if I end up making those upperclassmen depressed, don't blame me. Don't worry, Jiang Hao, as long as you spar with some students at the school and ultimately defeat them, it'll help some not-so-bright individuals awaken to the vastness of the world. If anyone becomes depressed because of this, it only means they aren't suited for the path of a martial artist. Jiang Hao grinned, then it's best to have a group battle. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Jiang Hao arrived punctually at Yunshao Martial School. Wu Jun and Wang Lei, who had been waiting for a long time at the entrance, rushed over with excitement, shouting, Welcome, Brother Jiang, to Yunshao Martial School. They even held up a sign that read, Welcome, Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang is invincible. Jiang Hao nearly choked looking around at the puzzled faces of the people. Then, as if they recognized something, their expressions shifted to one of realization. Jiang Hao raised his hand to stop the Wulong Fengchu, who wanted to prostrate and flatter him, saying helplessly, How did you guys pass your Chinese class? Is arriving something you can use casually? I came here today to indirectly challenge you. Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up like this? Wang Lei said excitedly, Brother Jiang, if you can come and beat them up, it would be their lifelong blessing. Wu Jun, seeing how Wang Lei was fawning so much, pushed him away in disdain and said stubbornly, Arriving is perfectly fine, there's nothing wrong with it. Brother Jiang, your presence is simply illuminating Yunshao Martial School. If Principal Li had known there were you 2 prodigies among the students, he might have been the former principal already. Senior Wang Lei, right. Has your injury healed? Jiang Hao quickly changed the subject. Wang Lei replied seriously, yes, a teacher with healing talent from the support department helped me, and Lu Yang too. Lu Yang wanted to come too, but unfortunately he was afraid of being beaten, so he asked us to send his regards. Oh right, there's also Sister Su, who after she returned she suddenly had a breakthrough and is currently in seclusion at the training ground to advance to the 4th stage. Upon hearing this, both Wang Lei and Wu Jun looked envious. Jiang Hao nodded. It seemed that these 4 previously unfamiliar individuals had formed good relationships now. Jiang Hao followed the 2 as they toured Yunshao Martial School, where people recognized him as the one who wielded a blade against the wolf pack. They crowded around wanting to take photos. Jiang Hao smiled and declined. After all, he was here to challenge today, but wouldn't it be awkward to take photos later? The group arrived at the arena. Thanks to the emergence of virtual battle spaces, the current arena only needs to accommodate people. It doesn't have to be particularly sturdy. In the center of the venue was a podium and an area for storing virtual battle pods used by the competitors. During battles, both sides would fight in designated rooms, while spectators inside and outside could watch through large screens or smart wristbands. This live stream is not on the Blue Star Network, but on a globally popular platform dedicated to video streaming, Xiunin. Many people love to watch short videos in their spare time. Thus, ordinary people can also come and watch the Martial School's live stream. Good afternoon. Jiang Hao, I'm the Deputy Director of the Publicity Department at Yinshao Martial School. You can call me Old Wang. I will be commentating the upcoming match live stream. Hello, teacher. Wang Lei and Wu Jun shouted. Jiang Hao shook hands with Teacher Wang and looked at the dozen or so people already waiting in the competition area, asking, Teacher Wang, are those my opponents for today? Can we open a large chaotic battle room? Teacher Wang pushed up his glasses with a finger, and Jiang Hao seemed to catch a glimmer of reflection as he said, Of course. No problem. Principal Li said today is for teaching those troublemakers a good lesson. Jiang Hao nodded in understanding. It's just about giving them an education, isn't it? Since this is the first and last time he is at Yinshao Martial School to challenge, let's call it the last lesson. He walked into the competition area looking at the group of boys and girls with personalities and trends on the opposite side. Jiang Hao revealed a shy smile. Are you all going to attack me together, or should I take on all of you? I'm fine either way. The dozen or so seniors were stunned, then they all reacted and glared at Jiang Hao. A senior with a fat face, dyed purple hair, and 10 golden rings stepped forward. He first displayed his peak third stage elemental power fluctuations and disdainfully said to Jiang Hao, I know you recently became popular by editing videos and pretending to be a master, right? The senior seemed to want to crack his knuckles, but after trying for a long time, he couldn't produce any sound. Seeing that the senior was losing face, Jiang Hao kindly responded, Senior, although your head is big, you don't seem to have a brain. Don't you know that spreading false videos on the Blue Star Network will get you banned? I suggest you go back to kindergarten for a refresher. You're a senior because I'm giving you face, otherwise you're just a fool. Who are you calling a fool? The senior turned red instantly. Blame the arena, why isn't the air conditioning on in this hot weather? Look how hot the senior is. Seeing Teacher Wang in the back signaling to increase the intensity, Jiang Hao secretly returned an okay gesture. Look at him getting anxious. Jiang Hao spread his hands toward the dozen or so chives behind him. The seniors with slightly unpleasant expressions glared back, each revealing their peak third stage or even fourth stage elemental power fluctuations. Wow, these people are something. That cute-looking senior who turns into a berserker during battle is still in seclusion for advancing to the fourth stage. Jiang Hao praised in his heart as he looked at the so-called pride of the heavens. This junior, I know you have some skills. You can defeat hundreds of wolf packs at just the third stage. A big senior radiating peak fourth stage elemental power stepped forward, and the others instinctively parted to create a senior with long hair dressed in full plastic armor provocatively looked at Jiang Hao and said, When Sister Yin makes a move, a mere third stage kid can't even withstand a single blow. Shut up. I hate it when others interrupt me while I'm speaking. The fiery Sister Yin used a death stare to directly scare off the guy from before. Turning to Jiang Hao, she continued boasting. The gap between a fourth stage warrior and those below is unimaginable. Any fourth stage warrior can easily take care of those hundreds of wolf packs. Although Sister Yin proudly raised her head, her fingers were shaking involuntarily and her gaze drifted aside. But Jiang Hao believed her. Captain Qin, so I'm a third stage warrior. Sister Yin, seemingly trying to cover something up, quickly said, There's no point in talking too much, let's duel. Jiang Hao was surprised for a moment, not expecting Sister Yin to be such a card player. Unfortunately, Principal Li specifically called me here to demonstrate a lesson. Jiang Hao and a dozen Kuans stepped into the battle pod as the chaotic battle began. Jiang Hao appeared on a grassy field watching a butterfly slowly flutter by. He quickly reached out and caught the butterfly, observing it struggle between his fingers. Feeling the gentle breeze blowing on his face, he thought, Is this the creator mode that only the top 10 martial schools can activate? In creator mode, there are not only randomly generated scenes by the system, but also real locations that exist on Blue Star. It's said that in the Global Martial School League, there are also some secret realms and ruins for 5v5 team battles. Terrifying indeed. Jiang Hao gave a generic praise. The two sides about to duel, I believe some of you already know about this, I will explain it one last time here. First to appear alone on the grassy field is the challenger from outside the school, a young junior preparing for the college entrance examination, a terrifying existence that can annihilate wolf packs in seconds. Let's welcome Jiang Hao. Oh, X10086. As for those standing together over there, they're the troublemakers from our school. Alright, introduction complete. Now the match begins. Damn it. I'm Yin Xiao. How come I don't even get a separate? Sister Yin seemed like a pufferfish ready to explode at any moment. The two girls beside her desperately held her back to prevent her from quitting the battle to find the host. The three of them forgot that in creator mode one can exit simply by silently reciting it 3 times in their heart. 200 meters away, Jiang Hao, who was equally dumbfounded by this bizarre introduction, silently gave a friendly gesture to the sky. He extended his thumb. Jiang Hao loudly shouted to the Kuan opposite and the audience watching the live stream outside, I'm going to take on 10. As Jiang Hao's arrogant words of taking on 10 opponents fell, 10 confident and high-spirited extras jumped out from the senior who was afraid of the heat was also inside, looking at Jiang Hao holding a long knife and giving a cold smile. You think you can take on 10? Come on. We'll let you take the first move. Exactly, considering you're still a young and handsome junior who hasn't entered the martial school, go ahead and make your move. Wearing a crop top and a mini-skirt, the senior sister, also holding a long knife, looked at Jiang Hao with shining eyes and gulps. Jiang Hao looked at these talking corpses who were so eager to experience the warmth of the human world. Thank you. And a long streak of light blue sword energy slashed out, immediately striking the 10 individuals with a psychological attack. Faced with a blow that made their brains tremble and hearts race, the nameless seniors perished on the spot. 50, Jiang Hao commented to himself. If you had spread out, I would have had to swing my knife a few more times, but you all stood together. Jiang Hao calmly made a gesture as if wiping the blade. The weapon provided by the creator mode was much easier to wield than the usual ones in the virtual space. Jiang Hao's decisive strike that took down 10 opponents was also witnessed by the audience outside. It has appeared. This is the unbeatable divine strike of Jiang Hao. Even 10 small fries are still just small fries. Jiang Hao is invincible. Teacher Wang seemed to have switched personalities as he shouted from the commentary booth. The audience on site and many viewers watching the live stream through their wristbands were completely taken in by this. They all shouted or sent bullet comments. This strike, who below intermediate level can take it, who can block it? What a thrill. I knew Jiang Hao was truly skilled. I'm so weak. Why do others have such strength before even the college entrance exam, while I've graduated from martial school for 3 years and am still a weakling? Boo-hoo. The 10 extras who were eliminated came out looking doubtful about life. Their pale faces showed expressions of disbelief, as if thinking this isn't right. Did something go wrong? Didn't Principal Lee say there was a junior today who was overreaching and wanted to challenge us? Why did he take us down with a single strike? Is this what a true genius is like? Are we really just small fries unworthy of even being stepping stones? Feeling the occasional sharp pain in their heads and the repeated flashes of the sword light. Why is there still an effect after leaving? Is this really reasonable? Jiang Hao had no idea that those watching the live stream outside were doubting whether he was practicing fake martial arts. Looking at the shocked Yun Sr. and several survivors across from him, Jiang Hao revealed a humble smile. Please, everyone go to your deaths. Quick, disperse. Although Yun Xiaoxiao wasn't very clever, she knew that gathering together would only lead to disaster. She watched as the net of sword energy, almost filling half the sky, sliced through the grass and cut down trees as it came towards her. Yun Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth against the pain in her head and barely used her hurricane technique. However, it wasn't aimed at Jiang Hao or the net of sword energy, but rather at her own feet. Whoosh! Yun Xiaoxiao ascended into the sky. Looking down at her teammates who had been taken away by a wave, their bodies turning into specks of light and disappearing in the deep ravines on the ground. Yun Xiaoxiao immediately felt the pain in her head intensify, even feeling faint. Is this the kind of attack a third-tier warrior can produce? My brother, who just broke through to third tier, feels completely outmatched. Being a warrior is so dangerous. I should just honestly inherit the family business like my aunt. Yun Xiaoxiao's mindset began to collapse. A peak fourth-tier technique. No wonder my consciousness wasn't severed by the sword light. Jiang Hao noticed that the Yun Senior actually endured his serious strike. Even if she was just avoiding it, he acknowledged her and slashed out the net of sword energy again. Yun Xiaoxiao was enveloped in a raging hurricane floating in the sky. Watching as that dark-hearted junior continued to unleash dozens of sword energies, sealing off the space around her for movement, Yun Xiaoxiao closed her eyes in despair, a tear rolling down her cheek. When I go back, I'll advise that foolish brother not to go to the Shenzhou martial school. That place is hell. The match is over, and the winner is Jiang Hao. As the large screen outside displayed the match results, there was also Yun Xiaoxiao, who could barely stand after leaving the battle chamber and needed support from others to get up. The scene erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Jiang Hao, you're so handsome. Brother Jiang is invincible. Wow, what an exciting battle. Even nearly being crushed was worth the ticket price. The lawless Yun Senior was made to need the wall for support. Walking from now on, I'll call him Senior Jiang. The surrounding girls looked at the freshman, who just spoke with disdain. The number of people in this live stream on Xuanin had already surpassed 10 million. Such a small duel actually attracted so many viewers. Plus, those unruly young juniors were beaten to the point of doubting life and did not dare to continue causing trouble, thereby lowering the reputation of Yunshao Martial School. It was simply a win-win situation. Teacher Wang from the publicity department looked at the rockets constantly being sent by netizens with satisfaction. As Jiang Hao walked out of the battle area, Wang Lei and Wu Jun, who had already been waiting on the side, squeezed to the front with bright smiles, pretending to want to lie on the ground. Get off. You two move out of my way. Jiang Hao stepped back with disdain. These two were so eager to cling to him. Principal Lee should really call those who are a bit off in the head to play a match. To make them behave, so they wouldn't think every day about doing something crazy. The two, looking regretful, stood up and pointed at Yun Xiaoxiao, who was being helped down the stage by two girls, saying, Brother Jiang is amazing. Senior Yun was made to feel so down. No, that wasn't being down. It was being repeatedly hit by the flying cloud breakthrough slash and temporarily suffering from mental fatigue. Jiang Hao turned his head, not daring to look at Yun Xiaoxiao's pale face. Some people resembling reporters came over and loudly asked, Student Jiang, we are reporters from Blue Star Network, can we interview you? Jiang Hao thought for a moment. Aside from what he couldn't say, he could answer the rest. The reporters from Blue Star Network still had. One reporter eagerly asked, Student Jiang Hao, there are doubts about your true identity online. May I ask which state's genius? I'm from Yunshao State and my hometown is in Yunlan City. Jiang Hao answered frankly with nothing to hide, and besides, he couldn't keep it a secret after the college entrance exam anyway. The reporter immediately recorded it on the light screen. Another reporter asked, So may I ask, Student Jiang Hao, what are your thoughts on the martial arts exam this time? This was simple. Jiang Hao smiled confidently for the camera and said, "My goal is definitely to take the first place in Yunshao State's martial arts exam. Of course, I also hope to have the opportunity to exchange techniques with geniuses from other great states." Jiang Hao felt his answer was perfect, as he was after all the only one in Yunshao State worth praising. Even that so-called prodigy from the Yun family, even at third tier, couldn't take a punch from him. The reporter's face turned red, and he breathlessly wrote, "Student Jiang Hao aims for the first place in Yunshao State's martial arts exam. May I ask Student Jiang Hao what type is your ideal girlfriend?" Jiang Hao twitched the corner of his eye guess. To prevent the reporter from pursuing further questions, he quickly shot a glance at Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang understood, immediately walked over, grabbed Jiang Hao's wrist, and apologetically said to the reporters, "The school needs to talk to Student Jiang Hao about something. Oh, let's end it here for today." After saying that, the two quickly left. In Jiulong State, the imperial capital, Jiulong Martial School, a young man lying on his dorm bed suddenly saw a video with views soaring. Upon clicking it, he saw that familiar light blue sword energy slashing that wind attribute technique girl who had no strength to fight back. Remembering the unpleasant memories, the young man felt a phantom pain in his head again. Thus he decisively commented, "I encountered him in a virtual battle. He was previously the fish bomb king in the set. Now he's at third tier still blowing up fish. This is his ID. I don't eat beef." This comment quickly gained likes from various netizens, eventually being pinned by the streamer who posted the video. Netizens watched Jiang Hao's virtual battle win rate and dropped their jaws one by one. "I don't eat beef, third tier, diamond 1 full star. Win rate 100. Brothers, what have I seen? A 100 win rate over 1,000 matches. Packing my bag. Wow, this young man, coach, I want to learn this. Coach, I want to learn too." Netizens were shocked by Jiang Hao's exaggerated win rate, and many came to check in and take photos under that comment. Some people continuously pulled out the last video for comparison. Some anonymous netizens pointed out Jiang Hao's strength has risen to a new level in just 2 days. Jiang Hao now far surpasses the Jiang Hao from 2 days ago. Of course, no one believes this kind of reverse hype. But a 100 win rate over 1,000 matches has indeed opened the eyes of the netizens from Xia country. How can a melee warrior have such a high win rate? This is unscientific. Didn't the teachers at school say that spellcasting warriors are naturally superior to melee warriors in the early stages? Some trolls online were getting anxious. Because Jiang Hao is so outstanding, their previous actions seemed as ridiculous as clowns. A large group of people claiming to have been bullied by the Fish King specifically edited the previous video of him defeating the fearsome wolf and this time dominating the seniors. They wanted to smear Jiang Hao as someone powerful, but who bullies the weak and disrespects his seniors. Meanwhile, 2 days ago, they were enamored with Jiang Hao plus his demeanor in the recent live broadcast while facing a group attack. Those who were conquered by Jiang Hao's formidable strength also started to confront him. In Fenglei Prefecture, Fenglei City, at the Feng family estate, the current head of the Feng family was chatting with the old head of the Yun family. Below, a woman was sitting elegantly on the sofa. She wore a magnificent and colorful silk gown adorned with exquisite embroidery and delicate patterns. A tassel belt was tied around her waist, and she wore a beautiful hair ornament with dazzling gems embedded in it. She exuded an air of elegance, grandeur, and nobility. Not far away, shrinking back in the corner, Yuni Chen, who did not dare to raise his head towards the woman, received a message from his foolish sister. "Xiao Xiao isn't smiling, little brother. Something big has happened. Your top scorer from Yunshao Prefecture's martial arts exam is gone. Following my heart's desire. If it's gone, it's gone. Anyway, I'm not going to Shenzhou Martial School." Xiao Xiao isn't smiling. Xiao Xiao isn't smiling, little brother. It's probably for the best that you're not going to a prospective college entrance examination student came to challenge, and I was bullied. I'm still lying in the infirmary. Following my heart's desire, that must be because you were too flashy and Principal Lee found you annoying. Otherwise, how could an outsider participate in the duel? Following my heart's desire is the person you mentioned, the one who used saint-level martial skills to dominate at the No. 1 battlefield a few days ago. Xiao Xiao isn't smiling. Yes, I just sent the combat video to Sister Chila. Oh, I'll let her help me regain my honor at Yuni Chen's eyes twitched. He looked up at the woman walking towards him. "Sister Chilua?" He flashed a flattering smile. Feng Chilua waved her hand in disdain at Yuni Chen, who showed no dignity as a top talent. "I watched that Jiang Hao. Although he is somewhat arrogant, he is the only one who can truly master Old Lee's renowned skill." Looking at the figure in the video, effortlessly executing the sky-piercing slash, even Feng Chilua, who was known as the #1 of the new generation, had to admit that Jiang Hao was indeed a peer of her caliber. The sky-piercing slash is known as one of the top 10 saint-level martial skills in Xia country, recognized by 11 members of the Xia country parliament. If it weren't for Old Lee's own strength, not reaching the Fate Star realm. Just this slash, which pierces consciousness, shatters souls, ignores defenses, and is guaranteed to hit, is enough to rank among the top 3 in Xia country. The former dean of the Shenzhou Martial School's melee department, with a 9th-tier realm and top-tier talent, with a clear Dao heart, still failed to learn this martial skill. That dean from Xia once said, "Logically speaking, she has already reached a small success, yet she cannot unleash a blade light that can harm the soul. It is merely a blade energy that tears through physical forms." Compared to Jiang Hao, what are Xia Pengqing and Xing Yingwe? They are just from good families. Feng Chilua, born to saint-level parents, conveniently ignored that the Feng family is also a family of parliament members. Although Yun Xiaoxiao is merely a pufferfish appearing impressive, yet easily punctured, she is after all the eldest daughter of the Yun family. She shares the same status as herself. Plus, with decent talent, her peak 4th-tier strength can already defeat some ordinary 5th-tier warriors. In other words, this Jiang Hao possesses the strength to defeat opponents across 2 major realms, just like herself. Calamities, looking at Jiang Hao's confident smile in the video, firmly declared, "This year's freshman ranking battle at Shenzhou Martial School will belong to me." At this moment, Jiang Hao had already slipped back to the hotel. The previous battle had ended. A large group of seniors was enthusiastically rushing towards him, scaring Jiang Hao into a swift escape through the window. I was clearly the one challenging. Shouldn't the top talents from my own school who I defeated be coming to me for a unknown duel in a furious crowd of shame? However, thinking of that berserker senior sister and the funny trio, Jiang Hao felt relieved. Indeed, these people's thought processes were beyond his comprehension. A special message popped up. "I really want to retire. You kid have truly given me a big surprise." "Oh, why is oldly suddenly?" Jiang Hao quickly replied, with a mean panda question mark. "I really want to retire, although I thought you would definitely learn it when I gave you the sky-piercing slash. I didn't expect you to reach this level so quickly. Oldly, could you please stop being so cryptic? I don't eat beef, Oldly. Is there something wrong with my training? I really want to retire. Normally, apart from me, no one else can truly master this martial skill. I really want to retire. Initially, I planned to give you another saint-level martial skill, but I suddenly had a premonition that giving you the sky-piercing slash was the best choice. I didn't expect that you would master it in just one day. I really want to retire, although it's just mastering it. Your spirit surpassing a 7th-tier warrior has greatly enhanced the power of the blade light that shatters souls. So I was able to learn it because the system directly took care of it for me." Jiang Hao looked at the light screen speechlessly. "I don't eat beef, thankfully. I am more skilled." Panda with hands on hips. "I really want to retire." "Keep it up, Jiang kid. The blue star is vast." Jiang Hao smiled slightly, realizing that Oldly came specifically to praise him. Indeed, his performance today had greatly satisfied Oldly. After the entrance exam, he would definitely reward himself handsomely. Xing Yingwei continued to rack up 10 consecutive victories, preparing to practice the combination of spellcasting and martial skills in the training ground. A tremor came through. Looking at the video shared in the group, named Who Holds the Power, he curiously clicked on it. He is actually from Yinshao Prefecture. On May 28th, Tuesday, Jiang Hao, who had not stayed in a hotel for a long time, got up and turned off the Do Not Disturb mode on his wristband. He looked at the tens of thousands of private messages and millions of followers in the background, calmly clearing the background. "Fortunately, after yesterday's competition, I immediately set my flying signal to reject friend requests from strangers." Jiang Hao ate breakfast while watching the string of memes in the class group. Since yesterday, after Jiang Hao kicked the door of Yinshao Martial School, he had become a trending topic. The class group shifted from praising Jiang Gu is amazing to "this meme of Jiang Gu is so funny." Jiang Hao watched the class monitor and Shaoli using his shy smile to mock the seniors with captions like "You are so weak," and he revealed a standard expression combining that of an elder subway rider and mobile phone user. Silently, he turned off the light screen and prepared to plan today's itinerary. Last night, the head of the Gao family suddenly caused a ruckus at the Martial Unification Bureau. He demanded that the Bureau send someone to find the whereabouts of his son. Alive or dead, he must see his son. Vice Captain Yin exaggeratedly pointed to Director Yi, scolding him, and then demanded a public apology from the Martial Unification Bureau. As a result, he was just in time slapped out by Supervisor Yin, who happened to pass by. Vice Captain Yin also mocked Director Yi for not daring to retaliate when being scolded by an early-stage 8th rank. Seeing those seasoned gossipers in the group revealing one piece of gossip after another, Jiang Hao feared that one day Vice Captain Yin would be shot 8 times from behind and die from suicide. Not daring to say a word, and even afraid to look more, Jiang Hao silently offered incense to those brave warriors. He gazed out the window with a distant expression. The head of the Gao family is a troublesome character. I just need less than 300 more kills to reach the 10,000 reward. It seems I must make a trip to the battlefield tomorrow. I hope I get a good talent. Who dominates the chat group? 9 Flames. So should we pull Jiang Hao into the group or not? Yudi Cuckoo. Although Jiang Hao is only slightly weaker than me, he is indeed an interesting character. I support it. Fengqiao, a little brat from the Yu family. Stop bragging. Who in the group can say they can withstand the soul cutter? Fengqiao, only I. Fengqiao. Yudi, damn. Who are you calling short? Prophet, clearly no one said you were a shorty. Yudi, without pressure, I don't think so. Although the flying sky-breaking slash is indeed powerful, he is not from a high-ranking family or a student of a member. Without pressure, he is just bullying ordinary martial artists with skills. As for the so-called 100 winning rate, I don't believe that the few present would perform worse than him in the battle space. Fish and bear's paw, but I lost twice. Without pressure. In the imperial capital, the Xia family Xiaopingcheng looked at the messages sent by Xing Yingwei in the group, completely dumbfounded. What the hell are you deliberately letting him win? Because he looks handsome. Fengqiao, no big deal. I've already asked someone to add Jiang Hao as a friend. Fengqiao, as expected, this group is just a bunch of frogs at the bottom of the well relying on family backgrounds. Member Fengqiao left, who dominates the chat group. Are you trying to start a war here? Aren't you from the Feng family? Without pressure, damn it, screw it. Yudi screenshot taken. You're done when school starts. Prophet screenshot taken. See you in the infirmary when school starts. 9 Flames. I've already sent the screenshot to Sister Feng brothers. Do you think I did the right thing? Xiaopingcheng looked at this group of little people shouting, you can't do this. You are all newborns. On May 30th, Thursday evening, the second day of battlefield opening. Due to the soul-eating tree incident, the number of low-level exotic beasts has significantly decreased, and entry is now restricted by number and rank. Jiang Hao sold the previous materials and shared 40 with Lu Da and the others. The battlefield is no longer the same as before, and Lu Da and the others truly cannot be of much help. Moreover, excluding third-tier martial artists other than Jiang Hao from entering, everyone could only part ways amicably. Lu Da and the others regretted not taking a photo with the great Jiang earlier. The 2 level 7 life crystals given by Director Yi yesterday, combined with the remaining ones, have already raised my physique to 59. Tomorrow I'll aim to break through 60 points. Jiang Hao stood atop a hill over 100 meters high, helplessly searching for traces of exotic beasts. In the 2 days from yesterday to now, he had only found about 200 exotic beasts. He was less than 20 away from achieving 10,000 kills. If he still couldn't find any, Jiang Hao began to consider returning home to complete the tasks in the battle space. At this moment, a group of people dressed in colorful outfits, some even in men's swim trunks, walked towards him without any concealment. "Little brat, let me ask you something. Hurry over here, or he'll chop you up." "Who are these crazy people?" Looking at a group of Jiang Hao slowly walked towards the group with a long knife in hand. A man in a tight leather jacket with dreadlocks asked, "Little brat, how do we get to the depths of the battlefield near the small world? We've been searching for a day and still can't find it." "You mean the far right side of the battlefield, right? Then you should head to the right." Jiang Hao fabricated an answer. "Oh my, how did I not think of that?" The man who initially called out clapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Little brat, not bad. You actually have such astonishing wisdom. Our sacred beast society needs talents like you." The uncle looked over with admiration. "Damn, they really are a bunch of troublemakers." Jiang Hao squinted and asked, "What are you doing there? Do you need me to help you find the way?" Unfortunately, the uncle was very cautious and shook his head, saying, "We have a confidential mission at the Sacred Society. Although I don't know the content of the mission, the Frost Poison leader told us to come here ourselves. So that's how it is then, goodbye." A flash of pale blue light from the knife appeared, and everyone who looked at this light felt a pain in their heads, and then were split in half. Jiang Hao casually twirled the knife. Sheathing the knife. Host has achieved 10,000 kills against opponents. Please choose 2 rewards from the following 5 options. Next kill reward, count 1 million. 1. 50,000 points. 2. Talent Clarity of Dao Heart. Choosing this talent will replace the Martial Arts Genius. 3. Sacred Level Martial Arts suitable for oneself. 4. Random Sacred Level Martial Arts. 5. Talent Perfect Spatial Affinity. Choosing this talent will automatically unlock the Ancient Technique Talent Free Casting. Goodness, this is a gold mine. Even double yellow. Jiang Hao rubbed his hands excitedly, looking at the 5 options on the light screen deep in his mind. First, the first option of 50,000 points is definitely excluded. Only a fool would choose that. The second option, Clarity of Dao Heart, allows for a top-level comprehension talent for martial techniques and spells. If I don't choose this, am I still human? As for the martial arts, Jiang Hao felt that with this talent going to the Shinjo Martial School, it would definitely be arranged with sacred level martial arts, so he excluded it. Random sacred level martial arts are too uncertain, so excluded. Finally, Perfect Spatial Affinity. And it also comes with the talent to unlock the path of spells. Sorry, Oldly. Although I have always despised the spellcasting path, the dual cultivation is simply irresistible. The path of spellcasting is truly appealing. Jiang Hao decisively chose the talent, Dao Heart Clarity, and the talent, Perfect Space Affinity. Ding. The host has acquired Perfect Space Affinity, automatically activating the talent for free casting. Ding. Congratulations to the host for embarking on the path of spellcasting. Take off. Dual cultivation of weaponry and magic. A radiant smile spread across Jiang Hao's face. This time, he was truly invincible. Generally speaking, to become a spellcasting warrior, 2 conditions must be met: innate spiritual power higher than that of ordinary people, and the additional awakening of elemental control talent at the first level. Additionally, awakening certain related elemental talents can also automatically activate elemental control talent. They rely on existing spell templates to continuously learn magic. These humanoid beings are referred to as new spellcasters. There are also a very small handful of individuals. It might take years for one to appear across the entire blue star. They often awaken some form of perfect elemental affinity. This talent grants them the ability to cast spells freely, such as warriors with perfect fire elemental affinity. They can not only modify existing spell models to suit themselves, but also freely manipulate fire elements to create spells and routines that fit their style. Like Sovereigns of Flames, they can unleash attacks far exceeding their current realm, limited only by their mental strength and the amount of elemental power they possess. These individuals are referred to as ancient spellcasters, and Jiang Hao's Perfect Space Affinity allows him to have even more varied tactics in battle. Councilor Xia and Councilor Xing both follow the path of dual cultivation, and they are clearly stronger than other counselors. This is evident from the battle records introduced on the Blue Star Network. Jiang Hao drew his long knife and activated his space talent, slashing effortlessly. He didn't use any martial techniques, merely wielding the knife with elemental power alone. A silver-white thread shot out, piercing through a 4-meter-high boulder dozens of meters away. The boulder slowly slid down at an angle, split into 2 halves. Jiang Hao directly flashed over using his talent. The cut surface of the boulder was as smooth as a mirror, indicating that the space had been severed. However, the space on Blue Star is quite sturdy and will automatically heal. Otherwise, with a single slash, what would be seen is a gap of black cracks left by the passing silver-white thread. Open. Jiang Hao silently urged within. A blue light curtain unfolded in his mind. Name Jiang Hao. Realm 3rd stage, 1st level. Physique 59, 5th stage. Spirit 59, 5th stage. Talent abilities: Dao Heart Clarity, Quick Adaptation, Perfect Space Affinity, Free Casting. Martial techniques crumbling fist 1/5 stage perfection instant 9 flashes upgradable proficient 563 5000 flash thunderblade proficient 496500 flying sky breaking slash proficient 252 310 Method 8th basic body refining method of the Xia Kingdom 3rd stage. Points 2415. Evaluation. The path to invincibility begins here. This panel, to put it bluntly, is simply plain and unadorned. Its strength and values would make any average mid-tier warrior feel ashamed. Even a high-tier warrior would be taken aback. What a pity the method can only be cultivated up to the 3rd stage. Jiang Hao lamented as he looked at his shortcomings. Using points to strengthen the basic method is not cost-effective, as there will be opportunities to acquire holy tier methods for free later. Fortunately, Jiang Hao does not rely too much on realm. In the past, he could defeat 3rd tier opponents at the 1st tier. Now defeating 6th tier opponents at the 3rd tier should not be unreasonable, right? Just based on this physical strength, Jiang Hao can directly take ordinary attacks with his face. But what are these 2nd tier warriors from the Holy Beast Society doing deep in the battlefield? The soul-eating tree incident has just ended, and now more experts are appearing. With the mindset of reporting the cult, Jiang Hao left notes for Old Li and Director Yi explaining the situation. Jiang Hao took out a simple house to prepare for washing up, but what big moves can a group of 2nd tier warriors pull off? They probably came over for nothing due to a brain malfunction. The lunatics of the Holy Beast Society act without logic. It's better to leave the troubles to the Martial Unity Bureau. In a certain underground club in Yunshao City, the head of the Gao family looked at several demon barons and revealed a satisfied smile. I will personally take action tomorrow. A tall demon speaking in a clumsy version of Xia language said, "Thank you for the support, head Gao. The Gao family will become friends of our demon race." The Yunshao Martial Academy and Martial Unity Bureau, recruiting those mud-legged warriors, is simply tarnishing the sacred profession of warriors. Gao Jianren revealed a sinister smile. If the envoy of Jinzhou is truly killed by Lord Demon King, then Yunshao City will surely fall into chaos. At that time I will kill one by one those sinners who caused my tower to die. Yun Laikai stood aside watching the heads of several families interact harmoniously with the demon race. Looking at frost poison lying on the ground, he revealed a simple smile. Tomorrow our Yun family will lead you in. Otherwise it would be bad if they were discovered prematurely. A passerby head of a 7th tier family said sourly, Yun Laikai is a direct descendant of the Yun family, how can you get involved? Yun Laikai squinted and smiled. Who told the Xia Kingdom to be so unreasonable, keeping the old man from being promoted? Don't worry, although the old man does not agree with this operation, he also did not oppose it, right? Otherwise he wouldn't have left Yunshao Prefecture at such a critical moment. Our Yun family has long been dissatisfied with the Xia Kingdom. Feng family, Feng Kiluo's bedroom. What on earth is this person doing? I finally found someone to connect with his flight signal, but why isn't he replying to my messages? Feng Qiluo lay on the bed feeling a bit frustrated. Her hair flowed like a waterfall over the pillow, gently spreading out. She wore an exquisite lace nightgown. Although it seemed a bit loose due to lying in bed, it still exuded elegance and nobility. Looking at the light curtain, all her greetings had been ignored. Feng Qiluo pressed the back of her hand against her forehead. Indeed a genius on my level. Seemingly arrogant, yet careful and thought unwilling to expose even the slightest information in useless chatting. Feng Qiluo was quite satisfied. This is the demeanor that a talented and powerful person should possess, unlike that Xia Pengqing, who often flaunts his counselor family status, relying on his strong background to look down on warriors without counselor backgrounds. His arrogance exposes his weaknesses. Clearly his talent is mediocre, and he couldn't even force out his lightning techniques. How can he still have the audacity to call himself one of the new generation's 7 heroes? And he is not like that white cut black from the Xing family, or the so-called prophet from the Gu family, who only knows how to be sarcastic. In short, in this era there are only dual prodigies, not 7 heroes. Continuously replaying Jiang Hao's battle videos, Feng Qiluo confirmed Jiang Hao's spirit and foundation are abnormally high. What family has a 3rd-tier warrior who can casually unleash dozens or even hundreds of holy-tier martial techniques? Not to mention the flying sky breaking / consumes spiritual power. Feng Qiluo thought, he must be like me with spiritual power reaching the 7th tier. She opened her right hand, making a gesture of a virtual grip. I really want to fight you at full strength, just once. Her right hand clenched tightly. On May 31st, a Friday, it is ill-advised to travel. Jiang Hao worried that after encountering a double yellow last night, he would become unlucky, so he went to bed early. The weather isn't great today. Jiang Hao looked up at the sky. The clouds were thick and the sky was dark and gloomy, as if the entire world were shrouded in a veil of melancholy. Opening the messaging app, he saw that Li Lao had not replied and Director Yi had only sent a message stating that he was investigating. The achievement of killing in 10,000 seconds has been completed. Let's return to Yunlan City today. After playing for a few days, his own strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. Jiang Hao slowly walked towards the entrance, saying, "They'll say goodbye to the acquaintances I made these days," before heading home. In the small world, a giant serpent was continuously writhing. Its aura grew increasingly powerful, instantly breaking through its peak and reaching the 9th tier. However, it showed no signs of stopping and continued to surge in power. At this moment, the serpent's body exceeded one. The scales on its head began to turn increasingly transparent, resembling fragile glass, each piece shimmering with it. A layer of hard bony structure emerged in the middle of its body, with these bones connecting end to end, gradually forming a pair of enormous skeletal wings. Then flesh and blood continuously sprouted, and a pair of eerie flesh wings unfolded. The serpent, now nearly 2,000 meters long, had eyes filled with a ferocious glint. The pressure of the saint level surged like a tide, spreading throughout the entire small world. The giant serpent flapped its bloody wings in the air, and a roar that shook the heavens and earth erupted. In Yunshao City, Li Lao suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at the small world deep within the first battle area. His face bore no expression, and his figure slowly faded away, as if erased by an eraser. In Xinglua Prefecture, Luoxing City, a middle-aged man sat quietly on a mat. Suddenly it seemed he sensed something. He slowly opened his eyes, his pupils incomparably deep, as if containing the mysteries of the universe. Stars were born and extinguished in his gaze, resembling a miniature galaxy swirling within. Xing Huangshan's gaze pierced through space, locking onto the giant serpent. Has it begun? I hope this kid can succeed. Nearby, the third battle area, Frost Poison, watched as a group of colleagues argued endlessly over who would be the first. On one side, more than 20 counts of the demon race were already prepared. Yin Laikai was removing the energy suppression collars from those demon counts. This time we must give those humans a severe lesson, one demon said, stretching his body. Frost Poison looked at everyone, stating, I will definitely succeed in this operation. Hiding in the shadows, the soul-devouring demon king, whose energy fluctuations were completely concealed, also felt relieved. After all, the soul and origin of a saint-level warrior were still quite beneficial to him. Perhaps he could completely repair the backlash caused by the collapse of the blood pool back then. If this operation succeeds, I will immediately leave the Blue Star world. If it weren't for the Saint Beast Association providing the flesh and bones of a peaked saint-level beast, ensuring they could hold off the town prefect of Jinzhou, allowing him to ambush for a guaranteed kill. Plus, he still had a large teleportation talisman left by the former Demon King, which could allow him to cross realms instantly. He would never have come to the Blue Star world. This time I will just collect some interest as a revenge against humanity. The soul-devouring Demon King gritted his teeth as he looked in the direction of the small world. Estimating that the town prefect of Jinzhou had already entered the small world to engage the giant serpent, Frost Poison turned to his teammates, saying, the operation begins. As soon as the words fell, a 7th-tier senior member of the Saint Beast Association charged out. I will lead the charge. You dare steal my line. I want a feast. Can we eat this time? Over 20 demons silently followed behind. Frost Poison slowly followed at the back, looking towards the first battle area, saying, this time there shouldn't be any mistakes. Roar. A 7th-tier Thunder Bear was rampaging in the first battle area. It spewed out bursts of plasma, destroying vast stretches of forest. Strangely, the Thunder Bear had not moved from its spot since its appearance. Some warriors who saw it from afar were terrified to the point of almost exploding. They fled for their lives. Is this the Martial Unification Bureau? A high-tier Thunder Bear has appeared in the first battle area. Am I going crazy making up nonsense? Where are the high-tier warriors? Help us. Martial Unification Bureau. Captain Zeng looked in confusion at the messages from his superiors. The head of the Gao family and several family heads who had reached the 7th tier had rebelled, intercepting several high-ranking members of the Martial Unification Bureau. Is this a movie? Deputy Yin asked in confusion. Director Yi and Principal Li of Yunshao Martial School are both at the peak of the 9th tier. How could they have the audacity to rebel? Captain Zeng replied, I don't know. Then he confidently stated, maybe it's an exercise. After all, no one would be foolish enough to rebel in the capital of a province, right? At this moment, a few foolish family heads looked at the high-ranking members of the Martial Unification Bureau across from them with relief. Before the action, Yun Laikai suddenly informed them that Director Yi and Principal Li were targeted, asking them to hold off a few 7th tiers. Gao Jianren. And you all, aren't you afraid of being held accountable afterward? One high-ranking member of the Martial Unification Bureau shouted angrily. As long as I am here, the Gao family will endure. Gao Jinren, emitting the energy fluctuations of the 8th tier, said, my Taer is the most talented in the Gao family, yet he died in the first battle area. Since the future of the Gao family is gone, what does it matter if I rebel? Oh, is that so? A familiar voice sounded from behind. Gao Jinren and several family heads suddenly plummeted from the sky, their life force and energy fluctuations continuously weakening. Decay Law. It was the old head of the Yun family. Didn't you sever ties with the Summer Nation's officials? Yun Laikong waved his wrist, looking at the several clever individuals with curiosity. You really don't think that a peak saint-level demon lord and a temporary version of a crippled saint-level beast can deal with the town prefect of Jinzhou, do you? Gao Jianren was taken aback, a look of confusion appearing on his face. Shouldn't the town prefect of Jinzhou be held by the weakest among the few saint levels? Isn't Yunshao Prefecture a backward region? Yun Laikong displayed an expression akin to spotting a fish that slipped through 9 years of compulsory education. Do you think why is it called town prefect? Jiang Hao wielded his long knife, continuously slaying the beasts that had gone berserk due to the appearance of high-tier beasts. Damn you. How could a 7th-tier Thunder Bear appear in a low-tier battlefield? Jiang Hao had initially planned to leave. Suddenly, a Thunder Bear bound and wrapped in chains appeared in the forest 2 kilometers away from him. Although he didn't understand who had tied up the Thunder Bear, the low-tier beasts, which were usually rare, rushed out in droves. Jiang Hao knew that it would take at least a few minutes for the high-tier warriors of the Martial Unification Bureau to arrive. In those few minutes, nearly 100 warriors would likely perish. Damn it, I will never make a flag again. Jiang Hao took a deep breath, channeling his energy into the spirit weapon long knife. Powerful spirit energy guided the surrounding energy. Jiang Hao raised his 8-meter-long knife and charged at the Thunder Bear, using his spatial talent to cross several hundred meters in an instant. The knife was enveloped in light blue energy, and silvery white spatial threads gathered at the blade. I can tell at a glance that you are not human. Exhausting all his energy, Jiang Hao slashed at the immobile Thunder Bear. A massive blade aura hundreds of meters long surged forth, carrying the power to destroy everything. The light blue blade aura was intertwined with silvery white radiance resembling fragments of a spatial rift. Fei Xiao Pekong Zhan. The sound of space being torn apart echoed. The thunderstorm bear felt an overwhelming sense of death looming over it. A light of pale blue and silver flashed as the bear suddenly felt excruciating pain in its brain. Its fur stood on end, and the thought of unleashing a final strike to perish alongside its opponent was abruptly interrupted. Its soul seemed to be sliced by the blade, plunging its consciousness into a brief chaos. The thunderstorm bear with a blank mind watched helplessly as the blade's aura struck it. There was no way to evade, no way to stop, and no way to counterattack. Centered around its heart, the upper half of the thunderstorm bear was instantly torn apart and flung away, its blood and shattered bones raining down. The blade's aura that severed the bear had significantly weakened. Watching the strike vanish into the horizon, cleaving through the clouds, Jiang Hao sat on the ground, utterly exhausted. For the first time, the martial technique perfectly fused with the power of space, and the innate talent of his Dao heart awakened. Martial technique sky-shattering / proficiency increased by 2,000 points. The proficiency of other martial techniques rose by 2,000 points. Martial technique collapse fist enhancement tier points reduced to 3,000 points. Congratulations to the host for instantly defeating a 7th tier opponent, gaining 500 points. Congratulations to the host for exceeding multiple tiers to achieve the instant kill, receiving an additional 500 points. Ding. Detecting a life crystal from a 7th tier beast. It can be exchanged for 5,000 points. Would you like to proceed? Jiang Hao weakly shouted no. He did not feel any pride for having instantly killed the 7th tier beast. He knew very well that if it weren't for someone injuring and restraining the thunderstorm bear beforehand, he could never have achieved such an effortless kill. After all, with his obvious fluctuation of accumulated spiritual energy, anyone not foolish would have run far away. Either that or a seamless combo interrupted him. So was today a stroke of bad luck or good fortune? Jiang Hao struggled. Though his spiritual energy was depleted and his mental strength was nearly exhausted, it did not hinder Jiang Hao from easily overpowering 5th-tier martial artists. A curious voice suddenly echoed from above. Jiang Hao looked up to see an elegant woman in ancient attire floating in midair, gazing at him. She exuded a spiritual energy far surpassing that of the thunderstorm bear. Judging by her appearance, she seemed to be in her 20s, somewhat resembling the Yun senior sister he had nearly subdued. However, her expression was a bit unusual, especially when she looked at the corpse of the thunderstorm bear that had been killed in one strike, with a twitching corner of her mouth and a peculiar gaze. Yet the elegant woman seemed reluctant to speak first, and Jiang Hao could not be certain whether this lady was the mother of the Yun senior sister he knew. They stared at each other for a while. Finally, Yun Qianqian could not help but speak up. You actually took down a 7th-tier beast all by yourself? She glanced at the spirit weapon in Jiang Hao's hand. A 7th-tier spirit weapon alone isn't enough for you to contend with a 7th-tier beast. You really aren't using hacks like those online claims, are you? Congratulations, you guessed right. Jiang Hao nodded in acknowledgement of having killed it, and then looked at the descending figure, saying, hello, sister. Are you a high-tier martial artist sent by the Martial Unified Bureau for support? To be honest, Jiang Hao had initially wanted to greet her as aunt, considering he wasn't older than Yun's senior sister. However, at the moment of speaking, his mental maturity of 59 prompted him to change his address. This was survival instinct kicking in. Yun Qianqian smiled, slightly admiring Jiang Hao and thinking this child is truly polite, far more perceptive than that silly Xiao Xiao. Yun Qianqian introduced herself. I am Yun Qianqian, one of the high-ranking members of the Martial Unified Bureau. Also, I am the aunt of Yun Xiao Xiao, whom you defeated a few days ago. I came to deal with this beast, but I really didn't expect you to resolve it in less than a minute. So this sister had been waiting on the battlefield for the beast to appear. But she was unsure of the specific location, which was why she arrived a bit late. It seemed that the higher-ups in Yunxiao City had already received some news. Jiang Hao contemplated this, but certainly would not foolishly ask. Instead, he clasped his fists and said it was merely luck. Yun Qianqian looked at the corpse of the thunderstorm bear and waved her hand. A large sphere of water appeared, enveloping the remains and continuously disintegrating them. After a while, Yun Qianqian controlled a small water ball to drift toward Jiang Hao, containing the life crystal. Sigh, times have truly changed. When I graduated from the Martial Academy, I was only at the peak of the 5th tier. You can independently slay a 7th-tier beast even before entering the Martial Academy. Yun Qianqian sighed as she looked at the devastated forest. Thanks to you, your timely intervention ensured that no martial artists died in this vicinity. However, some low-tier beasts may have been injured. The Martial Unified Bureau will provide them with compensation. Because the thunderstorm bear died too quickly, the lower-tier beasts had not yet truly formed a massive riot when they were stopped. Moreover, with the spiritual energy fluctuations emitted by Yun Qianqian, the beasts were frightened and scattered. Jiang Hao did not respond. Although the outcome was good, the officials clearly knew the inside story, yet did not prevent it. And now he finally understood why Old Li always advised him during chats to return to Yunlin City early. But what was the significance? Were they trying to trap someone? For some reason, the image of the demon clan surfaced in Jiang Hao's mind. By the way, what about the Holy Beast Society? Could the frost toxin mentioned by those second-tier members yesterday also be one of the targets this time? Yun Qianqian held up the thunderstorm bear's paw bones and head looking at Jiang. How will you sell these materials? Jiang Hao glanced at them and shook his head. He couldn't craft spirit weapons, so the materials would be useless to him. If Sister Yin wants to buy them, that would certainly be great, and it would also make it easier for me to find someone. Hee, don't worry. Ooh, I won't shortchange you. Yun Qianqian clapped her hands. All right, the next matters are no longer related to us. Let's head back to the city. Do you need me to accompany you? Yun Qianqian casually stored the materials in a spatial item, washed her hands with the water ball, and asked. Of course, then I must trouble Sister Yun. A group of figures was hastening through battlefield No. 3. This battlefield is so quiet. We haven't encountered anyone yet. Ha ha ha, it must be that they are afraid of me, the inferno fire, and dare not come out. I smell the scent of a feast. One of the demon clan members looked ahead at the Holy Beast Society executives akin to a pack of wild dogs, glanced around, and asked in confusion, where is Yun like I? Wasn't he supposed to come in with us? A nearby demon replied, don't be ridiculous. Brother Yun might have already hidden himself ready to ambush the enemy at any moment. By the way, why are we following the orders of that frost toxin human to ambush here? Wouldn't it be better to restrain them and Yun? I don't know. Several demons pondered for a moment and decided not to care too much about it. After all, they had come this far. With that 9th-tier peak human frost toxin and their leader around, there was nothing to fear. At this moment, members of the demon clan and the Holy Beast Society suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. When they opened their eyes, they found that the surrounding environment had drastically changed. What happened? Each one activated their spiritual energy shields and hovered in midair, their eyes filled with suspicion. I understand. A high-ranking member of the Holy Beast Society suddenly shouted, drawing everyone's attention. It's onions. I added onions to battlefield No. 3. Within the small world, a grotesque giant serpent roared, shaking the heavens and the earth. Its size had increased yet again, reaching an astonishing length of over 2,000 meters. Its tail, like a massive iron rod, tore through the air, with every swing ripping open vast spatial rifts. The numerous black fissures slowly mended, but they could never keep pace with the destruction wrought by the giant serpent. The small world ultimately had its limits and could not truly support the full power of a saint-tier powerhouse. The giant serpent glared furiously at the distant tiny figure, suddenly soaring upward to evade hundreds of dangerous blade energies. It then lowered its head and unleashed a breath of corrosive green mist, burying the figure beneath it. The giant serpent observed the tainted earth before it raising its barbed tail. The gathered energy struck the ground heavily. The entire small world seemed to tremble momentarily, as if a colossal axe had fallen from the sky, cleaving the earth in two. A terrifying shockwave erupted, forming a chasm that stretched for miles. Debris and dust filled the air. The figure of Old Li slowly emerged. Looking somewhat disheveled at the giant serpent, the holy weapon in his hand trembled as if suppressed. How much longer can you? Old Li's weary voice echoed. The giant serpent seemed to grow increasingly anxious, tiny cracks appearing on its surface, its breath flickering uncertainly. All indications pointed to the fact that it would soon fall from its rank. Old Li gathered his strength, preparing to risk everything to slay the giant serpent. At that moment, a hand suddenly pierced through Old Li's heart, violently twisting. Following this, black flames completely the small world seemed to be sealed off temporarily, severing its connection to the blue star. Information from within could not be transmitted outside. Ga. The soul and essence of a human saint-tier warrior belong to me now. The figure of the soul devourer finally materialized. It gazed with satisfaction at Old Li, who fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, sensing that his life force was indeed at its weakest. Finally, it felt its heart settle. With a flick of its hand, a black magic spear was hurled, piercing the giant serpent. Previously, it had taken precautions against treachery. It had been using its innate secret technique to completely conceal its own information. As long as it didn't wander before those fate stars, it was confident that no one could find it. Because the title Soul Devourer was intentionally chosen by it. Given its abilities in escaping, hiding, and secrecy, perhaps Hidden Demon King was more fitting. I didn't expect that human named Frost Poison would have such a smooth plan. The Soul Devourer revealed a wild smile. Old man, what use is your strength? Combat requires intellect. Although it had already secured victory, it still dared not speak the name of that terrifying figure. Battlefield No. 3. After discovering the leader was missing, damn, that bastard Frost Poison must have secretly feasted without us. The gluttonous man began to perform normally. I told you long ago, if you listen to me, Underworld Fire, I guarantee you'll win. The demon leader, observing the surroundings, felt a bit of sweat forming, something that normally wouldn't happen. This is a world inhabited by human saint-tier powerhouses. We fell for their trick. The leader shouted in despair. In the dim, lifeless world, everyone looked up, gazing at the brilliant starry sky above. Each star radiated light and heat. Damn, it's the saint-tier from the Xing family. The demon leader gave up thinking, while the other demons trembled at the familiar starry sky. All means of the Xing family had been etched into the souls of the demon race. A bunch of cowards. At the critical moment, the high-ranking members of Underworld Fire stepped forward. Radiating the fluctuations of peak 8th-tier energy, Underworld Fire raised a middle finger at the stars above, laughing loudly. What if they are saint-tier? We have dozens of people, can we not defeat one? As soon as the words left their mouth, a young man stepped out, followed by Frost Poison Yun Lai Kai and high-ranking officials from Yunshao City and the military. Current head of the Xing family, Xing Yao, ran. The demon leader slumped down onto the ground. Given that death was inevitable, he might as well take a rest. Underworld fire excitedly rushed forward. Destruction is a moment of glorious sacrifice. Boom. The flames of underworld fire were momentarily arrested before expanding. Xing Yao ran lightly, tapped his finger, and that mass of flames was instantaneously devoured by the starlight project. Frost Poison, why are you just watching? Have you betrayed us? Frost Poison revealed a sarcastic smile, then caressed the ring on his thumb before removing it. Frost Poison's figure vanished, replaced by a young man resembling the head of the Xing family. Allow me to introduce myself. From the Shenzhou Martial Academy, director of the Technique Court, Xing Yingyu. The demons and members of the Beast of the Underworld were momentarily stunned. Seeing Yun Lai Kai's infuriating expression behind him, a demon incredulously said, Brother Yun, why are you standing with the Xia Kingdom? Did you not say that the old head of the Yun family was denied promotion by the Xia Kingdom and that the Yun family supported the rebellion? Yun Lai Kai smiled, pointing at Xing Yao Ran. Do you think our Yun family can interfere in the demon race's trade dealings? Long before that Soul Devourer Duke was grievously injured and fled, the Xing family had already approached us. Xing Yingyu chuckled, there's no need for pretense. How could that sneakily hidden Soul Devourer Duke possibly take action? The demon leader felt a sinking sensation in his mind. Humans were indeed cunning in their tactics. Although they were already doomed, the leader still laughed heartily. You have no idea about the Demon King. His power has long surpassed that of most peak Saint-Tier beings. Even if the Xing family Saint-Tier were to support now, it would be useless. The Demon King has already taken the essence of that state envoy from Jinzhou and left the Blue Star world. It's already over. We high-ranking demon barons traded one human Saint-Tier warrior's fall for value. With that, he closed his eyes, waiting for death. Members of the Beast of the Underworld had long been suppressed by the military and the martial administration. Xing Yaoren curiously asked, why support now? The state envoy of Yunshao Prefecture and the one from Jinsazu are contemporaries of our Xing family's old master and the Xia Council member. However, you are right about one thing, it is indeed over. Now Envoy Li of Jinzhou has already secured the essence of the Soul Devourer Duke. The demon leader's eyes widened in disbelief. 10 minutes earlier, the Soul Devourer was preparing to extract the essence from the human Saint-Tier warrior with satisfaction. Then came a voice, you finally came out. I was really afraid that giant serpent would die from my blows. The Soul Devourer froze, revealing a look of unease as it stiffly turned around. A man with no wrinkles on his face and exuding a strong life force stood not far behind him, hands clasped behind his. Not only was he unscathed, but there wasn't even a speck of dust on him. This isn't spiritual energy. The Soul Devourer, sensing the peak Saint-Tier energy fluctuations from the figure before him and the ceiling that filled the entire small world, the additional layer of seals over his own, the Soul Devourer silently observed the unresponsive massive teleportation talisman. He incredulously shouted, the law of the mind. Peak Saint rank. The law of the mind. Demon Sovereign Shirhan realized he had fallen into a trap. You've been preserving this pocket realm all along. For this very day, you intend to seize my primordial essence to ascend to Saint rank. Ninth rank is the apex of the transcendent 9 ranks. To grow stronger beyond this threshold, one must condense a fundamental law. Most martial cultivators who reach 9th rank stall at this juncture. Yet true ascension to Saint rank permits only 2 paths. First path and locate an unclaimed pocket realm. Gradually reshape the realm using one's own law and yuan force. Once fully transformed, the pocket realm may be enfolded into the cultivator's body. When the internal pocket realm can freely enter and exit the body, and even be deployed within a colossal world, the cultivator spontaneously ascends to Saint rank. This path is known as the World Sovereign Path. Should the cultivator perish, the pocket realm collapses and dissolves utterly. Though time-consuming, requiring at least several months, it remains the swiftest possible timeline for this route. Its chief advantage lies in its reliability. Failure is virtually impossible. Moreover, because the pocket realm is forged entirely from the cultivator's own yuan force and law, it continuously draws unique energies from the chaotic void, converting them into yuan force, akin to carrying an inexhaustible spring of yuan force within oneself. This path especially favors cultivators specializing in arcane arts. Henceforth, they need only nurture their pocket realm steadily to grow ever stronger, until reaching the zenith of Saint rank. Second path, and known as the Ascension Path. The method is deceptively simple. Acquire the primordial essence of a recently deceased saint-ranked being, and forcibly integrate it into one's own body. No saint seat. Seize another's. Endure the initial corrosion and the violent backlash of chaotic, unruly laws. In mere days, one attains Saint rank. Those with profound foundations find this far easier. The cultivators who ascend via this path differ little in essence from those who walk the world's sovereign path. Reaching Saint rank's peak through self-cultivation demands effort comparable to cultivating a pocket realm. Yet the ascension path carries grave peril. Failure may cost one's life. Some attempt both paths simultaneously. Though exceedingly rare, such dual cultivation multiplies the danger exponentially. Demon Sovereign Shirhan now grasped the truth completely. The so-called rejection of Elder Patriarch Yun's ascension was not due to the Yun family's divergence from other council families, or their non-alignment with Xia state. and rather another aspirant requiring a pocket realm for ascension had struck a deal with the Yunshao prefecture authorities. His own primordial essence would serve as the catalyst for Elder Patriarch Yun's ascension, and he had foolishly believed the Yun family truly opposed Xia state. After all, online forums had blazed with debate on precisely that matter. Had this trap been laid that long ago? And gazing upon the utterly sealed pocket realm, Shi Han bared fangs of fury in, if I cannot escape, then I shall kill you first. Let us see who claims whose primordial essence. Nelderly watched demon sovereign Shi Han in silence. His pupils unfocused, his gaze suddenly hollow and vacant. His entire being seemed transformed into an emotionless puppet. In cold, mechanical, and resonant with the detached authority of heaven's Tao itself, his voice intoned, my next strike shall manifest the fated star. Law of the mind, and within a defined domain, belief in one's own supremacy is supremacy. And wait, In Shi Han sensed something, an overwhelming dread, and cried out in utter despair. Nelderly slowly raised his right hand, shaping it like a blade, and brought it down toward Shi Han. No stellar rending effects erupted, no dazzling blade light slashed forth, only the clean, deliberate motion of a descending hand. In Shi Han's body locked rigid. He felt his future severed, his entire destiny collapsing into a single immutable line: death. Only the fated star can counter the fated star. It was as though a blade descended from an infinite transcendent dimension. In Shi Han felt his body, soul, and very existential rank stripped away, reduced to raw primordial essence. Demon sovereign Shi Han perished, without struggle, without anguish, serene in dissolution. In huff, Nelderly emerged from his trance, gasping heavily, sweat drenching his brow. Feeling the exhaustion of his yuan force and the searing pain of overtaxed spirit, Elderly offered a wry, weary smile. Nearly killed me, acting at my age. Once Xiao Yun completes his ascension, let him take my place on the interdimensional rotation duty. In Xing Yaran appeared alongside Xing Yingyu. Many thanks, Elderly prefectural envoy. The Demon Duke's covert abilities were too formidable. We needed extraordinary measures to lure him forth. Nelderly waved a dismissive hand and just ensure the promised resources are delivered in full. And with that he seized the saint-tranked primordial essence and departed the pocket realm. Xing family patriarch flicked his fingers. The air shimmered with starlight. Naviri surviving aberrant beast fell lifeless. You've performed admirably these past months, successfully luring the demonic race onto the field. But after your ascension, refrain from wandering recklessly. It's been far too long since you visited the Academy of Arts. Chancellor has already complained to me. Xing Yingyu gazed upon this pocket realm, now his own, with exhilaration. Truthfully, the family laid the groundwork years ago. I merely impersonated Frost Venom for a brief while. And now I'll ascend to saint rank before that madwoman Xiao Wanjun. And imagining the sensation of returning to Zhoushan Martial Academy as a newly ascended saint rank cultivator, and the ensuing sensation, he smiled faintly in, I shall become Xia State's youngest saint rank martial cultivator, no doubt about it. So, this entire scheme was designed solely to entice that gravely wounded Demon Duke into the open. Jiang Hao asked, his lips twitching. That Demon Duke's intellect wasn't particularly sharp either. And still the Yun family had unquestionably secured the Xing family's patronage. Years ago, orchestrating rumors that the Yun family would sever ties with Xia State. What a cruel deception for so many. The demonic race's last saint rank being was gone, and the rigorously investigated Saint Beast Society attempted to retaliate, only to suffer near total annihilation among its leadership. And even several disloyal patriarchs were exposed and ensnared in one fell sweep. The Gao family was utterly ruined. Jiang Hao silently lit an incense stick for the Gao family patriarch, a man he'd never met, and truly doomed by betrayal. And what else could it be? Grandfather yearned desperately for saint rank ascension, and as a non-arcane cultivator, a pocket realm offers him and moreover the Xing family guaranteed assistance along the ascension path, increasing success odds and ensuring survival even if the attempt failed. And naturally grandfather and Elderly agreed. Jiang Hao still sensed dissonance. But this pocket realm belongs to Yunshao Prefecture, does it not? What happens to Battlefield 1 once it's refined and absorbed? Nian Qianqian glanced at Jiang Hao, unexpectedly impressed that this future paragon cared about such a detail. Rest assured, the Xing family has pledged to double the supply of low-tier martial resources for all martial academies and high school martial programs across Yunshao Prefecture, and including access to numerous mid- and low-tier martial techniques, free of charge for students. All expenses shall be borne by the Xing family. Nelderly assented primarily for this reason. After all, the Demon Duke's primordial essence remains viable for ascension, and Battlefield 1 will merely host fewer aberrant beasts, not vanish entirely. With proper scheduling and controlled activation cycles, it remains fully operational. And thus the Xing family gained a youthful saint rank cultivator, and Yunshao Prefecture acquired its first publicly acknowledged saint rank protector. A true win-win. And still, on second thought, is it appropriate for a mere third rank novice like me to know so many classified details? And Jiang Hao opened his mouth, then hesitated, ultimately remaining silent. Yun Qianqian sipped her milk tea, then glanced at Yun Yichen, who sat slumped beside her utterly despondent, and suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, Yichen, your fiercest rival for the prefectural martial examination championship is Jiang Hao. Why not spar now and gauge the gap?" Sister Qianqian, my frail frame couldn't withstand even a single punch from Brother Jiang. Yun Yichen naturally addressed his paternal aunt as sister. Jiang Hao regarded Yun Chen with undisguised disdain. And coward. Yun Chen, observing this sudden celestial prodigy rise, felt no resentment whatsoever. After all, the title of Prefectural Martial Examination Champion attracted far too much attention. It clashed entirely with his lifelong ethos of steady, understated cultivation. And someone stepping into that spotlight suited him perfectly. He certainly had no desire to draw the scrutiny of the 7 heroes of Xia State. And as for Jiang Hao's scornful glare, a laughable notion. Unlike his foolish elder sister who dared address their age-conscious aunt as Auntie. Ahem. And Jiang Hao cleared his throat and turned to Yun Qianqian in, Sister Qianqian. Could you please keep my repulsion of the thunderstorm bear confidential? Yun Qianqian blinked, studying Jiang Hao's demure, almost bashful smile, and nodded in, don't worry. I'll report it to old Yi with appropriate discretion. Yun Chen glanced at the pop-it-up message, startled, and turned to Jiang Hao for help. Brother Jiang. Help me. Jiang Hao looked at this steady player, puzzled by the question mark he sent. Do you know Feng Qiluo? She's the one director Yi asked you to add a few days ago. Feng Qiluo. Jiang Hao pondered. It seems there is such a person. I added her to give Director Yi some face, even though her voice sounded a bit awkward at the time. However, she often bothers me, sending some vague messages. What? Only you and I are the heroes of the world. You are the only special one. This era should be the time for our rival. Clearly this is just a brainless, delusional type. I directly blocked her. But isn't Feng Qiluo just an online name? No way could it be that someone really uses their real name online. I have an impression of her, but since I was focused on hunting alien beasts at Battlefield No. 1, I set my wristband to Do Not Disturb. Plus, since she sent a lot of messages, I didn't check them. Jiang Hao half-jokingly said. Yun Chen pointed at the dialogue box in front of him. Because I returned to Yunshao Prefecture, this lady asked me to let you reply to her messages. How does she know I'm at the Yun family? Jiang Hao asked in confusion. With a bitter face, Yun Chen replied. Of course, she doesn't know. She just informed me to do it. If Brother Jiang, you weren't at my home today, I would have to look for you. No way, although you've become steadier, you shouldn't be so timid. Jiang Hao opened his wristband speechlessly. She's not even here, why pay attention to her? Of course you're not afraid, Brother Jiang. After all, your strength speaks for itself. You could claim to be the 8th hero of the Xia country. But I can't. Because the two families have a marriage alliance my sister and I used to visit the Feng family when we were young, and she always bullied us. Yun Chen's expression didn't seem fake. Even Yun Qianqian's expression changed, as if the other party were indeed some kind of dark overlord. The 8th heroes. What a bizarre title. Jiang Hao did not believe anyone could compare to him. This is the confidence that dual cultivation players bring to me. Unblocking. Ignoring a long string of vague messages, he directly looked at the latest message. Feng Qiluo, I see you at school. I will definitely be first in the new student ranking competition. I don't eat beef from your right. He closed the wristband and switched on Donut Disturb mode in one go. A new student ranking competition. Does this mean all new students will have a fight when school starts? With so many people, how long will it take to fight? Yun Qianqian finished her milk tea and casually summoned a water ball to dissolve the cup, and after organizing her thoughts, she said, it's just a literal meaning, but not all new students can participate. The school will list 100 students. Based on their college entrance examination scores and past outstanding performances, an initial ranking will be set. Those ranked lower can challenge the ones in front, and each person has 5 opportunities. These are all very common duels. There is also a battle among the few most outstanding new students each year, which determines the ranking for the next semester. For example, this year, including you, there are a total of 8 recognized strongest new students. Although you are among that 100, the rest do not have the qualification to challenge you in the first year. All 8 of you are prodigies who can achieve full marks in the college entrance examination. Wait, Sister Qianqian, is getting full marks difficult? There should be many full marks from those big provinces, right? After all, Old Li said that mastering holy tier martial arts in the early stages can handle battles across a major realm without pressure. And those top-ranking provinces have families with holy tier martial artists, not just one. Yun Qianqian shook her head. To get full marks, your realm must be at least 3rd tier, right? To get 500 points in practical combat means you must face a 4th tier computer AI. And the 4th tier computer AI will have holy tier martial arts or spells. For instance, Qianqian, he can also use a holy tier martial art, but he definitely cannot compete with a 4th tier martial artist who possesses holy tier martial arts. Yun Chen quietly raised his hand and said, the holy tier martial art I have is an escape-type martial art. Just as expected of you. Jiang Hao turned to signal Yun Qianqian to continue. Yun Qianqian pouted, took out a new cup of milk tea to moisten her throat, and continued, the 8 of you this year will be in an unknown elimination system, continuously determining the first place. However, with your strength, it's still quite likely you can take first place. After all, 6 of the remaining 7 are only at a level slightly above Xiao Xiao. The strongest Feng Qiluo, no one knows her true strength. However, the other 6 have all been defeated by her. It seems that the so-called top prodigies are only at the level of 5th tier martial artists. Perhaps a little stronger, but not by much. As for that Feng Qiluo, let's consider her a 6th tier for the sake of politeness. Jiang Hao thought confidently. Although he cannot unleash the blade energy to kill a 7th tier without the spirit weapon, dealing with a 6th tier is still not difficult. Glancing at the time, he felt it was about time. After all, Jiang Hao had to return to Yunlan City in the afternoon. He said goodbye to Yun Qianqian and Yun Chen, then left the Yun family. He left messages to the people he met in Yunshao City and Battlefield No. 1 over the past few days on his wristband to bid farewell. Looking at the chat screen, Captain Zeng and Deputy Captain Yin were still dealing with the resistance members of those rebellious families. Luda and the others replied that next time they would treat him to a meal. The four-member group from Yunshao Martial School sent their best wishes for a safe journey. Jiang Hao felt a warmth and smiled gently. This 7-day journey has come to an end. Next time he goes to Yunshao City, he might already be a high-tier martial artist. He headed to the airport with the members sent by the Martial Control Bureau. On the plane, looking at the screen that read, "I want to retire," he hesitated for a moment, but still sent a message, "I don't eat beef, Grandpa Li. I'm back in Yunlan City. See you after the college entrance examination." Grandpa Li seemed busy and did not reply, but Director Yi sent Jiang Hao a list. Looking at the names of the high-ranking members of the Holy Beast Association, almost all captured. Jiang Hao couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of fate. A few months ago, he was just an ordinary first-tier martial artist. He had no way to deal with the Holy Beast Association that had more than 20 high-tier martial artists. And now he already possesses the strength to threaten 7th-tier martial artists, and the Holy Beast Association has also met its end. What a pity Blood Shadow didn't come this time. Jiang Hao looked at the list and said, "Blood Shadow is a clever guy who knows how to escape, and he doesn't fit in with the other members of the Holy Beast Association." Huh. It's fine he didn't come. Soon I will be able to deal with you personally. Jiang Hao looked out the airplane window. The sky was a brilliant blue, dotted with white clouds. Jiang Hao squinted slightly, extending his hand to block some of the sunlight. The sunlight filtered through his fingers, casting light on his face. Home. On June 1st, Saturday, the morning sunlight gently filtered through the curtains, softly illuminating the room. Jiang Hao slowly opened his eyes, stretched lazily, and sat up from his comfortable bed. The week-long trip had come to an end, and although the final process had been somewhat bumpy, the outcome was good. After all, Yunshao Prefecture now had its own saint-level martial artist. He received a notification from his wristband. Jiang Hao looked distressed at the invitation from the old classmate and the principal asking him to come to school to give a speech to encourage the juniors. He decisively refused. The good news, his strength had surged several times after this trip. The dream of dominating his peers had been realized. The bad news, the entire Yunlan City was repeatedly broadcasting the motivational video he had recorded before. Whether it was the evening news or the advertisements in the middle of dramas, his face appeared everywhere. He watched the video he had recorded before going to the battlefield, encouraging the students. In the video, he spoke eloquently, pouring out a stream of motivational phrases from his past life. He had filled the students of Yunlan City with these words. Now Jiang Hao wished he could travel back in time and slap himself twice. Yesterday, as soon as he entered the community, the old man on duty at the entrance immediately put on a smiling face, wanting to ask for his grandson's autograph. Listening to his own voice coming from the video saying, "Behind every effort." Jiang Hao nearly kicked a hole in the wall. Finally, he quickly signed autographs and fled before being surrounded. However, the impact of this video was evident. Parents from several surrounding cities were moving to Yunlan City. They just wanted to soak in the good fortune, hoping their children could smoothly become martial artists. He heard that the principal of the 3rd middle school was grinning from ear to ear as a large number of excellent students were coming to attend. It seemed they were catching the right time. Soon the martial arts resources for students would double, with everyone able to claim at least 3 crystal fragments a week. After all, the doubling was based on the average level of Yunshao Prefecture. It was known that Jiang Hao's cohort had insufficient resources from the school, with most just barely reaching the 1st tier. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and Jiang Hao reflexively shouted, "Just leave it at the door." Dressed and ready, he was stunned. He hadn't ordered any takeout. When he stepped outside, he saw a suitcase quietly standing on the ground. There was a white paper attached to it which read "Private Delivery." Seeing this familiar scene, Jiang Hao felt a sharp pang in his forehead. He tore off the white paper, picked up the suitcase, closed the door, and opened it in one smooth motion. Ding. Detected a life crystal from a 9th-tier beast. It can be redeemed for 3,000 points. Would you like to redeem it? Wang Defa. Where did this 9th-tier life crystal come from? So generous. First, he absorbed the crystal, marking a historic breakthrough to over 40,000 points, 41404 ding. The host has accumulated over 66666 points, beginning optimization of the panel. Optimization complete. The following are the optimized contents. 1. The prompts for earning points can be turned off, including the notifications for detecting life crystal absorption, etc. 2. The criteria for instant kill optimization, resisting attacks, dodging, or passive retaliation will not count as judgment failure. Only when the host actively attacks will the judgment begin. Dealing subjective damage to the opponent's successful instant kills will earn points. There are such good things. Jiang Hao smiled. This round of optimization was quite accurate. This is reasonable. Otherwise, if I encounter someone faster, I would just let them kite me. Wouldn't that be a waste of my efforts? Looking at the small folded pieces inside the box. It seems Grandpa Li had a smooth day yesterday. He must have sustained only minor injuries dealing with the soul-devouring Duke. He unfolded the familiar instruction manual and looked at Grandpa Li's message. "Jiang kid, I've been a bit busy these past few days, so I won't be replying to any messages. I heard you asked Director Yi for 2 life crystals. This 9th-tier life crystal was just obtained and has not been tainted by the rules. Take it and have fun. By the way, thanks to a kind person's gift, that present I prepared for you can now be upgraded. The freshly obtained crystal, it couldn't possibly be the beast that Sister Qian said was artificially matured, right? Jiang Hao only found out yesterday. It turned out that the frost toxin was provided. The holy tier beast flesh and bones that stabilize the saint-level battle power of the beasts are from the Xing family stock. That soul-devouring Duke really doesn't seem very smart. How could an organization without any Saint-level members possibly possess top-tier Saint-level flesh? As for the other high-ranking members of the Holy Beast Society, they simply lacked the brains to doubt. Jiang Hao rubbed his hands excitedly looking at the light curtain. Next, it's time for the heart-racing breath-quickening segment. Add points. First, he spent 8,000 points to upgrade his physique and spirit to 60 points. Bang, bang, bang. Listening to his wildly beating heart, it felt like boiling blood. Every cell in his body was celebrating. His height suddenly soared from 188 meters to 2 meters. His muscles strained against his clothes, then slowly shrank back down, returning to 188 meters. His spirit seemed to break through a barrier clearly stronger than before several times, yet there was no sense of disharmony. Jiang Hao felt a transformation occurring within himself. His realm could no longer be suppressed, and directly broke through to the third-tier 4th level. Moreover, it kept rising until it stopped at the third-tier 7th level. And the foundation was exceptionally solid. Even a first-tier crystal would suffice for another breakthrough. Phew! As expected of the point addition panel, it completely ignored the conservation of energy. Jiang Hao felt the explosive power within him. Even without relying on spiritual weapons or martial skills, he could easily crush a 6th-tier martial artist. Awesome. Although he hadn't tested it, Jiang Hao could feel that his physical speed absolutely surpassed the speed of sound. And in full bursts, he estimated he could reach twice the speed of sound. He was at least 3 times faster than before. Typically, 6th-tier martial artists flying at full power would only reach around twice the speed of sound. However, the sonic boom produced when Jiang Hao ran would cause significant damage. Furthermore, his running footsteps could be. In contrast, a 7th-tier martial artist flying with spiritual power would not produce sonic booms or sounds. I hope that when I enter the martial school for competitions in the future, I won't be given some ridiculous title like Raging Dragon Warrior or Frenzy Blade War God. Jiang Hao felt a bit worried. Forget it, let the embarrassing things be handled by his future self. He looked at the panel and continued adding points. First, he spent 3,000 points to upgrade the Instant 9 Shifts. Ding. Martial Skill Instant 9 Shifts successfully upgraded to the Space Attribute, Saint-level Martial Skill Boundless Space. Boundless space, no seal environment or restraints can stop you. You walk within the layers of space undetected and unobstructed. You are the king of space. Looking at the remaining 3,000 points, he thought for a moment and decided to add them to the crushing fist. Points 340, 4404. After all, sometimes the consumption of spiritual power was too fast, especially when facing thousands of beasts. The flying sky breaking slash was explosively satisfying to use, but the speed of spiritual power consumption was too exaggerated. It was better to enhance the crushing fist instead. Ding. Detected perfect affinity for spatial talent. Crushing fist attribute change. Crushing fist 2 Shocking Sky. Fist 9th tier Shocking Sky. Fist add spatial power, can directly shake the space of the struck area, causing immense damage to spiritual shields. It can cause penetrating damage. And back. The days of relying on martial skills for instant movement to smash heads with crushing fist are back. Jiang Hao wiped away his non-existent tears. Looking at the blue light curtain in his mind, the panel updated once more. Name Jiang Hao. Realm 3rd stage 7th layer. Physique 60, 6th grade. Spirit 60, 6th grade. Special status overlimit. I broke the rules of biological evolution, significantly advanced the first metamorphosis. Ability unknown. Innate abilities clear Dao heart, rapid adaptation, perfect spatial affinity, free casting. Martial skills shockwave fist perfection 130000, boundless realm mastery 2860100000, flash thunderblade perfection, flying sky breaking / mastery 2296 9100000. Technique 8 set of basic body refinement method of the Xia Kingdom 3rd stage. Points 404. Evaluation. Is it just a matter of opening? Wind Spirit Moon Shadow activate for me. Special status. Overlimit. Why can't the panel even detect any effects? No wonder I felt so much lighter before, and the absorption of yuan power has also significantly accelerated. I guess normally the metamorphosis requires time and sufficient yuan power. The panel just saved me the trouble. Just like the flying sky breaking slash. But I thought major changes would only happen at 70 attribute points. What does it mean to be invincible among peers? Jiang Hao can even suppress AK, yet he cannot suppress the corner of his mouth. During this time, I should gradually adapt in the virtual battle space and try to develop my use of spatial power. I seem to remember that a certain overconfident young lady from the Xing family wanted to challenge me. Jiang Hao confidently tapped on his wristband first, dismissing a daily message from a certain narcissistic, delusional individual. Looking at the clips sent by Feng Chilua, the leader of the 7 heroes, showcasing exciting moments from the Global Martial Arts School League. I don't eat beef, so strong too strong. I choose the backline with 3 covers. The response from the opponent was quick, as if they had been watching him all along. Feng Chilua backline with 3 covers. Does that mean the 23 positioning for a 5v5 team battle? Feng Chilua, makes sense. Come be my vice captain for the Global Martial Arts School Freshman League next semester. Feng Chilua, by then we will take care of the other martial arts school competitors in the front, and anyone can just bring along 3 people for mixed credits. Damn, just bring along 3 people for mixed credits. Is this even human talk? The title of the leader of the 7 heroes is. Jiang Hao replied speechlessly. I don't eat beef, let's not mention who will be the vice captain, or won't the other 6 heroes even get a chance to shine? Feng Chilua, what 6 heroes? I already quit that broken group. A bunch of people combined aren't worthy of me using my second element. Jiang Hao decisively logged off. It seems this young lady from the Xing family indeed has some skills. While others are still specializing in one area, she has already begun utilizing elemental reactions. Found fish and bear's paw on the list. I don't eat beef. I'm already home. Want to play a match? I can let you use one hand. When I say one hand, I mean one hand. After all, Jiang Hao usually wields a sword with one hand. After waiting for a while, the opponent finally replied. Fish and bear's paw. I watched the video of you challenging the Yunxiao martial school. How should I say it? I fear headaches the most, so let's not fight for now. Fish and bear's paw. Let's wait until school starts. After all, you will definitely have to fight in the freshman ranking battle. By then, just let me have a knife with two hands. I don't eat beef if you're not awake, yet I suggest you drink some water. Jiang Hao discovered for the first time. This young lady from the Xing family initially seemed very serious, a bit like a cool, naive style of literary girl. Although she has never been to school and doesn't know how to use punctuation. Now that they've chatted multiple times, why does it feel like she has a bit of a black and white personality? Still, Spatial Law is the most honest, showcasing her narcissism and delusions from the start. Wind Thunder City Feng family. Virtual battle space. Spatial Law once again defeated 5 fifth-stage martial artists who mastered sacred-level martial skills or techniques. The entire map, styled like a post-apocalyptic wasteland town, was almost completely devastated. All buildings were destroyed, and the ground was filled with holes and ravines. The rampant greenish-blue wind and the continuously falling purple lightning seemed to be a natural part of this map scenery. Even Senior Zhou Weifeng back then couldn't defeat 5 martial artists mastering sacred-level techniques at the 3rd stage, could he? Feng Qiluo looked at her masterpiece with a proud expression. According to the previous Global Martial Arts School Freshman League standards, having 1 martial artist mastering sacred-level techniques at the 4th stage was already the top battle team. This year's batch seems much stronger than before. Although the 6 incompetent individuals are of average strength, during other periods they would all be geniuses like Senior Zhou dominating their peers. I heard there are a few good opponents abroad this year. Their strength should be better than that fire user. It's a pity that in the future a bunch of people can only look up to me, Feng Qiluo. Even Jiang Hao can only be my vice-captain. Her chest rose and fell slightly as she exited creator mode. As the most favored granddaughter of a Feng counselor, she is the only child of the current head of the Feng family. Having the right to use the creator mode, which can only be activated by the top 10 martial schools, is quite reasonable. Looking at her vice-captain, who still hadn't sent any more messages. Feng Qiluo unhappily closed the light screen, preparing to find Xia Pengsheng for some venting during tonight's virtual battle. How dare he say she was a stick user? Not killing him and sending him to the hospital in the imperial capital is already showing consideration for the Xia family. June 6th, Thursday, a good day for prayer. Today is the day before the college entrance examination. The class monitor suggested everyone go out to gather after all. The exam is on the 7th. It would be better to relax a bit. Who knows, maybe after returning a change in mindset will help break through a small level. After all, the written exam only has 1 subject, Xia Guoyu. As long as he passes, it will suffice. Jiang Hao changed into casual clothes and then put on a hat and mask. There's no way Jiang Hao didn't want to be surrounded and asked for autographs, especially since those people were still playing his mode. Now that Jiang Hao is already at the 3rd stage 8th layer, he hasn't practiced at all and just played around every day. Aside from completing his daily fish-catching tasks in the virtual battle space and boasting in the class group with his classmates, he just lay in bed and argued with some online haters using a secondary account, or just perfunctorily deal with his future vice-captain. As a result, while playing around, he broke through to another small level. At 10:30 a.m., all the classmates gathered at the school gate. The old class monitor, not wanting to put pressure on his students, found an excuse to take a leave. Jiang Guo. Class monitor Jiang Zhuang walked over with a small gray-haired creature in his hands. Jiang Hao greeted his classmates first. Class monitor, you're doing well. Reaching the peak of the 1st stage, defeating the same level AI is secured. It's still thanks to Jiang Guo that I have achieved. Here, this little Li Zi initially edited the video of Jiang Guo killing a pack of terror wolves into something ridiculous. I caught him. It's better to bury it directly. Little Li Zi shook his gray hair and cried. I shed blood for Jiang Guo. I contributed for Jiang Guo. Let me down. I want to meet Jiang Guo. Moreover, that video of mine was banned on the 3rd day for being false and defamatory. Jiang Hao felt a bit itchy, but helped. Looking at Li Jing, who was at the 1st stage 4th layer, he shook his head helplessly. Alright, it's been a few days. Anyway, my current strength needs no proof to others. This Yunxiao Prefecture Martial Examination Champion is mine, and the 1st place in the Xinzhou Martial School Freshman Ranking Battle is also mine. Exactly. Jiang Guo is amazing. Jiang Guo is number 1 in the world. The two immediately put on smiles and clapped their hands. Looking at the classmates gathered in a circle, Jiang Hao smiled faintly. Raising his right hand, he said, Today all expenses are on me. Boss is generous. Boss can have 10 kids. Everyone laughed shoulder to shoulder. With their backs to the familiar campus, they walked towards the brightest road in the sunshine. The last day before the college entrance examination concluded. On June 7th, Friday, Jiang Hao woke up early. Today is another day full of hope. With full spirits, Jiang Hao finished his breakfast and put on the clothes he had prepared the night before. He tidied his collar in front of the mirror and took out the transparent stationery bag designated for the exam, ensuring that everything was in order before stepping out of the house. Listening to the once bustling city becoming quiet, he saw the glowing screens on the buildings displaying, wishing success in the college entrance examination. Jiang Hao walked to the roadside, quietly waiting for a taxi to arrive. Around him were several students like Jiang Hao who were also attending the college entrance examination along with their anxious and expectant parents. The car stopped. Jiang Hao calmly sat in the back seat. He looked at the messages from several friends sending their encouragement. After replying one by one, Jiang Hao smiled silently. It's just a martial arts exam, easy to handle. He was lucky that the exam venue was at Sanzhou. In the examination hall there were students like Jiang Hao who were martial arts candidates, as well as those who lacked talent and had to take the literary examination. After effortlessly completing the test paper, he stylishly walked out of the exam room as soon as he was allowed to submit his paper early. He glanced at some students from the same school, exchanging nods of acknowledgement. In the afternoon, there was a realm testing session held in the lobby of the Martial Arts Administration. There were approximately over 2,000 students participating in the martial arts examination from the entire city. This was already an exaggerated number considering that Yunlan City was just a small city. It was as if the legendary revival of spiritual energy had occurred. In the past 2 years, the talents emerging in Blue Star and those becoming martial artists far exceeded previous years. According to some interviews with experts in the news, in the future the elemental force content in Blue Star will continue to rise and many talented individuals will appear in ordinary families. It seemed like a reward from the Blue Star world to humanity. In the afternoon at the Martial Arts Administration, Jiang Hao walked in with familiarity, smiling and greeting Captain Qin on duty. Good afternoon, Brother Qin. Are you on duty today? Captain Qin, seeing Jiang Hao, silently took out a lollipop and popped it into his mouth. After all, it's the college entrance examination today, and the combat members of the Martial Arts Administration must maintain order at the examination venue. At the same time, it is also to prevent anyone from causing a disturbance out of disappointment with their results affecting others. He shot Jiang Hao a glance, saying, of course, if someone like young Master Jiang appears, we can only sit back and watch helplessly. Well, it seems that my rapid development has left Captain Qin questioning his life, thinking back to those years. Well, it wasn't too long ago. Jiang Hao watched from a distance, enviously observing Captain Qin effortlessly releasing blades of wind. The figure buoyed by the fierce wind and standing in midair looked like a war god. The fourth-tier martial artist opposite him resembled an emperor amidst flames. Jiang Hao now had the confidence to go unknown with Captain Qin. Looking at the students gradually arriving for the test, Captain Qin bit down hard. Crunch. All right, hurry up and line up. Captain Qin straightened his clothes and faced the candidates directly. He looked at the row of elemental force testing devices set up in the middle of the first floor and the names displayed on the illuminated screens above. Brother Jiang, over here, a familiar voice called out from the front. Looking closely, it was indeed Shaoli. Jiang Hao raised his hand to greet him, preparing to walk over. Most of the bored-waiting students cast their admiring gazes towards Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao blinked, watching so many eager eyes looking at him. His mouth twitched and his hand felt itchy again. Ahem. Everyone good luck in the martial arts examination. Before he could finish, a boy immediately interjected, I know. Dreams are not unattainable, you just need to chase them bravely. Saying this, the boy wore an expression of pride. Damn, how did I ever get so carried away and spew out so much inspirational talk? Seeing some students seemingly moved, clenching their fists with determination and hope for the future, Jiang Hao retracted his awkward smile and silently moved away from the wall. They truly wanted to become powerful martial artists, even knowing that this path was fraught with thorns. Once Jiang Hao was just one of the many in the crowd. The martial arts realm testing begins. As the words echoed through the screen, the first batch of testing students in the lobby stood in line as per the messages received on their wristbands and the placement chart. Xie Tianxiao, first tier, third layer, 320 points. Sun Xiaowei, first tier, first layer, 300 points. Gao Shi, first tier, fifth layer, 340 points. As each student completed their tests, the atmosphere in the hall began to ease. Some had already known their results and left the hall indifferently, while others, although their results were out, still waited for their friends. Jiang Zhuang, first tier, ninth layer, 380 points. Class leader is awesome, shouted a group of boys from class 1 who had finished testing early. Even the invigilating teacher showed a look of approval towards Jiang Zhuang. Zhang Jiangyu, second tier, first layer, 400 points. That once arrogant top student from first high, now sporting a buzz cut and wearing the school uniform, stood in front of the elemental force testing device, glancing towards Jiang Hao. The invigilating teacher from Yunshao Martial School approached Zhang Jiangyu enthusiastically, hoping he would consider attending Yunshao Martial School. Jiang Hao. The entire hall fell silent watching Jiang Hao step forward. The invigilating teacher instantly wore an expression of please take your time, sir. Zhang Jiangyu, along with a few followers and the class leader, eagerly watched as the classmates of class 1 crowded to the front. Jiang Hao placed his hand on the device, listening to the result being announced. Jiang Hao, third tier, eighth layer, 500 points, full score. Not only the examinees, even the invigilating teachers showed expressions of disbelief. Brother Jiang is invincible. Strong and powerful indeed. The classmates from class 1 screamed madly, including some students from Sanzhou. They almost pushed aside the other students waiting for their tests. The members of the Martial Arts Administration were a beat behind. They couldn't intervene. The invigilating teacher cleared his throat and said, all right, everyone who has finished testing, please be quiet and do not disturb the other candidates who have yet to test. Jiang Hao shrugged and walked down, looking at the blushing Zhang Jiangyu, who wanted to say something. What's up, do you want to have a match? Zhang Jiangyu choked and then managed to say, you win the title of the top genius in Yunlan City is yours. After saying this, he hurriedly left with his followers. The class leader looked at Zhang Jianji's back and said with a smile, "A few days ago, he went a second high and gave that idiot who was badmouthing Brother Jiang a good beating. I hope he didn't get hurt." The surrounding examinees were still excitedly discussing the jaw-dropping results just now. "My cousin goes to an ordinary martial school in Songhai Prefecture, and even after graduating, he only reached third tier 4th layer. Even so, he was considered an outstanding graduate in their class. No joke, how could the divine Jiang be compared to us mere mortals? Not to mention Yinxiao Prefecture, even across the nation, he is the best. Feng Shilua, who's calling me? Your perspective is too narrow. Even within the global scope, there is no match for the great Jiang." Jiang Hao's transformed body had keen hearing and perception, as long as he wished he could single out the information he wanted amidst the noise. Listening to those increasingly outrageous statements, Jiang Hao genuinely worried that a video of him declaring war against a saint-level powerhouse would appear online tomorrow. Hastily, he took his companions and left the hall. Outside, the martial arts administration parents were lined up. The class leader looked at the students and said, "Tomorrow morning's practical test, the old teacher has made it clear everyone knows their own capabilities. If anyone scores 300 points tomorrow, or even gets a 0, we will laugh at them for a lifetime. The practical test tomorrow is indeed important, but don't be too nervous, as the old teacher said, if you can't win, can't you run away?" Jiang Hao smiled and chimed in, "Just run to the edge at the start, give it your all. As long as you dodge for 5 minutes, you'll get 320 points. The old teacher specifically said that first-tier AIs do not possess any movement skills. Brother Jiang, don't worry. If I score below 320 tomorrow, I'll come to see you with my head." Shaoli was still so fond of being the comic relief. The class leader raised his wristband. All right, if there are any questions, let's discuss them in the group chat. Now let's head home." Nighttime. Jiang Hao lay in bed after finishing his daily routines. The prominent figures in the class group chat were once again flooding the chat with messages. "Tomorrow is the practical test. My sister said that if I can score 400 points, she will introduce her friend to me. I saw a picture of that girl, she looks stunning and is quite wealthy. Help, what should I do? Am waiting online, it's urgent. Why don't you ask your sister if she needs a younger brother? My suggestion is eat more cephalexin." Alright, the conversation started off explosively. Fortunately, the old class monitor appeared in time to quell all enemies. "Everyone get some rest. Those with weaker practical abilities, pay extra attention to your positioning tomorrow." Looking at the neatly arranged messages, students began to dive into silence like flocks of birds scattering. Jiang Hao quietly repeated his studies, turned off his wristband, and went to sleep. The next morning, Jiang Hao returned to his loyal Martial Administration Bureau. The same process as yesterday, he approached the testing area according to the names displayed on the screen. The hall of the Martial Administration Bureau was filled with 30 virtual combat pods. Each candidate began their examination under the encouragement of their peers, unlike the certification tests at the Martial Administration Bureau, because it was the college entrance examination. With an attitude of openness, fairness, and justice, each combat pod displayed the real-time status of the examination on a screen. Naturally, the hall was equipped with devices to block all electronic devices to prevent anyone from secretly taking photos. This live broadcast was meant for the candidates outside to observe and learn, while also testing the psychological resilience of those inside. After all, martial artists cannot avoid various competitions after entering martial school. In addition, there are collaborative explorations of secret realms, ruins, and even joint actions with students from other countries. All of this requires interacting with many strangers. A socially anxious and introverted student might overly care about how others perceive and evaluate them, which could affect their performance. Candidates who cannot perform at their full potential under the gaze of others are undoubtedly deemed unqualified. Once they enter martial school, specialized corrective training awaits them. Take Jiang Hao, for example. He has a slight social anxiety. Wow. The boy from that famous couple in unknown combat was actually taken down in just a few moves. Now he can only score 300 points. How pitiful. I've heard that the boy in that couple has average talent and just recently became a first-stage martial artist, while the girl scored 7 levels yesterday. That boy only scored 600 points and won't even make it into the lowest-tier martial school. Jiang Hao looked up. A boy with very fair skin, somewhat androgynous, was being pulled up by the invigilator, looking dazed. Meanwhile, his girlfriend had already been battling the AI for 2 minutes. Although it seemed she could not win, scoring 350 points was still no problem. Jiang Hao shook his head. This situation happens every year. Knowing his realm score was too low, he hoped to rely on practical tests to secure a spot in a better martial school. Seeing the boy cover his face and squat down silently in tears, the surrounding students quietly made space for him. Look at that gray-haired guy. Wow, this person is actually sliding, rolling, and dodging attacks. Is this definitely not a master showing off? Watching the screen, various taunts, grimaces, and even butt-slapping gestures were being made by Li Jing, who was toying with the AI. The students from Class 1 pretended not to know him and quickly turned their attention to other candidates. 2 minutes later, Li Jing emerged with a grin. Noticing the peculiar expressions of those around him, he disdainfully said, "What's wrong with losing a bit of face for points? I am the man who scored 320 points with rage." With that, Li Jing's loud voice made the previously introverted boy bury his head even deeper into the ground. The boy's girlfriend, upon learning that her boyfriend could not enter martial school, frowned at him and left without looking back. Seeing that they did not break up on the spot, and with the dramatic flair of 30 years of changes, the waiting spectators around dispersed with expressions of disappointment. At this point, it was Jiang Hao's turn to test along with the class monitor and Zhang Jianyu in the same batch. Entering the combat space, Jiang Hao looked at the AI at the 3rd stage and 8th level and slashed out. With 400 points secured, he could now choose to challenge different realms. Jiang Hao directly chose the maximum difficulty. If it were a more cautious type of competitor, they would probably just take it step by step. Suddenly, the scene transformed from the previous giant arena to a desert-themed map. Is this the scene of Golden Sand Continent? Looking at the light golden desert with distant sand dunes standing like pyramids. So reaching the 4th stage in the college entrance examination unlocks the creator mode. A few hundred meters away, an AI exuding 4th stage, 7th level elemental fluctuations wielding a massive hammer quickly charged towards Jiang Hao. The candidates, including some members of the Martial Administration Bureau, were astonished as they gazed at Jiang Hao's screen. Jiang is truly the best in the world. Even the college entrance examination scene has skins. I told you to spend more time online watching videos, yet you didn't believe me. This is clearly the creator mode that only the top 10 martial schools have the authority to unlock. A 2nd stage martial artist from the Martial Administration Bureau was also astonished and nudged an old team member beside him. Brother Shang, have you seen this kind of scene before? Brother Shang glanced at the equally astonished Team Chin, turned his head, and managed to squeeze out a sentence. I've truly never seen a scene like this. The AI lifted its giant hammer, elemental energy, surging around it, leaping high into the air. The hammer shimmered as if the sound of a dragon's roar echoed. The AI's descent accelerated the hammer's might, even stirring the sand in the sky. The hammer grew larger, resembling a spirit weapon infused with elemental energy. Furthermore, a faint golden dragon head emerged at the bottom. Dragon roar, earth-shattering hammer. The familiar synthesized voice shouted from the AI's mouth. At that moment, the external candidates looked at the giant hammer with the dragon head and instantly began to chatter. Such a large hammer, if it hits me, wouldn't I be bruised all over? Hammer, what a big hammer, dragon head hammer. In the virtual, Jiang Hao gazed at the weapon technique with a base area almost the size of a 6-story building and sighed. No wonder Sister Qian said that mastering a sacred level martial technique does not guarantee full marks. This momentum is at least equivalent to a nearly perfected sacred level martial technique. Saying this, he clenched his right fist and struck out at the descending giant hammer. Shattering sky fist. Jiang Hao shouted in his heart. Silver-white threads nearly invisible to the naked eye wound around his fist. Channeling all his strength, he shattered the giant hammer. Boom. The entire sandy surface collapsed and large swathes of sand were blown away by the explosive shockwave. The entire venue was filled with swirling sand. Cough, cough. Damn, sand got in my mouth. The AI's hammer had been reduced to basic materials, and the AI itself was left in disarray. Jiang Hao looked at the prompt indicating he scored a perfect 500 points and decisively clicked to exit. Upon exiting, the invigilator, sweating profusely, loudly announced Jiang Hao's excellent score. This teacher knew that the 4th stage AI possessed sacred-level martial techniques, and just now Jiang Hao had managed to explode both the martial technique and the AI with a single punch. Ordinary 6th-stage martial artists cannot withstand that punch without an elemental shield. Unfortunately, due to Jiang Hao's previous gate-crashing incident at Yunshao Martial School, everyone felt that Jiang Hao scoring full marks was only natural. After all, in everyone's eyes, there is hardly any difference between the peak of the 4th stage Yunxiao and the 4th stage 7th-level AI. Both are given at light speed. Quieting down the cheering classmates, Jiang Hao looked towards the class monitor's screen. At this point, barely 2 minutes had passed. The class monitor was still fiercely exchanging blows with the AI of the same realm. Xiao Zhang, if you mess up, Xiao Li could make you hang for a lifetime. Class monitor, you don't want Xiao Lizi posting your old photos online, do you? Jiang Hao, who spoke with the practiced air of someone from that Sakura nation, watched Xiao Lizi fixate on the display in silence. Though his hand involuntarily clenched, betraying his concern, a fleeting eager gleam in his eyes did not escape Jiang. 6. Jiang Hao glanced at Zhang Jianjia's screen. At this moment, the young man from First Middle had crushed the 400-point threshold. He had chosen the next tier AI to continue the fight. No wonder he was once the pride of Yunlan City. The proctor, watching from the side, smiled broadly. The proctor felt triumphant that his trip to Yunlan City had uncovered 2 promising talents. Especially Zhang Jianyu. His experience against opponents was extensive, one could tell he had spent countless hours in virtual duels. Unlike some examinees who only cared about their cultivation rank, while possessing mediocre innate talent, such students looked good on paper, yet proved worthless in real combat and during the exam. The proctor already pictured bringing Zhang Jianyu into the school, the dean's approving gaze, colleagues' envious tears, and most importantly, the commission that would follow. With a smile, he began explaining to the candidates attentively watching in the hall, this student Zhang has a very solid foundation. The transitions between his martial moves are exceptionally natural. You see, when the AI is pushed back, Zhang does not recklessly pursue. He feints first to ensure the AI cannot counter with a chain technique. Through repeated exchanges, he accumulates small advantages and does not rush to end the fight all at once, giving the enemy the illusion that a counterkill is possible. As time passes, those small advantages converge into a decisive lead, and the opponent has already squandered the best chance to turn things around. Jiang Hao nodded thoughtfully. Zhang Jianyu fought with textbook precision, the so-called academic style. Yet, Jiang Hao disliked this method, and not merely because it failed to win him points. Although his responses were timely, the virtual combat space was after all artificial and bore no real consequence. Thus, one could calmly compute each move, every step deliberate and safe. Earlier AIs had been similar to the academic style. That approach might work against bestial beasts of limited intelligence, but against deserter warriors and those bred for real combat, they would be utterly crushed. Take senior sister Sue, a berserker already at 4th rank. She simply charged and hacked relentlessly, granting the opponent no chance to change tactics. Even if she herself were wounded, she would seize the initiative. Once the academic type loses control of tempo and cannot predict the enemy's next move, all it can do is offer a formal salute. Jiang Hao, 400 points. The class monitor sighed lightly and rose from the combat pod. Clapped. He first met Xiao Liza's excited rush with a palm clap, then smiled at the classmates. What a pity. The second-tier AI is still too difficult. Jiang Hao watched the monitor shake his head and smile. It's fine. If you were at second tier, you would not be worse than the AI. With your score, you can still enter Yunshao Martial School without issue. The proctor approached and shook the monitor's hand, smiling. I am a teacher from Yunshao Martial School. You can call me Teacher Jiang. Your martial exam score is 780, just enough for our Yunshao school. How about dinner tonight to talk it over? The monitor hesitated while Xiao Lizi slapped a hand on his shoulder. What are you waiting for? Say thank you to Teacher Jiang. All right, Teacher Jiang. Here is my face signal. The students of Class 1 had all finished their tests. None scored below 320. It seemed they all understood the simple truth: only the living can produce output. 3 days after the exams, the national martial exam results and rankings were released. Jiang Hao calmly watched the clock approach 10 o'clock and opened the Yunshao Prefectural Education Bureau website. After several refreshes, the results finally appeared. Candidate Jiang Hao exam no. 114,514,666,233, rank, 3rd tier, 8-fold, heaven, 500 points, practical test, 500 points, total 1,000 points, Yunshao Prefecture rank, 1st Xia country, rank, 1st tied among 8, no surprise. He looked at the option to display the result and first saved the image, then made it public. After all, a man as formidable as he deserved the prefecture's admiration, did he not? By accident, he shared the image to his social circle and with a careless finger typed the title, "My bracelet must be infected. Can anyone check this for me?" Comments poured in. Are you for real? Brother Jiang, you'll get locked in the basement for this. Quitting smoking, amazing. What a certificate, Brother Jiang, you're simply incredible. CC Aichin only got 980. Fish and bear's paw, 8-fold heaven. You're actually from a noble family, aren't you? Feng Chilua, that white skulled pretender, go away. Jiang Hao tapped the post and opened the uploaded image. Name Feng Chilua, rank, 3rd tier, 6-fold heaven, 500 points, practical test, 500 points, Fenglei Prefecture rank, 1st Xia country, rank, 1st tied, remarkable. This woman truly had substance. She had nearly caught up to my diligence and effort, he thought, then read Feng Qiluo's message. No wonder she's my vice captain. Already at 8-fold heaven. Those 6 slackers, none surpassed 4th heaven. I don't eat beef, vice captain, you're impressive too. Already at 6th heaven. Let's spar well, when school starts, see you then, vice captain. At the Feng household, Feng Qilu suddenly sat up straight, staring gravely at the messages on her screen. Her finger hovered, yet she did not know how to reply. He actually wants to steal the captain's post. How infuriating. Tomorrow he'll go to the capital and teach that arrogant fool a lesson. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao opened the class group and watched his classmates run wild with messages. Everyone was discussing how 1st of 2nd middle had scored 350 in the practical test and somehow broken through to 9th heaven. It was utterly shameful. Jiang Hao typed, did 1st of 2nd middle really break through to 9th heaven? Hello, Brother Jiang. That useless 2nd middle kid. Rumor has it his family sold house and car on the black market to buy 2 vials of 4th rank nascent marrow elixir so he could force a 9th heaven breakthrough. All just to enter one of the top 10 martial schools, yet in yesterday's final practical test, he couldn't even beat an AI. A witness who stood further back said the man caused a scene demanding a retest and was ultimately floored by members of the Martial Affairs Bureau. Jiang Hao replied, thanks, that is indeed tragic. Bankrupted, yet barred from the top 10 schools, one with weaker mental fortitude might have already gone to the rooftop of Yunlan City's tallest building. After all, martial exam candidates are not permitted to repeat the year. The class monitor spoke up. Brothers, I've decided to go to Yunshao Martial School. Xiao Lizi replied first, great. I was just planning to go to an ordinary martial school in Yunshao City. We could team up to farm the beast battlefields then. No problem. Jiang Hao's eye twitched violently. Why didn't you say you'd go to Yunshao before? Can't the others team up? The others tacitly ignored the exchange and returned to discussing Zhang Jianji's narrow loss to the second-tier third-level AI and his final score of 810. The proctor called on the spot to request a grade B contract. The couple from first middle broke up completely. The girl declared the boy unworthy to be with her. As one scandal after another erupted, Jiang Hao messaged the class monitor, invite the homeroom teacher and a few instructors tonight, and let's have a celebratory dinner. What do you think? Just the thought, the monitor replied. Evening. Jiang Hao walked alone on the city streets dressed in the uniform of Sanzhong. On the road, it seemed someone recognized him, their expression turning to one of realization as they paused about to speak. Their gazes met, accompanied by smiles and slight nods of greeting. The setting sun cast its afterglow on the glass facades of tall buildings, refracting into a rainbow-like halo. The news of Jiang Hao achieving the top score in the martial arts examination had already spread throughout Yunshao Prefecture. Observing the enthusiastic comments from netizens, the state news featured Jiang Hao's successful motivational quotes. None of this stirred a ripple within Jiang Hao's heart. After all, it was a result that seemed only natural. However, in Yunlan City, especially at Sanzhong, all the students in the school were immersed in joy and pride. The classmates of Class 1 were planning to find a hotel to host a graduation party for their celebration. Initially, they decided on a split cost after gaining everyone's consent in the class group. As it turned out, the principal somehow learned about the evening's gathering. He generously stated that he would cover all the expenses. This year, 2 students had been accepted into the top 10 martial arts schools, with Jiang Hao signing an S-level contract with the Shenzhou Martial Arts School, all thanks to his brilliant guidance. In the hotel lobby, the classmates of Class 1 gathered together. Laughter echoed as Xiao Lizzie boasted about his elevated. The old class teacher blushed, continuously drinking to celebrate the achievements of his students. Everyone sat together excitedly boasting and sharing their past dreams and little-known secrets. Some boys, seizing the heated atmosphere, mustered their courage to confess to the girl they had secretly liked for 3 years. After failing, they were collectively forced to drink by the boys, only to be pulled away by the girl who had rejected them. Other students with good grades animatedly discussed their future plans as if they were already standing on the pinnacle of success. Jiang Hao for once drank a little, watching his classmates with a calm smile. From time to time, he clinked glasses with classmates who came to offer their congratulations. All right, everyone quiet down, let's stand up and sing the last song. The class monitor Jiang Zhuang led the call. Together, they sang the familiar graduation song, the melody filled with the deep bond of 3 years of camaraderie. Some girls' eyes became misty, tears shimmering in their eyes. The boys worked hard to suppress their emotions, forcing smiles on their faces. They all understood that after today, they would part ways, each going their separate paths. By the afternoon, most students in the class had already applied to martial arts schools. Within 2 days, the Blue Star Network would issue electronic acceptance notifications. Moreover, most martial arts schools would start classes early, with new students required to report ahead of time. Those like Jiang Hao and the class monitor who were accepted into the top 10 martial arts schools would graduate as at least 4th-year martial artists. With connections to the Xian nation and former seniors, even after graduation, they would still have good resources and an environment for cultivation. There was already a thick barrier separating them from their classmates. Jiang Gu and class monitor. When we participate in the Global Martial Arts School Freshman Tournament, we must represent our class with great fervor. Haha, with my talent, that's impossible, especially since before Yinshao Martial Arts School couldn't even pass the Xian. The class monitor waved his hand with a laugh, pointing at Jiang Hao, but Jiang Gu will definitely have no problem. He'll single-handedly dominate the global newcomers. Jiang Hao speechlessly set down his empty cup, and the principal who had somehow joined them immediately filled it up again. He was truly eager to improve. Don't worry, while it's not easy to directly praise our school, it's perfectly fine to compliment Yunlan City. Wait, Jiang Gu, aren't you going to refute the idea of single-handedly dominating the global newcomers? Xiao Lizzie felt uncomfortable if he didn't make a sarcastic comment for a minute. Jiang Hao shot him a glance, signaling him to understand for himself. The gathering came to an end. The classmates paired off to leave. Jiang Hao slowly walked out of the restaurant alone, looking up at the twinkling stars in the sky, feeling a bit complex inside. However, he had already crossed the first significant milestone in life. The future was still long. He walked steadily towards home, the streets illuminated in a dazzling array of lights. June 12th, Wednesday, a good day for travel. Last night, Old Li sent a message saying he had finished his business and asked Jiang Hao to go to the old place this morning. Jiang Hao speculated that perhaps the head of the Yun family had already advanced to the saint level and Old Li was free again. Upon arriving at the Martial Unification Bureau, he walked directly to the elevator without needing Captain Qin, who usually had a lollipop to remind him. After reaching the reception room from last time, he indeed saw Old Li having tea with an old man dressed in red with red hair and red eyes. There was a box on the table identical in style to the box that held the previous spiritual weapon. As Jiang Hao speculated about whether his equipment was about to be upgraded, the old man in red glanced at him with mild interest. Then suddenly he froze, rubbed his eyes, and looked carefully at Jiang Hao. The young-looking old man with red hair had a stiff expression, his teeth clattering together. It was as if he had seen a baby punching an elephant into the air, an absurd sight. He turned to Old Li, mouth agape, finger trembling as he pointed at Jiang Hao. Old Li, is this the Jiang Hao you mentioned? Are you sure this is a third-tier martial artist? Old Li's teacup had already been crushed in his grip. Fortunately, as long as Old Li believed the teacup hadn't broken, it hadn't broken. This is the law of the mind. Placing the restored teacup aside, he gazed at Jiang Hao with a look that seemed to say, are you the one who has been cheating? Ahem, Grandpa Li, long time no see, and good morning to this senior. Old Li observed Jiang Hao, who could only be described as having a body and spirit that had evolved in a rather euphemistic way. It has indeed been a long time of seeing you today. I thought several years had passed. Back then, Director, you said you risked everything to hold off the 7th-tier thunderstorm bear, preventing any martial artist from dying as a result. I was also slightly injured, so I immediately gave you that 9th-level life crystal. Jiang Hao silently praised in his heart Sister Qianqian, amazing. She really helped out. Old Li said speechlessly, it seems you wouldn't be able to defeat the thunderstorm bear with a single strike. As he spoke, he opened the box, revealing a long knife, entirely black in color. Here, it's the gift I promised to prepare for you. It contains a bit of the original essence from that soul-devouring duke, crafted by this saint-level craftsman from the Yan family in Xianyang Prefecture. Jiang Hao knew that Xianyang Prefecture was the best place in Xian Nation and even all of Blue Star for crafting spiritual weapons. Many martial artists there learned blacksmithing from a young age. The 100 Skills Academy of Shenzhou Martial Arts School specifically recruits martial artists with such special skills. Similar to auxiliary martial artists, as long as they reach the 2nd tier and pass the assessment, they can enroll in the 100 Skills Academy. Jiang Hao picked up the long knife, which was of the same specifications as the previous 7th-tier spiritual weapon. It felt icy to the touch with not a trace of martial power fluctuation, as if it were an ordinary weapon. However, once he infused martial power, Jiang Hao felt no fluctuation of martial power from himself, and even the active release of the aura of the 3rd-tier 8th heaven had no reaction. Whether with the naked eye or spiritual perception, it seemed as though he held a wisp of mist in his hand, or perhaps nothing at all. It would indeed be excellent for sneaky tactics. Jiang Hao couldn't help but ask, "Has this knife been named?" The Yin family's craftsman looked at his creation with satisfaction and shook his head, saying, "This knife belongs to you, you should name it." Jiang Hao, unable to put it down, kept inspecting it. Then, "Let's call it Inpa." Inpa, not bad. This blade is a 9th-rank spirit weapon forged with portions of sacred-grade materials and imbued with a sliver of a sacred-rank sovereign's origin. It is more durable than an ordinary 9th-rank spirit weapon. When you break into the sacred rank in the future by using the laws to consecrate it, you can have it become your destined sacred weapon. Senior, Yin let out a quiet chuckle. As for other subtleties, you will discover them in time. Thank you, Senior, Yin, thank you. Jiang Hao excitedly slipped Inpa back into its original scabbard. He did not put it into his storage pouch, but hugged it to his chest. As for the 7th-rank spirit weapon, sorry, I'm really not familiar with it. Jiang kid, when you go to Xinzhou Wuxiao, go fishing more. It's beneficial. Oldly said suddenly. Aunt, fishing. I don't know how, Jiang Hao said, baffled. In both his lives, he had never actually fished, though he had watched plenty of videos. After all, experienced anglers can catch anything. Oldly glanced at the barely suppressing smile on Senior Yan's face. You don't need skill, just keep casting your line. All right, Jiang Hao nodded. Seeing that Oldly did not seem intent on questioning his sudden surge in strength, his earlier worries felt unnecessary. After bidding farewell to the two greats, Jiang Hao returned home, cradling Inpa. Could it be that those prodigies advanced as fast as he did, and the two elders were simply unsurprised? Jiang Hao looked at the electronic acceptance letter from Xinzhou Wuxiao on launching net and pondered. The Martial Affairs Bureau. The two greats had set aside their teacups and exchanged a silent look. Oldly, no wonder you didn't take him as a disciple. You simply weren't worthy. The red-haired elder broke the silence first. Old Li's mouth twitched. The last time I saw Jiang, he was already abnormal. Now it's even more extreme. How can someone of such a low realm possess such a powerful physique and spirit? Won't he actually blow up? The two elders scratched their heads, utterly baffled. It's as if a little boy were packed inside a pistol. Absurd beyond belief. The red-haired elder sighed. This batch of freshmen is blessed. June 30th, Sunday, suitable for travel. Jiang Hao rose early and tidied the house, once more loading the fishing rod and bait he had bought online and the other items he needed into his storage pouch. Xinzhou Wuxiao's freshman registration was on July 1st. Soon, he would head to the airport transfer in Yunqiao City and proceed to Daidu. Over the past month, he had done little besides chatting with netizens and classmates. Daily fish blasting aside. You're at the peak of the 3rd rank. Once at the academy, you can study sacred rank cultivation techniques. Then you can simply allocate points to break through to the 4th rank. Grinding solo matches every day is far too slow. At Yunlan City Airport, a staff member greeted him. Mr. Jiang, hello. We now have a direct flight to Daidu. The company has reserved a first-class seat for you. We will refund your original ticket, they added. Jiang Hao followed the staff into the VIP lane. Our city actually has a direct flight to Daidu, he said in astonishment. The staff smiled and displayed their badge. There wasn't one originally, but after Mr. Jiang took first place in the provincial martial examination, one was arranged. Goodness, could the mayor have personally requested it? Seeing that the date was applied just days ago, Jiang Hao's eye twitched. The mayor truly knew how to maneuver things. That afternoon, having finally arrived in Daidu, Jiang Hao went to the underground garage as instructed. A figure stepped down from a car that had waited a long time. Teacher Tang, who had signed in strength contract last time, waved at Jiang Hao. Jiang, congratulations on taking first place in the Xi'an Nation's martial exam. The school sent me to pick you up and to introduce you to the campus. Hello, Teacher Tang. Thank you for your trouble, Jiang Hao said with a smile as he sat in the front passenger seat. Jiang, shall we go to your dorm first or tour the campus? Teacher Tang, letting the car drive itself, turned and asked, I'm not very interested in a campus tour. Just show me where I can fish, then it'll go straight to the dorm. Jiang Hao kept his eyes on the videos and replied without looking up. After all, a campus, however grand, is only so impressive. Had already seen Yunqiao Wuxiao once. Could Xinzhou Wuxiao actually keep a sacred rank aberrant beast as a pet? Teacher Tang pushed up his glasses in surprise and said, I didn't expect you, Jiang, to like fishing as well. Just like the headmaster, Jiang Hao said. Rest assured, our school has a large artificial lake stocked with specially bred edible fish-type aberrant beasts. Headmaster, is this the benefit Oldly mentioned? Learn fishing from the headmaster and be lavishly rewarded whenever he pleases. Jiang Hao mused, then asked upon hearing fish-type aberrant beasts, isn't that dangerous? No, they're low-rank fish-type aberrant beasts specially bred to be non-aggressive. As long as you have strength, even a first-rank fighter can pull up a third-rank fish. And they taste exquisite, almost as valuable as same-level yuan crystals. After you catch fish, you can take them to the canteen. They will prepare them for free and won't charge you. At that, Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. Can I wade in to grab fish directly? What about using yuan force to blast fish? Teacher Tang paused, and then shook his head coldly at Jiang Hao's eager look. Using yuan force or any method other than a fishing rod will deduct credits, Teacher Tang said gently. If you truly like fish, you can buy them from others or go to the canteen. They arrived at Xinzhou Wuxiao. Suddenly, with his innate affinity for spatial matters, Jiang Hao felt as if he were no longer in the launching world. Glancing back, the gate still stood, a martial academy built inside a small world. Jiang Hao frown got out and asked, "Teacher Tang, is the school's yuan power really this dense? And just now I felt like I passed through some kind of layer." "Oh, Jiang, worthy of being first. You actually sense the bound," Teacher Tang exclaimed in surprise. Normally, one entering Xinzhou Wuxiao would only feel the yuan power stronger and would not even realize they had left launching. Indeed, this is a special little world. The gate is a gap in the boundary membrane. The previous headmaster arranged it, said it added prestige. Jiang Hao nodded, genuinely surprised. He had expected it to be much like Yunxiao Wuxiao, at most a bit larger with stronger teachers, more resources, and gifted students. "Come on, Jiang, I'll take you to the artificial lake. You'll be pleased," Teacher Tang said, confidently patting his chest. Along the way, students passed by looking like newly registered freshmen. One by one, they filmed short videos with their wristbands flaunting on social feeds. 5 figures approached from the opposite direction. One walked ahead, hair standing on end as if struck by lightning, clothes ragged. A fist-shaped mark marred his left eye, and his right hand trembled unnaturally, yet his face bore the arrogant air of above heaven and earth, "I alone am supreme." His eyes seemed to stretch toward his hairline. As the two groups brushed past, the nonconformist boy abruptly turned his head. "You're that Jiang Hao, eh? Halt! Didn't you hear young Master Xia addressing you?" 2 nameless students instantly stepped forward. Xia Pengcheng furrowed his brow slightly, but said nothing. Jiang Hao ignored the so-called divine metal lackeys and turned instead toward Teacher Tang, whose expression had grown strained. "Where did these oxen and horses come from?" Teacher Tang gazed upward at the sky. "How wonderful it is to be alive." Jiang Hao understood instantly. Just as Xia Pengcheng opened his mouth to speak, 2 eager underlings hastily interjected. "What nonsense are you spouting, brat? Don't you even recognize young Master Xia? The entire Xinzhou Martial Academy belongs to young Master Xia." "Exactly. Apologize immediately." Jiang Hao glanced behind him, his gaze settling upon the pale, scowling young Master Xia, and a look of undisguised contempt flickered across his face. He couldn't even control his own subordinates. These lackeys were clearly doomed to vanish within 2 episodes. Recruiting such mediocrities betrayed incompetence, even in leadership. This young Master Xia was likely nothing more than a talentless heir propped up by family influence. After all, Jiang Hao could detect no trace of yuan force fluctuation emanating from him, proof that he must be concealing his aura with a rare mystic spirit artifact. Only Jiang Hao's hidden soul technique allowed for absolute concealment of one's cultivation realm. To preempt his cheaper-looking comrades from stealing young Master Xia's attention, the first lackey rushed forward. He lunged to seize Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao's eyes narrowed, too disdainful to waste words on such worthless fools lest he tarnish his own dignity. Jiang Hao suddenly unleashed his suppressed spiritual energy. A resonant vibration rippled through the air. His formidable spiritual force had grown potent enough to warp reality itself. Light bent and shimmered around him. Everyone present felt a searing pain pierce their skulls, as if their very souls were being torn asunder. The 4 lackeys collapsed unconscious onto the ground. The so-called master of Xinzhou Martial Academy barely withstood the onslaught, shielded only by the illusory projection of a colossal bell. Xia Pengcheng's face drained of color as he cried out, "Wait!" Bzzzt boomed. Surrounding air detonated violently. The 4 lackeys were hurled backward like rag dolls. Teacher Tang, anticipating the blast, had already clutched her head and darted aside. Xia Pengcheng was flung flat onto the ground, tumbling several times. Already clad in tattered rags, he now looked unfit even for use as a mop. Jiang Hao compressed his spiritual energy into a razor-thin filament. This refined application was a technique he'd honed over a month of relentless daily spiritual training, a subtle yet precise manipulation of his divine sense. Yet its spiritual cost exceeded that of his facial-piercing sky slash by more than tenfold. Against true adversaries, it was an utter waste. When facing opponents of comparable spiritual strength, this method might deliver less damage than a single punch from Jiang Hao himself. But against weaklings, perfect for playing the aloof, invincible master. True heroes slay with a glance alone. Shoo! The bell's spectral projection slowly pierced apart. Then the last vestiges of his spiritual filament struck young Master Xia down cold. Jiang Hao brushed his hands together, then saved and archived the entire confrontation on a miniature holographic recorder. He never fought a battle without certainty of victory. Before him lay the battered figures. The young master, especially his clothes, shredded, his face bruised, his hair singed as though struck by lightning. Xinzhou Martial Academy was evidently no haven of peace. All were national-level prodigies, none inclined to bow before another. When sparks flew, fists inevitably followed. Teacher Tang approached, massaging her temples. "Jiang Hao, your strength seems sufficient for immediate graduation." Jiang Hao stared wordlessly at her. Her mind clearly addled, her speech already slipping into incoherence. "Teacher Tang, are you serious?" "Ahem. My head's spinning. Disregard what I just said. Still, that young Master Xia is rather troublesome." Though Teacher Tang's expression radiated distress, the corners of her mouth nearly lifted into a triumphant grin. Meanwhile, bystanders froze at a distance. Too terrified to approach, they veered wide around the scene. Curious, Jiang Hao extended his spiritual sense and eavesdropped on 2 passersby. Are today's juniors really this violent? They even beat the principal's grandson. Indeed, just now young Master Xia was nearly electrocuted into charcoal by a stunning senior sister. and then punched square in the face. No sooner had he taken a few steps than he was instantly felled midair by a junior brother whose charm barely edged below mine. Ever since Senior Zhou's cohort graduated, even fourth-year seniors probably couldn't match them now. Jiang Hao relaxed completely. Clearly assaulting the principal's grandson provoked little shock, suggesting such discipline had been administered to prior heirs and heiresses alike. All right, Jiang Hao, let's head to the artificial lake. Teacher Tang sighed reluctantly, sending a message to the infirmary staff. Jiang Hao asked curiously, Teacher Tang, you seem rather unimpressed by young Master Xia. Yes, the Tang family has long served as vassals to the Zhou family, while the Zhou and Xia families have remained bitter rivals. Jiang Hao nodded, he understood. In Jilong Prefecture, three great councilor families held sway: the Xia family of the imperial capital and the Zhou family. There had once been a third, the Shang family. Yet the Shang councilor believed incessant scheming among elites on Blue Star hindered true progress. With interdimensional threats growing ever graver, how could they squabble over petty power on such a tiny world? Cramming countless Saint-Tier cultivators onto Blue Star, was the Fate Star producing a cinematic epic? It was undeniably degrading the Fate Star's prestige. Moreover, most Shang family members held high ranks in the Xia nation's military. Thus, the Shang councilor resolved to lead his entire clan to guard the otherworldly front lines. Similarly, the Sovereign of Magic had made the same choice. Other councilors rotated duty, taking turns defending the other worlds to prevent Fate Star entities from breaching Blue Star. After the Shang family departed Blue Star, even their most gifted descendants ceased enrolling in Blue Star's martial academies. Consequently, though ranked among Blue Star's 18 councilor families, the Shang held negligible presence within the Xia nation. The Zhou-Xia rivalry had already fractured half the Xia nation. Only councilor families remained neutral, while all other powerful clans had long chosen sides. Except Starfall Prefecture, Cloudsore Prefecture, Golden Sands Prefecture, and Lingxi Prefecture. Sigh, what's the point of all this contention? Jiang Hao could not fathom such behavior. Teacher Tang remained silent, only guiding him onward. After swiftly crossing a 1,000-meter hill, the lake finally came into view, a vast artificial expanse resembling a tranquil ocean. Sunlight danced upon its surface, scattering shimmering ripples. Its horizon stretched beyond sight. Jiang Hao gazed silently upon this so-called artificial lake, a body of water so immense it might well be dubbed the Mediterranean Sea. He asked earnestly, surely our academy doesn't actually keep Saint-Tier heteromorphic beasts as pets? Teacher Tang blinked perplexed. What on earth are you imagining? If we truly possessed one, wouldn't we extract its primal essence to elevate a martial artist to Saint-Tier? Fine then. Jiang Hao resignedly abandoned his fantasy of riding atop a Saint-Tier beast for a leisurely stroll. Noticing elevated fishing platforms along the lakeshore, Jiang Hao decided, since he'd come this far, to retrieve the cheap fishing rod he'd bought for 500 yuan and walk over. Though he'd never fished before, Jiang Hao knew baiting the waters was essential. He pulled out a 20 yuan packet of fish meal, tore it open, and dumped the entire contents in. An elderly man approached, carrying a set of luxurious fishing gear. He gestured for Teacher Tang to stay quiet, then shook his head at Jiang Hao. Young man, if you catch anything with that, ghosts themselves will rise to witness it. Baiting isn't done like this. If you land a fish this way, I'll swallow this entire tackle set on the spot. Then, pointing proudly to his exquisite equipment, he began to boast, only to freeze mid-sentence as Jiang Hao reeled in a magnificent fish, half a meter long, radiating second-rank Yuan force, its body pure white as flawless jade. The elder's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. Utterly impossible. How did you do it? Jiang Hao didn't turn. He simply cast his line again. Huh, isn't this something anyone with hands could manage? The old man stared blankly at his own hands, casually tossing the fishing gear into his storage space. He glanced at the seemingly well-behaved Teacher Tang, who dared not make a sound. He said disgruntledly, Teacher Tang, you have worked hard. As a teacher in the admissions office, you actually took the time to personally pick up and escort a new student and even accompanied them the whole way. If there's nothing else, you can go to the school gate and prevent some new students from fighting. I heard that Peng Cheng was beaten up. Teacher Tang slightly lowered his head, saying, this is what I should do. Very well, Principal Xia, I will head over now. With spiritual energy surging, Teacher Tang flew off, fearing he might overhear something. Jiang Hao stiffened upon hearing the title Principal Xia. Someone must be aware. Silently, he placed a newly caught first-tier fish into the fish cage. It looked even more plump than the previous second-tier one. Slurp, it sounded as if someone was swallowing saliva. Who could it be? It definitely can't be the principal. Jiang Hao calmly turned around, pretending not to know anything, and shouted, hello, Principal. Very gifted, has the potential to be an envoy. Although the words were pleasant, he didn't look at Jiang Hao at all. Principal Xia gazed enviously at the fish cage, fantasizing about how impressive it would be if he could catch a fish. He imagined carrying the fish cage around the country to show those who mocked him for being empty-handed. Who truly is the king of fish? Seeing this, Jiang Hao's eyes turned. Oh, I got it. He tossed the fish, which he didn't understand why it jumped out into the fishing. Principal Xia looked on in disbelief. He kept mumbling, abba abba. Principal Xia, I've been on a diet lately, and these fish were actually meant to be released later. But thinking about how I spent the whole day just to catch these three, I couldn't bear to part with them. Why not take them back, Principal? Let's give these fish some face. As Jiang Hao spoke, he realized he couldn't say such things seriously. Principal Xia's previously grayish complexion suddenly brightened. Ahem. Student Jiang Hao, you are quite impressive. The principal swiftly placed the three fish into his own cage. He even used spiritual energy to wash them repeatedly, eliminating any traces of his aura and replacing it with his own. and everything around them fell silent. Jiang Hao felt that this area had already been isolated from the outside world. The people outside could not see what had just transpired. After doing all this, Principal Xia looked at Jiang Hao with joy, saying, "Indeed, we must not waste. Let's give the fish some fish." Then he seemed to think of something and smiled, saying, "If you are worried that if you hit my grandson, the Xia family will trouble you, there is no need." Jiang Hao said nervously, "No, the Xia family is the #1 family in Xia country. How could they bother a small person?" Principal Xia looked at Jiang Hao, whose physique and spirit were not that of a normal human, and his lips twitched slightly. "If you truly were a small fry with no background or strength, you would have already been dealt with by the Xia family subordinates." Jiang Hao looked at Principal Xia speechlessly. "Can't you say it a little more tactfully? It's quite terrifying." Principal Xia changed the subject. "The 18 envoys of Blue Star have jointly stipulated any prodigy with the potential to become a life star is considered first tier in Blue Star. For example, you will definitely make the list in a few days. At that time, you will be protected by the first tier list. Within the realm of humanity in Blue Star, any associated forces that take action against you will be purged by 3 envoys. As long as you don't betray humanity in Blue Star, even if you accidentally kill Peng Cheng, the Xia family will not take action against you, including affiliated forces." Jiang Hao thought the Xia family and the Zhou family were fighting fiercely and completely disregarded him, a mere wild prodigy. By the way, does Blue Star treat top prodigies this well? Shouldn't it be said a prodigy that hasn't grown up doesn't count as a prodigy? Why am I feeling a bit moved? This is a bit much. I might have to go to another world and kill some aliens. Or is it that the issues in other worlds are so severe that humanity must produce more life stars? Principal Xia seemed to be talking to himself, addressing the air in the first other world. Many evil gods are about to awaken. Suddenly, the surrounding sounds returned to Jiang Hao's ears. Principal Xia looked at Jiang Hao as if he had said nothing, so feel free to strike. The girl from the Feng family directly stormed into the Xia family and put Peng Cheng in the hospital. Uncle Wu Shuang directly stated Peng Cheng needs to be disciplined. Anyone who dares to stick their neck out next year will go to the other world for rotation with him. Jiang Hao was stunned. What the heck? Is this Xia Pengcheng really your grandson? Why do you feel like you really hope he gets beaten up everywhere? What if he gets hit and becomes reclusive? Also, is my vice captain really that fierce? She actually charged into the imperial capital to fight. Your technique is still a basic body refinement technique, right? Your talent allows you to choose a holy grade technique for free, the principal said to Jiang Hao. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was no longer sleepy. Principal Xia, do you have any recommended techniques? Preferably one that can enhance both physical strength and mental power. However what? Jiang Hao became anxious. Sigh, if only I had a good spot for fishing. Jiang Hao immediately placed the 4th big fish that was biting the hook without letting go on the fishing platform. He glanced at the time, surprised. Oh no, it's already this late. Principal Xia, I need to head back to the dormitory now. Feel free to do as you wish. Jiang Hao didn't even retrieve his fishing rod, just standing there. Principal Xia took out a jade slip and handed it to Jiang Hao. This is a technique that Uncle Wu Shuang accidentally obtained from a relic. No one in the Xia family has been able to successfully cultivate it yet, so you get the benefit. If it doesn't work, you can change it later. Ding. Detected unknown tier technique, Chaos Cannon, Dao Heart Clarity Town. Ding. Pay 2,000 points to perfectly convert to Chaos Cannon, huh? Isn't Dao Heart Clarity supposed to allow you to learn it directly? What is this unknown? Jiang Hao was surprised for a moment and said goodbye to Principal Xia. Principal Xia, I will head back to convert my technique now. I wish you catch dozens of big fish. Principal Xia immediately sat in Jiang Hao's previous spot, took out his luxurious fishing gear, and casually tossed the unwanted fish into his own cage. If you lack any resources, you can directly exchange them. You have an annual quota. Jiang Hao just turned and heard this, immediately showing a smiling face and turning back. Then can I advance next year's quota to directly exchange for 4 level 7 life crystals? The principal looked at Jiang Hao and shook his head speechlessly. With your foundation level 7 life crystals are not very useful anymore. Moreover, you can exchange for 6 with your 2-year quota. Advancing is impossible, but I can sponsor you 2 level 8 life crystals. The 600 million quota will still be deducted. Really? Thank you, Principal Xia. The 2 level 8 crystals would just be enough for 20,000 points. Jiang Hao followed the projected map back to his dormitory. Looking at the luxurious independent villa in front of him, he blinked. Is this the personal villa for the top 100 of the grade that Teacher Tang mentioned? However, the urgent task is to start the most exhilarating and thrilling activity. Panel, give me more points. Jiang Hao entered the villa relying on the wristband and headed straight for the cultivation room. He looked at the jade slip containing the chaos scripture. Although he did not fully understand how perfect the perfect transformation of cultivation was, he believed that as long as these 20,000 points made him stronger, it would not be in vain. Perfect transformation of cultivation. Boom. Jiang Hao's mind seemed to sink completely, leaving his body. Where is this? Jiang Hao asked in the vast void of starry sky. He watched as the stars not far away extinguished one by one. Fragments of star domains directly vanished. A sense of universal extinction and the end of all things swept over him. Chaos, desolation, void. There was no sound, and he could not sense up, down, left, or right. Jiang Hao felt as if he was about to be assimilated by this space. Just then, ding. The chaos scripture has been perfectly transformed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a trace of... The host has broken through to the 4th stage. Jiang Hao suddenly came to his senses, panting heavily with sweat all over. Less than a minute had passed. Yet Jiang Hao's consciousness had been in that chaotic void for at least a few months. Looking at the jade slip that had instantly turned to dust, he complained, "Is this the perfect transformation of cultivation? If there weren't a panel, wouldn't it be a one-way trip? Also, this can't be the original jade slip, right?" Jiang Hao understood this was not the Xia family's deliberate trap after all. As long as there were points on the panel, one could bypass all conditions for direct success. This chaos scripture probably has no conditions for successful learning throughout the entire blue star. Open the panel. Name Jiang Hao, realm 4th stage, 1st layer. Physical strength 62, 6th stage. Mental strength 63, 6th stage. Special status. Overlimit user, I permanent. Understanding of chaos law permanent. Talent abilities. Dao heart clarity, rapid adaptation, perfect spatial affinity, free casting, martial skills, omitted cultivation method, chaos scripture, king level, points 1354. Evaluation, is it open if not closed? King level. Is this a realm above life star? Adding my physical and mental strength together, I actually got 5 points for free. That's equivalent to getting 20,000 points for free. That means my 20,000 points were not wasted. How delightful. Jiang Hao looked at his luxurious panel with satisfaction. He thought for a moment and spent 1,000 points to increase his realm 4th stage, 3rd layer. He touched his stomach. Although this upgrade did not take long, he felt particularly hungry. Fortunately, Jiang Hao had prepared food in his storage bag. He ate while browsing the website of the Shenzhou Martial School. Here people could speak freely and alumni would post recruitment information. Shocking. The principal's grandson was publicly humiliated and fainted from a single glance from his opponent. For luxury fishing gear customization, please contact privately. Good. I have come to the imperial capital, and there is still a shock department. If it weren't for Xiao Li posting photos yesterday of him, the class leader, and several classmates having late-night snacks in Yanqiao City, Jiang Hao would have suspected that this guy was specially recruited by the Shenzhou Martial School. He clicked in to see. Today, the great Shenzhou Martial School welcomed its new master, Junior Xia Pengcheng. This Junior Xia was first beaten up by a gentle female senior, then fainted from a single glance from an unknown passerby. A close-up of the tattered Xia Pengcheng and the sharpie Jiang Hao. It is evident that this Junior Xia is a complete failure. Being of the same rank, he was instantly defeated without even being able to fight back. I strongly recommend kicking this failure out of the 8 talents of the Xia nation. Jiang Hao did not understand, but he was greatly shocked. Although this school forum allowed for nicknames, people often posted things that couldn't be said directly. But the Xia family has always been the ruling power of the Shenzhou Martial School. Is this big brother not afraid of provoking the furious Xia Pengcheng directly? Jiang Hao chose the nickname Group Exterminator and commented, "First row watching the show, isn't the poster afraid of being..." Others also chimed in, "This poster is quite the paparazzi, always able to capture clear photos. Are there any pretty female seniors?" 1. I was a freshman when this poster started gossiping, always smearing the school, and now I'm a senior, and this senior hasn't been caught yet. As expected of my vice captain. I originally planned to just shock him, but you directly knocked that failure into the infirmary. So fond of real name online. Jiang Hao speechlessly followed the poster. He prepared to complete today's daily fit. "Grandpa, you have to stand up for me. I haven't said anything yet before I was knocked out." Xia Pengcheng said, his face pale, as he grabbed Principal Xia's clothes. "How many times have I told you those with ability should be low-key, and those without ability should be even lower-key?" Principal Xia impatiently shook off his failure of a grandson. Then he continued to initiate a vote on the school website to revoke Xia Pengcheng's title as one of the 8 talents. "Go clean up the fish cage. There are 4 fish that I worked hard to catch in there." "Oh." Xia Pengcheng startled and hurriedly looked up at the sky for any signs of celestial phenomena like the 9 stars aligned. Xia Pengcheng said in disbelief, "Grandpa, you actually caught fish. Weren't you always empty-handed before? In the end, you started making your own fishing gear, yet still couldn't catch anything." Principal Xia's face darkened. Looking at this failure of a grandson, he wished he could slap him into the sand of Jinsha Prefecture. Compared to the talented and polite Jiang Hao, the gap was like 2 different dimensions. Get lost. Don't delay my work. Tomorrow's freshman ranking battle better not go on stage, so as not to embarrass yourself. I may not be as good as Feng Chilo or Jiang Hao, but I am still among the top in the 8 talents. Xia Pengcheng shouted defiantly, leaving with his fishing cage. Tomorrow my opponent will probably be that female ghost from the Yu family. Ooh, I must crush her. Xia Pengcheng's determined gaze revealed his thirst for victory. So slow. Why is the matchmaking for 5v5 team battles taking so long? Jiang Hao boredly stared at the waiting message. After entering the 4th stage area, Jiang Hao's rank fell to Platinum 1 with full stars. He originally planned to quickly accumulate points by playing 20 battles a day, but the 5v5 mode couldn't find anyone even after 10 minutes. Match found. The battle will begin in 10 minutes. Please vote to select the battle map and spawn points among members. Here it comes. Jiang Hao and 4 figures appeared in a conference room-like place, and the large screen in front displayed 3 maps for the upcoming battle. Creator mode, 5v5 team battle. The 5v5 team battle of non-top 10 martial schools is a super large arena, not much different from the usual single-player mode. In the 5v5 team battle of the top 10 martial schools, one can choose maps and spawn points beneficial to their side. Of course, the opposing side will also choose a map, and if both sides choose differently, the system will adopt a third map. A seemingly mature senior first revealed his personal information. Team with newbies, Diamond 5 4 stars 4th stage peak senior year 4. The other 3 also displayed their information. Most were around the high 4th stage, either in their 3rd or 4th year. Seeing the gazes from the other four, Jiang Hao smiled through his puzzled expression. I don't eat beef. Platinum, 1 full stars, 4th stage, 3rd layer freshman year. The expressions of the 4 seniors froze instantly. 4th stage. Brother, are you a freshman? Is this nickname yours? Are you Jiang Hao, one of the 8 heroes? A senior said in astonishment. Yes, that's me, but right now the most important thing is the voting right. This is my first time playing in the 5v5 mode, so I hope seniors can guide me. The senior who spoke first straightened his expression. Don't worry, Junior Jiang. I will definitely lead you to victory this round. Let's choose that forest map. We will spawn on the mountain. Agreed. After both sides finished voting and chose their spawn points, Jiang Hao and his team appeared on a small hill surrounded by dense woods with no sight of the opposing team. It seems like they chose this map too. Next we just need to. Junior Jiang, what are you doing? The members of the team watched in shock as Jiang Hao jumped down. Just as he was about to call his teammates to provide support, he saw a series of pale blue sword lights appeared slicing through all the trees along the way. Several hundred meters away, the 5 players were still making camouflage outfits. Before they could react, they were instantly eliminated. Match over. The bewildered seniors stared at the victory notification. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao had already started clicking for the next match. The next day in the morning, Jiang Hao emerged from the battle chamber, stretching lazily. After playing all night, he finally completed 20 matches. This 5v5 team battle is really hard to match. Because players at the 4th rank can only match with other 4th rank players, and most of the seniors in their 3rd and 4th years are not on campus. Especially the 4th year students who often go out to complete various tasks to earn credits for resources. Jiang Hao managed to play only 5 team battles all night, and in the end he had no choice but to go into solo mode to fish for points. He earned 400 points throughout the night. Points 754 after spending 500 points to elevate his rank to 4th stage. Jiang Hao looked at the registration reminder and other information sent by the school website. Is the 8 heroes battle first? It seems the school knows how to grab the hot topics. After having breakfast, he changed into a new outfit and glanced at the bedroom where the battle chamber was located. He lamented, if only we could match with martial schools worldwide. Jiang Hao casually locked the door and stepped out of the villa. In the Shenzhou Martial School, every grade has students living in single dormitories, similar to a super 5-star hotel suite. The villa area has its own cultivation room, where the concentration of elemental energy is 3 times higher than on campus. It's free and does not require credits to activate. Credits are extremely important at school and cannot be exchanged for money or general martial resources. They can only be obtained through completing tasks or private trades. Of course, those who scored full marks on the entrance exam, like Jiang Hao, receive a reward of 500 credits, and 1,000 credits can be exchanged for an ordinary saint-level martial skill or technique. Many students without backgrounds or insufficient strength to make the rankings go crazy completing tasks in their 3rd and 4th years just so they can grind out a saint-level technique before graduation. As for the saint-level techniques requiring 3,000 credits, don't even think about it. Those who are capable do not need it, and those who need it cannot gather that many credits. Jiang Hao activated the boundless travel, entering the gray-white desolate spatial layer, aiming at the general spatial node of the registration area. He took a step forward. In an instant, he crossed over 20 kilometers to arrive at the registration area. Principal Xia, who was busy posting online, suddenly looked up. Why do I feel like someone is disrupting the stability of this small world? But there are no spatial fluctuations, how strange. He continued to look at the students, adding him as friends and chatting online, revealing a sinister smile. I've always found the principal unpleasant. Brother, add me to the signal. Oh, let's denounce the principal together. Luxury fishing gear customization, please inquire privately. Arriving at the entrance of the registration area, there were not many new students. Jiang Hao complained that artificial lake is one thing, but is it really okay for the dormitory to be so far from the main school building? Shaking his head, he went to register and observed a few teachers eagerly wanting to show him around. Jiang Hao politely declined. The school decided to hold the 8 heroes ranking battle at 10 o'clock in the arena. Blue Star Network and Xuanin will broadcast the entire event live. Just after registering, and I have to compete immediately, not letting any opportunity slip by. Can't we take a break? Jiang Hao, holding his beloved sword, concealed all his elemental energy fluctuations. He prepared to make a big show. After all, there was no requirement to verify strength during registration. In fact, everyone's information had already been confirmed by the school system when they arrived yesterday. Otherwise, Jiang Hao wouldn't even be able to enter the dormitory. Nonviolent entry registration was merely an excuse to wake the new students up. The arena was not far from here, and more new students were gradually appearing on the road. They clearly looked like good candidates for those who attend the early morning classes every day. As he walked, a young man in a Taoist robe carrying a 7-string guqin was asking for directions ahead. Jiang Hao cast a glance at the androgynous face and skin whiter than that of a girl. The young man suddenly looked over, and the sound of the guqin resonated as he nodded at Jiang Hao. Walking toward the registration area. Walking with a BGM. How can we fight like this? Jiang Hao already knew the identity of that young man. Thanks to the information provided by his vice-captain last night, Jiang Hao recognized him as the only son of the head of the Yi family from Lingxi Prefecture, Yi Lingxi. He had even heard that he was accepted as a disciple by a certain congressman. If it weren't for the vice-captain assuring him that the other party was indeed male, just somewhat feminine with that name and appearance. In his past life, he would have definitely attracted more fans than some female streamers. Moreover, the vice captain specifically noted that Yi Lingxi was a terrible navigator likely to get lost even in his own house. It's commendable that he managed to walk from the dormitory to here, but judging by the direction he came from, he probably spent the whole night unable to find the dormitory, wandering around the campus. Behind him, two figures approached. Upon seeing Jiang Hao, one figure suddenly stopped, turning pale, and quickly walked towards the arena, neck stiff and eyes straight ahead. The other was a girl in a black dress adorned with star decorations, possessing an ethereal beauty. A sword was sheathed at her waist, looking like a spiritual weapon of considerable rank. They were Xia Pengqing and Xing Yingwei. Jiang Hao looked at the trembling young master Xia and smiled. Isn't this the owner of the Xinzhou Martial School? Did you just come out of the infirmary? Xia Pengqing pretended not to hear and quickened his pace to leave. Just then Xing Yingwei suddenly tilted her head innocently and said, Group leader, didn't you say you would give that Jiang Hao a warning when school started? You said he doesn't deserve the title of 8 heroes and you wanted to personally test his strength. Did you go to test it yesterday? As soon as she spoke, young master Xia activated his movement technique, disappearing in an instant. Jiang Hao twitched his lips, watching as Xing Yingwei, whose expression remained unchanged, seemingly not understanding how the other party had escaped. Noticing a hint of amusement in her eyes, he quietly stepped aside, not daring to block her path. Damn, he really is a white lotus. The vice captain did not deceive me. Initially, she seemed quite serious in their online chats, like a passionate girl with an artistic flair. Hello, Jiang Hao. Unfortunately, I have to battle Feng Chilua soon, so I might not be able to fight you. Xing Yingwei, but upon closer inspection, her lips did curl upwards by a pixel. Hello, Xing. I hope we can fight another time. Jiang Hao nodded politely. Then the boundless travel activated. Arriving at the arena, Jiang Hao gazed at the venue, which was many times larger than Yunxiao Martial School. He thought to himself, no wonder this is the Xinzhou Martial School, which has hosted the Global Martial School League multiple times. It can accommodate at least hundreds of thousands of people. If it weren't for the numerous projection screens, the audience at the back would probably see nothing. They could only rely on their wristbands to watch. Upon entering the arena, Jiang Hao noticed that less than a quarter of the new students had arrived. It was said that this year's intake totaled over 8,000 students. Among them, the Combat Institute had over 5,000 new students. The Technique Institute had just over 2,000. The Auxiliary Institute had 1,000 students. The last 100 students of the 100 skills were counted separately from the 3 main institutes. Their teaching buildings and training bases were located in a remote part of the campus. Moreover, they did not participate in school competitions and were not included in the total number of new students. While waiting, Jiang Hao boredly scrolled through the school website, hoping to find some interesting gossip. As the clock struck 10, over 8,000 new students filled the massive venue. There were also several thousand senior students from various grades here to see how exceptional this year's newcomers were. The ranking battle officially began. First, the deputy deans of the Combat Institute and Technique Institute delivered speeches introducing the mechanics of the ranking battle, the benefits for the top 100 contestants, and so on. Although no lengthy discourse was given, the students below clearly did not enjoy it. Principal Xia walked up to the podium with a grilled fish in hand, took a bite of the fish, and then declared directly, "Let's enter the segment of the 8 champions ranking battle." Oh, cheers erupted, accompanied by the sound of celebratory cannons. The host in the live broadcast room quickly introduced, "This is the 233rd batch of new students at Xinzhou Martial School. They are also an unprecedentedly strong generation with a total of 8 prodigies who achieved full marks in the martial arts examination gathering together." Another host chimed in, "The last time they were called the strongest was during the era of Xiao Wanjun and Xing Yingyu, known as the Twin Kings. 13 years ago, they crushed the national prodigies with an invincible stance and subsequently dominated the global stage. At the same time, they are now the deans of the Combat Institute and Technique Institute at Xinzhou Martial School. Let's look forward to the spectacular battles that this strongest generation of prodigies will bring us." Good, good, good. You all seem to have ignored Senior Zhou Weifeng, who has won the Global Martial School League Championship twice in a row, right? Wasn't he called the prodigy who surpassed the Twin Kings 4 years ago? Do you dare say you weren't invited by the Xia family? Jiang Hao listened in disbelief to this obviously biased commentary. In this year's batch, all 8 provinces of Xia country had prodigies achieving full marks, except for Jinsha province, which had no notable talents to speak of. Truly, it is the weakest large province in Xia country. Principal Xia stepped down from the podium and waved his left hand, which was not holding the grilled fish. 8 massive thrones suddenly rose in the center of the arena. The thrones were entirely golden, with black dragon patterns winding up. An intense, enigmatic music played. Above, flying beasts radiating 6th-tier nascent soul energy, adorned with flamboyant decorations, brought down 8 crowns. The light screens above the thrones displayed the rankings as recognized by the school. First, Jiang Hao 2nd, Feng Chilua 3rd, Yinyan 4th, Xia Pengqing 5th, Yu Xiao 6th, Yi Lingxi 7th, Xing Yingwei 8th, Gu Siyuan. Instantly, the venue and the live broadcast room exploded with excitement, everyone cheering and applauding as the barrage of comments refreshed rapidly. Clearly, everyone was astonished by this impressive display of live action. Jiang Hao, with a face full of question marks, stared at the 8 thrones. Isn't it time for the combat arena? Are we just going to fight? There was no such procedure before, and this throne looks too childish. Looking disdainfully at the throne, Jiang Hao couldn't even imagine how awkward it would be if he sat on it. And his former acquaintances, Principal Xia below, was satisfied, patting his pocket. The resources sponsored by the Yu family are truly plentiful. just as Jiang Hao thought that no one would dare to sit on this childish throne. A loli with greenish-blue twin ponytails dressed in a gothic Lolita style laughing heartily as she carried a spear about 3 meters long walked towards the throne in the center of the arena. She radiated the energy fluctuation of the 3rd tier 6th level. Huh, Ayu Xiao the strongest. Damn, she truly has a childish mentality. At this moment, Xia Pengcheng stood up, revealing the fluctuation of his 3rd tier 7th level, and jumped directly in front of the throne, raising his right fist and closing his eyes, waiting for the cheers from the crowd. The arena fell silent. To be precise, no one paid him any attention. Whispers began to spread throughout the crowd. Is this the prodigy of the Xia family this generation? I heard he was beaten into the infirmary yesterday. Huh. Senior Jiang Hao didn't even lay a hand on him. He just fainted from fright. What a useless guy. Huh. I heard that a public vote online has already kicked him out of the 8 champions. Even though he is the principal's grandson, the principal can't silence so many voices. The host in the live broadcast room was still trying hard to boast about Xia Pengcheng's past achievements, insisting that people shouldn't be swayed by the rumors online. Xia Pengcheng's face turned red as he silently sat on his throne. Thus the curtain was drawn back. Yan stepped onto the fiery carpet, walking towards the throne. The temperature in the venue instantly soared, causing the audience to sweat profusely. Yi Lingxi's guqin floated in midair, continuously producing beautiful melodies. The closer it got to the throne, the louder the sound became, until the entire venue echoed with his music. As if the moonlight pierced through the clouds, Xing Yingwei was surrounded by exploding starlight, forming patches of silvery nebulae with effects at their peak. Gu Xiyuan squinted his eyes, having unknowingly sat on the throne. No one noticed his movements. However, golden clouds gradually dissipated. Only Jiang Hao remained standing in shock, watching the 6 individuals make their grand entrances full of pride and dazzling effects. He truly began to doubt whether he had come to the wrong place. No wonder people on the Blue Star Network keep complaining about the prodigies having a few screws loose. Fortunately, in the most normal, no childish mentality, Jiang Hao consoled himself. In front of the entire audience in the nationwide live broadcast, he looked at the few people on the thrones arbitrarily flaunting their energy fluctuations, and then glanced at the vacant spot for Feng Zhila. Could it be that she is afraid of getting beaten by me, so she didn't dare to come? Shaking his head, he stood up from the audience seats under the inviting gazes of the 6. He stepped out casually, without any special effects, but Jiang Hao was walking in the air. It was as if invisible glass was supporting him beneath his feet. Tap, tap sound echoed. He sheathed his beloved sword. The energy fluctuation of his 4th tier 4th level erupted instantly. A powerful mental force distorted the light, and a mental storm ravaged the entire venue. The air was filled with explosive sounds synchronized to Jiang Hao's footsteps. All the new and old students felt their heads buzz as if they had been struck. Then they seemed to see galaxies annihilating, witnessing worlds dying in chaos and nothingness. As Jiang Hao sat down, those illusions and sounds instantly vanished. The atmosphere in the venue was so quiet that no one dared to breathe, all staring at Jiang Hao as if he were a monster. Everyone's hearts echoed a single thought they wanted to shout out. Is this really a new student? I want to report someone. Everyone in the hall was startled by Jiang Hao's sudden display of power. Although the live stream couldn't capture the illusions, the palpable spiritual storm alone was enough to instill fear. Even the dense barrage of comments paused for a moment. The other 6 individuals seated on the throne looked at Jiang Hao with shock, as if they were seeing his true nature for the first time. Jiang Hao sat calmly on the throne, playing with the exquisite crown in his hand. Anyone who saw it would have to compliment him. What an impressive figure. But inside, he felt awkward enough to want to eliminate all witnesses. It was all the principal's fault for being so extravagant, along with those who came before him. Each effect was maximized, creating a grand spectacle. If it were his turn to make an understated entrance, wouldn't he seem weaker than the others? Indeed, Jiang Hao will never be inferior to anyone. Yu Xiao was the first to break the silence, striking a pose of let's be destroyed, and said, what are we even fighting for? This powerhouse could defeat opponents of the same rank with just his effects, let alone those 1 rank higher than us. Indeed, I should just go back and inherit the family business. The expressions of the other 5 varied widely, especially Xia Pengcheng. He seemed to recall unpleasant memories, his face turning pale as he tightly gripped the crown. Principal Xia, who was nearby, even dropped the grilled fish in his hand, staring at Jiang Hao in disbelief. Did he really succeed in his transformation in just 1 night? And he even broke through to the midstage of the 4th rank. Perhaps I should just form a brotherhood with him. That way, when Jiang Hao becomes a council member, I'll have some face when going out. Principal Xia didn't even consider the embarrassing decline in status for his useless grandson. However, his niece was about to break through to the saint rank, and if she went mad, it would indeed be troublesome. In the Xia family, Xiao Wushuang's gaze pierced through all obstacles to look at Jiang Hao. The aura of the chaos principle. Humans can actually cultivate it successfully. Fate has been altered, the royal rank. Now the battle will be between the number 1 ranked Jiang Hao and the 8th ranked Gus. A teacher on the podium reacted and continued to host the match. The crowns you wear are the latest research achievements. Wearing them allows you to enter the virtual space. Why does it have to be a crown instead of a proper helmet? Jiang Hao put it on, speechlessly observing the natural expressions of the others. There was still much he needed to learn. A screen popped up in front of Jiang Hao identical to that in the battle chamber, where he clicked on the new student ranking battle room ready to begin the match. With a flash, he found himself in a desolate landscape as if it had just endured the ravages of war. Flames and dark ruins of buildings surrounded him. On the outer screen, the images of the 2 appeared in real time. Gu Siyuan from the Gu family of Guangzhou was a rare auxiliary martial artist with prophetic talent. At that moment, he was squatting on a broken low wall gazing in despair at a future where he would be defeated in an instant. Blessed with heavenly roots, he had mastered all auxiliary skills below the saint rank to the beginner level, but he had only learned 2 skills at the saint rank. Unfortunately, in the limited future, he could see a mass filled with chaotic colors would eliminate him upon encounter. Gu Siyuan couldn't understand why he couldn't see Jiang Hao's true face. He could only conclude that there was something on his opponent that obscured fate. Alas, this is so difficult. Can I surrender? Gu Siyuan squinted at the sky, knowing that the outside world, on the other side hundreds of meters away from Gu Siyuan, Jiang Hao pondered whether he should let these few show their skills before defeating. After all, they would be classmates for the next 4 years, and if he was too ruthless, would they bully him in the future? However, considering this was a nationwide livestream, there might be international viewers as well. Thus, Jiang Hao decided to adopt the method that garnered the most comments. He would continue to make it difficult for the 6 heroes while I would take the credit. Just as Gu Siyuan, who was preparing to give up, felt a shiver down his spine at Jiang Hao charging towards him, he instinctively activated his saint rank auxiliary ability. Spatial domain. This was an absolute spatial barrier, an invincible shield below the saint rank. If it weren't for the fact that it could only last a few seconds, auxiliary martial artists would have long ascended. A massive transparent wall of air immediately formed a hemisphere around Jiang Hao's position. This should hold. Gu Siyuan had already buffed himself with numerous enhancements to increase his mental resistance along with various shields. He then unleashed bindings, barriers, and seals without restraint towards Jiang Hao. With his spiritual energy nearly depleted, Gu Siyuan smiled. Now, I can claim that I fought valiantly even in defeat. The host of the live stream nodded in approval of this strategy. After all, anyone could tell that Jiang Hao's strength utterly crushed Gu Siyuan. Yet Gu Siyuan could exert all his effort to entangle Jiang Hao and put him in trouble. Suddenly, Gu Siyuan's squinting eyes widened. He saw a future he could not accept. He shouted, "You can't do this. Damn it, you can't do this." In front of a national audience, Jiang Hao casually walked through the spatial domain as if taking a Then all the bindings, barriers, and seals that fell upon Jiang Hao passed through him without a single one managing to block him even for a moment. In the outside world, whether it was the audience in the arena or the barrage in the live stream, all were stunned by this impressive and overwhelming display. Holy crap. I'm reporting someone for using a cheat device. Aren't you all watching while kneeling? Thank goodness I'm not a new student this year, otherwise I would have been crushed. Without mentioning the expressions of the other 5 heroes who were questioning their own worth, Jiang Hao felt great. Truly great. Previously, this move could only be used for face punching or travel. But now all these abilities that hindered movement were completely disregarded. Boundless Realm. Jiang Hao's only saint rank move. It allowed him to disregard all elements that obstructed his progress. So powerful that Jiang Hao doubted if this was a perfect spatial affinity with all points allocated to this skill. Jiang Hao seemed to be stepping closer to Gu Siyuan, but each step was powered by the Boundless Realm. He strolled up to Gu Siyuan, who had given up, struggling, ignoring the glaring layers of shields. Silver-white spatial force surged, forming a silver-white fist. The terrifying power combined with the penetrating shockwave punch was suddenly unleashed. Boom. Crack. It was as if a massive thermobaric bomb had been detonated, devoid of light and heat. Raging currents and high pressure swept across the entire ruin. Countless debris, steel bars, and gravel were sent flying. The space where the fist landed was torn open, creating dark rifts. Gu Siyuan was tough. He remained silent until the very last second. The battle is over. The winner is Jiang Hao. As the result of the match was announced, the audience was still dumbfounded, reminiscing about that last strike. Jiang Hao opened his eyes, coming back to his senses. He found himself back on the throne while Gu Siyuan across from him slumped in his seat, as if he had lost his soul. All of his actions and efforts had merely served to enhance the barrage for his opponent, highlighting the latter's strength. This disparity nearly shattered Gu Siyuan's Dao heart. I didn't even use the facial breaking sky slash. He shouldn't be hurt. It must be a matter of his mental fortitude. The entrance to the arena was blasted open, and Principal Xia looked at the door that needed to be rebuilt, feeling heartbroken. Fortunately, the Yu family provided plenty of funds this time. The damage caused by the previous few people's entrances and the door can all be repaired. Everyone turned to the entrance. A girl with a delicate face and a striking, graceful demeanor walked in. I'm late because I was breaking through the peak of the 3rd rank. Spatial Law, you finally arrived. The vice president of the technique court stood up in surprise. Silently on the campus betting interface, bets were placed on Spatial Law to defeat Xing Yinghua. Jiang Hao looked at the confident and elegant vice captain walking towards the throne. Not bad. The peak strength of the 3rd stage is already far ahead of this cohort. Jiang Hao did not count himself in. Because he belonged to the Feng Lingyue shadow style, he was a cheat player. He no longer belonged to the warriors of the 3 major sects. There were no special effects nor any further harassment of the students in the venue. He simply walked step by step to the second. At this moment, the host awkwardly said, "Next up is a battle between Spatial Law and Xing Yinghua. Please both parties enter the battle space." Some in the venue recognized her as the girl who had beaten the principal's grandson yesterday. They all commented, "Is this the senior wouldn't charge for this, would he?" Spatial Law ignored the host's prompt and the dissatisfaction and complaints of others. Amidst the expressions of the other 6 elite students watching, she picked up the crown and smiled at Jiang Hao. Whoever takes first place will be the captain. As she said this, she adjusted the crown properly. It should be so. The moment I appeared here, first place was already mine. Jiang Hao replied confidently. Xiao Pengqing looked at these two bullies, with discontent muttering softly that woman can actually smile, and why was I not invited to be the vice captain? The other 5 elites looked at Xiao Pengqing in admiration, while Feng Chilo gave him a disdainful glance, a death stare. Xia Caoba could not rise again. The battle began. Jiang Hao looked at the floating light screen in front of him. It was a nighttime plane map. Oh no, wouldn't this mean that Bai Chia He has gained a significant advantage? But his realm was too low, only at the 3rd stage 5th level. In the next moment, the star sea descended and the two combatants seemed to stand in a true cosmic starry sky on the nighttime map. The commentator in the live broadcast excitedly shouted, Star River Sky Curtain. This is the most famous sacred stage field technique of the Xing family. It seemed as if the entire map was filled with twinkling stars, and silver-white light bands like flowing silk flew towards Feng Chilo. Sacred stage martial skill, illusory star moon slash. Both the audience in the venue and the live broadcast were captivated by this dazzling move. So beautiful. The technique is beautiful, and the person is even more beautiful. Feng Chilo is in trouble. With this move enhanced by the nighttime map, even a 5th stage warrior could possibly be all show and no substance wasting yuan power. Jiang Hao shook his head while watching the effect-laden girl on the light screen. If a Xing member used this move, it might create real stars and then explode. However, when the other Xing family members used it, it was just a flicker of the star's feeble light. As expected, purple lightning ripped everything apart. The stars were evaporated and the star river shattered. The so-called illusion and the real silver-white light bands became mere light pollution in the face of absolute violence. In the blink of an eye, the background that was originally a cosmic sea turned into a world filled with purple lightning. The battle ended and Xing Yingyue was instantly eliminated by the ocean constructed of lightning. Feng Chilo had not truly made a move from beginning to end. She merely changed the background of the venue. The commentator, who had been frantically praising the Xing members and their techniques, was left dumbfounded, staring blankly at the teleprompter in front of him. Jiang Hao frowned, looking suspiciously at the second throne beside him. Feng Chilo calmly opened her eyes as if she had completed an insignificant task, ignoring the sounds of applause from the excited audience in the venue. Is this really ancient technique flow? Even if she claims to have perfect affinity for both wind and thunder attributes, she shouldn't be so powerful. As the host announced the start of the next duel, Jiang Hao finally withdrew his gaze. Xing Yingyue opposite Feng Chilo still looked expressionless at the third battle, as if indifferent to winning or losing. However, Jiang Hao remembered that this person, having just reached the 3rd stage, sought him out privately to regain face. Everything happening now was an act. The third match was nothing to watch. Both were at the 3rd stage 6th level. Yan Yan was a perfect affinity fire attribute ancient technique flow, while Yi Lingxi was a semi-support type of combat flow. An ordinary map, an ordinary battle. Flames clashed with sound waves. The melody of the qin tore through the sea of fire, cutting, while the explosive waves of flames pushed the melody down. Jiang Hao watched, feeling drowsy. The two fought until the last moment, and it was still Yan who had the upper hand, winning the match. He advanced to the top 4. Unfortunately, his next opponent was the seemingly cheat-like Feng Chilo, so he could only stop here. To be honest, after seeing another ancient technique flow in the data, Jiang Hao couldn't help but complain about the lack of perfect elemental affinity in previous years. Yet this year 3 suddenly emerged. The 4th match was an internal battle of the combat flow. Xiao Pengqing battled Yu Xiao. Mountain map. Unlike Jiang Hao's initial blade aura, which cut souls with his blade light, the two wielded a spear and a halberd. The battle was truly a feast for the eyes and ears. Watching the sparks fly between the two, the earth trembled and the mountains shook. Shattered stones and dirt were scattered everywhere. The two commentators in the live broadcast finally had a chance to go all out, continuously praising Xiao Pengqing's talent and combat strength. Meanwhile, the expressions on the faces of the two combatants were not very friendly. Yu Xiao could barely activate her Yuan power shield. With a face covered in dirt, she mockingly said, "Is this all you've got? Even with a minor realm advantage, you still take so long to fight me. Big brother, you can't possibly be that weak, right? How dare you with such weak strength trouble Feng Chilo and Jiang Hao? If you like him, I can introduce you to some girlfriends." Although Yu Xiao was about to lose, her words remained defiant. Xiao Pengqing glared at the irritating girl opposite him, his face darkened. If it weren't for the live broadcast, she might have been even worse. And what do you mean I caused trouble? Clearly they were the ones bullying me. The more Xiao Pengqing thought about it, the angrier he became, and suddenly blood-red smoke effects surged from his body that was free of dust. In an instant, Xiao Pengqing's momentum surged, reaching the 4th stage. Surrounded by raging qi and blood, his physical quality significantly enhanced. Xiao Pengqing shouted at Yu Xiao, "I, Xiao Pengqing, will never be inferior to anyone." With a single thrust of his halberd, he ended the match. Here it is. This is the unknown talent of Xiao Pengqing. Not only can it greatly enhance physical quality and various resistances, but it can also temporarily elevate one's Yuan power realm. Yu Xiao had no ability to fight back. If she had used this move from the start, she would have been directly eliminated. Let us congratulate Xiao Pengqing for advancing to the top 4. Wasn't it an unknown talent? You just stripped the person down to their underwear. It seems the Xiao family really provided a lot of resources, not to mention the audience in the live broadcast, who were intentionally guided. Even in the venue, more than a dozen new students stood up, loudly cheering for Xiao Pengqing. People around looked at their classmates, who seemed to have lost their minds, with strange expressions. But still more and more audience members were led by the atmosphere, joining in the applause. Sitting on the throne, Xiao Pengcheng looked at the fact that there were actually people cheering for him, smiling happily and waving to the audience. For these dozen or so fans, Xiao Pengcheng silently encouraged himself. In the next match against Jiang Hao, even if I can't win, I must prove that I am not. Jiang Hao looked at the dozen or so new students, feeling that something was amiss. If they had truly been won over by Xiao Pengcheng, their expressions should be more excited and joyful. Instead, they wore smiles that seemed to be for show, as if they had just completed a task. Meanwhile, in an unseen corner, the principal's lips curled slightly. He opened the temporary group chat and sent 50 credits to each of the new students who had bravely stood up and taken the lead. Luxury fishing gear customization, please contact privately. Well done. After Xia and Jiang finish the fated battle, I will delete the previous post and apologize to Xia. This way the Xia family and the principal shouldn't bother me. Don't worry, well, go and interact with Xia, pretending to befriend him to help you probe the water senior. This is my specialty. I've specifically investigated, and this Xia has never been to school. He has only had private tutoring. He directly participated in the college entrance examination at 18. Xia is still too inexperienced in social matters. We need to help him adapt to the harshness of society. This way the principal will know and won't intervene, and there might even be rewards. I'm counting on you. The principal glanced at his complacent grandson on the throne and shook his head. Better to suffer more now and bleed less in the future. Being fooled for credits by a bad woman is better than losing one's life to the natives of another world. After a 10-minute break, the quarterfinals began. Jiang Hao also watched ads for 10 minutes and had to admit, the advertisements of this era are quite interesting. The various twists and turns are unexpected. Isn't this better than the boring dramas of my past life? In the first match of the quarterfinals, Jiang Hao faces Xiao Pengcheng. Jiang Hao closed his wristband and was about to enter the space. Sorry, Jiang Hao, I only met those few people yesterday when I arrived at school. I didn't expect them to speak like that. Jiang Hao looked up towards Xiao Pengcheng's direction. Apart from Yu Xiao, who had a smug expression, as if to say, are you surrendering already? Truly pathetic. The other 5 looked at Xiao Pengcheng in surprise. After all, this person used to be known for having no background and being a commoner. As a citizen of the imperial capital, it was normal for Jiang Hao to look down on Yunshao Prefecture. Even Fengqiluo, at first Xiao Pengcheng hadn't even given her a glance before hitting her. Jiang Hao looked at Xiao Pengcheng, who had his head down and ears turning red, and smiled, shaking his head. It's okay, I didn't take it to heart. After all, you were used as a stepping stone by me. Now Jiang Hao finally understood why Principal Xia was so hard on his It turns out it was as said, he needed to be tempered. Fight begins. This time the random draw was for a previously developed sea. This type of map has one characteristic, it's tough. Outside, Jiang Hao could obliterate a small mountain of hundreds of meters with a single strike, or split a 2,000 meter peak in half. In such a secret realm, he could probably only create a pit a few dozen meters deep. Watching from afar, the raging Xiao Pengcheng, all in red, charged towards him with his Fang Dianhua halberd. For Principal Xiao Sake, he'll let you use one hand. Jiang Hao smiled as he watched Xiao Pengcheng leap high. His elemental power surged, and the Fang Dianhua halberd was suddenly imbued with gold. The violent airflow whipped through Jiang Hao's hair. Unmatched Overlord halberd. The golden halberd carrying the momentum to shatter everything smashed down towards Jiang Hao. This was the strongest strike infused with all of Xiao Pengcheng's elemental power. Because Jiang Hao's strength was so great that it left him a bit bewildered. There was no gradual process. He suddenly became much stronger. If it weren't for the equally abnormal Feng Qiluo, Xiao Pengcheng would doubt whether his 6 companions were merely useless, relying on their family backgrounds. Thus he put everything on this one strike. Warriors who specialize in melee combat are always about advancing without retreating. If his peers wouldn't dare to strike, how could they call themselves melee warriors? Xiao Pengcheng looked at Jiang Hao, who was preparing to take the blow heed with an expectant gaze. What if Jiang Hao underestimated him and he managed to defeat him by luck? Then wouldn't he prove he wasn't a good for nothing? However, the line between hope and despair is razor thin. In the eyes of Xiao Pengcheng and all the spectators outside, Jiang Hao calmly extended a hand, opening it. This was to catch a strike that could easily kill a peak 5th tier warrior with one. A terrifying explosion echoed, rocks flew everywhere. Dust obscured Jiang Hao's figure. The viewers in the live stream held their breath, waiting for the result. Unfortunately, the big screen did not display a judgment of the match's end. A crack several meters long appeared on the ground. Jiang Hao stood in a small pit holding the now colorless Fang Dianhua halberd. His clothes were not even dusted. In the eyes of the outside and Xiao Pengcheng, it was like an adult effortlessly catching a crack. The Fang Dianhua halberd continuously developed cracks before shattering on the spot. After all, it was not a spiritual weapon, but merely a weapon provided by the creator mode that could transmit elemental power significantly. Seeing his Allen strike being caught so easily still with one hand, Xiao Pengcheng stood there dumbfounded. At that moment, Xiao Pengcheng's mind was in turmoil as he looked bitterly at Jiang Hao's calm eyes. Is the gap really this huge? After speaking, he abandoned the thought of continuing the fight, his eyes filled with disappointment and unwillingness. With a self-deprecating smile, he said, the so-called 8 talents of Xia country are simply unworthy of being compared to the 2 of you. He'll disband the group when I return. Jiang Hao glanced at him, thinking he might have gone a bit too far, almost making the kid feel despondent. He quickly remedied, saying, actually, you're not that bad. Then, after pondering how to phrase it, he continued, you are the only one among the other 6 who has reached the late stage of the 3rd tier, which shows you still possess quite a bit of strength. It's just that you happen to encounter me and vice. Fengqiluo. Moreover, your brave attack against an opponent far beyond your capability shows you are a good melee warrior, not the good for nothing I thought. Okay, fine, forgive Jiang Hao for not being good at comforting others. He could only extend his left hand. He made a C shape with his index finger and thumb, smiling, you are only this much away from me. Xiao Pengcheng was suddenly moved and wiped the corner of his eye, reddening as he said a thank you. Then he silently repeated surrender 3 times and exited the battle space. Match over. Congratulations to Jiang Hao for entering the finals. Jiang Hao came out looking speechless at Xiao Pengcheng, who was calmly seated on the throne, internally complaining, why did you just confirm it? At least it should be worth 5 credits. Xiao Pengcheng proved with his strength that he is the top genius among this year's new students. He is not a fool and is truly worthy of the title of the 8 heroes. Principal Xia, as expected, deleted the post from the school website and wrote a heartfelt apology letter. Some hired commentators immediately began to create a buzz, making more people aware that the original poster had changed their stance. Additionally, some neutral bystanders and objective fans also started to rally. Junior Xiao is so magnanimous that he definitely won't hold a grudge. Xiao Pengcheng sat on the throne, watching the one-sided crushing on the light screen. The purple lightning instantly compressed the red flames into a small circle. Then that last trace of red completely vanished. Congratulations to classmate Feng Chilua for entering the finals. The final battle will commence in 10 minutes. Just like in the battle against Xing Yingyue, there was no need to strike. Merely releasing his own lightning power defeated Yan Yinyi, who was also a practitioner of ancient sorcery. Many in the audience were stunned by such a powerful junior peer. If Jiang Hao was an insurmountable force, then this classmate Feng was overwhelming in visual presence. Terrifying. Xiao Pengcheng noticed a special alert from his wristband. The user who initiated the vote actually deleted their post and backed down. Moreover, many believed they were magnanimous enough not to actually use the Xia family's influence to bully seniors. Seeing so many good people believe in him, Xiao Pengcheng grinned and kept nodding while sitting on the throne. He followed everyone who spoke up for him. Then he commented under the apology letter, don't worry. Xiao Pengcheng would never do such a thing. I accept the senior's apology. The pressure is immense, he thought as he prepared to disband the group chat. Who dominates? Looking at that name brought back memories of his formerly reckless self. The self who thought everyone else was beneath him. Ding. I don't eat beef, adding as a friend. Note, I just want to join the group for fun. Oh. Jiang Hao raised his hand, tapping his wristband as he looked at Xiao Pengcheng. He smiled and said, although everyone has average strength, we still need some underdogs to fill the numbers for next year's freshman league. You can talk. Xiao Pengcheng agreed to the friend request speechlessly and pulled Jiang Hao into the group. Ever since Jiang Hao became famous, he felt like he was either being humbled or was on the path to being humbled. Xiao Pengcheng felt tears welling up inside. These audacious words received Feng Qiluo's approval. The other 5 heroes dared not refute, as she was genuinely brave enough to fight. Add me too. Feng Qiluo commanded. Choose your underdogs from within the group later. The freshman ranking battles, the final match of the 8 heroes began. Jiang Hao strolled across an island map. The map was vast. At least within a 10-kilometer range, he had not detected any figures on the opposite side. It seems I need to learn a technique to increase my perception range. Otherwise, relying solely on primal perception at such high energy is too wasteful. Suddenly, the entire sky seemed to be filled with purple lightning swirling like a mass of snakes. Unbeknownst to him, a greenish wind began to blow across the ground. What is this? A wind that can harm the soul. Jiang Hao was surprised as he felt the greenish threads pierce through him, triggering reactions deep in his mind. Unfortunately, Jiang Hao's mental strength at this level was astonishing. He only felt the wind was quite pleasant, giving him a refreshing sensation that cleansed his soul. Above, the purple ocean of lightning grew larger, about to cover half of the island. Jiang Hao observed the commotion that didn't seem like something low-tier warriors could create and confidently declared, indeed, I've caught you. This is not even sorcery. The purple lightning and greenish wind bore no trace of Feng Qiluo's elemental energy. Perfect elemental affinity couldn't achieve this. You dare to cheat in front of me. Interesting. Space power activate. Instantly, silver ripples radiated outward. Then he reached out toward the purple ocean of lightning. With a grab, a pull, and a twist of his wrist, the purple ocean of lightning suddenly tore a massive hole, and Feng Qiluo, sensing it from afar through the wind, looked up at the shocking sight in disbelief. What kind of ability is this? Suddenly, a sonic boom echoed from afar, and Feng Qiluo could no longer sense Jiang Hao's situation through the wind. Jiang Hao was running, smashing through everything in his path. The ground was pitted with craters. With the enhancement of elemental energy, he was nearly reaching 3 times the speed of sound, able to cover a kilometer in just 1 second. In the outside world, the audience, stunned by Feng Qiluo's apocalyptic scene, was pulled back to attention by the humanoid beast that violently shattered everything. What kind of speed is this? Catch the shrimp. Jiang the Great Charge. Did no one notice Jiang's move that tore apart the ocean of lightning? What was that silver ripple? Gu Siyuan squinted at the battle on the light screen, shaking his head. No good, I can't predict it. No Gu the Blind, are you even capable? You can't predict anything, and you still pretend to be a prophet. Yu Xiao spoke. Xing Yingyue inexplicably touched her face and looked at the light screen. No way. This is a live broadcast. The purple lightning weaved nets of lightning, descending upon Jiang Hao while massive wind blades and lightning continuously struck him. These attacks, which could take out 5th-tier warriors, were nothing against Jiang Hao, who had his elemental shield activated. If it weren't for the need to avoid running around naked, he wouldn't even bother activating the shield. After sensing Feng Qiluo's position, he executed a boundless domain punch right at the vice captain's face. Boom! A violent explosion erupted from one end of the island, sending countless soil and tree debris soaring into the air. Did I actually miss? Jiang Hao looked quizzically at the figure whose presence he could no longer sense. He raised his long knife, and silver threads instantly entwined and fused with chaotic laws. Flying sky-breaking slash. Sizzle. The space was truly cut open, creating a black fissure that immediately a blade aura 1,000 meters long intertwined in light blue and silver slashed forward, as if to cleave the island in half. If one looked closely, they might notice a flowing black substance within the blade light. Due to the influence of chaotic laws, all nearby lightning and wind were devoured, transformed into pure elemental energy to fuel the blade aura. In the end, this strike had grown to nearly 2,000 meters. Whoosh, swish, swish. The entire island was carved with a ugh. Although Feng Qiluo was not in the path of the blade aura, she was still struck by the soul blade. He shouldn't have noticed me. Why can he still affect me? Could it be that his martial skill has reached perfection? Feng Qiluo held her head in confusion. If it weren't for her spirit also reaching the level of a 7th-tier sorcerer, that last strike would have directly led to her defeat. In the sky, purple lightning gathered into numerous spikes, descending toward Jiang Hao's location. The green wind on the surface aimed to wrap around Jiang Hao, restricting his movements. Would. Great. Boundless domain. Jiang Hao stepped out from the raging winds. Then came another strike. Ever since he switched to the Chaos Cannon, Jiang Hao felt that his elemental power was already comparable to a 7th-tier warrior. With such an attack, he could do it dozens of times more. The purple lightning spikes from above, capable of killing 6th-tier warriors, fell like raindrops. Space reversal. Jiang Hao raised his left hand, then forcefully twisted it. The lightning spikes that were about to hit seemed to have their spatial orientation altered, flying backward into the sky, creating massive collisions and resulting in violent explosions. Indeed, it's space power. He actually has perfect spatial affinity. Principal Xia's eyes shone with insight, immediately recognizing the traces of his free casting. Xing Yingwei was left dumbfounded. The facade of her indifferent expression crumbled. Didn't they say he had no talent for magic? Didn't they say martial prowess was the unbeatable path? In the battle space, Jiang Hao had already executed his 10th strike. This time he finally sensed Feng Qiluo's position again. Although her talent, which seemed to control wind and lightning laws, was considered cheating in this generation. According to Principal Xia, he would definitely make a name for himself after today. But Jiang Hao's persistence and effort were undeniable. It's time to end this. It's time to end this. Jiang Hao walked casually across the shattered isle. After the 10 previous slashes, Feng Qiluo's soul had been grievously wounded, and the injury deepened with each blow. Even the lightning from the heavens grew sparse, and its control waned. Furious tornadoes whipped up countless grit and stones, yet they could never reach Jiang Hao's side. All of those effects were diverted elsewhere by the strength of space. When another falling lightning spear was redirected, its potency was palpably diminished. It seems she possesses an innate aptitude akin to the wind-lightning principle, yet she still depends on mental regulation. If this arena weren't so vast, and I could have linked her with my mental threads, I would have sent her on a Onati infirmary tour with Feixiao, Pokongzhan, Feixiao sky-cleaving slash. Suddenly, a terrifying fluctuation of yuan force erupted from afar. Jiang Hao employed Xingjia Wujing Boundless Traverse to arrive instantly. A silver-white radiance surged across him, forming a vast barrier before him to prevent a gate-opening kill. It was unmistakably Gu Siyuan's signature, Kongyu aerial domain. With a lucid Dao heart and perfect affinity for spatial elements, Jiang Hao only needed to see it once to reproduce it precisely. Jiang Hao hovered in midair and looked down at Feng Qiluo as she compressed the wind and lightning force. Well, no longer using that odd position-shifting art, Feng Qiluo gripped a purple lightning spear wrapped in a teal whirlwind with her right hand. She raised her head toward Jiang Hao. I can't keep dodging. If I hide any longer, your soul blade will simply wear me down to death. She managed a helpless smile. A perfected Saint-tier martial technique. Who would have thought I underestimated you? Coupled with an ancient spatial art stream, Feng Qiluo, do not lose without reason. Even a sliver of the chaos principle. Jiang Hao had already developed 2 applications, decomposing part of an attack into refined yuan force and converting it to amplify his own strikes. This was the confidence his statistics afforded him. Jiang Hao watched the spear continuously charge and compress, its oppressive aura reaching the 7th rank. He extended a finger and said, "And you still hold that thing aloft? No choice, you chased me around and pissed me off." With that, she launched a Xianyu Tusi salted fish thrust straight at Jiang Hao's face. The terrible thunder spear wound with a teal whirlwind finally fused into one. The already fragmented Alchrome, the speed of that wind lightning spear had surpassed Jiang Hao's perceptual limits. Before such a destructive lance, every object would be ruthlessly pierced through. Why so impatient? Feng Qiluo heard Jiang Hao's voice behind her, and then the sky roared a deafening boom as the terrifying thunder force exploded outward. Yet it was tightly confined within a bounded region. One could hear sizzling and cracking from the heavens above, as if an air shield had wrapped around that annihilating strike. Though it seemed on the brink of rupture at any moment, it still held fast and stopped the blow. The whole all began to tremble. Underneath the spear's explosion, seawater was forced to one side, forming a hollowed out. Feng Qiluo had exhausted every reserve of yuan force. Her mental strength was near depletion. Her face was ashen and her legs trembled. She lost her footing and collapsed to the ground. What an embarrassment. It's my first time being beaten so badly by someone my own age. She could not even find words for herself. Jiang Hao nodded in approval. Lose a few more times, and you'll grow used to it. He ignored the vice-captain on the ground who glared at him with plaintive eyes. Ridiculous. Since you've already lost to me, I needn't be so courteous anymore. Jiang Hao extended his right hand. Feng Qiluo froze thinking, is he going to pull me up? Perhaps this captain isn't. She told herself he at least showed her some respect. Just as she reached to take his hand, a silver-white shimmer appeared, and a small orb formed at Jiang Hao's fingertip. Odd. A silver-white ray instantaneously pierced through Feng Qiluo's head. Her wide eyes stared blankly, full of stunned questions. This technique's power will do. From now on, for trash enemies, a fingerpoint can send a killing ray. Practicality aside, it has a touch of flair, though not much. With that, Jiang Hao was whisked out of the duel space. Outside, when Jiang Hao first unleashed that exaggerated blade, the spectators had already gone numb. The subsequent offense and defense, the way Feng Qiluo was chased about like a rat. Everyone knew these two had ceased performing. These two experts did not behave like ordinary freshmen at all. Some senior fourth years even suspected that before Senior Zhou broke into 7th rank, he might not have beaten this pair working together. Is this reasonable? Are freshmen so fiercely competitive now? But when the audience in the live stream turned their shocked gazes to the equally stunned Liujia, the 6 prodigies, calmer heads prevailed. Everyone's spirits eased a little. This was the real caliber expected of a top prodigy. Xia Pengqing sank into self-doubt, muttering, didn't I say I'm only a little worse than you? Why do I see no end to this? I can't tell what's what. Gu Xiyuan, on the other hand, sat up straighter and dispelled the gloom. This defeat was not his fault. Rather, the opponents had clearly turned on an overpowered mode. As for that terrifying wind lightning spear, people took it in stride. Nowadays, a 3rd-rank peak mastering dual principles felt plausible. When Jiang Hao reached toward Feng Qiluo, some perverse shipper types ignited with excitement, such as a gray-haired figure in Yunxiao City, who would not give his name, and the Fenglei Prefecture prodigies, who still bore psychological scars from Feng Qiluo. While commentators in the live stream fantasized tens of thousands of words of plot, a single ray ruthlessly shattered the commentators' writerly dreams. Oh, came a chorus. Brother, that's the favorite daughter of a counselor's family. You can lay a hand on her. They watched Jiang Hao open his eyes calmly and sit expressionless upon the throne, while beside him Feng Qiluo glared with murderous intent, ready to pick a fight. The teacher at the podium, tactful, remained silent, and instead signaled to Vice Dean Zhou of Bingji Institute. Vice Dean Zhou might be stubborn, but he was not foolish. Truly stubborn Bingji-style fighters rarely reach higher ranks. So he decisively kicked the matter over to the Vice Dean of Shifeiwen. After all, this Vice Dean was also of the Feng family, though not a direct line, still an elder relative of the Feng family's young lady. Feng Xinhua forced herself to stand and said, let us congratulate Jiang Hao for claiming the top seat in the 233rd freshman ranking battles of Shenzhou Martial School. A beat of silence, seeing that Sister Feng had not erupted but instead bowed her head and applauded. The people in the hall dared to rise and cheer. The remaining Liujia also stood to offer their congratulations and blessings. The livestream commentator suddenly received an anonymous transfer from the Xia family. Seeing the note and the prompter script, he instantly swapped his lines and began extolling Jiang Hao, steering the chat and comments. The barrage of comments read, the new generation's dual kings. A peerless duo. The twin gods and their 6 useless teammates. The commentator decided to ride that wave of attention. Before the entire web, he loudly recited what had become the must-read for all schools in Yunlan City, the sayings of Jiang. A snort escaped Jiang Hao. The pride he had been suppressing cracked in an instant. Principal Xia finally finished gnawing on the grilled fish and stepped onto the stage. He first signaled to turn off the live broadcast, then addressed the students present. The freshman ranking battle, the 8 heroes battle, has concluded. The next phase will be the ranking competition. Those who have objections can directly enter the virtual battle space to challenge. The 2 kings and 6 heroes are not within the scope of challenges. Principal Xia implicitly acknowledged that Jiang Hao and Feng Qiluo were no longer considered top talents. Given their abilities, they should be classified as reverse top talents. In the 8 heroes battle, Jiang Hao ranked first, earning 500 credits, while the other 7 received 200 credits. Each month, they will also receive 100 credits. The same applies to all 8 of them. As for the remaining students ranked 9th to 100th, they will uniformly receive 100 credits with 10 credits each month. Except for the 8 others can challenge up to 5 times a month to update their rankings. However, there are no rewards. Students outside the top 100 who enter the top 100 for the first time can earn 100 credits. Alright, upon registration, your enrollment credit rewards have been distributed. Everyone can either go back to the dorms or choose their favorite course instructors at their leisure. In 7 days, classes will officially dismissed. Oh, the entire group of freshmen shouted excitedly. After all, they had just arrived and hadn't had much time to explore the school environment before being pulled in to watch the experts battle. In the next 7 days, they were going to enjoy themselves thoroughly. Feng Qiluo had recovered and tidied her mood. Although her complexion was still pale, she walked with a slight wobble. According to our agreement, you are now my captain. Feng Qiluo approached and candidly admitted her defeat. Jiang Hao nodded and extended his right hand. I look forward to your guidance in the future. However, Feng Qiluo seemed to have a reflex and directly avoided the direction of his outstretched hand. Watching Feng Qiluo, who became increasingly dizzy from the quick dodge, Jiang Hao's eyes twitched. Is it really necessary? Feng Qiluo said nothing, merely returning to her throne silently. She observed the 6 individuals who were eager to eavesdrop, but dared not approach. Feng Shilua pointed and asked, so have you selected your teammates? Although these few individuals may not be strong, they are significantly stronger than the other students. Xia Pengqing was once again struck down by her words. Aside from Yu Xiao, who appeared nonchalant, even the usually expressionless Xing Yingyue displayed an unsatisfied expression. Although we truly cannot compete with you two, we are also top talents, alright. We are the prominent figures of this year's top 8 in the Xia Nation. Don't you care about your reputation? Unfortunately, the truth is held by only a few, especially in Feng Qiluo's eyes filled with reason. This caused the 5 to immediately put on smiles. Jiang Hao hesitated a bit. Not because of anything else, but because the Global Martial School Freshman League would not start until February next year. By then, he might already be able to crush 7-stage martial artists. He could directly prepare for the Sophomore Martial School League. At that time, even taking 4 pigs with him would allow him to wreak havoc. Even without the support of teammates, he could defeat the global newcomers. Jiang Hao thought proudly. At this moment, Yi Lingxi, who had been silent, spoke in an ethereal voice. A battle team cannot rely solely on one person's strength to win in the end. Oh, Jiang Hao looked curiously at everyone. Seeing the 7 nodding, he said in confusion, I watched last year's competition as well. Isn't it just about killing and defeating all enemies? Feng Shilua instantly displayed a shocked expression, as if she couldn't believe that someone who was to be captain did not know the specific rules. Her pupils constricted as she shouted. That was the final round of the top 32. The previous group matches were based on a point system where 5 people took turns to fight unknown. No matter how strong the captain is, they can only score 1 point in a match. And group matches are generally not broadcasted live because some students want to hide their trump cards, so the battles would take place in enclosed venues. Damn, Jiang Hao couldn't help but curse. No wonder he saw Senior Zhou slaughtering globally while accompanied by Fine, I don't know who to choose, so we'll decide later. Jiang Hao still chose to pass the buck to his future self. Please future me. On the side, Xia Pengqing wore an anxious expression, constantly fidgeting like a monkey. His face clearly read, why don't you choose me? I'm going to kneel down and beg you. Jiang Hao and the others, fully aware, deliberately changed the topic, avoiding further discussion on the team selection. Xia still lacked experience and couldn't hide his secrets on his face. After going through a few more harsh realities of society, he would be fine. Yinshao Martial School Boys Dormitory. Zhang Zhuang and Zhang Jianyo, being locals from the same area, were arranged by the school to share a dormitory upon registration. Jianyo, can you stop cultivating? There are still several days until classes start. Zhang Jianyu did not respond and continued to sit on the bed, channeling his energy for cultivation. He was about to break through to the second realm, and entering the top 100 of Yinshao Martial School when classes began would be no problem. Wow, Brother Jiang, the final match of the ranking battle is about to start. Zhang Zhuang excitedly looked at Jiang Hao's confident posture. Whoosh! Zhang Jianyu squeezed over. Can Jiang Hao secure the first place? Zhang Jianyu asked. Damn, you don't even have a wristband, get out of my way. Jiang Zhuang disdainfully pushed him aside and immediately tagged everyone in their class group chat. Yun family reception room. Old Li leisurely sipped tea while observing Yun Laikong, who appeared completely different in demeanor. Little Yun, the rotation task to the 4th alternate world next year will be entrusted to you. The elderly patriarch of the Yun family paused and looked at Old Li. Isn't that inappropriate, Old Li? I have just reached the saint level. I don't even have my own sacred weapon. Won't it be in vain if I go? Rest assured, would I deceive you? The 4th alternate world has the Zhou family and Xia family at the saint level. You can just coast along. In the Divine Luo Empire at the St. Luo Martial School, a dazzling blonde woman entered the prayer room. After knocking on the door and hearing a voice say, come in, she cautiously stepped inside. The prayer room was adorned with exquisite cross decorations and biblical stories, and murals hung on the walls illuminated by soft lighting. The woman silently gazed at the man kneeling on the carpet, a flicker of affection in her eyes. The man with long silver hair and wearing a simple white robe turned to look at her. His eyes and hair were both silver with a chiseled and exquisite face. The only thing that felt out of place was that in front of him he was not praying to a saint or a cross, but to a massive map of the Blue Star. Captain, in today's ranking battle for new students at the Shenzhou Martial School, in Xia Nation, 2 prodigies qualified to join the first sequence list have emerged. The girl who understood her captain's temperament spoke urgently. Clearly this is your era, yet individuals capable of making it onto the list keep appearing across the entire Blue Star. Especially at Shenzhou Martial School. Those 2 have taken away the glory that belongs to you. The previously indifferent man finally looked seriously at his teammate. Helena, do you think that being on the first sequence is an honor? Oh, of course, Captain. In the past 20 years, aside from Zhou Weifeng from Xia Nation, you are the second one to make it onto the list. The man shook his head and gazed at the map of the Blue Star. You are mistaken. Being on the list represents a kind of trust, and it is also a great responsibility. This responsibility is enough to crush those whose fate is insufficient. Every prodigy who makes it onto the first sequence has undergone long-term observation by the council talent, character, and stance. The man's silver hair swayed, and the fluctuations of 4th-tier energy filled the prayer room without concealment. Helena suddenly felt as if she had lost her path forward, with defeat surrounding her from all sides. Her fate was no longer in her own hands. The silver pupils looked towards the position of Xia Nation on the map. As long as they can become fate stars in the future and fight for the Blue Star for humanity. Then even if Xia Nation produces 20 individuals on the first sequence list, I would only feel delighted. I believe the other 6 would think the same, with the 2 prodigies from Xia Nation soon to be on the list. Thus this time there will be 9. The expressionless man seemed to have a flame of enthusiasm igniting in his eyes. The many evil gods killed by the council are about to return, and the beast world has long been coveting the blue star world. Humanity must give birth to more council members. The man gazed at the map of the blue star on the wall, speaking fervently. Only then can humanity endure. Jiang Hao returned to his dormitory. Since it was still early, he decided to engage in an exhilarating 5v5 battle to find his rhythm. As for lunch, the ordinary food in the school was free. Credits could be earned by consuming exotic beasts. As long as one ordered the meals in advance, the school cafeteria would deliver them to the top 100 students in the grade. Currently, Jiang Hao held the top rank in both the national and freshman rankings, accumulating 1,000 credits. Tomorrow, I will choose a good perception type holy level martial skill. Jiang Hao was thoroughly annoyed today by Councilor Law, who kept darting around like a mouse. If only I had 2,000 credits, then I could additionally choose a pure spiritual attack martial skill. Glancing at the fishing rod carelessly tossed in the corner, he shook his head and dismissed the thought of using it to curry favor with the principal. He took out a crown and placed it on his head. Principal Xia had already promised that this was a special item for 8 people, and it could be used even after leaving the Shenzhou Martial School. Battle space activate. Xia, wait for me. Preparing to head to the cafeteria for breakfast, Xia Pengqing heard someone calling him and turned around. This is the fans who cheered for me earlier, and a very beautiful female fan. Xia Pengqing instantly put away the sad expression he had when a few people ignored him, replacing it with a proud and carefree demeanor. Oh, it's you. I saw you standing up and applauding for me. Is there something you need? Xia Pengqing was responding based on his limited experience with the opposite sex aside from his family. This included being beaten by Councilor Law and mocked by that girl from the Yu family, and also being slapped in the face by the Bai family. Now he could only find a way to message the group for help. That's right. That guy Jiang Hao definitely has many female fans. He must know what to do. At this moment, Jiang Hao was surrounded by 4 seniors who looked like this is going to be epic. I can just relax now. Jiang, what map and spawn point will you choose? A third-year senior respectfully lowered his head and asked. It doesn't matter, I'm fine with anything. Jiang Hao casually selected a grassland map. The location was right in the center. A 4th-year senior praised Jiang, your choice of location is brilliant. The opposing team would never expect someone to choose. Another introverted senior wearing glasses and a bowl cut nodded in agreement. The opponents will definitely choose the edge, and appearing in the center allows us to dispatch them faster. As the battle commenced, the opposing side also started on a grass map, with both teams not more than 5 meters apart. Everyone was stunned. This makes things convenient. With a slash, the blade energy cut through the air, sending away all 5 gathered opponents. Today I'm going to grind until I reach 1,000 points. At night, Jiang Hao removed the crown. He stretched his neck and took out the lunch that had already been delivered. Jiang Hao had gone to pick it up halfway through grinding points, placing it in his storage space, so it was still warm. He opened his wristband and added Vice Dean Zhou's signal, as recommended by Teacher Tang. He greeted the Vice Dean and briefly mentioned his plans to exchange for martial skills tomorrow morning. Vice Dean Zhou replied quickly, saying he would be available to accompany him tomorrow. After finishing the official matters, he added the 760 points he earned today. Perhaps the freshman ranking battle stimulated those seniors who were slacking off. Today they actually had 14 team battles. Panel level up. Realm 4th stage, 4th heaven 4th stage, 6th heaven points, 1019. Feeling a slight increase in his yuan power, he shook his head. This little boost is hardly worth mentioning. Next time I should prioritize upgrading my physique or spirit to the 7th stage. Since Jiang Hao's base attributes were too high, the attribute enhancement from breaking through his current realm did not increase his 6th stage attributes at all. Thus the panel did not display any changes. Additionally, recklessly breaking through realms was not advisable, especially since Jiang Hao still did not understand what the special status of Limit Breaker I was useful for. However, based on years of experience with online novels, raising it at a lower realm was undoubtedly correct. After all, enhancing base attributes would still increase combat power. Dual Kings and 6 Heroes 99. What are they talking about? So many messages. I don't eat beef. Still chatting in the group. So late. Are you comfortable at this age? Prophet Jiang Shun has arrived. Pressure Mountain. Come learn from Jiang Shun. What are they up to? Pressure Mountain. Jiang, I need your advice. Pressure Mountain. Should I buy a holy level martial skill for the female fan or not? Jade Emperor. Buy it. Are you too stingy to buy something for a girl? Fish and Bear's Paw 2 fans, but you only have 700 credits. You could let them fight. The winner can get the holy level martial skill after 3 months. Jiang Hao, who had just climbed the stairs, was speechless. Oh, wasn't this just a classic case of a female scammer? Or rather, Xia Pengqing was being treated as an ATM. I don't eat beef. I don't think this is right. As something feels off. Prophet Jiang Shun is right. I see your future of eating dirt. Pressure Mountain. That's nonsense. Even if I'm down on my luck, I wouldn't eat dirt. My grandfather loves me the most. I can just advance some credits from him to buy martial skills for my sister. Councilor Vice Captain, there's no saving this. Let's just drop it. Alright. How long has it been? You've even mentioned your sister now. He recalled those dozen or so new fans from this morning who seemed to have completed their master's tasks. There must be a trap, but who told Jiang how to be kind-hearted? I don't eat beef. Then go ahead and buy it. But I suggest advancing 1,300 credits so both sisters can get it. We can't favor one over the other. Alexander learned something new. Thank you, Jiang. Jiang Hao certainly chose to cut off the last retreat for him. Tuesday, July 2nd. Jiang Hao arrived early at the Combat Institute and greeted Vice Dean Zhou, who had been waiting. Vice Dean Zhou looked at Jiang Hao's realm of 4th stage 6th heaven with satisfaction truly worthy of 4th stage 6th heaven. You broke through again. Vice Dean Zhou looked at Jiang Hao in shock. Hadn't only a day passed, and he broke through again. After finishing the ranking battle yesterday, I suddenly had an epiphany and broke through. Jiang Hao wore an expression that conveyed disbelief. The Vice Dean turned and asked Jiang Hao, what type of martial skill do you wish to exchange for? I would like a holy level martial skill that can expand the perception range and increase perception accuracy. Oh, I see. Do you have any candy? Would a lollipop work? Jiang Hao took out a lollipop and handed it to Vice Dean Zhou. You presumably didn't choose a teacher, right? No, I feel I don't really need a teacher, Jiang Hao replied tactfully. Indeed. With your talent, you've already found your own path and don't need guidance from others. Vice Dean Zhou said somewhat regretfully, I certainly am not worthy to instruct you, but the Dean is also a dual cultivation martial artist, so she might give you some pointers. However, that crazy woman is nowhere to be found, and she doesn't reply to messages. This combat institute is a complete mess. Vice Dean Zhou's grievances seemed ready to break through the sky. Jiang Hao kindly reassured him it's okay. I heard that Dean Xing from the Technique Court is about to break through to the holy level and will return soon. At that time I can switch to the Technique Court. Vice Dean Zhou's eyes widened in shock. Deputy Dean Zhou, you wouldn't want me to jump to the neighboring Department of Techniques, causing the Combat Institute to continue its decline, would you? Jiang Hao's serious expression revealed his refusal to be tempted. Although I truly don't need a teacher's guidance, not needing it doesn't mean it can be absent. I heard that Dean Xia has not returned to Blue Star for 2 years. Who knows if he is still alive? However, the Dean of the neighboring star is indeed returning to break through to the Saint level. Deputy Dean Zhou sighed, alas. Our Combat Institute is suffering. Since Wei Feng approached graduation, the Dean went missing and the average level of students gradually fell behind the Department of Techniques. This led to more resources being allocated to the neighboring institute. That star Dean is only 31 and is about to break through to the Saint level. Indeed, that's way better than someone like me. Stop. Jiang Hao with a face full of frustration looked at Deputy Dean Zhou speechlessly. Moral coercion won't work on me and my demands aren't high. Just let me choose 2 Saint-level martial arts. Originally gloomy, Deputy Dean Zhou immediately switched to a smiling face when he heard that Jiang Hao only wanted reusable martial arts. Oh, Student Jiang, you are too modest. It's just some Saint-level martial arts. You can choose 5 and I can authorize it, he said as he crunched on a lollipop, savoring it. Oh, this flavor is from my favorite brand when I was a child. You can choose anything just for this candy. You've had this local brand from Yunlan City when you were young, right? However, Jiang Hao still agreed. After all, Deputy Dean Zhou just needed a legitimate reason to exchange martial arts. It's just like going to a leader's house and first buying a can of tea from the shop downstairs. Clearly the same tea leaves some cost 100 while others cost 100,000. It all depends on oneself. As for whether one would be held accountable, the heads of the 2 major schools in the academy all come from family backgrounds of council members. Even several past principals are from the Xia family. The martial arts hall has arrived. It's similar to the layout of typical cultivation novels. Still the old routine. Student Jiang Hao, these are all Saint-level martial arts, all duplicates that can be taken away. I seem to have a package arriving. Take your time, choosing Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao looked at an old man sleeping in a recliner, silently clasping his fists. Then he began to check the categorized martial arts one by one. There were seals on them, so he could only see the basic information. Therefore, he couldn't rely on his Dao heart to obtain them freely. Jiang Hao regretfully put down a Saint-level sword technique. After all, he wasn't really relying on sword techniques to fight. Unlike the passionate clashes of orthodox combat styles, Jiang Hao was all about one-hit kills. He took out a technique called Boundless Divine Sense from a row of jade slips. Looking at the description, it significantly increases perceptual range, and the higher the spirit, the greater the enhancement. Jiang Hao was satisfied with his choice. Moreover, this technique could sense distant distances and detect all subtle. It can effectively prevent ambushes and sneak attacks. With my current spirit and direct proficiency at minor completion, it should be capable of reaching over 100 miles right. Jiang Hao walked to the area with spiritual attack techniques and searched for a long time without finding one that met his criteria. Mind Plague. It sounded rather dubious, and the description suggested waiting for time to increase the number of infections. With that time, he could have already finished off everyone. Supreme Void Sword Saint. Good heavens, it felt like practicing this would leave. Just as Jiang Hao was about to give up and take a Saint-level fist technique to leave, he suddenly sensed something. In a corner, he discovered a plastic box with a dozen jade slips. Jiang Hao picked up a jade slip that resonated with his mind. It wasn't sealed and seemed to be an incomplete mark. It should be from a secret realm or a relic, but because the content is incomplete or lacks learning conditions, it was discarded. Jiang Hao touched the jade slip with his spiritual power. Chaos nothingness. Below, a massive world floated in the chaos. That world seemed like a universe filled with countless flowing nebulae. It gave Jiang Hao a familiar feeling similar to the previous situation with the Chaos Classic. However, this time Jiang Hao could clearly control himself to wander in the chaotic space. Jiang Hao looked around. There were 14 massive worlds connected to that familiar world below. They were constantly getting closer, and one day they would merge. So is that the Blue Star world? Unfortunately, Jiang Hao's perspective was too transcendent to see anything specific. However, not far from the Blue Star world, a world even larger than the 15 worlds was enveloped by objects of dreamlike colors slowly drifting this way. Those dreamlike objects seemed to contain all the beauty of the world, capable of surviving even in chaos. Jiang Hao seemed to understand something, the seed of the soul-eating tree. In the next moment, a prompt sounded. Congratulations, host, for successfully refining a trace of chaotic law. The host can spend 1,000,000,000,000 points to directly complete the chaotic law and thoroughly master it. How much? 1,000,000,000,000. Jiang Hao shouted in disbelief in his heart. Did this broken panel malfunction? A law at the peak of the 9th level can begin to be mastered, and at most it would be a few 100,000, maybe 1,000,000 points. Even upgrading to life star shouldn't require 1,000,000,000. This big pie is truly enormous. Wouldn't this thing be the end once it's filled up? Jiang Hao felt the changes within him. After a wave of chaotic exploration, his spirit seemed to have improved a bit more. Spirit 6,367 6 levels. As a practitioner of the combat style, my spirit is stronger than my physique. Isn't this tempting me to learn techniques? Jiang Hao casually selected a saint-level fist technique called Peerless Overlord Fist and walked towards the door. This is one of the Xia family's Peerless series. One can tell who created it just by the name. The sleeping old man slightly opened one eye and waved his hand. The seals on the 2 jade slips were completely lifted, as if he was unaware of what had just happened. Thank you, senior. As for the jade slip, that was a lucky find. It turned to dust once Jiang Hao returned from his chaotic adventure. After all, those jade slips were unwanted. They weren't very precious. Let the above think whatever they wanted. Jiang Hao couldn't be bothered to explain. He couldn't just tell them that he, a 4th-level practitioner, went to play in the chaos and saw a huge world drifting over right. Deputy Dean Zhou popped out the moment Jiang Hao exited. Congratulations, student Jiang, for finding a suitable martial art. But are these 2 enough? Shouldn't you select a few more? No need. Martial arts are about quality, not quantity. Deputy Dean Zhou coughed and said, I happened to see that your requested quota was used up. You exchanged for 3 7th-level life crystals. 7th level isn't very effective for you, but this morning I happened to pick up a few 8th-level crystals that nobody wanted. Then he opened a plastic bag, revealing 5 8th-level life crystals. Oh wow, my talent has reached its limit in this lifetime. These crystals aren't of much use to me. Thinking it over, only you, student Jiang, would need these things. Jiang Hao looked at Deputy Dean Zhou's sincere expression, moved by his eagerness to help. That's too kind of you. Jiang Hao instantly took them and placed them in his storage bag, revealing a radiant smile. Actually, I love the combat style the most. Oh, I was born for the combat style. Deputy Dean Zhou patted Jiang Hao's shoulder with satisfaction. After school starts, there will be a major interdepartmental competition regardless of grade. However, it will affect the resource allocation for this semester. If you can represent the Combat Institute and secure first place, I can collect a few more. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately stood at attention. With a serious and sharp gaze like a sword drawn from its sheath. The first place should belong to my Combat Institute. Even if the principal comes, they won't be able to protect them. I, Jiang Hao, declare it. Jiang Hao returned to the dormitory with the life crystal he picked up with the vice president. Looking at the 5 8th grade life crystals on the table, he exclaimed, Goodness, isn't Vice President Zhou at odds with the Zhou family? How come he has such power? Could this be the true capability of a member of a council family? Looking at the group chat of the Double Kings and 6 heroes, Jiang Hao managed to suppress his embarrassment. Isn't it just the ability to wield money? I, Jiang Hao, am not inferior to anyone. He called out, Panel, show me your limit. Ding. 8th grade life crystal charging complete, gained 50,000 points. Awesome. He took out 2 jade slips of saint-level martial arts and began to learn directly. With the enhancement of his Dao Heart Clarity talent, it seemed as if these 2 martial arts had been repeated countless times in his inner world. All the difficulties had been conquered. He directly achieved minor success. Ding. Detected that the saint-level martial art, Unmatched Overlord Fist, can positively merge with the 9th grade martial art, Shockwave Fist. This fusion does not consume points. Would you like to continue? Continue. Ding. Martial arts fusion completed, gained saint-level martial art, Unmatched Shattering Fist. Unmatched Shattering Fist original characteristics remain unchanged. Attack hits include shattering effects with a high chance to penetrate shields and strike the body directly. Now my punches can truly deal critical hits. Jiang Hao allocated all his points to physique and spirit, bringing them to 69 points. After some thought, he decided to save up 15,000 points to raise either spirit or physique to the 7th grade. Unlike the casual cross-region battles below the 4th grade, once the 4th grade highest king rank is opened, you can only fight in regions matching your grade. After all, the gap between mid-level martial artists of different grades is immense. Most martial artists find it hard to surpass their grades. Now, being in the 4th grade realm still allows him to be ranked in the battle space, but if he reaches the 5th grade, he can only match 5th grade martial artists. Among the top 10 martial schools, only the Xinzhou Martial School has the most 5th grade martial artists, and they are all seniors who frequently take on missions. And the 5th grade martial artists among the civilian non-martial school students do not have a 5v5 mode. Jiang Hao can only engage in 1v1 battles. Even if he fights all day, he can only earn 600 points. It's better to stay in the 4th grade and participate in team battles where he can earn at least 700 points a day. The panel updated again, named Jiang Hao Realm 4th grade 6th Heaven Physique, 69 6th grade Spirit, 69 6th grade Special Status Over Limit, I Permanent Understanding of Chaos Law, Permanent Talent Ability, Omitted Martial Arts, Unmatched Shattering Fist Proficiency, 110, 0000 Sky Piercing, / Proficiency, 2978, 910, 0000 Boundless Realm Proficiency, 742, 310, 0000 Thunderblade completed Infinite Divine Sense Proficiency 110 Techniques Chaos Cannon King Grade Points 14019 Evaluation. Veteran of the Qing Dynasty requesting deployment. Feeling the surging power within him, he chuckled. I just need less than 1,000 points to raise one attribute to the 7th grade. At that time I could roam freely in the vast land of Xia. Now let's start fishing. In the evening. Councilor Xiao, why are you here so late? President Xia chuckled, awkwardly kicking aside the empty fish trap he had used all day. Peng Cheng insisted on fishing, but caught nothing all day, and just now he went back in tears. Councilor Xiao looked at President Xia, who was trying to explain with a half smile. I came today to conduct the final certification. Bring those 2 kids over. All right. President Xia quickly changed into a larger size and sent messages to the 2. Why is the principal calling me over so late? Is it still to the old place by the artificial lake? Does the principal want to eat fish? Jiang Hao, who just finished the 16th team battle and earned 800 points, looked curiously at the light screen. Stepping into the space's inner layer, he arrived at the fishing platform in one stride. A young man in his 20s looked at him in surprise, surveying him from head to toe. 6th heaven. And you're President Xia's mind went blank. He was truly shocked by Jiang Hao's unreasonable. Hello, Jiang Hao. I am one of the leaders of the first sequence project. Just call me Councilor Xiao. Jiang Hao instantly regained his composure and greeted politely. Hello, Councilor. I don't really like being addressed as Councilor. After all, I am also a low-level martial artist who has worked my way up step by step. I was once one of the earliest entrants on the first sequence list. Thanks to this project and the support of my esteemed Councilor predecessors, I have achieved what I have today. So you can rest assured no one will force you to reveal the secret behind your rapid progress. This is truly from a martial artist with no background to becoming a Councilor. Perhaps this is one of the reasons Councilor Xiao is in charge of this project. As for whether his progress could be suspected of being unreasonably rapid, Jiang Hao had long since gotten over it. Otherwise, he wouldn't immediately allocate points every time he obtained a life crystal. Weren't all those counselors who were successful in their youth just riding on their talents? It's just that they relied on talent while he actually opened it up. Ahem. Councilor Xiao, are you here today to test if I can enter the... Actually, even during the freshman ranking battle, the strength you and Feng Chilua displayed has already entered the attention of the council. Getting on the list is just a matter of timing. Today I am merely here to ask one last question. Councilor Xiao smiled as he looked into Jiang Hao's eyes. He said seriously, word by word, Jiang, how will you fight for Blue Star and humanity in the future? Just this question, however, wasn't the answer already written. Everything around became exceptionally quiet, with only Jiang Hao's powerful voice echoing in the air. Jiang Hao, I will absolutely lead Blue Star to reach the true peak. President Xia wanted to complain. Councilor Xiao nodded with a smile. Ambitious. Young people should have such a belief that transcends everything. For Blue Star, for humanity. These are not things you should consider now. All issues will be carried by us counselors. You, the talents of the first sequence, only have one thing to do, that is to become stronger. Quickly become stronger. Saying this, he extended his hand. Looking at Jiang Hao, in the freshman ranking battle 6 months from now, you will meet the other 7 entrants like you. At that time, it will also mark the beginning of the first sequence project's greatest support for you. I look forward to your performance, or rather, crush them. Jiang Hao's lips curved upward, as if a flame of unquenchable intensity burned in his eyes. He confidently declared, 6 months. 6 months is too long, I can crush them right now. As he spoke, Jiang Hao no longer concealed his chaos laws. A terrifying aura emanated from him. The surrounding air crackled with explosive sounds. Had it not been for President Xia protecting the fishing platform, the others would have been left hanging in midair. With the support of the chaos power, Jiang Hao's fully released mental storm could crush 7th grade martial artists. In the distance, Feng Chilua, who was rushing over, suddenly felt danger ahead and stopped. Just then she felt a sharp pain in her head, everything went black, and she lost consciousness. A loud thud echoed as she fell from the sky. Jiang Hao suddenly froze, halting his indiscriminate attack. The 3 looked at Feng Chilua, who had fallen asleep on the ground, in silence. Jiang Hao silently paid his respects for the sacrifice of the vice-captain as he watched Feng Chilua being rushed to the infirmary. Councilor Xiao looked at Jiang Hao in disbelief. Anyway, I've seen the girl from the Feng family a few times, so I won't ask any questions. Jiang Hao, your move that doesn't distinguish between friend and foe is quite powerful. Just don't use it in front of your own people next time. Don't worry, Councilor Xiao, I was just a bit overzealous earlier. It won't happen again. Jiang Hao patted his chest to assure. Alright, you will receive a message from Blue Star Network by noon tomorrow. Principal Xia put away his fishing gear with dissatisfaction. Jiang Hao's sudden outburst earlier. Although the principal had protected the fishing platform in time against physical damage, mental attacks are much harder to defend against. At least the fish in the water were unaffected. Therefore, the nearby fish happily exposed their bellies. Principal Xia, how about I compensate you a bit? I wouldn't dare take your money in case it gets exposed later. I can't bear the burden of the principal of Xinzhou Martial School suppressing the top-tier talents and seizing their resources. Jiang Hao nervously bade farewell to the 2 big shots. I hope the vice-captain wakes up soon. Jiang Hao silently made a wish for good fortune. July 3rd, Wednesday. Noon. Jiang Hao finally accumulated enough points to raise his physique to 70, reaching the 7th stage. Feeling his physique surge several times compared to before the enhancement. When encountering that thunderstorm bear again, even in its prime state, Jiang Hao was confident he could kill it with a single punch. The increase in power is truly addictive. Unfortunately, I've run out of points. Points 139. I wonder if there will be rewards for making it to the top tier. If only I could exchange everything for life crystals. After tasting the sweetness, Jiang Hao felt that going to the virtual battle space to fish every day was simply too slow. Moreover, due to Jiang Hao's outstanding performance and terrifying strength, some teammates who were paired with him transformed into cheerleaders, following him to rampage. On the other hand, the 5 opponents felt particularly miserable. Not only did they have a hard time finding a match, but they were also one-shotted as soon as they entered. And after the match, they'd have to deal with the pain for 2 days. No experience whatsoever. As a result, many players skipped today's team battles. Suddenly, his wristband vibrated. A message from Blue Star Network popped up. Dear Mr. Jiang Hao, congratulations on entering the top tier of Blue Star. Jiang Hao clicked on the attached link to take a look. Note 1. This ranking is based on the order of entry and cannot be used as a reference for actual combat strength. Note 2. The leaderboard will be cleared for those who log in after 20 years. First place, Zhou Weifeng, male, 22 years old, Summer Nation. Realm 8 stage, First Heaven. Suspected of possessing a powerful ancient physique. Record: killed a 9-stage 7 Heaven alien on the 4th in another world. Second place, Moira Augustus, male, 18 years old, Divine Luo Empire. Realm 4 stage, 6 Heaven. Mastered Law of Fate. Strength assessment, can combat 7-stage warriors. Third place, Lady Anna, female, 18 years old, Grey Bear. Realm 4 stage, 3 Heaven. Mastered Law of Freezing and Law of Ice. Strength assessment, can combat 7-stage warriors. Ninth place, Jiang Hao, male, 18 years old, Summer Nation. Realm 4 stage, 6 Heaven. Extremely high talent, unknown physique, suspected of possessing an incomplete Law of Chaos. Strength assessment, can kill 7-stage warriors. 10th place, Feng Chilua. Jiang Hao carefully examined the other 9 top talents on the leaderboard. Except for Feng Chilua, who had not reached the 4th stage, the other 7 from the same cohort had already attained the 4th stage. The vice captain is really lagging behind. Furthermore, she indeed possesses both wind and thunder laws. Looking at the evaluation of himself in the light curtain, as someone who can kill 7-stage warriors, Jiang Hao still nodded in satisfaction. Councilor Xiao was still quite fair. Although his own strength should be able to combat 8-stage warriors by now. That's good. This leaderboard updates once a month. This way it can leave some face for the others. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if my rapid progress discouraged them. Jiang Hao looked at the congratulatory message from Principal Xia about making the list, as well as the rewards he and the vice captain would receive after school starts. After thinking for a moment, he replied, I don't eat beef. Principal Xia, can the rewards be exchanged entirely for life crystals? A good grandpa, are you sure? This time there are treasures that can enhance foundations. There are also good things for improving spirit and physique. I don't eat beef. Do you think I need to enhance my foundation? A good grandpa. Understood. I will help you exchange for life crystals. I don't eat beef. Please exchange all for 7 stage. 7-stage life crystals are worth 5,000 points. 9-stage ones are worth 30,000 points. However, in actual transactions, the value of 9-stage life crystals is comparable to 27-stage crystals. This means turning 100,000 points into 30,000, a huge loss. Soon a large amount of points will be credited. Plus the life crystals promised by Vice Principal Zhou for winning first place in the college competition after school starts. At that time, another wave of enhancement will arrive. Indeed, like those top talents on the leaderboard. Relying on their extraordinary talent, they can keep pace with me in the early stages. But by the mid-stage, only true diligent players can leave them far behind. They won't even have the chance to catch up with my tailwind. He opened the Double Kings and 6 Heroes chat group, preparing to indirectly ask if the vice captain was alright. Inside, Yin was complaining that recently some foreign talents seemed to have suddenly gained fame. They looked quite impressive. Jade Emperor, not as good as Jiang Shun. Prophet 1 Pressure Mountain, what foreign talents? Pressure Mountain, when they come to Summer Nation, let me go test the waters first. Fish and Bear Paw, just don't get beaten up and sent to the infirmary again. Pressure Mountain, damn. Do you think I am who I am? Getting beaten is only temporary. Oh, I won't always lose. I don't eat beef. Well said. Those talents are just country bumpkins. I can explode them with one punch. I don't eat beef. When they come, just go and deal with them. Alas, little Xia, I can only help you to this extent. A soldier who hasn't taken a beating is not a qualified soldier. He turned off the group chat, not looking at ATM, who was starting to show off his growing relationship with fans. He left a message for Old Lee informing him that he had entered the first tier of Blue Star, with the qualifications of a counselor. In the future, Yinxiao Prefecture will also have its own Destiny Star. In another world on the 7th, in a deserted ruin, finally found an unclaimed little world. A woman with an ordinary appearance and an exuberant expression said with a smile, Holy level origin combined with the path of the world's master, I Xiao Wan Jun will achieve this dual promotion. The woman's eyes glinted with madness as she smirked. I wonder how the academy is doing. The wristband can't be used here. But with Zhou Weifeng as the guardian, it should be fine, right? In no more than half a year I can end this and return to Blue Star. Either promote to Holy level or become the material for later generations to promote to Holy level. End of Volume 1. On July 8th, Monday. Today marks the opening day of the Xinzhou Martial Academy. Jiang Hao has spent the last 7 days in absolute leisure. Every day has been filled with idle chatter in the group following the updates on Xia Pengcheng's dog-lover stories. Every afternoon he accompanied Principal Xia to fish at the artificial lake. Of course, all the fish went to the principal. Watching the principal walk with an air of confidence, Jiang Hao felt as if he could see a series of notifications pop up indicating increasing favorability. Will there be rewards given out by the principal at today's opening ceremony? Jiang Hao could no longer contain his impatience. It felt as if dozens of thunder bears were crawling all over him. He really wanted to become stronger. Over these few days he began to cultivate himself. Even the number of times he went to the battle space to fish decreased. After putting on his clothes, he casually placed the crown into his storage bag. Why did the principal remind me to bring this? Isn't today the opening ceremony? No way. Is there really a competition on the first day of school? Shouldn't the interdepartmental competition be the day after school starts? First he teleported near the arena, then followed the intelligent guide to the school's grand auditorium. Upon entering the hall, Jiang Hao looked up. What is this? Who designed this place? Why is it so extravagant? What greeted his eyes was a towering dome and dazzling crystal chandeliers. The entire space seemed to be coated in a layer of luxurious gold. Rows of deep red seats were neatly arranged, ignoring the paintings and inscriptions on the walls, as well as the various medals and trophies hanging on them. Looking at the solemn and luxurious stage, Jiang Hao, lacking cultural refinement, could only exclaim, wow. The opening ceremony had begun. About 20,000 students filled the auditorium. There were no flashy performances or lengthy speeches. The principal simply said, "School begins." The senior students below seemed accustomed to this, and they all started clapping. Next, we will begin the resource distribution session for the 3 major departments this semester. He's coming. He's coming with the resources. Watching Vice Principal Zhou step onto the center stage, he loudly announced, "Today's rules are the same as before. Each department can send out 100 outstanding students. No grade restrictions. 300 people in a free-for-all. Whichever department lasts until the end will receive priority resource allocation this semester. Now please have the outstanding new representatives from each department come up to speak." Gu Siyuan from the auxiliary department dressed in formal attire. Having long awaited, he stepped up from the edge of the stage. The content of the speech was very serious, mostly filled with hopes for everyone to coexist peacefully. Friendship first, competition second. What the heck? There's even this segment. Why didn't anyone tell me? Jiang Hao immediately ed Vice Principal Zhou. I don't eat beef, why didn't I receive the notification? Aren't I supposed to speak? Looking at Vice Principal Zhou on stage typing quickly at the edge, pinging Yijin Ren, well, does Jiang Hao really need to personally step up for such a minor matter? Pinging Yijin Ren, just leave it to the underlings below. Everyone knows that Jiang Hao is the true senior brother of the martial arts. I don't eat beef, no way. If Feng Chilua goes up later, wouldn't I, as one of the dual kings, be overshadowed? Pinging Yijin Ren, alright then. Jiang, you must stick to the speech and not go off script. I don't eat beef, don't worry. In the most humble person. After a few minutes of Gu Siyuan's rambling, it was Feng Qiluo's turn to take the stage. She first glanced in Jiang Hao's direction, her eyes filled with suspicion. The final result of today's interdepartmental competition, everyone must have guessed it, so I won't waste time. Let's leave it at that. After speaking, she slightly raised her head and walked to Gu Siyuan's side to wait. Clapped. Jiang Hao stood up and stepped forward, landing steadily on the stage. First, he flipped through the speech provided by Vice Principal Zhou. Looking at the uninspiring, ornate phrases, he shook his head. Under the watchful gaze of Vice Principal Zhou, who looked like he was in trouble, Jiang Hao cleared his throat and spoke in a loud voice. I tend to be a bit direct when I speak, please forgive me. I, Jiang Hao, represent the martial arts department and claim the resources for this semester. Let's give the other 2 departments a face and withdraw voluntarily. As his voice fell, the entire hall fell silent, as if even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard clearly. Then the students from the martial arts department, the largest group, all stood up and cheered loudly. Jiang God is #1 in the world. Brother Jiang, lead us in a battle once more. It's back. Those days when we dominated the whole school under Senior Zhou's leadership have returned. Yet the expressions of the other 2 major departments were not as pleasant. The previously smiling crowd's faces instantly turned. The spell department and auxiliary department had over 8,000 people today. However, the coldness radiating from them directly froze the enthusiasm of over 10,000 students from the martial arts department. If they went to the Gray Bears, perhaps a few of these people would awaken the freezing law. Looking at the expressions of thousands who seemed ready to rush over and bite him. Even the 2 behind who were standing punishment covered their faces and sighed. Jiang Hao curiously addressed the entire crowd. Did I say anything wrong? After all, when I step on stage later, it will just be a veil over you. Isn't that saving everyone time? A freshman from the spell department stood up and couldn't help but retort. Jiang Hao, I admit that you're strong, but do you really think you can handle both our departments alone? I never said I could handle it. Don't misquote me. Be careful, I might sue you for defamation. I just want to take on everyone present from your side. Jiang Hao looked up disdainfully, eyeing the scores from the 2 major departments. Meanwhile, Vice Principal Zhou began to sweat profusely. Even the air conditioning in the venue couldn't cool him down. He cast a questioning glance at Principal Xia. Is this okay? Should we intervene? The infirmary can't possibly hold so. Principal Xia returned a look. It's not a big deal. The school needs talents like this to motivate everyone. A senior from the auxiliary department stood up angrily to speak. Jiang Hao, aren't you being too arrogant? We have nearly 9,000 people. The spell-using martial artists with assistants are not something you can easily imagine. The other students from the auxiliary department echoed angrily. Jiang Hao's indifferent attitude completely sparked a strong resonance among the auxiliary department students. You, Jiang Hao, are indeed formidable, but you are just at the 4th tier. Can your spiritual energy really allow you to defeat so many of us? After all, no matter how powerful a martial artist is, they still need teammates, right? Don't you know that auxiliary-type martial artists are the most sought after in various competitions? Jiang Hao nodded in front. You're right. Last year, when senior Zhou Weifeng was rampaging, his teammates could only watch from the spawn point. The senior sister was instantly rendered speechless. Senior Zhou Weifeng is the pride of the Xinzhou Martial Academy, and she dared not retort. Otherwise, walking alone at night could earn her a bag over her head from the die-hard fans of the martial arts department. After experiencing being knocked out, kidnapped, and taken to the basement. After a series of events, the senior sister blushed and sat down. A senior, presumably her romantic interest, took over the task of retorting against Jiang Hao. The bespectacled boy revealed a cunning smile. He stood up and said, since Jiang Hao is so amazing, why not refrain from participating in the upcoming competition? After all, Jiang Hao is the #1 prodigy of the Summer Kingdom. A person like you bullying us, ordinary martial artists. If the prodigies from other countries found out, it would lower your prestige. After all, it's quite embarrassing to fish for points among fellow. Just when the senior felt smug thinking he had successfully scored a point, Jiang Hao looked at him strangely. Don't you know I have a nickname? The senior hadn't reacted yet, and just as he was about to speak, he saw Jiang Hao confidently pointing at himself. Those restraints are merely the self-disturbance of the mediocre. I am a barbarian. With Jiang Hao's words echoing through the venue, the senior seemed to have swallowed a bitter pill, his face twisted in agony as he sat down. The female senior beside him blushed, lost in her fantasies. Jiang Hao surveyed the crowd, noticing that none of the students from the 2 major departments dared to meet his gaze. Satisfied, he released the hidden blade entwined with spatial power. The knife had suddenly jumped out. It wasn't intentional. Principal Xia suddenly announced, since no one opposes, let's hold a grand battle royale at noon today with 1,000 participants. Hooray! Jiang Hao rejoiced internally. With so many easy targets, at least 400 points would start pouring in. Principal Xia glanced at Jiang Hao and said softly, student Jiang Hao from the combat department will face all the students from the 2 major departments alone. If you win, the resources of the combat department will double. The excess will be covered by me. If you lose, the resource allocation will be below the auxiliary department. Does anyone have any objections? Who would dare to object? The students from the 2 major departments looked on in silence as they began to sharpen their knives, occasionally glancing sideways at Jiang Hao. Meanwhile, the students from the combat department were already celebrating. Some even took out champagne to prepare for a toast. How could Jiang's godly battle strength, comparable to a 7th-tier warrior, lose? A senior who had once been paired with Jiang Hao in his 4th year shouted in excitement, this time, it's guaranteed. Double resources. I can definitely break through to the 5th tier. If I break through to the 5th tier before the end of the year, I'm going back home to get married. Stop jinxing it. What if I get disconnected and lose the match? Jiang Hao silently watched the students of the combat department begin to lose their minds. It seemed everyone was liberating their true natures. Was this the result of senior Zhou not wanting to bully fellow students, leading to the combat department being beaten by the auxiliary department? Meanwhile, the students from the 2 major departments looked gloomy. Some new students had already given up, thinking they were merely second. Going up is just giving away points. Are we really going to fight Jiang Hao? Seriously, don't joke. We'll get crushed. Can we win? Win? No way. Don't be afraid, everyone. Even if we are thousands of pigs, Jiang Hao will take forever to kill us. That's right, we swear that I don't believe Jiang Hao can defeat all of us. At noon, Jiang Hao stepped into the battlefield for the battle royale, filled with hope for becoming stronger due to his area. Students from both major departments of the Xinzhou Martial School joined the fray. The number exceeded 9,000. Among them were mostly 3rd-tier and 4th-tier warriors, and even dozens had stepped into the 5th tier. Now the Anti-Demon King Coalition felt completely at ease. With so many righteous individuals to help, how could the grand undertaking fail? Feng Shalua had already left to challenge Jiang Hao. She was determined to exhaust most of his yuan power. The remaining half of the group decided to disperse, buying time and wearing down Jiang Hao's energy. Meanwhile, Xing Yingwei blended into the crowd, watching her teammates who were still unaware of what awaited them, gazing up at the sky. If Jiang Hao appears now and strikes down, everyone here will surely perish. I foresee a total annihilation. Shall we surrender? Gu Siyuan squinted as he gazed into the distance. Well, now we don't even have the chance to surrender. As his words fell, a terrifying blade aura that seemed to tear through heaven and earth slashed toward the crowd. Whoosh! In the flash of the blade, a dark substance had already claimed nearly half. Everyone, including Xing Yingwei, felt as if everything about them was about to be turned to nothingness. Their consciousness was instantly obliterated. Zzz. As the blade light passed the ground, revealed a deep chasm. The cut was smooth, yet there remained a trace of silvery spatial power. The sky was marked with a long string of black fissures. The remaining students, hearing the prompt of over 2,000 people being eliminated, were stunned. Their faces changed drastically as they scattered in all directions. Isn't this map supposed to be a giant map of 100 by 100 kilometers? How can Jiang Hao find us so accurately? I don't know. More exaggerated blade auras flew by, eliminating around 2,000 more. Some students from the Earth Attribute Magic Department tried to hide underground with their eyes closed. Yet they were still struck by the soul blade. The Feixiao breaking sky slash enhanced by chaotic laws was no longer mere blade energy. As long as you weren't far from the blade aura, it would hit any living being with a spiritual fluctuation. Unless Jiang Hao chose to spare a target, it was an indiscriminate attack. This is too slow. Jiang Hao was in the middle of the map, displeased while scanning the easy targets. How about going up and unleashing a full power strike to clear most of them at once? Without hesitation, Jiang Hao took off, soaring to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Above that was the accursed map boundary, and he didn't yet possess the strength to shatter the map with a single strike. Jiang Hao looked down at the map, which was now basically clear in its entirety, revealing a smile. The distance was just right. The power of space allowed Jiang Hao to stand steadily in the sky. He extended his perception, casually glancing down at a specific location. It was just nearing the center of the map. Spatial is still looking for me. Let's use her as a target. After reserving enough yuan power to return to the ground using the boundless realm, he once more sensed the positions of all the students. Jiang Hao raised his long knife. First, chaotic colors wrapped around the blade. Crack. Snap. The intense fluctuations even caused the space to emit a cracking sound. Then the silvery spatial power enveloped the blade. Yuan power continuously poured in. Even the slightest movement of the blade tip could slice through space. And it would take a few seconds to show signs of healing. His mental power rapidly consumed. This strike didn't aim to cause significant physical damage. It was only necessary to clear away most of the small fry. For what remained, Jiang Hao would just tire himself a bit and personally run over to give the opponent a punch. This strike will pierce through the masses. He swung the knife. The black, white, and blue blade aura seemed to hover in the air, its speed appearing slow. The space was torn apart in large swathes, continuously extending along the trajectory of the blade aura. Jiang Hao breathed slightly heavier as he gazed at the masterpiece he had just created. Spatial Law was continuously gathering strength, holding a perfectly fused wind lightning spear. Only such a level of attack could possibly threaten Jiang Hao. The sixth heaven can kill 7th-tier warriors. Killuo's expression was somewhat dim, as she never expected that in just a few days her previously comparable opponent would soar ahead like a rocket. This was not yuan power at all. Just then the skies darkened. It was as if someone had severed the source of light from the conceptual level. All surviving combatants on the battlefield looked up. Each of them revealed expressions of horror. Impossible. All faces betrayed despair before being instantly eliminated. A terrifying blade aura descended from the sky, as if a giant were swinging a knife from beyond. It enacted judgment upon the beings on the ground. Spatial, caught at the blade's impact point, didn't even have time for her last words before being taken away. The ground was slashed, leaving a knife mark nearly 50 kilometers long. Though not very deep, the scar bore an eerie fluctuation capable of obliterating the spirits of low-tier warriors. Before Jiang Hao even returned to the ground, he heard the prompt of his victory. That one strike eliminated everyone. I thought at least someone would be able to withstand it. Ignoring the accusations from some observing students about his cheat-like abilities, he simply forgot to turn them off. Transferred out of the space, Jiang Hao looked at the panel displaying his points 52000. Due to the large-scale competition involving thousands of participants, the students returned to their dormitories to compete using battle pods. The rooms were set up in a viewing mode, allowing the audience outside to enter and choose their perspective to watch the match. After a complete defeat, a problem arose. Everyone was in single rooms. And Jiang Hao's strike was too fierce. It had completely reached the 8th-tier level of slashing. Furthermore, due to the characteristics of the soul blade, all the students who were instantaneously killed by the final strike now lay in their battle pods, pale and clutching their heads. Some who were eliminated early had recovered after 2 days of headaches. However, those who were unfortunate enough to be near the blade's aura were unable to move their hands at all. They appeared listless, their eyes vacant. The only proof of life was the rise and fall of their chests. It felt as if a bomb had been dropped deep within their minds, the shrapnel of which still lingered. The unluckiest Spatial was still unconscious. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao had already arrived at the principal's office preparing. If only we could hold such large competitions every day. But I'm a bit worried that those students might drop out. He entered the principal's office. He happened to see Principal Xia with a head full of black lines directing the teachers from the medical office to rescue the students who had lost their ambitions. They were also providing psychological counseling. Good afternoon, Principal Xia. Have you eaten yet? Eat what? Hundreds of students can't even crawl out of their battle pods. Student Spatial just woke up a few days ago and is unconscious again. The medical office is overflowing. Principal Xia seemed a bit angry. However, it was no problem. Jiang Hao decisively took out a big fish he had caught earlier. Principal Xia, please calm down. You need to think positively. Seeing the principal relax significantly after accepting the fish, he continued, today they faced direct attacks that harmed their spirits, leaving them with no means to fight back. So they will need to study techniques and spells that increase their mental resistance. I will personally verify and help them address their weaknesses, Principal. So should they get up and thank you? No need for that, Principal. Just give me the rewards. Principal Xia sighed and took out a box. I really don't know what you're thinking, insisting on some useless 7th-tier life crystals. Your strength is already enough to be a teacher. The principal pushed the box over, hinting, how about staying at the Xinzhou Martial School as a teacher after graduation? My niece has gone missing, and you just happen to be perfect for the position of the dean of the military academy. Jiang Hao looked at the 37th-tier life crystals in the box, nearly moved to tears. Hearing the principal's implied proposal, he decisively shook his head in refusal. No way, Principal Xia. By the time I graduate, I might very well be at the saint level. My dream is to become an envoy of the town. Graduate at the saint level. Why not say you'll become a council member upon graduation? Actually, that's not impossible. Jiang Hao muttered under his breath. Principal Xia clearly did not believe Jiang Hao's nonsense. Alright, I'll give you the reward for making it to the top leaderboard. As long as you perform brilliantly in the competition 6 months later, those life crystals are yours to take as many as you want, provided that you can really become stronger with the resources. Jiang Hao's eyes gleamed as he heard that he could take as many as he wanted. Then won't I be invincible? A mere freshman competition doesn't deserve my involvement. Let the older generation handle it. Jiang Hao confidently bid farewell to Principal Xia, preparing to return and work hard on his skills. Is it really reasonable for a 4th-tier martial artist to unleash an 8th-tier attack? Could it really be, as Uncle Wushuang said, that he is the protagonist of this era? After seeing Jiang Hao instantly teleport back to his dorm, Principal Xia opened a communication signal to Councilor Xiao. A good grandfather Councilor Xiao, Jiang Hao has become stronger again. He is now capable of battling 8th-tier martial artists. The Mortals Ascending transmission, I watched the live stream. Please update the leaderboard next month. The Mortals Ascending transmission I just discussed with a few counselors, and we can change the classification of the talents from Blue Star. The Mortals Ascending transmission from now on there will be Talented Tier, Entry Tier, and Jiang Hao Tier. Vice Dean Zhou, who was very trustworthy, also sent Jiang Hao 5 8th-tier life crystals. Lying on his bed, Jiang Hao seriously reviewed the recent competition. Indeed, I am still too weak. If it weren't for my reliance on techniques to unfairly unleash a full area AoE mental attack, I wouldn't have been able to finish off all the scattered students even after exhausting my energy. I can only rely on time to grind. If I had the strength to shatter the map with a single punch, wouldn't those students be spared from? After deep reflection, he decided, level up, ding. Life crystal charging complete, gained 2,000 points. Points 25200. He wore a serious and solemn expression. A mere limit stats break for me. As his body underwent a transformative baptism, every part of him became extraordinarily mystical. He felt as if he had merged with the surrounding elemental energy. The speed of his energy recovery was several times faster than before. His soul also seemed to have broken free from a shackle, and his perception and mental power surged once again. He could even sense the slightest fluctuations around him, even a speck of dust. Ding. Congratulations to the host for awakening the talent. Perfect rebirth. Perfect rebirth. The body, refined through countless trials, has transcended greatly, enhancing recovery abilities. Except for instant death attacks, even a shattered heart can slowly heal. You can regenerate severed limbs. Note this talent is enhanced by the limiter I. Realm 4th tier, 6th heaven, 5th tier, 7th heaven, physique, 70, 80, 8th tier spirit, 69, 74, 7th tier points, 0 evaluation, no need for others evaluations. You have reached the peak. At this moment, Jiang Hao was no longer interested in checking the panel. He felt strong, very strong. I didn't leave any points this time. I allocated all of them. If only that freshman league could start early. With my current strength, I could probably crush all martial students worldwide. It's only been half a year since I got the panel, and I've grown from a small shrimp to a great white shark. Perfect rebirth is like a life-saving measure. But can limiter I actually enhance awakened talents? Is it that as long as I reach attributes beyond limits, I can awaken talents additionally? It seems I shouldn't rush to break through realms. I should first raise my spirit to the 8th tier and see if I can awaken another talent. Of course, even if Jiang Hao wanted to break through, he had no points left. Staying at the Xinzhou Martial School to fish is no longer keeping pace with my growth. I must go to a place with a large number of mid to high tier exotic beasts. He opened the group chat message for the 6 heroes of the Twin Kings. The vice captain, who had just awakened, trembled as he sent a voice message. From now on, when I encounter martial artists wielding long knives, he'll take them down one by one. A small squad advanced through a dim, narrow tunnel. HSSSH. HSSSH. A young martial cultivator exhaled plumes of white mist with each breath. It's freezing. Why has this accursed place suddenly grown so frigid? Yet one teammate began stripping off his coat, wiping sweat incessantly. Perplexed, he asked, have you gone mad with heat stroke? I'm about to collapse from heat exhaustion. 6 cultivators, each with their wristbands set to offline mode. Let the glowing holographic screens before them record every detail unfolding ahead. Hey, Team 4, do you copy? Respond immediately. SSSCT, crackle. Faint fragmented static crack. The team leader hurled the custom-built radio to the ground in fury. Damn it. What in the world is wrong with this secret realm? In previous realms, our wristbands and radios functioned flawlessly. Captain, there's something I've been meaning to ask. A young woman radiating the overwhelming aura of a 4th-rank peak cultivator spoke hesitantly. What is it? Speak plainly. The captain treated his female teammates with notable leniency. She slowly retreated, pressing herself against the damp stone wall. Drawing her one-handed sword, she fixed a wary gaze upon her 5 companions. Our 10 advanced teams entered in groups of 5. So why? Is there now an extra person? Why is there one too many? The captain and the other 4 cultivators froze, their expressions turning ashen. Instantly, they scattered apart. One by one, they unleashed their aura, brilliant surges of cultivated energy, then stared at each other in dawning suspicion and dread. Wait, hold on. We've walked side by side this entire time. How could anyone possibly impersonate us? Could there be other cultivators who simply followed closely behind us? Brother, step forward now, please. The male cultivator, who'd been shivering with cold, trembled violently, tears streaking his face as he wailed. His voice verged on hysteria, his words disjointed, irrational. If only I'd known how dangerous those extra credits would. I'm only 20. The remaining 5 paled, scanning each other with mounting unease. The captain drew a slow, deep breath and stepped forward. Though we assembled ad hoc, I know each of your names, whether you hail from a martial academy, and even your backgrounds, down to the finest detail. He rubbed his temples wearily. I was 5th in line just moments ago. Our wristband's offline mode has been continuously recording, so who stood at the rear? Perhaps the footage reveals something. Silence fell. All 6 exchanged blank, unsettled glances. I think I was 5th. But who came after me? I can't recall. What? I was fifth. There was someone behind me. I swear it. Believe me, I was fifth. The female cultivator's scalp prickled as the argument escalated. Are they? No, are they even human? My real teammates. Her thoughts spiraled deeper into terror. I must save myself. Shink. In a flash, the Martial Academy student, a young man, collapsed pierced clean. He had forgotten, even in that instant, to raise his chi barrier. The remaining four stared stunned at the woman. She's the one who shouldn't exist. Kill her. No one knew who shouted it, but without hesitation the four launched simultaneous lethal assaults. Jiang Hao sat quietly taking notes. This lecture covered the history of chi development, tracing humanity's discovery of chi to the meteoric rise of the martial cultivation path. Far more detailed than high school textbooks. Jiang Hao jotted down key points with quiet delight. Though trained in the sciences, history had always been his deepest passion. At martial academies, curricula were typically designed individually by instructors, centered on physical training, sparring drills, or field expeditions. Few students opted for open lectures. Yet Jiang Hao had already surpassed many faculty members in strength, earning him complete academic autonomy. Lately, he'd spent his days adapting to his newfound power in the fifth rank zone, or auditing lectures that piqued his interest. His favorites were cultures of other realms, secret realm exploration, and history of chi development. Pity there's no course titled Culinary Arts of Exotic Beasts. The bell rang. Jiang Hao rose slowly, gathering his things. His wristband vibrated. An alert flashed. Grandfather, who cares? Meet me at the school gate. Now? Urgent matter. What emergency? Did the 9 great martial academies declare war? He nodded casually to a familiar classmate seated ahead. In an instant, he teleported to the main gate. There stood the twin kings and 6 heroes, alongside dozens of senior students, all 5th rank cultivators, standing in precise formation. He glanced puzzled toward Principal Xia, who was deep in conversation with others. Vice Principals Zhou and Feng stood beside him. The latter's eyes narrowed sharply upon seeing Jiang Hao's physique, nearly identical to his own. His gaze then softened with pity, turning toward Feng Qiluo, who stood tall with pride, having just broken through to 4th rank, first tier, using her ranking reward. Yes, Feng Qiluo single-handedly had lowered the average cultivation rank of the top 10 sovereign talents, the first sequence's elite. That very night, a Feng clan councilor delivered rare spirit herbs suited for breakthroughs. Combined with her ranking reward, she achieved 4th rank cultivation in under 3 days within the school's secret realm, faster than her prior ascent from 3rd rank 8th tier to 3rd rank peak. A shame, though I hope no lasting trauma remains. Principal Xia approached, his expression graver than Jiang Hao had ever seen. An unknown secret realm has emerged in the uninhabited wastes of Guhuang Prefecture. Only cultivators aged 20 or younger may enter. Regardless of rank, even first-rank novices are permitted. Yet strangely, even saint-rank cultivators from the Gu clan have failed to open the spatial rift leading to this realm. Guhuang Prefecture has issued urgent appeals to all 9 great martial academies, seeking a concentrated force of 5th-rank cultivators to forcibly breach the realm. Jiang Hao's eyes brightened in sudden understanding. So it begins field practice. And fortunately, he'd spent these past days meticulously studying every precaution for secret realm exploration. This mission, already secured. Just watch me execute flawlessly. Principal Xia's face remained grim. 3 days ago, several third-year students from our Zhongshan Martial Academy, drawn by curiosity, entered the realm alongside others. According to the Guhuang Prefecture Martial Administration Bureau, not a single cultivator who entered over those 3 days has emerged. Yet the realm bears hallmarks of a talent screening trial, so all 10 great martial academies will send observers. So we're being dispatched, not as observers, but as cleanup crew. Jiang Hao surmised. After all, no other academy or faction could rival Zhongshan's sheer number of 20-year-old 5th-rank prodigies. Some factions might depend entirely on a single sovereign talent to elevate them, especially now, with Jiang Hao himself a top 10 sovereign talent ranked first in the first sequence. A minor secret realm, effortless conquest. Rest assured, Principal, my strength alone is more than sufficient to shatter any age-restricted realm. Principal Xia managed a tight, strained smile. All expenses will be fully covered by the Guhuang Prefecture Martial Administration Bureau and the Gu clan. Name any reward you desire. They'll grant it without hesitation. I assure you they dare not refuse. Not when one of their own exemplary 5th-rank cultivators remains trapped inside. Jiang Hao raised his Inpa talisman high. To rescue those stranded cultivators, Jiang Hao accepts this duty without reservation. Though, if additional rewards await me afterward, well, that would be most welcome. Principal Xia nodded, then turned to the assembled group, already poised for departure. This expedition will be led jointly by Vice Principals Zhou and Feng. Obey their commands without question. Except Jiang Hao. Then with both hands outstretched, he slashed fiercely forward. Ryup. A pitch-black rift tore open, rimmed with shimmering silver fragments of fractured space. Only saint-rank masters could rend open such a spatial channel. The other side opens near the city entrance adjacent to the realm. Proceed. You have my word, I'll hold this passage steady. Inside the realm, your safety is paramount. Jiang Hao watched as cultivators streamed through, then calmly strode toward the rift. Pausing at its threshold, he smiled back at Principal Xia. Don't worry, Principal. I fear nothing anymore. The sensation of entering the spatial tunnel is peculiar, surrounded by howling spatial storms. Only a path formed of primordial energy leads forward. In the black void, some unexpected debris drifts about. Threads of silvery spatial fragments swirl around, slicing everything they touch in half. Falling into this would almost certainly mean death. Unlike Jiang Hao's usual small-scale teleportation through the boundary of infinity, it took several seconds to reach the other end of the spatial tunnel. What greeted the eyes were the teammates who had set out earlier, as well as the uniquely styled ancient architecture of Guhuang Prefecture. Jiang Hao gazed at the street and houses that seemed to emerge from a cinematic masterpiece, marveling at their appearance. Hello, Jiang Hao. I am one of the leaders of this secret realm operation, Guhongwu. A man over 2 meters tall, dressed in a tank top, his muscular physique stretching his clothes tight. The man, looking as if he might burst at any moment, reached out to greet. Hello. Jiang Hao shook his hand. Gu Xiyuan stood nearby, squinting at the scene. Third uncle. Why are you here? Why are you here? Gu Hongwu was still quietly observing, occasionally sneaking glances at Jiang Hao's impressive stature and spirit. You have already reached the 5th stage. It seems the frequency of updates to that ranking is still too slow. Moreover, you are a promising warrior specializing in assault, though a bit too lean. Your clothes can barely contain you. Hearing his nephew's question, he finally shifted his gaze away from Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao quickly moved closer to Vice President. He was frightened by the holy rank powerhouse who was staring at his body with shining eyes. Xiqing went into that secret realm 3 days ago and hasn't come out yet. So my family sent me to oversee the reception of all the martial schools. By the way, Xiyuan, you must stay outside and cannot enter the secret realm. This is your father's requirement. Gu Xiyuan's squinting eyes suddenly opened wide as he protested. Why can't I go? He has no right to dictate my action. Jiang Hao and several friends were on the side, observing the drama unfold. Since the other martial schools had not yet arrived, and it was still early, most of the seniors had already gone to take photos and post on social media. The 2 vice presidents did not stop them either. After all, they would need to carefully discuss how to break the secret realm and what compensation was necessary. It wouldn't do for Xinzhou Martial School to come here and work for free. If any students died in the secret realm, it would be a tremendous loss. A 20-year-old 5th-stage martial artist is already a top talent. Who knows, some of these students might advance to the 6th stage upon graduation. Imagine going to the front lines of another world to earn military merit. There's no reason, Xiyuan, you know me. I'm just the messenger. Gu Hongwu shrugged helplessly. Xiqing has already reached the 5th stage and still hasn't come out. Your father is worried about you. Gu Xiyuan defended himself. How can my cousin who uses a hammer compare to me? I am a versatile support warrior capable of handling various situations. Gu Hongwu's expression darkened. Both he and his son were hammer users. What's wrong with assault specialization? Yu Xiao bored munched on a snack fitted onto her finger, saying, Blind one, aren't you supposed to be prophetic? Can't you see what kind of situation we will encounter once we enter? If it comes to it, can't we at least figure out if those who entered are dead? Everyone looked at Gu Xiyuan, realization dawning on their faces. Right? Although this guy often misses key information, he is one of the few with prophetic talent. Gu Xiyuan slowly closed his opened eyes, leaving only a narrow slit. He awkwardly said, Sorry, I can't see. To avoid misunderstanding, he added, Everything related to the secret realm is unpredictable, including all of us who have not yet entered. It's as if all destinies involving the secret realm and those about to enter have been obscured by someone. Jiang Hao shook his head in disbelief, wondering how a prophetic warrior could know nothing. Why is it that you can't predict anything? Yu Xiao was even more direct. Blind when you're being too whimsical. You can never predict anything, yet you want to participate in this secret realm. It's fine, at least you can cheer for us from the outside, Xiyuan. And as a local, you can just go home and rest for a few days. Xing Yue kindly intervened. Gu Xiyuan felt a bit embarrassed. What? Just because I can't predict doesn't mean I can't assist. He looked at the 2 girls and said, Who do you look down on? I, Gu Xiyuan, am not afraid of death. Third uncle, tell that guy, I'm definitely entering the secret realm today. Feng Shalua glanced over and quietly distanced herself from the 2 who had been instigating. In the afternoon, the reinforcements from the 10 major martial schools finally gathered. Except for the Jinsha Martial School, which only sent 2 peak 4th-stage martial artists, the other schools had several 5th-stage martial artists leading. However, those big shots were still arguing over the resource distribution after conquering the secret realm. Clearly, they were all high-ranking figures, yet they were quarreling over a small share of resources, their faces flushed. This secret realm operation relied entirely on volunteer participation, as there were indeed risks involved. Nevertheless, over half of the students chose to participate. High risk, high reward. Jiang Hao and 7 companions were already waiting at the entrance of the secret realm. This action was to be led by Jiang Hao, who would be responsible for causing chaos. The others would just need to identify the things inside. This was also agreed upon by the 2 vice presidents. Is this the entrance to the secret realm? It looks completely different from what the books described. Jiang Hao remarked, gazing at the entrance floating in midair, resembling a black hole. There was something he didn't say. Why does this thing feel somewhat familiar? Suddenly, the object resembling a black hole expanded rapidly, engulfing all the 100 or so students present. The event happened too suddenly, leaving everyone no time to react. Just then, what's going on? Where are my teammates? Jiang Hao stood there bewildered. Just before Jiang Hao felt a pulling force dragging him towards the secret realm. As a result, he subconsciously activated the chaos laws to strengthen his boundary of infinity. He directly entered an unselectable state, breaking free from the strange pull. Whooshed! More than 20 figures appeared. The big shots who had just been dueling looked gravely at the entrance that had shrunk to the size of a basketball. The secret realm has changed. It's only the 4th day, and this is too fast. A ninth-stage martial artist from Xinglua Martial School exclaimed in shock. Gu Hongwu reached out towards the sphere and then shook his head. No, I still can't open the spatial tunnel connecting to the secret realm. A holy ranked figure from the military glanced strangely at the extraordinarily powerful Jiang Hao. Should we consult a council member? Gu Hongwu shook his head. His family's council member was still stationed in another world. It wouldn't be easy to summon the other council members considering the dangers of the secret realm had not yet reached the standard. How about I go in and take a look again? Jiang Hao raised his hand to speak. Vice President Zhou immediately grabbed him. You were just repelled by the secret realm. How can you go in? You may not believe it, but I was the one who repelled the secret realm. I felt the attraction earlier, but managed to break free with all my strength. This time I will go with the flow and not resist the secret realm's pull. After all, as the team leader, how can I escape at a critical moment? Gu Hongwu and the military's holy ranked figure nodded. Given Jiang Hao's strength, it was indeed possible to forcibly break free. Although I have never done this before. Be careful, take all necessary precautions. Seeing that the big shots no longer opposed, Jiang Hao drew out Inpa, took a deep breath, and approached the black sphere. Wait for my good news. With that, Jiang Hao instantly vanished from his spot. Jiang Hao was suddenly dragged in by an irresistible force, sinking deeper and deeper, fully aware, yet unable to control his own movements. He could only wrap himself with the omnipotent chaos law. Immediately he felt as if he were in a washing machine, spinning continuously, as if trying to shake himself into uniformity. When everything stopped and he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a secret realm dominated by ancient architecture, somewhat reminiscent of the sects in cultivation novels. Towering peaks reaching thousands of meters surrounded him, with many dilapidated houses atop them. The peaks were completely isolated from one another, with the farthest being dozens of kilometers apart. In the midst of it all, mist swirled around, resembling a series of floating islands, except for the utterly ruined peak beneath his feet, devoid of even a blade of grass. This made Jiang Hao doubt whether the secret realm had ever been visited by anyone. How could my divine sense not perceive the situation in the nearby peaks? Could there be a formation that blocks perception? He pondered. They should also be on a peak, right? It seems I can only search one by one. With that, Jiang Hao merged with the space and directly teleported to the adjacent mountain. It appeared that there was no restriction on spatial movement. Roar! Just as he landed, a monster composed of shadows lunged at Jiang Hao. Oomph! A flash of blade light appeared, instantly slicing the shadow monster into nothingness. No corpse left behind. A creature purely constructed from spirit. An alien race. Jiang Hao cautiously circled around the spot where the monster had vanished, heading up the mountain in accordance with the customs of otherworldly cultures. When facing an unknown race, no caution was too much. Teleportation is so nauseating it almost made me regurgitate last night's dinner. Yu Xiao kept striking the tunnel walls with her spear, trying to uncover a hidden chamber or passage. Xia Pengqing, feeling somewhat annoyed, shouted, "Stop knocking, you brat from the Yu family. Don't disrupt Brother Zhang's thoughts." The 8 of them walked through the dim tunnel, layers of shields swirling around them. They had already been walking for several minutes. Aside from the seemingly endless tunnel, they had discovered nothing. Gu Xiyuan had been frowning since they entered, squinting curiously at Jiang Hao and the 6 teammates. In the past, whenever he fully opened his eyes to see Jiang Shun, he could only see a chaotic, blurred entity. However, the predictions regarding this secret realm were all obscured by chaotic colors. After entering the secret realm, he wondered why the 8 of them happened to land together while the other 100 students were nowhere near. Looking at the 6 people whose expressions, movements, and demeanor were all the same as usual, and at Jiang Shun, who had no obstructions on him. Did they read our memories the instant we entered? Perhaps as time goes on, the perceptions of the warriors inside will change too. Feng Qiluo's body was enveloped in the power of wind and thunder, watching the team leader ahead with vigilance. Jiang Hao felt that there was too much of a difference from his usual self. If it were the normal Jiang Hao, he would strike first and ask questions later regardless of traps. Something felt off. It seemed as if this secret realm was influencing his perceptions. He clearly wanted to confront Jiang Hao in a duel to uncover his weaknesses and had specifically learned a holy level mental resistance technique for this purpose. Yet now he instinctively rejected using that technique. Seeing the argument between Yu Xiao and Xia Pengqing escalating as if they were ready to fight at any moment. Even Xing Yue, who had always maintained a blank expression, revealed a sinister smile. He could no longer hesitate. Just as Feng Qiluo was about to act, Gu Xiyuan at the back suddenly created a spatial domain, binding the remaining 7 in place. Feng Qiluo looked in shock at Gu Xiyuan, who squinted with a smile. Gu Xiyuan, hurry and release us. Farewell, my 6 good teammates. Gu Xiyuan turned and headed back. In his eyes, the chaotic colors began to gradually appear on the 6 teammates. However, Feng Qiluo's color was the faintest, and it had even stopped. If one could perceive that their cognition was being modified, could they delay it? Yu Xiao could no longer hold back, raising her spear, a terrifying wave of elemental force surging forth. She aimed at the traitorous Gu Xiyuan, preparing to strike him down the moment the spatial domain was lifted. Yi Lingxi, who had remained silent, took out an ancient zither and plucked it forcefully. A torrent of sound waves instantly sliced towards Jiang Hao, who was silently observing the others. Are you crazy? Attacking Brother Jiang. Xia Pengqing swung his spear, aiming to kill the opponent. As a result, a perfectly fused spear of wind and thunder pierced through his heart. Xia Pengqing stiffly turned his neck to look at Feng Qiluo for. What? Calamities remained expressionless, continuously summoning weakened versions of the wind and thunder spear to kill the others one by one. Finally, she glanced at the still motionless team leader and waved her hand. See you later? With that, Calamities chose to end her own life. Guciyuan opened his eyes and began running back towards the starting point. Each time he encountered a place with the faintest chaotic color, he would stop to knock on the walls. Finally, at the very beginning, he discovered a ground devoid of chaotic colors. The one who designed this trial must have a serious illness. I hope they come out soon. With that, he struck the ground fiercely. Jiang Hao was already exploring the third peak. The first two peaks yielded nothing but a few third-tier monsters. Such a vast secret realm, and a major sect at that, how could there be nothing valuable? He finally explored a secret realm for the first time only to be harshly taught a lesson. Up to now, Jiang Hao couldn't even find a broken holy weapon or a heavily injured holy-level beast transformed into its juvenile stage. Not even a first-tier elemental crystal. Jiang Hao disdainfully opened a vial of elixir only to find the pills inside had long turned to waste under the test of time. The moment they came into contact with air, they gradually turned to ashes. This secret realm must be at least tens of thousands of years old. Everywhere is filled with familiar chaotic energy. Could this be a relic of another world? Did it just happen to land in Guhuang Prefecture? Suddenly, Jiang Hao sensed someone appeared below the mountain. It was his missing. He hurried over to greet Guciyuan, who had surrounded himself with multiple shields. Why are you the only one here? Where are the others? Seeing a chaotic mass that was completely unrecognizable as human, Guciyuan squinted his eyes with relief. Hello, Jiang Shan. The more than 100 students we had are probably still undergoing trials. But Jiang Shan, are you being tested alone? Jiang Hao was taken aback. Trial? What trial? I just walked in. The seven walked through the dim tunnel, and Xing Yingyue strangely remarked. It seems Guciyuan wasn't with us. Calamities held her head, feeling as if she had forgotten something. As they continued deeper into the tunnel, teleportation is so nauseating it almost made me regurgitate last night's dinner. Yu Xiao continued to knock on the walls, dissatisfied. Moi. Calamities suddenly looked up. Activate my mental resistance. Without saying another word, she did so in front of Xia Pengqing, whose expression was filled with fury. A spear of wind and thunder exploded Jiang Hao's head. In the moment when Jiang Hao was slain, the entire world came to a standstill, colors fading away. The space became distorted threads, intertwining in the air, forming a vortex. The six were drawn into it. Then, as if playing a video in reverse, everything returned to the starting point. Calamities' consciousness suddenly awakened, strange memories continuously appearing in her mind. In the fragmented images, they had already entered the fourth cycle. In the previous two instances, it was Guciyuan who first detected the issue and exposed the false Jiang Hao. Then they were manipulated, becoming exceptionally irritable and aggressive, leading to their deaths. As they delved deeper into the tunnel, suspicions began to arise among them. They suspected that everyone except themselves were monsters in disguise and began to fight fiercely. Miraculously, every time they ended up mutually perishing. This is too absurd. Clearly, Calamities alone could annihilate them all. In the third instance, Guciyuan simply took matters into his own hands. Isn't killing the false Jiang Hao the key to breaking the cycle? After everything calmed down, the others were expelled from the air like garbage. The six began the fifth cycle. Yan Yini shook his head, looking around for Jiang Hao's figure. Oh no, brother Jiang is missing, or are we going to crash? Yu Xiao, with a look of nausea, said fiercely, this method of teleportation is inhumane. Who designed this now? At this moment, Calamities had regained some memories, her expression serious as she looked at the others. This time the false Jiang. Indeed, in my memories he was fine during the first two times. Calamities' inner power surged as purple lightning crackled instantly, leaving the five who wanted to venture into the tunnel behind. Calamities, what are you doing? The other four's expressions darkened while only Yi Lingxi stood aside curiously. Xia Pengqing activated his red-hot mode, temporarily elevating his realm to the fourth stage, wanting to teach this woman a lesson. Calamities ignored this insignificant character, flicking her fingers. A greenish wind prisoned and snared him. Indeed, after the cycle, the altered perceptions and personality changes still, as long as I block them from delving deeper into the tunnel, they will react. Previously, this useless person wouldn't dare speak loudly to me, yet now he dares to act first. Recalling Guciyuan's intentional words, six good teammates, and the action of retracing their steps, Jiang Hao might have directly immunized himself against memory retrieval, and even the secret realm cannot access most of our memories about him. This leads to the obvious flaws in the false beings generated by the secret realm. Except for Jiang Hao, they are all real, indicating this place is indeed not reality. It seems my direct intervention in the third cycle was indeed correct. Otherwise, if we continued deeper, even if we cycled again, the contamination would deepen. Calamities turned to the silent Yi Lingxi and said, you actually broke free from the influence. Yi Lingxi nodded. My cultivation technique is quite unique. The fact that Guciyuan didn't appear in the fourth cycle indicates there must be a way out. Both looked down at the ground. They stomped down hard. Jiang Hao and Guciyuan waited for a few minutes. Seeing no one appear, they prepared to head to the adjacent peak. Strange. You actually can't fly across the peaks. After Jiang Hao teleported with Guciyuan, he asked in confusion. Guciyuan squinted, surveying the chaotic-colored secret realm. After glancing once more at the captain, who was covered in chaos, he nodded in understanding. Perhaps there's something special about you, Captain, and most of the restrictions here don't affect you. Jiang Hao looked up at the sky. He initially wanted to take the seven sidekicks flying with him. Instead, he accidentally took the back door, entering the exploration mode. The other 6 were still getting into trouble. Let's keep going. I refuse to believe that in such a vast secret realm there isn't a single valuable item. Jiang Hao strode towards the mountain peak. The two dealt with a few shadow monsters rushing to their demise, gazing at several shattered towers. Most of the loft had collapsed, piles of stone and rubble scattered everywhere. Could this secret realm belong to an ancient sect that was completely annihilated after encountering enemies? Jiang Hao looked at the peak, which appeared to be cleaved in half. The other half had completely vanished without a trace. The cross-section was smooth as a mirror with strange remnants of blade energy lingering after countless years. Gu Siyuan, perplexed at the scripture pavilion devoid of any preserved texts or jade slips, shook his head. I don't know what happened back then. All written records in this secret realm have been erased. It seems someone doesn't want latercomers to know what transpired. Erased records. Knowledge that cannot be spread. Jiang Hao immediately saw the significance. Meme infection. Everything said must be known. Or perhaps secrets at the conceptual level. It can't be an evil god, right? I've heard that evil gods can infect everything across worlds to prey for their followers. Gu Siyuan walked out from the dilapidated tower beside the scripture pavilion, shaking his head. Helplessly, it really is completely empty. This broken secret realm wouldn't even be accepted by our Gu family. Jiang Hao thought of the big shots who were still arguing over resource distribution and secret realm development ahead. A smirk appeared on his lips. Now it's fair, everyone has nothing to show for it. Just as Jiang Hao and Gu Siyuan continuously teleported towards the towering main peak, a strange person emerged, dressed in a luxurious Taoist robe with long hair pinned up by a jade hairpin. A young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes smiled and said, "Greetings, fellow Taoists. I am Mo Chinchuan, the sect master of the Yuhua Immortal Sect." Although it was a language they had never heard, Jiang Hao and Gu Siyuan could understand his meaning. A glimmer passed through Jiang Hao's eyes as he released his full perception, while the man, resembling a cultivator, showed no concern, allowing Jiang Hao to inspect him. Gu Siyuan squinted at the being covered in chaos similar to the captain and asked, "Senior, may I ask what happened here?" Mo Chinchuan shook his head, pointing to the sky. "In the realm beneath the heavens, true spirits have not reached higher grounds and cannot accommodate their own destinies. It is easily monitored by certain existences." Gu Siyuan's pupils constricted and his cheeks began to twitch. This is the fundamental ability of a fate star. Breaking free from established constraints to a degree, mastering one's own destiny. They could even manipulate the fate trajectory of non-fate star entities, leading to their complete demise. Only fate stars can counter fate stars, and this is a truth known by all families of the Council on Blue Star. Is this being before them who shows no signs of spiritual energy fluctuation an influential figure at the council level? Gu Siyuan looked helplessly at the omnipotent captain for assistance. Although Jiang Hao didn't know how powerful a fate star was, or what the realm of the heavenly sovereign entailed, he could tell from the description that this was a formidable mechanism he couldn't overcome at his current level. Could this be the boss that should appear for first-time players in a dungeon? Director, I want to report that there's a problem with the script. Seeing that Jiang Hao and the others were somewhat nervous, Mo Chinchuan took a step back to indicate that he meant no harm. In fact, if it weren't for your special circumstances, I wouldn't have revealed myself. Don't worry about your companions, and those who previously fell into this place. Regardless of whether they break through that dream, they will be expelled after 7 days. The man seemed unfazed by the disbelief on their faces and continued. As for the dream they entered, it was merely a little gadget I created to pass the time out of boredom. A little gadget. Gu Siyuan's lips twitched. If that cyclical dream could not be quickly cracked, it would gradually alter one's perception and personality. Moreover, even if they did make it out after 7 days, could those martial artists still be considered alive? Perhaps they would have been completely transformed. The owner of this secret realm carelessly placed the exit at the starting point. It was entirely for the sake of satisfying his own twisted pleasures, wasn't it? Jiang Hao looked at the grand pavilion at the very top of the main peak. Senior, have there been others who entered here before? What was that shadowy monster earlier? Mo Chinchuan's face revealed a hint of embarrassment, but it quickly faded. This cave was originally a place for my Yuhua Xinzong to preserve vitality and select successors. He continued. However, time has passed too long in the chaotic void, leading to many facilities now being out of operation. This cave no longer serves the purpose of selecting successors. Stopped operating. Jiang Hao curiously asked, what about the rewards? There must still be some leftover techniques and materials. Mo Chinchuan did not respond, instead looking towards the mountain peaks. Those black monsters are merely remnants of pollution. If it weren't for your peculiar nature having grasped part of the chaotic laws before reaching the heavenly human realm, I wouldn't be telling you all this. So the reason I didn't enter the dream is that you opened a backdoor for me. Jiang Hao nodded. It's not that I opened a backdoor for you, but rather that the dream couldn't read any of your information and could only expel you. And I awakened because of this. After all, I also once walked the path of chaotic laws. Mo Chinchuan looked at the pavilion on the mountaintop, his expression tinged with sadness. After I awakened and reviewed the memories of those people, your world is indeed a very beautiful place. Can we not have riddles? Senior, could you tell me about your previous world? If it cannot be spoken of, then forget it. Mo Chinchuan was taken aback, not expecting this young man with the potential of a heavenly sovereign to care about such things. With a wave of his hand, he sent Gu Siyuan to the few who had just broken through the dream. He smiled at Jiang Hao. He is too weak. Hearing any detailed information about my world would lead to pollution. However, you who possess chaotic laws can ignore it and even isolate your perception. Jiang Hao immediately wrapped himself in chaotic power, indicating that he was ready. As for my world, it is quite similar to the cultivation world you are familiar with, but like you, it relies on primordial force. For my Yuhua Xinzong is one of the sacred grounds with a legacy of over 100,000 years, and the entire world is governed by over 20 heavenly sovereigns. Until one day, a powerful being passing by cast a glance upon us. There was no malice, merely a casual glance. We were defeated. More than 20 heavenly sovereigns were instantly warped and severely polluted. Subsequently, the pollution of the entire world gradually intensified, and the path of cultivation became corrupted. As all cultivators increased their realms, their bodies underwent constant distortions. Before my main body committed suicide, I severed this sliver of relatively clean consciousness, hoping to lead a few excellent seeds to find the white world. Yet those seeds had long been polluted and even caused a rebellion. As for my world, it is probably already completely alienated. Every object in the cave carries traces of pollution. A prolonged contact will lead to alienation. Therefore, I tossed everything that might be taken away into the void. Jiang Hao suddenly had a thought: bizarre cultivation. He looked up at the pavilion, growing increasingly suspicious that the so-called seeds were within that intact pavilion. After all this broken place, aside from that pavilion, which looked brand new, the other buildings could only be described as ruins. That pavilion is a type of sealed treasure, but it has already been polluted, so taking it would be useless. Jiang Hao showed a humble smile. I merely wish to help the senior deal with those unfortunate souls. Otherwise you wouldn't be here talking to me so much, would you? You guessed right. I cannot approach the pavilion. The pollution there would cause the malice that I can only suppress through sleep to become unbalanced in an instant. The criteria for selecting ages were set by my main body and a supreme elder who reached the heavenly sovereign realm. I alone cannot change it. Otherwise it wouldn't be so troublesome. Mo Chenxian felt somewhat helpless, not knowing how his main body selected people. If you can end that child's nightmare, I can gift you a sliver of the chaotic laws preserved in the cave. Upon hearing the reward, Jiang Hao became spirited. What is the strength of the opponent? Is it easy to kill? Mo Chenxian gave Jiang Hao a peculiar glance and replied, according to your standards, at most it is of the 8th level. However, due to the pollution, it has great vitality. Only by annihilating its spirit can it be completely killed. Jiang Hao revealed a standard 8-tooth smile, annihilating the spirit. This was his specialty. This instance was utterly lacking in experience for him. Even 7 attachments could provide a tense and exciting dream adventure. Yet he was so powerful that he could only scavenge through the ruins. Don't worry, senior, I love fighting the most. Mo Chenxian silently floated to the distance, preparing to observe how the world's prodigy fought. After all, he had never seen anyone with such a strong foundation. Swoosh. A flash of blade light appeared, and the 3-colored blade aura instantly cleaved into the pavilion. It slashed open a gap. Crack. Although it was a secret realm with extremely solid space, it still produced black roar. A jade-colored skeleton entwined with shadows charged towards Jiang Hao, primordial force swirling as if through a punch. Boom. A deafening explosion rang out. The entire mountain peak seemed to shake as if an earthquake had occurred. The already crumbling houses collapsed in an instant. Is that all? As the dust settled, Jiang Hao extended his left hand and steadily caught the blow. The skeleton seemed incredulous, about to roar in anger. A charged golden fist struck. Unmatched shatter sky fist. Smack. Bang bang bang. The skeleton was directly sent flying, crashing through countless small mountains before being blasted out of the main peak. Its skull cracked, and the black shadows on its body became restless. Just as it prepared to flee, a gigantic blade aura slashed towards it, the blade light swirling with black, chaotic power. The black shadow was directly evaporated by this strike. Just as the out-of-control skeleton fell through, the clouds, a blood-soaked hand, covered in eyes and mouths constantly expanding, grasped the skeleton. Jiang Hao felt nauseous looking at the figure standing on a carpet of flesh and blood. Its head resembled a melting candle, only half remaining, with tiny tentacles waving in the air atop its deformed brain. The roar of the flesh and blood monster carried intense mental pollution, and the air around began to sprout eyes. With a sound like a sword, drawing a net of sword energy, sliced through those limbs, radiating spiritual pollution. Human. The flesh and blood monster was struck repeatedly by the soul blade, falling into a state of paralysis. Jiang Hao felt a slight itch on his skin, as if he too was about to undergo a mutation, sprouting strange organs. However, as the chaotic color flowed, all pollution was devoured and decomposed. Thank goodness my mental resistance is high. Omnipotent chaotic laws shatter for me. A spiritual storm tinged with chaotic colors surged forth towards the recovering flesh and blood monster. It completely enveloped the struggling flesh and blood monster. Crack. Snap. The space shattered. The flesh and blood monster was instantly crushed, exploding into countless chunks of meat. Most of the meat chunks had turned grayish-white, losing their vitality. They seemed petrified, torn into shreds by the howling wind. Some of the flesh remained connected by fine threads, attempting to restore itself. Flying sky-breaking slash. Jiang Hao swung his long knife. The blade traced arcs in the air where the paths began and ended, as if painting in the sky. The speed increased, leaving behind afterimages. With each swing of the knife, dozens of sword energies were unleashed. The 3-colored sword energy ripped through everything in its path, creating large spatial fissures in the air. It even formed a void. The flesh and blood monster was formidable. Even a 9th-tier warrior without condensed laws might not be able to kill it. Because it could continually pollute everything to repair itself, its ability was too overpowered. Warriors without laws or mental attacks could not harm it at all. In the past, it was a mid-tier boss. However, divine powers could not match the stats. The soul blade infused with chaotic laws continuously struck, completely eradicating the strange flesh's spirit. All the flesh lost its vitality. It turned grayish-white and hard. Finally, it gradually dispersed with the wind. Phew, I'm exhausted. My mental energy and spirit are only half left. Jiang Hao panted slightly. This was definitely the most disgusting opponent he had ever faced. If it weren't for his superior skills allowing him to fight slightly above his level, he might have had to flee. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving mental reinforcement. Mental 7477. A rush of clear water surged from deep within his mind, washing away most of his previous fatigue. A great shock surged within. Mental reinforcement, could it be from that world? Jiang Hao looked suspiciously at this secret realm, while outwardly maintaining the appearance of depleted energy and exhausted spirit. At some unknown time, Mo Qinxian arrived, silently watching the completely dead strange flesh, seemingly lost in thought. Jiang Hao displayed a humble smile, sheathing his sword as he looked at this unknown state of the powerful figure, his inner guard fully raised, ready for a second boss battle. Although the previous remarks from the Celestial Master were impressive, if he were truly that powerful, would he still be trapped here? He could just wipe out the loft with a wave of his hand. Jiang Hao did not believe that a powerful figure's fragment of consciousness could seize others' bodies for rebirth or anything, having only a fragment of a position, yet lacking strength. Jiang Hao had not forgotten the strange dream mentioned by Gusi. If it weren't for the 7 pendants, they would still be considered members of the council. In the face of real danger, there would definitely be contingencies. Not to mention, just based on Xia Pengcheng's status being noted by Councilor Xia, he would not die so easily. Oh, and the vice-captain was also on the list. However, the other warriors who entered one and all would gradually have their spirits. They might not undergo mutation or infection, but a drastic change in personality was inevitable, creating such a meaningless dream just to amuse oneself. Is this sect master truly still sane? The group of 7 pendants, after repeatedly facing setbacks, finally, as Gusi landed, he saw a few people surrounded by shadows on the mountain. At the mountain peak, a giant shadow several dozen meters tall emanated the aura of a 6th tier. What are these shadows? I can't even kill them with holy tier martial techniques. Yu Xiao was on the verge of madness from being tormented by these shadows. A casual blow could explode a large area, yet they could not be killed. Besides Feng Qiluo's attacks infused with laws and Yi Lingxi's mental attacks created through music, the other few could only endure in frustration. It seems I came at the wrong time. Gu Siyuan wanted to turn around and leave. It was better to follow Jiang Shun. These people kept facing setbacks, and Gu Siyuan feared he would also be infected by this curse in the future. Blind man, come help. Add shields. Quick, quick, quick. A heavy fist mark appeared near Xia Pengcheng's left eye. He didn't even know who hit him. Feng Qiluo enveloped the air above the mountain peak with a sea of purple lightning. Numerous shadows were cleared by the falling lightning. Streams of greenish-blue tornadoes moved towards the area with the most shadows. This won't do. First, defeat that boss at the mountain peak. In this urgent moment, Xing Yingwei began to speak properly. Unfortunately, all she learned were large area spell attacks and flashy martial techniques with no mental type attack techniques. At this moment, she could only act as a massive mobile light source. Aside from attracting more shadows to bite her, she was of no use whatsoever. Most martial arts students only learn what looks good. Powerful moves with full effects the best. After all, on Blue Star the most encountered beasts had slow efficiency with mental attacks. Moreover, such moves required high mental attributes, and only those from prominent families were qualified to learn them. Feng Qiluo aimed at the boss at the mountain peak and launched a wind thunder spear. The shadows along the way were instantly vaporized. Boom. The terrifying explosion directly erased the mountain peak, with rubble raining down like rain. This secret realm has been a complete failure. Not only did I gain nothing, but I was also held back by a group of shadows. Feng Qiluo gasped heavily, her clothing rising and falling with her Bodis movements. Clearly, she had finally advanced to the 4th tier, and the wind thunder laws continued to improve. She could already quickly unleash a 7th tier wind thunder spear. Just as she prepared to find Jiang Hao for another round and examine her weaknesses, he had actually reached the 5th tier. He was openly cheating. If it weren't for her elders secretly reminding her, she would probably have been beaten badly again. Even though he could still defeat her even without reaching the 5th tier. The other 6 pendants sighed in relief as they watched the diminishing shadows. This time I made no contributions at all. I guess I should just go back to inherit the family business. Yu Xiao sat down on the ground like a salted fish, giving up the struggle. Xia Pengcheng's face was ashen. During the previous cycle, he had been completely unaware and had been played around by the dream. Feng Qiluo was just about to ask about the captain when a massive black sword swung towards them. Mo Qingshuan's neck jerked as he slowly turned to look at Jiang Hao. The surrounding scenery began to darken. A strange smile appeared on his face as the black shadow beneath him suddenly swelled. A hand reached into the void as if grasping something. I knew there was a second stage. Jiang Hao instantly raised his long knife with the chaotic law entwined around his entire being. Just as Jiang Hao was about to take the initiative, a notification sounded. Ding. Detected a certain amount of chaotic law. Please absorb it in a safe environment. Mo Qinxian took out a transparent crystal ball. Inside there was a thick stream of chaotic color fluid. Huh, you're scared, aren't you? How unexpected, right? My main body often used to scare new female disciples like this. Damn it. Jiang Hao still did not let down his guard. He looked at the crystal ball that was thrown over using his chaotic law-enhanced spiritual power to examine it repeatedly. Although the system did not indicate any problems, it was only regarding the chaotic law. To prevent any tricks on the crystal ball, Jiang Hao decided to take it back to show Principal Xia. Mo Qinxian looked at the gradually collapsing cave paradise and sighed. From today, the story of the Yuhua immortal sect has come to a complete end. After sending out the crystal ball, Mo Qinxian clearly felt much lighter, as if he had shed some heavy responsibility. Seeing that the storage bag could not hold the crystal ball, Jiang Hao used his primordial force to support it. He watched as the sky began to show cracks in the void and the peaks slowly cracked and descended. He looked at his opponent in surprise. Is it really over? No soul-snatching or desperate struggle. Mo Qinxian merely smiled. I am just a wisp of consciousness cut off from my main body. I don't possess the strength like you do. Besides, I have long been corrupted. If it weren't for falling into your world and meeting you, I would probably have completely transformed during my slumber. Mo Qinxian candidly admitted his problems. Was he lying? During the fierce battle against the strange monsters earlier, he certainly did not hold back. After taking so many indiscriminate attacks from the Soul Blade, he was still fine. Oh, was that called lacking strength? With the last of his strength, Mo Qinxian sent Feng Chila and the others who were being pursued by the Black Shadow BOSS, as well as the supporting cast tortured to the brink of mental collapse out of the cave paradise. After doing all this, he looked at Jiang Hao and said, Can I know how many years it has been since you entered the body with primordial force and became a martial artist? Jiang Hao grasped his long knife and began to think. It's been quite a while, probably half a year. How long? Even the speed of the cave paradise collapsing seemed to pause for a moment. Mo Qingshuan's eyes widened as he looked at this exaggerated figure, incredulously asking, half a year? What's wrong? Is it unusual for someone with my strength to achieve this in half a year? Do you ever reflect on whether you are seriously cultivating me? Mo Qingshuan's expression turned fierce, nearly unable to suppress his malicious persona. After a while, he calmed his emotions and looked at Jiang Hao with a complex expression. Although your talent is very strong, exceptionally strong, even in my world it is unprecedented. But since you have embarked on the path of accommodating chaotic laws, you will eventually clash with them. Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow. Are there still experts? The chaotic laws are too defiant. When I was at the peak of the heavenly sovereign, I forcibly refined and accommodated part of the chaotic laws. Just like this, I directly became the strongest in my world. Before that terrifying existence, a group of beings wandering in the chaotic void came knocking, constantly searching for homes in various worlds. They set their sights on the chaotic laws I accommodated, and although I easily repelled them before leaving, they proclaimed their king would personally reclaim my chaotic laws. They said any being possessing chaotic laws is not allowed to exist. King rank. Could it be that there was once a powerful being specializing in chaotic laws whose strength was so defiant that all kings joined forces to kill him? To prevent another person mastering chaotic laws from disturbing the order, they had to join forces to eliminate. Jiang Hao furrowed his brows, lost in thought. If I were to complete the chaotic laws, could I overpower the kings? Mo Qinxian looked at Jiang Hao, who seemed to be caught in mental turmoil, with satisfaction. He felt much more comfortable inside. Even the malicious persona that had been awakened by the previous arrogant remarks was no longer causing trouble. This is definitely not revenge. Cough, cough. Don't worry too much. At least for several thousand years, or even tens of thousands of years, they might not be able to find you. With your talent and strength, you will surely become a heavenly sovereign within 1,000 years. Damn, who are you cursing? Jiang Hao glared at the one who was cursing his level up. Looking at the cave paradise that was about to be destroyed, torn apart by the void storm, Mo Qinxian made a gesture and said, Goodbye, Jiang Hao, my friend. May you and your world forever be beautiful. Jiang Hao felt the power continuously repelling him and hurriedly asked one last question. Senior, what was that dream about? Mo Qinxian was taken aback and said with a happy smile, That was a layer of protection I set before my last sleep to prevent beings from other worlds from mistakenly entering. After all, during my slumber, I might not have the ability to throw them out after 7 days. If they stay too long, they will be polluted. The dream will prevent those beings from entering the cave paradise, forcing them to retreat. Unfortunately, I misjudged the extent of the pollution on me. That power distorted the dream, making it grotesque. So I trouble you, my friend, to apologize for me. After saying this, Jiang Hao was directly teleported out. The entire cave paradise detached from the Blue Star world and completely collapsed into the chaotic void. All remaining traces of pollution were decomposed by the primal chaotic power. The last gift of my main body is also given to those with great fortune. Reviving the Yuhua immortal sect. Just a mere illusion. Mo Qingshuan's figure completely vanished, and Jiang Hao, who was forcibly thrown out, once again experienced the comfort of a washing machine. He looked at the familiar scenery and at the support martial artists who were rescuing and transporting the students who had fallen into a coma. This time, the secret realm journey turned out to be a beginner's welfare instance. No oddities, no blackened plot with teammates turning against each other. And the reward is directly the essential law. Pretty good. Jiang Hao, you finally came out. Vice President Zhou rushed over, wanting to grasp Jiang Hao's shoulder. Jiang Hao stepped back silently, allowing the vice president to calm down. He raised the crystal ball and said, The reason I came out late is that I was strategizing against the instance boss. This is the reward I got from defeating monsters. I shouldn't have to submit it, right? Vice President Zhou waved his hands repeatedly. No, who would dare to snatch the spoils earned by Jiang Hao? They'll have Wei Feng come back to beat him up. I just casually mentioned it, and after all, this chaotic law should still be quite difficult to accommodate according to what Senior Imo said. Luckily, I awakened my talent. By the way, where's my pendant? I mean my teammates. Jiang Hao looked around, but couldn't find his companions, curiously asking. Vice President Zhou had a strange expression, as if he was suppressing a laugh. Feng Qiluo and the others were almost seriously injured by the enemies in the secret realm and were just sent to the Guhuang City Hospital. Your vice captain overused the law and exhausted his spiritual power and is currently still in a coma. The vice captain is truly unfortunate, isn't he? Will there ever be a proper record of victory? Those shadows are even weaker than ordinary warriors of the same rank, yet they are still being utterly defeated. Jiang Hao thought disdainfully perhaps I should just leave the 8-member team. Those few people won, and all seem cursed, constantly facing setbacks. Vice President Zhou cleared his throat. Principal Xia has also arrived visiting student Xia Pengcheng. Although everyone didn't gain anything from this secret realm. Even this secret realm has exploded, but the Martial Control Bureau and the Gu family should not shirk their responsibilities. Saying this, he subtly glanced at the 2 saint-level powerhouses who had just appeared. Gu Hongwu nodded indifferently to Jiang Hao. After all, the family paid for it, and they had rescued their own son, but it was still a complete resolution. The saint-level warrior from the Martial Control Bureau in Gu Huangzhou had a rather grim expression. This operation was a total loss. To conquer the secret realm, they had no choice but to seek help from the 10 major martial arts schools, promising numerous benefits. It was all to share a piece of the pie. After all, it was their Gu Huangzhou's secret realm, and no matter what, there should be some gains left behind. This time they had originally thought to make a small profit. They wanted to provide each young person in the bureau with a piece of spiritual weapon. He looked at the crystal ball in Jiang Hao's hand, furrowing his brows. Just as he was about to say something, he noticed his old friend signaling him. Remembering that the person opposite was the second strongest genius in the first sequence, he silently swallowed the words he had intended to say. He displayed a kind smile. Jiang Hao, you truly are the pride of our Xia country. At such a young age you possess such strength. In the future, the title of the first genius of Blue Star will undoubtedly belong to you. This time you are all victims, and our Martial Control Bureau will surely compensate everyone. Even though his heart was bleeding, wishing to roll on the ground and cry out. But on the surface he still wore a businesslike smile. Coincidentally, I have a level 9 life crystal in my office, so let's consider it a good connection with you, Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was delighted and politely replied, Senior, you are too kind. I didn't even know what happened this time. I just casually fought a BOSS, and the secret realm exploded. Jiang Hao displayed an innocent expression. The secret realm truly exploded because of him, but he had merely passed by, feeling the chaotic fluid that made the brain tremble in the crystal ball behind him. The big shots present all nodded yes. You are right. After a friendly discussion about the secret realm issue, they reached a Jiang Hao arrived in Guhuang City through the spatial tunnel. On the way, he specifically went to a hotel that catered to martial artists and spent money to customize a full fish feast featuring aquatic beasts. After all, they were all loadier, not very expensive. Guidance from peak saint-level powerhouses is priceless. Jiang Hao, carrying a basket of fruits, arrived at the hospital where his teammates were staying. First, he went to Xia Pengcheng's single patient room. After greeting Principal Xia, he mentioned that he would treat everyone to a full fish feast soon. Watching Principal Xia leave the room with a smile, he turned to look at Pendant 1. Seeing someone wrapped in bandages resembling a mummy, Jiang Hao asked in surprise, Did you all encounter high-tier monsters? Saying this, he took out an apple and began peeling it. Xia Pengcheng lay on the hospital bed feeling hopeless and said, It was a 60-year shadow monster, very powerful. We had no way to deal with it. If it weren't for Sister Feng unleashing her full firepower to confront that monster and restrain it with all her might, I estimate everyone would have had to use life-saving items. Jiang Hao sensed Xia Pengcheng's stabilized vital energy and showed confusion. Your injuries aren't that severe. Can't you just find a healing martial artist to treat you? Saying this, he handed the peeled apple to Xia Pengcheng. Xia Pengcheng extended a bandaged hand to take the apple. He took a bite and mumbled, It's really not serious. It's basically just superficial injuries from the aftermath. My grandfather doesn't allow those supporting martial artists to treat me. He said it was to teach me a lesson, so I won't challenge beyond my rank next time. Jiang Hao looked at the regretful Xia Pengcheng speechlessly. Did this guy really go berserk to tank damage? This time it's all thanks to Sister Feng. She could have easily ensured her own safety. After all, that peculiar shadow monster with the law of light, although it was 60, had relatively low intelligence. There are actually laws. Those shadows weren't beings that suffered pollution stuck in the secret realm before, were they? Seeing that Xia Pengcheng could no longer provide any value, Jiang Hao decisively went to visit the others. As expected, there were supportive martial artists present. Aside from Feng Qiluo, who hadn't woken up yet, and Xia Pengcheng, who was unwilling to receive treatment, the other 5 were already bouncing around. Watching Jiang Hao with a crystal ball beside him, everyone's eyes grew misty. Big shot, please don't leave us behind next time. That night, Jiang Hao, along with 5 pendants and Principal Xia, dined on fish at the hotel. Although the students from the other martial arts schools had already regained consciousness, they squatted by the beds, unwilling to come out due to the bizarre nature of the dream. Principal Xia, this is the crystal ball I picked up after defeating the boss in the secret realm. Could you take a look to see if there's anything wrong with it? Principal Xia turned his head stiffly as he looked at the obviously chaotic aura. Did you obtain this in the secret realm? This is the chaotic law that even Uncle Wushuang cannot condense. Jiang Hao put down his chopsticks and smiled. It's all about luck. This thing flew towards me, and I just picked it up. Why can't I find such things? Principal Xia thought enviously in his heart, although he couldn't make use of this thing, who wouldn't like something obtained for free. However, recalling that when Jiang Hao was fishing, the fish would jump into the fish cage on their own, he suddenly felt at ease. This is the legendary protagonist, isn't it? There's nothing wrong on the surface, but the chaotic laws inside are exaggerated even more than what you currently grasp. I suggest you return to school and absorb it in our Shinjo Martial Arts School's secret realm dedicated to breakthrough training. In less than a month, you should be able to handle it. Jiang Hao placed the crystal ball down with ease. Although Master Mo shouldn't deceive him in this regard, it was still best. As for a month of seclusion, Jiang Hao didn't dare to imagine how boring that would be. Thankfully, he had been diligently putting in effort. That mere chaotic law would be easily grasped. No need, Principal Xia. He'll just absorb it casually in my room later. Principal Xia nodded blandly. It's just a cheat, it's quite normal. Then be careful not to blow up the hotel. The other 5 silently lowered their heads to eat fish, not daring to interject. At this moment, a Martial Control Bureau member, who looked like he had just graduated from martial school, walked over, carrying a box in his hand. Jiang Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he stood up straight. I smell the scent of life. Hello, Mr. Jiang Hao. This is the extra compensation from the Gu family and the Martial Control Bureau for you. Knowing that you enjoy collecting life crystals, there are a total of 20 levels, even ones inside. Additionally, there is a level 9 life crystal gifted privately from our director. Jiang Hao beamed with a radiant smile as he took the box. Thank you. If there are any secret realm strategies in Gu Huangzhou that you need my help with in the future, feel free to ask. The young man's eyelids twitched slightly as he internally complained, just don't come to Gu Huangzhou in the future to wreak havoc in the secret realms. After finishing their meal, Jiang Hao bid farewell to a few people and returned to the hotel arranged by the school. I wonder what talent will awaken from breaking through to the 8th level this time. I hope for a talent of infinite mental power. As per the usual, let's add some points first. Break through the limit of the 8th level for me. With 12,000 points deducted, his body and mind underwent intense changes that he had long grown accustomed to. Physical strength 80-81 8th level, mental strength 77-81 8th level. Ding. Congratulations to the host for awakening the talent. Soul Firewall. Soul Firewall, the will that has been honed over time, has become extraordinary, greatly enhancing mental resistance, granting immunity to a certain level of mental pollution, and allowing for the direct removal of high-level pollution at the cost of significant mental energy. Note this talent has been enhanced through Overlimit Eye. Jiang Hao decided to seize the moment and grab the crystal ball to complete the absorption of the Chaos Law. Ding. Host detected to be in a safe environment. Ding. The quota for the Chaos Law is quite large and full absorption is expected to take 48 hours. Would you like to activate Acceleration Mode? Accelerated Mode slowly deducts points to help the host absorb the Chaos Law quickly and perfectly. This mode can be interrupted at any time. Activate. Acceleration Mode. Jiang Hao looked at the remaining points with concern. Could it be? These points were earned through his hard work after all. Gritting his teeth, he chose to accelerate. After all, with just over 10,000 points left, it wasn't worth spending 2 days idly absorbing. Suddenly, it felt as if a force from a higher dimension descended. The Chaos Law within the crystal ball was continuously drawn out, wrapping around Jiang Hao, dyeing him in chaotic colors. Accelerated absorption of the Chaos Law in progress. The next day at noon, Jiang Hao slowly opened his eyes. It seemed as if a dark sun appeared in his gaze, rendering everything void and concluding all existence. All things returned to chaos. The surface of the crystal ball was filled with cracks, and it was empty inside. Ding. Chaos Law absorption complete. The Chaos Law has successfully fused with the host, resulting in enhancements and reinforcements. Current quota of the Chaos Law 2 fully adapted to the host points 100. Evaluation. A genius is one who takes a great leap forward, while a great person is one who is ahead of an era. And you have already surpassed the pinnacle. So, I didn't show any quota for the Chaos Law before. Does that mean I had less than one? Jiang Hao now looked like an ordinary person who hadn't cultivated any elemental power. There wasn't the slightest fluctuation of elemental power, nor could he sense any breath of life. Everything was void and chaotic. It wasn't a decrease in presence, but rather a complete severance of some threads of fate on him. A small portion of causality with the world was also devoured and decomposed. If those martial artists stuck at the peak of the Saint level knew, they would probably explode with jealousy. The harvest was far more than these. Jiang Hao's figure seemed to be right in front of him, yet felt as if it were everywhere at once. The next moment it seemed distant, impossible to touch no matter what. This is the talent. Perfect space affinity enhanced by the Chaos Law. I believe it won't be long before I can awaken the space law additionally. As for other basic combat power enhancements, they were trivial. It was just that. Speaking of it might discourage those prodigies on the first sequence leaderboard. After all, no matter who came, seeing Jiang Hao's rapid upgrades and increasing power, they would doubt whether they had been cultivating fake elemental power. Next month's leaderboard update, I wonder how many will have their Dao hearts shattered. I hope that when the Global Martial Arts School freshman competition comes, my team is the only one participating and everyone else has forfeited. Jiang Hao stretched contentedly and prepared to eat something delicious. I should be able to defeat most 8th level martial art, and with my current situation wearing the shadow cloak, can't I impersonate an assassin? Just as he stepped out of the hotel, he was ready to find a local delicacy to try. Principal Xia appeared with 7 companions who had just been discharged from the hospital. Jiang Hao, you actually succeeded in absorbing it in one night. Principal Xia looked at the figure that even he could barely perceive. In the past, he could at least gauge how much stronger Jiang Hao had become. He had a rough idea. Now with the absorption of the chaos law complete, everything was obscured. This passive ability was simply a great helper for playing the pig to eat the tiger. Although Jiang Hao didn't need to play the pig after all, the entire Blue Star knew of his existence, even at the saint level. He looked at his companions behind him. Hello everyone. And Xia Pengcheng, did you secretly seek treatment? Jiang Hao suspiciously asked Xia Pengcheng, who had returned to normal today after looking like a mummy yesterday. Xia Pengcheng's face darkened. I was straightforward in giving resources to someone obtaining treatment through fair trade. The vice captain remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Feng Chilua finally woke up after a night of coma. Although her complexion was somewhat pale, everything was worth it. Having had the fortune to battle against an enemy who had reached the 6th level and mastered the law, she refined her combat skills and style. Her comprehension of the wind and thunder law deepened. Her elemental power became more solid, and she was confident she would break through to the 2nd heaven within half a month. Not only that, she felt that after being hit by mental attacks multiple times or falling into a coma due to mental exhaustion, her mental capacity had actually increased. Although it wasn't much, she indeed felt herself becoming stronger. Now she had given up on competing with Jiang Hao. He was a player with cheats. She decided to compete honestly with other prodigies of the first sequence. Seeing that everyone had no after effects Jiang, it seemed that these teammates also had some abilities, just like Gu Xiyuan breaking through the dream in no time. By the way, the boss of the secret realm asked me to apologize to you all, saying he didn't expect that someone would be trapped by such a simple dream. That should be what Master Mo meant. Jiang Hao thought uncertainly. Xia Pengcheng and Yu Xiao kept their heads down and didn't speak, while Yin Yini awkwardly scratched his head. Xing Yingwei turned expressionlessly to look at the unique building beside her. Gu Xiyuan looked at Jiang Hao, who was completely normal, without any chaotic color covering him, and thought, Jiang Shun, have you had another breakthrough? In the past, there would be a chaotic shadow in the prophecy, but now it's just a blank. Principal Xia, when are we returning? Jiang Hao asked, feeling a bit eager to visit a place in Jiulong Prefecture where there were many exotic beasts. Who knows, he might find some high-level exotic beasts that no one wanted waiting for him to pick them up. Principal Xia looked at the 7 of them and shook his head. This time the conditions promised by Gu Huangzhou also include a small secret realm that can steadily enhance one's realm. Our Xinzhou Martial School has 30 spots. That secret realm is a great place. It's even more abundant in elemental power than our Xinzhou Martial School's secret realm. Normally our school only has 20 spots each year. Oh, a welfare-type secret realm. Jiang Hao thought about it and figured it would be faster to go blow up fish in a group of exotic beasts. I won't go. Principal Xia, do you have a way to enter the exotic beast area in Jiulong Prefecture? Principal Xia thought for a moment and said, are you referring to the place with a small natural space passage to the 2nd level otherworld? Yes, there are a few 9th level martial artists in the army stationed there who are affiliated with my Xia family. You can just go directly when the time comes. The materials you hunt can be sold directly to the military. Although Jiang Hao longed to fly instantly to Jiulong Prefecture, the newly discovered scoring ground, Principal Xia informed him that a banquet would soon commence, attended by several saint-tier cultivators. Since the 10 great martial academies had gathered their elites here, the assembled masters and seniors deliberated briefly and proposed hosting the 10 Academy Martial League. Yet this league held no relevance for Jiang Hao's octet. It was expressly designed as a stage for 3rd and 4th year seniors to showcase their prowess. A distinguished ranking would yield both substantial rewards and the favor of eminent elders, guaranteeing immediate post-graduation placement with access to elite careers and supreme cultivation resources. At the banquet, Jiang Hao, unfamiliar with formal etiquette and unspoken rules, sat apart quietly devouring his meal. The principal mentioned he mused that the spatial conduit linking Jiulong Prefecture to alternate world No. 2 is currently obstructed by a pocket dimension. Moreover, the region beyond the naturally formed passage hosts only high-tier monstrous beasts, now serving as a training ground for mid to high-rank martial artists from Jiulong Prefecture. Recalling this intelligence, Jiang Hao resolved to slay several 7th-tier monstrous beasts that afternoon, just to whet his appetite. The moment the tedious banquet concluded, he sought out Principal Xia. Good day, Principal Xia. May I depart now? I am already eager to strengthen myself. Principal Xia watched his own grandson, a talentless youth, giggling foolishly nearby while flirting with a seemingly demure yet academically formidable young woman. Furious, the principal delivered a sharp kick. Jiang Hao finishes his meal and immediately seeks combat and growth, while you with your wretched aptitude waste time courting girls. Principal Xia deliberately ignored the fact that he himself had intended to deliver an unforgettable lesson to his grandson, and dismissed the whimpering, glowering heir who clutched his bruised backside. Jiang Hao, tread with utmost caution once you arrive. Do not venture into the deepest recesses of the secret realm, especially near that spatial conduit. His sincerity was palpable, as if Jiang Hao were his true grandson, and Xia Pengcheng merely a passing stranger. Rest assured, Principal Xia, I am above all a paragon of prudence. Jiang Hao confidently thumped his chest. After all, 9th-tier monstrous beasts dwelled in those depths, beyond his capacity for instant annihilation. To eliminate them through protracted battle would be sheer waste of precious points. With a sharp ripping sound, Principal Xia executed a single-handed tear in space. A smaller spatial tunnel materialized before them. Go forth. I have already notified the saint-tier military commander stationed there. Understood. Farewell, Principal Xia, and everyone keep cultivating diligently. Having exchanged salutations, Jiang Hao strode resolutely into the spatial tunnel. Before him loomed a colossal spear, over 1 kilometer in length. Impaled upon it lay a 9th-tier apex monstrous beast, reminiscent of Western dragons, yet translucent. A nearby plaque recorded its attempted illegal crossing thwarted by a long-range strike from the same-tier military commander. "You must be student Jiang Hao." A striking middle-aged martial artist approached. "Principal Xia briefed me. I shall escort you to the neutral pocket dimension. Just call me Captain Lu. Sir. By the way, I prefer direct combat. Once inside, may I hunt freely?" "Absolutely. Keep all life crystals, I'll claim none of the materials." Jiang Hao felt a flicker of guilt. He intended to slaughter every 7th and 8th-tier monstrous beast within. Should dense packs appear, he would spare none. Yet he worried, what if his onslaught depleted the monstrous beast population so severely that alternate world No. 2 could not replenish them in time? Captain Lu chuckled. "Of course you may. The pocket dimension is semi-open. It exists precisely for such unrestricted engagement. Besides, your extermination benefits us greatly, alleviating pressure on our regional garrisons." Knowing Jiang Hao's reputed strength, the ability to slay 7th-tier martial artists, Captain Lu regarded him with pride, truly a prodigy of Xia Nation. Still, thousands of high-tier monstrous beasts roamed that realm. No single warrior, however gifted, could eradicate them. The military conducted monthly purges to maintain manageable numbers. Jiang Hao noted Captain Lu's relaxed demeanor. Utterly sincere, no trace of jest. "Truly I may hunt at will." Captain Lu swept his hand grandly. "Ravage as you please. And we'll purchase all beast materials outright. No need to deliver them yourself." "Splendid. Magnificent. Fear not, Captain Lu. I'll offer them to you at a discount." They exchanged contact details via face signal for seamless coordination. Jiang Hao caressed his beloved blade. This time he would grind relentlessly, hunting mid and low-tier monstrous beasts until he completed the 1 million kills achievement. Perhaps he'd even receive Spatial Law as a reward, an early awakening that upon reaching Senior would grant him far greater mastery than peers who painstakingly forged their laws anew. Accompanied by Captain Lu to the pocket dimension's entrance, Jiang Hao observed numerous mid-tier martial artists gathered there, groups of 10 or dozens forming cohesive units. These were independent combat guilds, talented graduates of martial academies who, unwilling to risk alternate worlds or interofficial systems, chose instead to forge their own paths. To sustain their martial dreams, they voluntarily organized into guild-like formations, hunting together and distributing spoils according to contribution. Upon entering the pocket dimension, Jiang Hao sensed a boundary membrane utterly distinct from that of Zhongshan Martial Academy. They say Councilor Shang donated this very pocket dimension, originally reserved for elevating his descendants to Saint Tier, to seal the breach. He created this buffer zone to prevent battles from spilling onto Xia Nation's soil. Jiang Hao deeply admired this counselor, who had long guarded alternate world No. 2. Then, the time for hunting has arrived. Boundless divine sense. Activating it. His immense spiritual perception swept outward, immediately detecting a heat-stressed 7th-tier monstrous beast 90 kilometers away. Jiang Hao entered the spatial interstice and stepped forth, arriving instantly at the target node. With realm walking unbounded, any location within perception became reachable through instantaneous teleportation. Chaos Law coiled around his blade. In an instant, spatial energy surged in its wake. He swung shil, carving cleanly through space, yet without the jagged, unstable rifts of old. The incision was flawlessly smooth, as effortless as slicing through a cream cake. The heat-stricken 7th-tier beast never even registered the threat. It vanished, utterly erased. Only 500 points. So double rewards require crossing 3 major cultivation realms. He left the carcass behind. The system would remotely absorb the life crystal upon kill confirmation. After absorbing the life crystal, earning 5,000 points, he scanned for his next target. During breaks, he'd simply message Captain Lu to dispatch cleanup teams. A pack of over 1,000 4th and 5th-tier stone wolves drank by the riverbank. Since they petrified upon death, rendering their materials worthless and difficult to process, few martial artists hunted them. Suddenly, a piercing sonic boom, a tricolored slash predominantly black, descended like divine judgment. In a single stroke, every stone wolf perished. The riverbank bore a deep, cleaving scar that extended far into the distance, splitting a small mountain clean in two. With Jiang Hao's 8th-tier spiritual sense and his enhanced chaos law, these mere mid-tier creatures were extinguished instantly, soul-sliced without resistance. 18,000 points. Indeed, battlefield dominance yields rewards faster than ever. What wretched days I endured before, gaining not a single attribute point for days. Jiang Hao hovered midair, deliberately steering clear of densely populated zones, preferring indiscriminate spiritual assault since identifying friend from foe was too tedious. That evening, surveying his panel, boasting 80,000 points, Jiang Hao grinned uncontrollably. Pity this buffer pocket dimension is so vast, high-tier beasts are scattered too thinly. Otherwise I'd earn hundreds of thousands daily. So, regrettably, I must continue fishing among these mid and low-tier beasts. It is not my wish, but necessity demands it. Panel allocate points. As 60,000 points were deducted. Physical strength 81, 82, 8th stage. Mental strength 81, 82, 8th stage. Jiang Hao felt himself grow a little stronger, though not significantly. I only found 2 7th stage exotic beasts today. It seems I need to venture deeper tomorrow. Saying this, he opened the communication channel, preparing to inform Captain Lu about the exotic beast materials. As for the materials from the mid to low tier exotic beasts, let's consider it a reward for the lucky ones. Even though it is a small world isolated from Blue Star, the smart wristband still has a signal, just like at the Shinjo Martial Academy. I don't eat beef. Good evening, Captain Liu. Today I hunted 2 7th stage exotic beasts, but the bodies haven't been processed. Call me Old Liu received. I will send someone to collect them tomorrow morning. After sending the locations of the 2 exotic beast corpses, Jiang Hao took out his hidden blade ready to continue hunting. Persist in battle every day and diligently allocate points. The other talents from Blue Star can't possibly work as hard as I do, right? An 8th stage exotic beast was quietly ambushing a peak 7th stage prey. It hailed from the domain ruled by the great Saint Beast King, Magnus the Shadow-Winged Devourer. As a descendant of the Saint Beast under the king, even if it had just ascended to the 8th stage, it was more than capable of being invincible within the same tier. Thus it looked down upon these kin that humans intentionally raised. No, these beings lacking intelligence were not its kin at all. Its small portion of shadow laws inherited from its parents allowed it to conceal its aura and infiltrate shadows passively. This was sufficient to complete the task of sneaking into the human world and secretly hunting talented human warriors. Therefore, it pretended to be an ordinary 8th stage exotic beast infiltrating this small world where humans raised exotic beasts, continuously hunting down seemingly young human martial artists. I, Alex, am indeed the most outstanding descendant. This important task was actually entrusted to me instead of my older sibling. Just as its prey appeared, a figure suddenly materialized in the air. Despite exuding no discernible aura, it seemed to fill the entire space. Omnipresent, yet somehow appearing to exist in a different dimension. Not good, a powerful human. Jiang Hao's right hand was entwined with golden primordial power and black chaotic laws. With a devastating void-shattering fist, he directly turned the exotic beast that resembled a hedgehog into a mist of blood. Boom. Countless debris was sent flying, and the air at the center was instantly cleared. The terrifying pressure crushed everything around. The hedgehog wanted to withstand the blow with its body. But unfortunately, in front of Jiang Hao, a master at dealing true damage, it was like a balloon about to burst. One poke, and it exploded. Jiang Hao looked on joyfully as his points rose once more. He immediately used the points to allocate. Physical strength 82, 83, 8th stage. If this continues, won't I have saint-tier attributes when I reach a higher level? Seeing that the terrifying human power had not noticed him, Alex secretly breathed a sigh of relief. All shadow laws were used to cover his aura and hide within the shadows. As a shadow life form, Alex feared no attack. If that human was smart enough and let him go, he wouldn't pursue the matter of, there's even a buy one get one free offer. A delighted voice came from above. Those despicable humans must be deceiving. They can't possibly have discovered me hiding in the shadows. Shushu. Looking down, he saw an area that was significantly darker than the surroundings. Jiang Hao gripped his hidden blade and casually swung it. A terrifying 3-colored blade aura slashed towards the ground. A black scorpion less than 100 meters long. The black scorpion was almost completely sliced in half, its black blood continuously flowing out. Though it looked tragic, in reality the scorpion's body was slowly separating into pieces. In no time, a complete, albeit smaller scorpion appeared. Is it so small? Shouldn't an 8th stage exotic beast be much larger? Jiang Hao looked at it, curiously surprised that the scorpion had survived his casual strike. Wait, honorable human warrior, I can lead you to hunt more exotic beasts. Alex felt as if his soul was about. The intense pain made even jumping through shadows impossible. His spirit had clearly suffered a heavy blow if that human came again with another strike. Alex intended to become a saint beast in the future. How could he die in such a place? If you spare me, you will gain the friendship of the great Saint Beast King, Magnus the Shadow-Winged Devourer. Jiang Hao looked coldly at the scorpion that had actually spoken. Its language is quite standard. I do not converse with exotic. Another slash followed. No, I am. The blade light flickered, leaving not even the scorpion's corpse. Only an 8th level life crystal remained on the spot. Is it actually a non-corporeal exotic beast? Jiang Hao absorbed the crystal, gaining a quick 10,000 points. Saint Beast King, one would think you are a high-tier big shot. Jiang Hao then set off to find the next victim. It wasn't until dawn that he discovered another 8th stage exotic beast. No words needed, with all his strength he delivered a single strike, instantly killing it. Ding. Congratulations, host, for crossing multiple tiers to achieve a one-hit kill, earning an additional 1,000 points. Not bad. Killing an 8th stage exotic beast grants 12,000 points. Almost comparable to a horde of exotic beasts. He allocated all 60,000 points earned from the previous night's hard work into mental strength. Mental strength 82, 84, 8th stage. He then sent the location to Captain Liu and turned to leave. It's dawn, of the warriors from those battle groups will begin to stir. It's a bit troublesome. I can't carelessly unleash martial techniques in the sky. Turning one into a mist of blood would be too wasteful. Then let's continue deeper. I refuse to believe there are still people in an area full of high-tier exotic beasts. A large battle group of 100 cautiously moved through the forest. Some warriors even stood in the middle carrying large bags. Not everyone like Jiang Hao possessed storage items gifted by powerful figures. In a real battlefield hunt, one must consider all possible issues encountered. Stop. The leader, wielding a giant axe, signaled with his hand. What's wrong, senior? A young man beside him, unarmed, asked. Don't you find it strange? We've been walking for almost an hour without seeing a single exotic beast. This must be the territory of a high-tier exotic beast. Oh, then we should quickly retreat. Another female member said, dissatisfied. Yesterday afternoon, I don't know what happened, but many mid-tier exotic beasts were killed. Those exaggerated knife marks on the ground must be from a high-tier warrior. High-tier warriors lingered in the earlier stages to fish. Oh, what can you do? And we also benefited from it. At least half of the exotic beast corpses are still intact. We can harvest the resources of an entire month without the need to fight hard. Aren't you satisfied? If I meet that honorable senior, I'd kneel down and bow to him. Boom. Buzz. It seemed as if someone had detonated a massive bomb in the valley. It felt like the entire mountain range was beginning to tremble. Jiang Hao threw a punch. His fist, entwined with the laws of chaos and spatial power, carried an unmatched momentum. The small hill before him, 1,000 meters tall, was instantly obliterated. The low-tier beasts trembling above instantly perished, not even daring to utter a word of protest. Thud, thud, thud. Bang, bang, bang. The howling wind raged, and the deafening explosion sounded like it cracked the earth. The nearby air was filled with fragments, along with a few shattered scales. Jiang Hao relentlessly pounded the beast, curled into a ball. With a mighty kick, he sent the 9th-tier pangolin flying. It crashed into the center of a mountain thousands of meters high, the terrifying kinetic energy nearly splitting the peak in two. The explosive speed of Jiang Hao was enough to shatter low-tier beasts. He couldn't even be bothered to use martial skills, relying solely on his physical body to assist with a kick, instantly catching up to the beaten pangolin. At the moment Jiang Hao left, a large area of ground collapsed underfoot. The 9th-tier pangolin now deeply regretted. Why did it ever listen to the other beast's advice and come to Blue Star to seek death? Wasn't it said that once they arrived at Blue Star they could level up effortlessly? Yet not long after arriving on Blue Star, now it was on the verge of ascending to the heavens. Unfortunately, Jiang Hao could not understand the beast language. With another punch, the unparalleled shattering void fist created a deep indentation where it struck. Shattered scales flew, stained with blood. Delightful. Just moments ago, a 7th-tier beast was mercifully put to. Jiang Hao discovered that this pangolin actually had a 9th-tier realm, especially when curled up into a ball. Those scales, of course, it merely resembled one, not the kind of pangolin that was a double-agent advanced spy. He pounded it like a rice cake for half a day, only able to rely on the shattering void fist's armor-breaking effect to continuously shatter scales. On the surface it appeared pockmarked, looking only lightly injured. Yet the internal impact was surely no small matter. Watching as it smashed into the ground, it instantly formed a deep pit. The pangolin that had stirred up a mushroom cloud. Jiang Hao let out a long breath. To experience just how strong he was beyond the invincible flying sky-shattering slash, Jiang Hao chose this defense-specialized pangolin as a punching bag. Watching it lying motionless, continuously spitting blood, Jiang Hao emotionlessly raised his long knife. Since it could no longer continue, it indicated that it had lost its value as a sparring partner. The surrounding space began to hum. The entire sky seemed to start vibrating, signifying that the upcoming strike would be astonishing. Thank you for practicing with me for so long, but don't worry. I will make good use of your life crystal. You will become the fuel for my continuous growth. Jiang Hao stood in the sky. He swung his knife at the incapacitated pangolin. This strike was even more exaggerated than the previous one that instantly killed 9,000 leaks. In the terrifying blade, aura black dominated more than half. In less than a breath's time, the blade aura expanded to nearly 50 kilometers. From afar it appeared as if the blade aura had created large fissures in space, like a black Milky Way pouring down. Within 100 miles, all the low-tier beasts that witnessed this blade light were instantly obliterated at the soul level. They became the foundation for Jiang Hao's ascension to the holy position. As for whether there were any human martial artists, there should be none. After all, everyone came to the battlefield just to survive. There were no truly reckless martial artists. In front of him, Jiang Hao's brutal beating of the pangolin had caused the mountain range to nearly collapse. Anyone with a bit of sense would not dare to approach, only fleeing for their lives. Whew, a wave of fat. Unfortunately, the previous battle scared away many beasts, preventing them from returning. If only those mid-tier beasts had stayed put. How can those who fear for their lives make progress? After absorbing the 9th-tier life crystal and obtaining 30,000 points, Jiang Hao looked at the points displayed on the panel and smiled. Points 98,765. Same old rule, balanced allocation. Physical strength 8385 A tier. Spirit 8485 A tier. Points 8765. Since arriving here yesterday afternoon, he had directly earned a large amount of points. Indeed, only by fishing can one grow stronger. Slowly cultivating in the benefit secret realm, though a sidetrack was not worth mentioning. The consumption of elemental power and spirit is a bit large. Let's take a break and have a meal. Beast World. Outside a tiny spatial passage, a beast radiating holy tier fluctuations silently gazed at the passage leading to Blue Star. It knew that on the other side lay its world's great enemy, Blue Star. Yet it had no desire to cross over. Not only because the other side was merely a small world serving as a buffer zone, but if it went, it would undoubtedly face obstruction. The main reason was still. It feared death. Once, it had seen from afar its boss, the Great Magnet, when deceived into attacking the largest spatial passage. A powerful human named Xia simply swung a fist calmly, and the golden fist imprint nearly left its boss on the brink of death. Even its own shadow laws had been forcibly stripped away. Since then, its boss had remained tucked away in the territory, even afraid to retaliate against the provocations of human holy tier martial artists. This tiny spatial passage was the closest to its territory. The task of harassing the Blue Star world and ambushing young humans had been assigned to it. However, there were no rewards. Why risk its life? It decisively tossed its least talented offspring over to deal with it half-heartedly. Respected Holy Beast Alienia, a total of 59th tier compatriots have decided to respond to your summons. Alienia looked at the 59th tier subordinates and nearly 100 million low and mid-tier cannon fodder. With a flick of its tail spike, a drop of blood radiating a cursed aura fell. It formed a purple gem. As a shadow creature, a holy beast of the dual curses leaking even a little would be enough to bring disaster to the humans on the other side. I will expand the spatial passage to let you through. When you arrive, unleash the curse to indiscriminately attack the humans of the entire small world. Then you should try to burst out of the small world and reach Blue Star, because its useless offspring had suddenly died on the other side, being exposed by a holy beast skilled in mind reading. It had to set an example. Otherwise, other holy beasts would spread tales of its ineptitude. In the future, the number of 9th tier beasts coming to seek allegiance would continue to dwindle. In the end, its boss would tacitly acknowledge that its territory had been divided up by other holy beasts. Damn it. So many subordinates have to go to their deaths because of a single sentence. One day, I will devour that damned fellow. Jiang Hao personally dealt with the most valuable materials on the 9th tier ping. Elemental power has recovered halfway. Next, let's keep a low profile. Jiang Hao's mind stirred, and his heightened senses detected danger approaching. Looking up at the sky, a massive purple orb that had appeared at some point suddenly swelled. Countless purple threads were released toward the entire small world. It actually has auto-targeting. The blade aura sliced through dozens of purple threads that were about to reach him. But still, some exploded threads transformed into tiny glimmers entering his body. The powerful physique came into play. A feeling of weakness came over him, but it wasn't severe. What is this? A virus? Jiang Hao did not dare to be careless. The laws of chaos enveloped his entire body, erasing all effects. Oof. An 8th tier dog appeared within his perception. Then at the limit of his perception, thousands of high-tier beasts charged orderly towards his direction. No. To be precise, they were rushing towards the membrane of the Blue Star world. Even the earth trembled in fear from so many beasts, rocks rolling down. The huge chaotic sound of their running seemed ready to crush the world. Jiang Hao couldn't help but wonder if he had attracted the attention of the goddess of misfortune. Every time he entered a subworld, something went wrong. I just want to quietly grow stronger. Outside the pocket realm. Sir, something's wrong. A young man burst open the door of the restroom. Several 9th tier martial cultivators, mid-puff on their cigarettes, turned their heads toward the flustered newcomer, his face flushed crimson with anxiety. Imperfectly fine. One cultivator rose exasperated. He excused himself to his colleagues with a brief, "Please excuse me," then seized the raw recruit and pulled him outside. Xiao, how many times must I tell you? No matter what happens, never panic. If you rush headlong like this, how will you ever rise to command? Your talent is exceptional. You've already reached the peak of the 5th tier before your prime. My position will surely be yours one day. Hearing these words, the youth calmed instantly. He took a deep breath, his tension eased. Of course, this military base housed nearly 49th tier martial cultivators, and even a Saint tier master. What then was there to fear? His superior watched his newly appointed secretary regain composure and nodded in quiet satisfaction. It was natural for a young man fresh from civilian life to be impetuous. Indeed, such eagerness signaled ambition. By the way, what urgent matter did you mean to report? Just as the youth opened his mouth, whoa, the base alarm blared and a holographic interface flickered into view. Its light pulsed crimson. Warning: massive incursion of extraplanar beasts detected in the buffer realm. 59th tier beasts confirmed. Yellow alert activated. All high-tier cultivators assemble immediately at the training ground. His cigarette slipped from between his fingers and clattered onto the floor. His jaw dropped as he stared dumbfounded at the flashing alert. Then he grabbed the wide-eyed youth beside him. Why didn't you say it sooner? This is critical. The youth replied, slightly crestfallen, but I did say something's wrong right away. Next time, state the substance first. Then he shot off toward the training ground. If even high-tier beasts are erupting en masse, alongside countless mid and low-tier ones, is this the onset of a beast tide? If a few strikes land, we'll be instantly wealthy. Jiang Hao gripped Impa, his body suffused with the chaos law. Spatial energy coiled inward, restrained. He seemed no more than ambient air, a blade of roadside grass, motionless in midair, his spiritual sense extending outward ceaselessly. Only moments earlier had Jiang Hao discovered Impa's hidden virtue, using spiritual sense to coat his body with a thin bubble-like membrane. Impa would instantly veil that entire zone, not mere invisibility, but something far more profound, as though he stood in a separate reality altogether. Before I relied solely on brute force chaos law sustained purely by raw stats. Now at last, I possess a true life-saving trump card. A chime sounded on his wristband. He opened the message. It was from Captain Liu. Old Liu, Mr. Jiang, how are you unharmed? A large-scale beast tide has erupted inside the pocket realm. Where are you now? I don't eat beef, rest easy. I'll wrap up this operation and return to the entrance. Old Liu, stay safe. The military's reinforcements have already arrived at the entrance. Jiang Hao breathed easier. Silently, he spent 7,000 points. Realm 5th tier, 7th heaven 6th tier, 1st heaven. He waited patiently as the surge of ascension washed over him. He raised his blade, gathered force, and channeled the majority of his spiritual sense and primordial energy into it. Impa's illusory black blade stretched over 80 meters long, yet summoning ambient primordial energy created too much disturbance. Impa could not fully conceal it. A human, he should have fallen in rank due to the weakening curse. How can his primordial energy resonance still be so overwhelming? A beast from alternate realm no. 2 instantly detected Jiang Hao far away gathering an apocalyptic technique. Kill him. Scatter all mid and low-tier beasts nearby. Another 9th-tier beast surged forward, determined to intercept the strike before it fell. Impa's primordial energy resonance swelled, amplified by the chaos law surging to the very apex of the 9th tier. Even motionless, the blade sliced open space before it. A smooth, unhealing gash. Silver-white filaments began weaving through the air around Jiang Hao. These lethal threads multiplied rapidly, slithering across the void. Crack, crack, a rapid staccato of shattering echoes. A clear omen, the local space was collapsing. Jiang Hao's face paled. He strained every fiber of his being. Chaos law and spatial energy both pushed to their limits, exacerbating his already depleted spiritual reserves. He smiled faintly at the charging 9th-tier beast. Even burdened by curse, I hold this fracturing realm steady with one hand. Then he raised the blade, swollen now to 100 meters, and cleaved downward at the 9th-tier beast, which, sensing peril, had already begun to flee. Yet still, I stand sovereign in the heavens. Silence. Utter absolute silence. As if a transcendent entity standing beyond the world itself had drawn its blade. The celestial blade descended, like the sounding of death's own horn. Nearly 10 million mid and low-tier beasts perished instantly, slain not in body but in soul. Dozens of 7th-tier beasts caught too close to flee were obliterated as well. No, how can you be this strong? Its soul shattered, its final cry of disbelief echoing as life fled its form. The blade's aura passed through its body, leaving no visible wound. Then silver-white spatial filaments shredded it into crimson mist. Vast tracts of space began splintering uncontrollably. Jet-black rifts yawned open, irreparable voids suspended in midair like whirlpools upon an obsidian sea. The blade's aura cleaved the earth asunder, severed mountain ranges. A cataclysmic quake radiated outward. Other beasts, already hundreds of kilometers distant when Jiang Hao began gathering power, stood frozen in terror. They stared awestruck at that horrifying descent. Humans are terrifying. I want to go home. At the entrance, several cultivators weakened by the weakening curse sat hollow-eyed, watching the army's frantic preparations. Though non-lethal, the curse had cost them an entire cultivation realm, enough to break even the strongest will. A saint-tier curse law, ordinary cultivators possessed no means to dispel it. Only a saint-tier master willing to expend precious time could lift it, one by one. Nearby hunting teams who'd earlier scavenged abundant beast materials now huddled together, spirits crushed. It's my fault. We'd already gathered so much, yet I insisted on pushing deeper instead of retreating. A female cultivator, hair wild and eyes vacant, wept as she begged her comrades to punish her. Their captain, feeling his own cultivation level drop to the 5th-tier side, and shook his head. He looked upon his teammates, heads bowed, fire extinguished, vigor gone. Then he stood and shouted, "Enough! We'll simply reforge what we've lost. This haul, combined with our accumulated resources, gives us ample foundation to train deeply. At the very least, we escape with our lives." But Captain, what is that? Every soldier rushing about the camp, and every cultivator from the hunting teams, stared stunned at the colossal slash descending from the distant sky. The entire pocket realm dimmed as though dusk had fallen prematurely. Gigantic black voids hung suspended, each threatening to devour the soul itself. Who was that? Did a saint-tier master intervene? Captain Liu gazed at the distant strike, and recalled Jiang Hao's earlier message, "I'll wrap up this operation." Surely not. That's impossible, such power. He's only 5th tier. Ding. The host has achieved 1 million kills against opponents. Please select 2 rewards from the 5 options below. 1 million points. Awaken the laws of space with a mastery of 10 upon awakening. Random 3 holy grade spells or martial skills. Increase mastery of the chaos law by 1. Achieve full proficiency in 3 holy grade martial skills. Points 444444444. It's another double yellow this time. And with these points, if someone sees them, they would surely faint from anger. But indeed, I've soared to new heights. It's a pity that most of the monsters I've killed are low-level fodder with hardly any mid-tier. Is this what the legendary human strongman looks like? No, I can't die here. The other 9th-tier beasts who were initially excited to rampage on Blue Star revealed clear eyes. Why did I agree to come to Blue Star to deliver monster heads? Even the boss wouldn't dare to come. Yes, it's not that we don't try hard, it's just that the human strongman on the other side is too terrifying. What human strongman? That is a holy grade existence among humans. We are not losing face by retreating, we are strategically repositioning. This is about preserving our fighting strength. All 9th-tier beasts that came to Blue Star hurriedly took their subordinates and ran towards the spatial passage. They were as carefree while coming as they were messy while leaving. Some even fought fiercely over who would pass through the spatial passage first. Some beasts died in internal strife. As for the lives of the beasts already in the small world, what does that have to do with them? The remaining high-tier beasts in the small world saw their older brothers from their hometown retreating and thought it was also a chance for them, thus they all fled. This action triggered a chain reaction. The gathered over 100 million beasts scattered like a flock of birds, each fleeing for their lives. Does this count as stopping a beast tide? For those who survived, isn't it reasonable for each of them to bow to me? Jiang Hao smiled pale. However, seeing most of the beasts running deep into the area, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he immediately relied on the boundless realm to return to the entrance. Fortunately, he had specifically recorded the coordinates of the spatial nodes when he came. After all this time, the gains were enormous. Staying in the center of the battlefield for a significant boost in points would easily lead to problems. Just as he landed, he saw Captain Liu and several military martial artists rushing over. Was that cut just now made by you? A single strike scared off billions of beasts. Looking at the dazed expressions and swaying figures of several people, Jiang Hao nodded in acknowledgement. That's an exaggeration. It was just a bit over 1 billion. Most of them were still low-tier beasts, nothing much. Watching Jiang Hao, who appeared indifferent, it seemed like just a trivial matter. In reality, the corners of both sides' mouths were already raised high. The higher-ups of the military exchanged glances. Whether we can seize this opportunity of immense fortune depends on our own. Young Master Jiang is indeed the #1 talent of Blue Star. Even that person from the Zhou family is far inferior to you. Hearing this, it was obviously a vassal of the Xiao family. That's right. Young Master Jiang is simply. The soldiers, who were smiling from the heart due to the sudden halt of the beast tide, began to discuss the biggest contributor this time. Everyone knew that this beast tide was resolved by Jiang Hao, a prodigy from the Shenzhou martial school. He stopped the beast tide army all by himself. Even that nearly sky-splitting strike was this prodigy's signature martial skill. Words are futile. Panel allocate points. A cerulean interface flared to life deep within Jiang Hao's mind. He invested 2,040,000 points. He raised both his physical constitution and mental fortitude to 99 points. Points were allocated in measured increments to avert unforeseen consequences. Pausing briefly, he acclimated himself to the surging torrent of amplified attributes. An indomitable spirit, an invincible body. Jiang Hao felt utterly peerless. Unfathomable power now coursed through him, placing him firmly within the realm of celestial immortals and divine deities. Who in this world could possibly stand against him? None, absolutely none. Without even ascending to the saint realm, I already possess saint-tier attributes. Panel. It is time to unveil true mastery. Ding. The system detects that the host's attributes have reached the apex of the transcendent tier. Would you like to continue allocating points to break through into the saint realm? Please seek a relatively secure environment to complete the metamorphosis into the saint realm. The transcendent tier comprises 9 ranks. The saint realm unfolds across 5 major stages. Upon attaining the saint realm, the upper limit for each major stage rises to 14 segments. To ascend within the saint realm, one must slay saint-tier life forms to acquire saint essence points. 1 million points may be exchanged for a single saint essence point. Advancing to saint rank 1 requires 1 saint essence point, rank 2 demands 2, rank 3 3, and so forth. Once both of the host's core attributes ascend into the saint realm, the unique state, Transcender 2, will be automatically granted. Caution. Ordinarily, saint-tier life forms peak at rank 9. However, the higher one's foundational attributes are upon ascension, the greater their ultimate ceiling, up to rank 14. The final 5 ranks represent extraordinary enhancements. Reaching rank 9 alone suffices to advance to the next major stage. The saint essence points required for these additional rank advancements increase progressively. Jiang Hao carefully read the panel's prompts. 9 ranks of transcendence, 5 stages of sainthood. Sounds rather like the 9-5 supreme. So the king realm was never the terminus after all. Do subsequent realms bear titles like emperor? The higher one's foundational attributes prior to saint ascension, the greater one's potential ceiling. What if I breach the saint realm while already at its maximum cap? Would it instantly transform my attributes into stellar? Jiang Hao gazed upon the instruction mandating a safe environment for initiating the saint realm metamorphosis. Another safe environment requirement. So this transformation demands time. It cannot be accomplished instantaneously. Pity there's no option to accelerate the process with points. I'll simply inform Captain Liu that I'm entering seclusion. Jiang Hao ventured deep into the secret realm. He discovered a colossal cavern entrance. A serene, unwavering gaze fell upon the bewildered 9th rank hetero beast within. Carrying a force capable of rending reality itself, his spiritual energy surged forth. In an instant, the hetero beast's soul was shattered beyond repair. He gained 36,000 points. He placed the creature's corpse, still pulsing with residual primordial energy, directly at the cavern mouth as a grim sentinel. His hand became a blade wreathed in the chaotic law. The silvery white spatial law stood ready, perfectly refined. Facial dimensional severance. His palm traced a gentle, decisive arc. Before the cavern entrance, a vast spatial fissure tore open, then widened relentlessly, cleaving the entire cavern from its pocket dimension. It coalesced into a titanic cubic structure interwoven with abyssal black and radiant silver. That terrifying soul blade lingered unnaturally long. Any living being drawing near would be assaulted without distinction. Now safety is assured. Once I ascend to the saint realm, I can guide hetero beasts into slumber with far greater efficiency and speed. Seated calmly within the sanctuary he had forged with his own hands, Jiang Hao quietly embedded the impa blade upright before him. Begin the metamorphosis. 6 days passed. As 42 million points were deducted, Jiang Hao's dual attributes both soared to saint rank 6. The overwhelming aura radiating from his metamorphosis sent every hetero beast within 1,000 li fleeing in terror. Even the high-rank hetero beasts forcibly summoned from alternate world No. 2. Upon sensing that oppressive might which saturated the entire pocket dimension and pierced beyond the heavens, dared not utter a word, turning instantly to flee back into alternate world No. 2. Ding. The host's innate talents, perfect regeneration, and soul firewall have undergone profound enhancement. Is this the power of the Saint Realm? Deep within his soul, a six-tiered spire rose, its architecture woven from intertwined chaotic and spatial laws. Yet the spire remained faint, almost translucent, a sign that though Jiang Hao's dual attributes had attained Saint rank 6, his cultivation realm had not yet formally ascended to the Saint realm. Jiang Hao examined his transformed body, every aspect flawless. Even his already extraordinary visage had grown subtly more refined. His appearance and bearing now approached perfection, an invisible boon conferred by relentless ascension. Jiang Hao's lifespan now easily exceeded a millennium, and he could freely alter his outward age at will. Truly wondrous. Glancing at his remaining 400,000 points, he pondered briefly. He elevated Feixiao void-cutting slash to mastery, unlocking its full technique, soul-sundering blade light, which also fortuitously enhanced the base soul damage bonus of his martial arts. He then allocated all remaining points toward his cultivation realm, successfully breaking through to 7th rank. Today is July 23rd. I acquired this panel on my birthday, January 23rd. In half a year, through sheer diligence and perseverance, I have become a high-tier martial artist. Grant me 2 more years, and I shall surely become the 19th senator of Blue Planet. Jiang Hao rose, drawing the Impa blade from the earth. The August rankings update will surely astonish everyone. Open the panel. Name Jiang Hao. Realm 7th rank, 3rd heaven. Physique Saint rank 6 Saint Realm. Mind Saint rank 6 Saint Realm. Special state Transcender 2 permanent chaotic law Spatial Law attunement permanent. Laws chaotic law 3 Spatial Law 10. Innate talents Tao heart clarity rapid adaptation free casting. Perfect regeneration 1 soul firewall 1. Nota bene, perfect spatial affinity has been integrated into Spatial Law. Martial techniques peerless void shattering fist perfection 66100 Feixiao void cutting slash perfection 100 boundaryless realm walking perfection. Boundless divine sense proficiency 1800 dimensional chaos severance mastery 666100 note thunderflash blade integrated. Soul piercing sword chaos mastery 666100. Note the latter 2 techniques are exclusive martial arts, strengthening dynamically with realm advancement. Cultivation manual chaos cannon king tier. Point 6. Evaluation. What more can be said? Friend, just unplug the USB drive. He sent Captain Liu a brief message announcing a minor breakthrough, then prepared to commence the Scorched Earth campaign. Within this pocket dimension, every high-rank heterobeast belongs to Jiang Hao alone. Had his mood been less generous, he would have slaughtered even mid- and low-rank heterobeasts without hesitation. Come to think of it, don't those martial artists enter here solely to gather materials for resources? I'll slay every heterobeast. No materials needed. They ought to be overjoyed. He turned his gaze 1,000 li away, to an H-rank serpentine heterobeast writhing idly as it happened to pass by. Hey, how dare a mere heterobeast wander freely across my domain? Die. July 31st, a Wednesday, a suitable day for burial. It has been 8 days since Jiang Hao completed the transformation of his holy rank attributes. Jiang Hao performed amputations below the heads of more than 2,000 high-level exotic beasts in the small world. The beasts were extremely satisfied with not a single complaint. The only downside is that all the 9th-tier exotic beasts seem to have fled back to the second alien world afraid to return, resulting in a significant decrease in Jiang Hao's fish explosion progress. How can I face them, a mere 7th-tier warrior, if they are so daunting? This thought crossed his mind back on the 24th. The military's rewards and the materials Jiang Hao obtained were exchanged for life crystals delivered by Captain Liu. Over these few days, Jiang Hao had received more than 400 7th-level life crystals. Converted into points, it amounted to just over 2 million. Points 150000666. I cannot kill any more mid to low-tier exotic beasts. Every time Captain Liu buys materials in full, he sweats profusely and his hands tremble. It seems that in the foreseeable future, the prices of mid to low-tier exotic beast materials will drop to an extremely low level. They even offer them for free. It makes it hard for me to face the situation and compete with a group of demoted mid-tier warriors for monsters. He opened the panel and increased his spirit by 2 levels. After all, Jiang Hao realized that his new exclusive martial skill was quite powerful. The high level of mastery equated to the perfection of holy rank martial skills, both equally precious. Especially the martial skill, piercing divine sword chaos. The perfect fusion of spiritual power with chaos and spatial laws. It was almost a guarantee of instant death for anyone it targeted. As long as he could sense it, he could annihilate his opponent from a great distance. Points 1500, 066, 6666 Spirit Holy Rank 6 levels, Holy Rank 8 levels. Unfortunately, the small world is no longer of much help to me, especially with the leaderboard update tomorrow. Principal Xia and the others are probably back at school now. A beautifully crafted spatial door appeared in midair, colliding with Jiang Hao's back. It engulfed him completely. In an instant, Jiang Hao was transported from the depths of the battlefield to an entrance several kilometers away. He greeted a few familiar soldiers and then left the small world. Young Master Jiang, are you preparing to leave? Captain Liu, who seemed much more reserved than when they first met, hurriedly approached and asked in a low voice. His eyes frequently glanced towards the small world, fearing Jiang Hao might say, "Hey Captain Liu, today I harvested some exotic beast materials. When will you come to collect them?" Fortunately today, Jiang Hao managed to suppress the impulse to bully the weaker ones to give those who work hard to gather material. Skipping so many days of class right after the semester began has really worried the vice principal and principal. It was actually Principal Xia who had inadvertently complained to Jiang Hao via text about the fish being too few in the artificial lake these past few days. Finally feeling relieved, Captain Lu sighed. Then I wish young Master Jiang success in becoming a council member soon. Thank you for your good wishes. After saying this, he nodded to the military holy rank nearby and prepared to open the door back to school. At that moment, Jiang Hao, who stayed behind to monitor the spatial laws, suddenly detected a fluctuation of holy rank life energy. Is there a holy rank exotic beast trying to sneak through? With powerful mental strength and the enhancement of dual laws, Jiang Hao swiftly turned his head, sensing the spatial passage from the small world several kilometers away. He looked towards the spatial passage where a lizard-like holy rank exotic beast had managed to squeeze through, exuding the energy wave of the early holy rank. The alarm at the base sounded promptly. The military's holy rank appeared beside Jiang Hao, squinting his eyes as if ready to pounce and unleash a fury upon the exotic beast. Wait a moment, let me give it a try, Jiang Hao said, preparing to test his damage against the holy rank exotic beast. Little did he expect that there were actually exotic beasts rushing in to meet their demise. Regardless, he expressed his gratitude to the old friend for the donation of the holy rank exotic beast. I'll use you as my achievement for the leaderboard update. A massive amount of spiritual power tainted by chaos laws formed a black sword. The sword body was engraved with intricate silver-white patterns resembling a one-handed sword that nobles would use for decoration. The sword continuously accumulated power in Jiang Hao's mind, ready to be unleashed at any moment. The military's holy rank suddenly sensed a deadly threat. His eyes widened as he looked at Jiang Hao, who seemed to be gathering immense power. This is a freshman from the first year. He suddenly felt that this world had become too strange. The unknown technique that froze the soul and hindered the flow of energy was enough to threaten his life. A glimmer of light flashed in Jiang Hao's eyes. The holy rank exotic beast, lured over by Alenia, felt a chill run through its body and involuntarily looked towards the entrance. It saw a pair of terrifying eyes. It felt like an ant being scrutinized from above by a supreme being. That indifferent gaze seemed to convey that everything about it was insignificant to the other party, who could crush it with a mere Jiang Hao's voice echoed in its ears across the small world. Exotic beast, you shall be exterminated. A black giant sword had inexplicably pierced through the center of the lizard's brow. Then it vanished from its mind. The holy rank exotic beast died, without a single wound on its body. Yet its soul was completely obliterated by Jiang Hao's strike. Not a trace remained. Ding. Congratulations to the host for instantaneously killing a holy rank opponent, gaining 1 point of holy realm points. Doesn't the holy rank exotic beast have any life crystals? With a puzzled expression, he turned to the silent military big shot beside him. Looking at the alarm on his bracelet being cleared and the life signs of the holy rank exotic beast disappearing, the big shot nodded expressionlessly. The corpse of what you killed belongs to you. Then he left without looking back. Observant Jiang Hao noticed that this big shot seemed to have pocketed something. Aren't holy rank exotic beasts supposed to be several kilometers in size? Why is this one so small? Jiang Hao lamented as he looked at the lizard that was less than 100 meters long. This is fine too, I can bring it back to school to show everyone. Standing on the lizard's head, a massive spatial door appeared. It immediately swallowed both the lizard and Jiang Hao. Shenzhou Martial School. A spatial door appeared and then slowly dissipated. Jiang Hao and the small lizard reappeared on campus. A few passing students curiously gazed at the oddly shaped lizard and were awestruck by the gigantic door they had just seen. Unfortunately, the wave emanating from the lizard's corpse was too intimidating. They only dared to take pictures from a distance. Principal Xia, who was instructing his cheap nephew on fishing skills, suddenly jolted. What the heck? Why do I feel like a holy rank exotic beast has appeared at school? Jiang Hao took out his bracelet and continuously snapped photos of the lizard, then sent them to Old Li, hoping to share his joy. I don't eat beef, thank you for the invitation. A freshman just arrived in the alien world, currently tearing apart holy rank exotic beasts and laying low. Photo. I am retired now. I've retired. Is that a Saint Tier hetero beast? Did you slay it? What year is it now? Damn it. Is this I don't eat beef, he suddenly burst out. It startled me. I couldn't help myself and instantly obliterated him. The panda looks dejected. Xiao Yun waited 20 years in bitter anticipation, finally attaining Saint Tier cultivation. Yet your mere month of effort surpasses her. I'm off to Jinsha Prefecture for some leisure. Keep pushing forward. Jiang Hao closed his wristband with quiet satisfaction. A subtle display of prowess before elderly. How utterly, I hope the prefectural guardian of Jinsha Prefecture remains unharmed. Two figures materialized. A drenched fish-scented Xia Pengcheng appeared alongside Principal Xia, who stood gaping, circling the lizard corpse, occasionally reaching out to touch it. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao's long unseen companion lay sprawled on the ground, eyes dull and vacant, murmuring incessantly, as if ensnared by a sinister curse. Isn't this Xia Pengcheng? How did he become so feeble in such a short time? Jiang Hao expected him to flush crimson with rage and leap up to confront him. Yet Xia Pengcheng simply rose in silence, brushing aside several strands of seaweed clinging to his clothes. Then, swaying unsteadily, he limped away, step by step, vanishing from Jiang Hao's sight. As Jiang Hao stood bewildered, a sharp cry pierced the air. Did you do this? Principal Xia pointed tremblingly at the lizard's carcass. What level have you reached? And why is this Saint tier hetero beast missing its soul? Merely 7th tier, I slew it. As for the soul, does its absence matter? Principal Xia pulled out a small pack of dried fish snacks and chewed slowly, gazing at Jiang Hao's youthful face. And at the school barely a month into its new academic term, he spoke numbly. If the soul is entirely absent, the corpse cannot serve as the fundamental catalyst for Saint tier ascension. Then this body can only be dismantled for raw materials, the most wasteful option. Oh, that's all. Jiang Hao had long since passed the stage where life crystals made his eyes gleam. Councilor Xiao will arrive tonight to document your recent evolution and update your combat record. Principal Xia froze mid-chew, then double-checked. No, he wasn't insane, nor was this an illusion. Your performance is bound to shock many. Indifferently accepting the fish snack offered by the principal, Jiang Hao gazed skyward and said, if even this shatters their Dao hearts, what happens when I ascend to counselor status overnight? The principal, who once habitually mocked Jiang Hao's lofty ambitions, nodded gravely this time. At your current rate of growth, even the masters of the Martial Combat Academy and the Arcane Arts Academy may, upon returning after breaking through to Saint tier, have no choice but to address you as senior. August 1st, Thursday. Last night. After traversing 5 emotional stages, shock, confusion, existential doubt, exhilaration, and elation, Councilor Xiao burst into heartfelt laughter. Jiang Hao's manifestly anomalous acceleration reassured him deeply. Councilor Xiao declared he would consult fellow counselors to petition for Jiang Hao's early initiation onto the stellar fate path. Jiang Hao sat beside Principal Xia at the lakeshore, curious. What does initiating the stellar fate path mean? Shouldn't you just shower me with resources so I can surge upward unchecked? Without glancing up from Jiang Hao's fish trap, Principal Xia replied flatly, you'll understand soon enough. Knowing now serves no purpose. Truth reveals itself only when the moment is ripe. Fine. So you're playing riddles now, eh? Realizing the rankings were about to refresh, Jiang Hao stood abruptly, retrieved his fish trap, now holding several wriggling fish, and callously declined the principal's plea for further conversation. Under Principal Xia's despairing gaze, he teleported back to his dormitory. His wristband vibrated. A notification from Blue Star Network flashed across his vision. Esteemed First Sequence Project member Mr. Jiang Hao, this month's ranking has been updated. Please review. He scrolled past the familiar explanatory notes. Rank 1 Zhou Weifeng. Rank 2 Moira Augustus. Rank 3 Lidiana. Rank 9 Jiang Hao, male, age 18, Xia Nation. Cultivation realm 7th tier, 3rd heaven. Innate talents unknown. Physique unknown. Possesses chaos law and spatial law. Combat record: single-handedly suppressed a beast tide exceeding 100 million in scale. Exterminated a Saint tier nascent hetero beast with but a single glance across a dimensional barrier and thousands of kilometers. Additional counselor assessment: an invincible aura, unprecedented in ancient or modern annals. 7th tier, wielding power rivaling peak Saint tier cultivators. Incomprehensible, unfathomable, unsurpassable. Note 1. The stellar fate path initiation will be accelerated. Note 2. Any faction targeting Jiang Hao or his kin and companions shall be hunted without mercy by every counselor stationed on Blue Star. Note 3. Anyone spreading rumors, smearing, disparaging, or inciting discord against Jiang Hao online shall be prosecuted for treason against humanity. Rank 10 Spatial Law. Holy, are these final 2 notes serious? Scalp prickling was mild, goose flesh erupted naturally. Most importantly, Jiang Hao felt his spirit ignite. Though this ranking remained classified, every Saint tier cultivator and every Saint-aligned faction worldwide would be formally notified. For the First Sequence Project held absolute priority. Blue Star Network would deliver such notifications privately, individually, to each relevant party. Damn it, I'm fired up just reading this. I'd rush into alternate world no. 2 right now to hunt down a few Saint tier hetero beasts. Fortunately, Jiang Hao recalled in time. He'd be utterly helpless before a stellar fate manifestation. Let me consolidate my foundation first. Once I ascend to Saint tier, I'll roam those grand realms freely. His gaze lingered on distant Jinsha Prefecture, where Elder Li and the Prefectural Guardian exchanged heartfelt messages reporting commendable progress, and on his pendant chat group, where Spatial Law had spammed a cascade of question marks. Indeed, when one's strength becomes undeniable, others will argue your doctrine for you. His wristband vibrated again. A message from Councilor Xiao popped up in a small window. Mortal Ascension Chronicle senior elders approved swiftly, including Councilor Xia and other eminent figures. They've resolved to expedite your initiation onto the stellar fate path. Mortal Ascension Chronicle. Otherwise, should you ascend prematurely, without fulfilling prerequisite conditions, the situation would grow awkward. Mortal Ascension Chronicle counselors will prepare your ascension realm. You may consider dual path cultivation. Jiang Hao read the message carefully, then typed a single question mark. Why won't Councilor Xiao explain precisely what the stellar fate path entails? Is there some taboo that premature knowledge itself blocks ascension? No matter, I possess my interface. So long as I accumulate sufficient merit points, ascension requires no external conditions. Still, a complementary ascension realm is worth waiting for. Jiang Hao dismissed the luminous interface and pierced through layers of spatial obstruction, his gaze locking onto the marked entrance to alternate world no. 2. Not yet. Not until I break through to Saint tier. I shall rend the starry sea asunder. In the divine Luo Empire at the Holy Luo Martial Academy, a young man with silver hair stared wide-eyed at the light screen, which displayed the latest content of the First Sequence leaderboard. Seeing a familiar name that had jumped to the 7th rank in just over 20 days, Moira Augustus felt as if she might. Otherwise, it felt like she had crossed into the future. Her usually indifferent and calm expression was completely shattered. Was it even possible to level up this quickly? She had only planned to break through to the late stage of the 4th rank. A freshman can annihilate a holy beast. Is this for real at 18? Moira fell into deep thought as she gazed at Jiang Hao's unmatched achievements. This is good. Oh, with such a genius from Blue Star paving the way, I can relax a bit. Councilor Xiao, isn't it inappropriate for us to just go over like this? Woken up early and still a bit dazed, Jiang Hao followed the senior down the road. What's inappropriate? Councilor Xia is easy to talk to. This meeting is mainly to help you understand what a Destiny Star is. Councilor Xiao smiled at Jiang Hao. Student Jiang Hao, your talent is even more impressive than a cheat, making you a candidate. Are you worried Councilor Xiao might eat you? Councilor Xiao, you misunderstood. What I meant was that walking there is too slow. Why don't we call a car? Jiang Hao raised his hand, and an unmanned taxi stopped in front of them. If it weren't impolite, he would have opened the door right away. Upon arriving at the Xia family, he finally met the legendary founder of the Xinzhou Martial Academy, Xia Wushuang. Jiang Hao politely greeted the seemingly 30-something senior. Hello, Councilor Xia. He then sat on the sofa opposite. Xia Wushuang sensed the chaotic aura emanating from Jiang Hao. Despite his peak Destiny Star realm, he was unable to discern Jiang Hao's physical and spiritual strength. Aside from barely identifying Jiang Hao as a 7th-rank martial artist, he could gather no further information. It was as if Jiang Hao was a piece of chaotic-colored stone in the river of fate. The laws of chaos are terrifying. Xia Wushuang silently lamented, recalling his past attempts to forcibly condense and contain the laws of chaos. The result was not only severe backlash, but also nearly losing control of his own laws. Councilor Xiao took out a notebook and handed it to Jiang Hao. This contains 15 major worlds currently connected to Blue Star. This is crucial for your future, determining whether you can quickly become a Destiny Star. A notebook? What an old-fashioned way of recording. Jiang Hao began to flip through the records of various other worlds. Councilor Xiao said from the side, Student Jiang Hao, why do you think the next realm after the holy rank is called the Destiny Star? Setting the notebook down and sitting up straight, Jiang Hao frowned slightly, then answered uncertainly, because it breaks free from the original fate. Is it called a Destiny Star because it can shatter stars? Councilor Xia seemed to smile, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. Indeed, a Destiny Star must break free from part of their fate, but more importantly, a Destiny Star can act from a higher dimension. At the fundamental level, one can directly annihilate all lives below the Destiny Star. As for the star, it represents your uniqueness, akin to a star in the universe. With a lifespan that is nearly infinite, you can live as long as you have primordial energy. Looking at the serious Councilor, Jiang Hao still didn't dare to mention, even stars have lifespans as a counterargument. You can travel to secondary or below worlds every once in a while. Observe more, listen more, and try to move as little as. Remember, you are merely a witness, a recorder, even an observer. So that's how it is. He thought of Senior Zhou Weifeng, who graduated and immediately went to other worlds. There are also the holy rank martial artists on Blue Star rotating to guard different other worlds. The so-called Destiny Star is to witness different and more fates. Thus, the path to becoming a Destiny Star is to qualify to visit different other worlds. After all, unless permission is granted, even holy rank martial artists cannot freely go to other worlds. Although he didn't know how to break free from the so-called fate with these fates that weren't his own, Jiang Hao already had an idea. If witnessing more fates can influence more fates, wouldn't that be wonderful? If I kill those hostile otherworldly beings unifying their fates towards death, wouldn't that be beautiful? Just as Jiang Hao struggled with whether to go on a killing spree or only target the strong. This is a treasure that can change your aura and appearance, making it convenient for you to act in other worlds. A necklace was handed over by Councilor Xiao. Looking at the ordinary necklace in his hand, which seemed like a $6 purchase, Jiang Hao looked up at Councilor Xia. Am I only a witness and can't take initiative? After listening for a long time, Councilor Xia propped his feet on the coffee table and laughed. The new counselors born recently are all doing this. You can slowly guide the tide of the era from behind the scenes to influence fate. However, the road is walked by oneself. As long as you won't regret your choices, you can do whatever you want. Councilor Xiao frowned slightly, just about to refute. Then it's nothing. He stood up from the sofa. Jiang Hao, who put the necklace in his pocket, raised his chin slightly, revealing a confident gaze. Since it's a Destiny Star, then naturally, I decide what to do. There's no need to be modest. I, Jiang Hao, will charge through. Why should I limit myself? Breaking through to a Destiny Star, but still restraining myself. Does that count as breaking free from fate? Even if I truly cannot meet the conditions, I can still advance to a Destiny Star. With a safety net, what is there to fear? Applause erupted as Xia Wushuang, ignoring whatever Councilor Xiao wanted to say, stood up and locked eyes with Jiang Hao. Not bad. When I broke through to Destiny Star, I did so by stopping killing with killing. Xia Wushuang looked at Jiang Hao's youthful face with admiration. Indeed, you are a true martial artist, someone who can ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. This time I had prepared a trump card for you that could unleash the power of the Destiny Star 3 times. But now it seems it won't be necessary. Your martial heart is pure and will never depend on external objects. Had this been the old Jiang Hao, he might have regretted missing the life-saving trump card. But having completed the transformation of the holy rank and personally witnessed the annihilation of a holy beast, Jiang Hao felt unwavering. As long as he avoids those completely hostile human worlds with alien destiny stars, even if surrounded by multiple holy rank beings, he could still escape if he couldn't win. Give him time to develop, and he would eventually reclaim his place. Suddenly, Councilor Xiao, who had become an outsider, looked at the necklace in Jiang Hao's pocket and silently mocked. If you put down the treasure, I would believe you. Then he stood up and looked at Jiang Hao. So, student Jiang, how have you decided which other world you will go to first? I suggest you avoid level 1 worlds, they're too dangerous. Quickly flipping through the notebook, Jiang Hao organized a few places in his mind the most suitable for him to earn points. After returning the notebook to Councilor Xiao, he thoughtfully said, Number 7. I choose to go to the 7th other world. 7 number world. Councilor Xiao raised an eyebrow in bewilderment, remarking that he had assumed Jiang Hao would opt for a secondary world without a Mingxing. For example, numbers 4 and 10, which host only Saint Rank pinnacles in their secondary worlds. Wouldn't those be safer? Jiang Hao shook his head. To him, the number 7 world was a relatively friendly sector for scoring. Launching connects to 15 vast other worlds. They are classified into 4 tiers according to danger and garrison. First-tier worlds must be manned by multiple counselors, as was once the case with number 1, the Evil God world, and today with number 2, the Beast world. Those worlds are fiercely hostile to humanity and host multiple formidable foes of Mingxing rank according to the record. In number 2 Otherworld, there currently survive as many as 15 king-class sacred beasts who have attained the Mingxing realm. Langsing's counselors are intensely curious about those beasts that seem to bypass the ordinary Mingxing path to break through. Although Jiang Hao's combat power ranks favorably among the Saint rank, he is essentially helpless against true Mingxing adversaries. The number 7 world he is to enter is classified as a secondary world. Such a world requires either 1 Mingxing to be stationed or the presence of 3 Saint rank pinnacles comparable to the Xian Nation state guardians. Third-tier worlds are of even lower danger. They need only several ordinary Saint rank warriors to garrison. These are worlds where no Mingxing were born and Saint rank existences are scarce. An 8th world dominated by half-beasts is one such example. Then there are the safest, easiest to guard 4th-tier worlds, often called tourism worlds. There are no beings above Saint rank there, and even high-rank individuals are few. Consider for instance the demons of number 3 Otherworld who were almost exterminated. Those demons who survived by chance now turn on one another, trading information about their anti-human kin to Langsing's mill. They even vigorously promote tourism, pay with cultivation resources, and human visitors may spend a night in the Moang. They require a succubus guide to accompany guests the entire time, which poses no problem. Many graduates of the top 10 martial academies relish venturing into such worlds. Some ruins manifest at random regardless of a world's strength, and one can also glimpse cultures utterly different from human. Decide by tomorrow and depart for Yingluan. That is the only place on launching with a spatial channel leading to the numbers. Xiao Wushuang casually slipped a small golden sword into Jiang Hao's pocket. Though you will likely not need it traveling to a world with alien Mingxing merits a safeguard. Jiang Hao sat quietly and thanked Councilor Xia. He listened as the 2 senior figures spoke of Langsing's recent emergence of new secret realms. Some of those secret realms even possessed defensive measures at the Saint rank level. One well-known story tells of an ordinary man from Kangazoo without aptitude for Yuan power who stumbled into an unknown secret realm. When he emerged, he broke through repeatedly within a single month and became a mid-rank combatant. It sounds intriguing, but conquering another world still offers a greater sense of achievement. Jiang Hao cheered himself on. August 3rd, Wednesday, auspicious for travel. Is this Yingluan? It looks like a nation from a fantasy of magic. He watched youth skateboarding through the air. Not yet of academy age, they nevertheless operated equipment driven by Yuan force with effortless ease. It was likely linked to Yingluan's famed runecraft. The street decorations and motifs filled Jiang Hao with a strong sense of déjà vu. They were entirely unlike Xiaguo's aesthetic. After all, Xiagua had no abundance of white-haired reed humanoids or sprite-like creatures. The number 7 Otherworld is where the man called the King of Magic truly rose to prominence. That counselor once learned all the magics of number 7 by himself and adapted them into techniques suitable for Lang. He even established a kingdom in number 7 centered on magic. The magical power there corresponds to Langsing's Yuan force, albeit far more savage in nature. His life followed the archetypal protagonist arc of a knightly tale. After he surpassed the Mingxing, he and several launching counselors eradicated the 3 Mingxing in number 7 that were openly hostile to humanity. They left only an elven Mingxing that cared nothing for the world's wars. The King of Magic has long been stationed in the number 7 world, and his newly recruited students are among the foremost prodigies. It is said he returned to launching specifically to secure first place in this year's Global Martial Academy Freshman Tournament. Who can say whether after seeing my record, he might simply slip back to number 7. Munching on an exotic delicacy recommended by an advertising board, Jiang Hao snapped his fingers. With a sharp clap, a beautifully ornate spatial gate unfurled. Amid the admiring looks of passers-by and the airborne youths, he pushed through and vanished. At the camp, a translucent silver door shimmered into being. The surrounding warriors went on instant alert. One Saint Rank warrior exhaled, then signaled everyone to relax. This was one of their own. This gentleman has finally arrived, someone exclaimed. Although he hailed from Yingluan, his Xiagua speech was impeccable. The gate opened slowly from its center. Jiang Hao appeared upright and wearing sunglasses, clutching a Yinpa in his left hand. I know the general situation of the number 7 world. Take me directly to the world gate. A world gate is the vast spatial tunnel that forms naturally where 2 worlds meet. Such tunnels are exceedingly stable and do not restrict the free passage of high-tier combatants. On the far side of the gate stands Langsing's primary garrison in that other world. It exists not only to prevent alien infiltration, but also to facilitate logistics. An Ingluan Saint-Trank warrior straightened and saluted Jiang Hao, expressing gratitude for his effort and promising to escort him to the number 7 world gate. Since Jiang Hao had prematurely embarked upon the Mingxing path and amassed miraculous achievements, unfamiliar warriors had begun addressing him as Councilor Jiang. Even Teacher Tang and several instructors from Godland's martial academies had done the same. These Saint-Trank forces knew Jiang Hao's concrete record. Otherwise, Jiang Hao would not have departed launching so readily. The fervent, adoring gazes were somewhat intimidating. Do they all yearn so desperately to improve? Feigning cool indifference, Jiang Hao fell silent and followed the guide NPC toward the world gate, passing through layer after layer of defenses and checkpoints. He looked up at the gate, hundreds of meters tall and wide. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable. Even Jiang Hao's own spatial gate could produce a portal many times larger. But when you pass through, the world gate automatically adapts, expanding its aperture accordingly. Councilor Jiang, simply walk in, and you will be met on the far side. Removing his sunglasses, he nodded and strode toward the gate without looking back. A new garden of opportunities, here I come. The instant Jiang Hao stepped through the boundary gate, his chaos law and spatial law surged with sudden vitality. Beyond the safe passage loomed the familiar spatial tempest, silver-white fragments of fractured space drifting ceaselessly across the inky void. Yet this time Jiang Hao felt no trace of apprehension. Raising his right hand, he made a downward gesture, and the howling spatial storm instantly stilled, obedient as a tamed beast. At his silent command, the fragments drifted placidly toward the distance. Those razor-edged shards, capable of severing all things, now moved with the delicate grace of sentient sprites. They circled him, dancing fluidly above and below. My Yuan Force capacity has expanded dramatically, and here within the chaos void, my Yuan Force regeneration has accelerated dozens of times over. What is this if not infinite mana? Of course, the Chaos Codex contributes significantly, though its power remains latent on Blue Star and other realms. The blessings bestowed by the Chaos Law only manifest fully within the Chaos Void. Were I to fall into this void unawares, I would suffer no injury, and could remain for an extraordinary duration. Then future journeys across realms are secure. When confronted by an insurmountable foe, I need only raise my hand and banish myself into the void. Even Lifestar cultivators cannot endure long within the Chaos Void. At last he emerged from the boundary gate into World No. 7. Jiang Hao's first impression was unmistakable. The Yuan Force here, roiled with raw intensity and gravity, bore down more heavily than on Blue Star. Yet for Jiang Hao, whose body had reached Saint-Tier resilience, and whose innate adaptability allowed rapid acclimatization, this posed no hindrance whatsoever. A translucent interface shimmered into view. His wristband was offline, severed from Blue Star's signal. He casually snapped a photograph of the azure sun overhead, already imagining showing it off to his high school classmates. At that moment, a young man approached, golden-haired, blue-eyed, clad in the unmistakable robes of a mage. The youth regarded him with an expression both complex and measured. Jiang Hao, welcome to World No. 7. I am Lucas Harvey. My master assigned me to assist you during your journey. Though he claims to be my aide, his presence would indeed expedite my understanding of this world. Yet Jiang Hao found little use for a mere 4th-rank, 5th heaven cultivator, little more than ornamental baggage. Brother, I mean no disrespect, but you couldn't withstand even the splash damage from one of my casual strikes. Lucas, youngest disciple of the Mage King, master of the Law of Light, renowned for unparalleled magical aptitude, he could transmute any spell into radiant form, amplifying its potency exponentially. Rumored to be a pure artillery mage, 8th prodigy ever ranked on the first sequence list, entering just 1 week before Jiang Hao himself. He had even returned from World No. 7 to Blue Star specifically to enroll at Britain's top martial academy, solely to compete in this year's grand tournament. Clearly, he held immense confidence in his own strength. Lucas, there's truly no need for you to accompany me. My purpose in coming to World No. 7 extends far beyond that of a mere traveler. Is being a traveler not sufficient? Does the Lifestar path not consist precisely of observation and testimony? Lucas asked, perplexed. For him, the Lifestar path was simply what he did every day. Observe the cultures and customs of alien races, document the daily lives of their common folk, befriend those who welcomed humanity, then form adventuring parties together. Jiang Hao tilted his head skyward. Alas, I have only 3 objectives here: fishbombing, and, by damn, more fishbombing. His eyes flickered with quiet calculation as he cleared his throat. Walking alongside the rather unremarkable accessory No. 8, he declared, each cultivator's Lifestar path is unique. Mine is forged through battle as cultivation. Through repeated brushes with death, I temper my will, and simultaneously I shall weigh the true worth and substance of these alien races. I see. If your aim is purely to transcend your limits in combat, then indeed I offer little value. He gave a wry, self-deprecating smile. Our gulf in strength is simply too vast. I'd only hinder you. Yet Lucas quickly recomposed himself. After all, his foundation lay firmly in World No. 7. Not like the others who operated primarily on Blue Star and happened to share this generation with a legend like Jiang Hao. Passing rows of Yuan Force missiles and runic energy cannons, Lucas earnestly explained the outpost's advanced armaments, designed explicitly to counter alien threats. This runic energy cannon can gravely wound even saint-tier life forms. Lucas proudly recited its specifications and recounted several verified battlefield cases. All were innovations born from his master's relentless refinement, fusing Blue Star's technology with arcane principles. Jiang Hao, feeling no threat from the weapon, hesitated to disillusion him. If it cannot land a hit, raw power is meaningless. A saint-tier cultivator can rend space itself and vanish and this cannon with its sluggish charge cycle and thunderous telltale signature. Jiang Hao could even open a spatial rift, letting the blast strike itself. He waved a hand, cutting off Lucas's eager continuation. Just tell me where battles are happening, and where I may freely engage alien foes. Also, shall I convey greetings to His Majesty the Mage King? Jiang Hao always observed formal courtesy toward elders. Battles. You've arrived too late. We recently clashed with the Feather Clan, even escalated to a saint-tier confrontation. Tisk TSK, the Feather Clan lost over 109th rank cultivators this time. Unless the Starbound clan stirs trouble, we won't see another major engagement for weeks. As for my master, you needn't. He cares little for protocol. He's currently indulging in roleplay at the royal palace. Roleplay? Was this roleplay even remotely serious? Jiang Hao recalled online images of the Mage King, a venerable elder bearing uncanny resemblance to the headmaster of a certain British magical academy. Granted, saint-tier cultivators could reshape their physical age at will, but this was outright whimsy. Still, what intrigued him most was, where did the kingdom's populace come from? Were they all of the Crimson-Eyed clan? Recalling the white-haired reedy denizens lining the streets of Britain, his notes confirmed that the Mage King had named this native race the Crimson-Eyed clan. Every member possessed a innate affinity for spellcraft. Yet under the iron heel of the three great clans, they lived in abject misery, relegated to little more than livestock and slaves. Before Blue Star established large-scale presence here, the entire Crimson-Eyed clan had been so brutally suppressed that barely a handful had ascended to saint-tier. Watching Jiang Hao's expression shift, deep in thought, Lucas hurried to safeguard his master's reputation. He serves solely as a guide, akin to the royal tutor appointed to each sovereign. Ah, I see. Still, Jiang Hao regarded Lucas with lingering skepticism. If memory serves, every monarch these past decades has been a queen. The two of them tacitly chose not to continue the discussion. After all, with a Fate Star expert in the same world, any mention of related matters could be directly sensed by him. Moreover, it was a statement from his student. So I can't take the initiative to provoke those alien races, and can only wait for them to make mistakes before I can retaliate. Otherwise, it would be actively tearing up the agreement. What logic is that? Speaking of which, why doesn't our Blue Star directly annihilate their race, their star, their realm? Gritting his teeth on the roasted wings in his hand, Jiang Hao said unhappily. The roasted wings were delicious, reportedly generously provided by a friend from the feather race. Eating gracefully, Jiang Hao took out Lucas' summer dish, pretending not to hear the outrageous statement made earlier, and subtly tapped the table with his hand. The water race's brains aren't very useful. You can go to the seaside or riverside to fish, and they will definitely take action against you. What is most incomprehensible about the water race is that, even if a council member goes fishing, a first-tier water race member would dare to rush over and slap you. Is it really that good? Jiang Hao listened with shining eyes. The notes only recorded that the water race was very brave in battle, fighting to the death without retreat. They often covered for the feather race and the star realm. Yet the water race's fate, Star confidently faced four opponents. Ultimately, they were beaten to death. It seems that the fishing rod I bought for a few $100s can still shine and generate heat. Here, this is a special wristband for World 7, usable only here. A wristband similar to those in Blue Star was placed on the table by Lucas. However, it was covered in patterns and text that Jiang Hao could not understand. Magic plus technology. Jiang Hao thoughtfully equipped the new item. He felt that in the future, he would collect a pile of wristbands from different worlds. Bidding farewell to the temporary accessory number 8, he followed the marked monster spawning area on the map. The spatial gate appeared. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Hao crossed over more than 10,000 kilometers and arrived near a large river. This spatial law is really too delightful. It's faster than the spatial tunnels opened by the holy stage. The divine sense unfolded powerful mental energy sweeping back and forth over the creatures in the river. There is actually a 7th-tier giant fish in this river. If Principal Xia knew there was a giant fish, he would probably give up his position and directly apply for permanent residency in World 7. He took out a fish net and rod, not even bothering to set a bait. He just cast the rod. Since gaining the special state of the overlimit, Jiang Hao's luck had been above average, ignoring the usual incidents that occur in dungeons. His other daily life could be described as that of a lucky king. I've got a bite. Jiang Hao smirked. Snap. Bang. The fishing rod was suddenly shattered by a tremendous force. It broke into 3 pieces. Humans all should die. A lobster jumped out with only a pitiful 4th-tier elemental wave emanating from its body. It brandished its claws and charged at Jiang Hao. A gentle breeze blew by. The lobster, having its soul completely slashed away, smashed down onto the water's surface, creating a massive splash. Suddenly, the atmosphere in this area became exceptionally oppressive. Under Jiang Hao's perception, a peak 9th-tier mermaid swiftly swam over. What a big fish. What a shame it ran away. Hurry and bring it to my bowl. With a wave of his hand, the river was completely parted, stretching for miles and revealing the sandy bottom. The bewildered 7th-tier giant fish rolled continuously in the mud below. It was caught by Jiang Hao's elemental hand. The black giant hand seemed to block out the sunlight, as if pinching a small goldfish. The 100-meter-long giant fish trembled and was tossed onto the shore by Jiang Hao. He looked expectantly at the river water that was beginning to close without the influence of the spatial law. Without even a moment's mourning for the lobster's death, the next to arrive on the battlefield was the mermaid. Why isn't it a fish-headed human body? Bad review. Saying this, he extended his index finger, and a silver-white light point appeared. It spun like a firefly at his fingertip. Human, you are violating whoosh. The silver-white beam shot out in an instant. The peak 9th-tier mermaid didn't even finish her sentence. She was instantly decapitated by Jiang Hao's space-ripping strike. Tears welled up as he collected 3,000 points. What a pity. These alien races actually don't have life crystals like the exotic beasts. No wonder they're so weak. After all these years, only 4 fate stars have emerged. World 7 has 4 major races, all proficient in magic. There are almost no melee professions. Once each race had a fate star powerhouse. The Star Realm race, the Feather race, and the only race that hasn't been exterminated, the Elf race. The Star Realm race is a collective term for all life forms that have long roamed the cosmic sea. Transformed by the Star Realm's unique chaotic power, each one is suitable for interstellar travel. They enjoy instigating wars, relishing in inciting and deceiving the other 2 races. The Feather race, as the name suggests, comprises all winged races capable of flight. This race charges into battle the fastest with the loudest slogans. However, when true war breaks out, as soon as they face a slight headwind, the entire battlefield's Feather race begins to descend into chaos, hunted down like headless flies. As for the Water race, they are all reckless fools without a sense of danger. Even a hammer-wielding warrior understands adaptability better than they do. They have always sheltered a small part of the Red-Eye race, the Elf race, which has never sought conflict. These elves are not the fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged kind. Rather, they encompass various plants, small animals, and even stones, withered branches, and the bones of dead creatures. A wisp of wind, a spark, or lightning can all become elves. This race only cares about how to give birth to more of their kind. The state of the world itself is of no concern to them. Even if Blue Star eliminates all the fate stars of the other 3 races, the leader of the Elf race is still taking care of a small pond that is about to become an elf. They even actively ceded a piece of land for the Red-Eye race to develop. It should be about time, right? The Water race attacked the young ones, and now it's time for the old ones. That's an old tradition. Jiang Hao sealed the mermaid's corpse with spatial laws. He remembered that before departing, several of his little companions wanted some local specialties. Boom. The sky darkened, and the temperature suddenly dropped. Frost began to form on the riverbank. Hundreds of ice spikes, dozens of kilometers long, whistled towards Jiang Hao. Without even looking up, Jiang Hao took out a roasted crab leg from the Water race and savored it carefully. Lucas was so disgusted by it that he swapped it for many summer country delicacies. Before the ice spikes, layers of overlapping enormous spatial ripples appeared. All the ice spikes were shattered into tiny ice shavings that fell down. Thanks for the cooling package, my friend. Jiang Hao satisfiedly gave the octopus-headed Water race a middle finger. Human, you took the initiative. Are you trying to provoke war? I've always wanted to ask, does everyone in the world speak summer language? Also, this is a fishing rod that has been passed down in my family for decades. It was actually broken by you, Water race. Pay up. Jiang Hao shouted with his mouth covered. In his mind, a small black sword had already completed its charging. The octopus-headed one was also very short-tempered and immediately spewed a large amount of green ink. Creak. The sound of corrosion echoed through the space. A silver-white flash passed by, and all the ink was sucked into the spatial vortex. Very good. Not only will you not pay, but you also want to kill the witnesses, right? The Water race has chosen the path of death. The Water race holy stage, suddenly realizing his soul was frozen and his magic could not operate, looked in terror at Jiang Hao. You can't kill at the holy stage. You're cheating. As soon as he finished speaking, the black sword had already pierced into his mind. I forgot that killing like this can't be used as promotion materials. Boom. Blood rain began to fall from the sky. The Water race was enraged because of the fall of a holy stage. Although it wouldn't lead to an all-out war, deploying a dozen holy stages was inevitable. Looking up at the surging elemental fluctuations rising into the sky. The fishing rod I bought for a few $100s is gone, just like that. Is it too much to collect some interest? After all, the alien races are not protected by the law. The sky grew darker and blood rain continued to fall. The temperature dropped further and the howling wind began to freeze the river's surface. This special effect really sets the atmosphere, but the smell is unbearable. All the blood rain falling near Jiang Hao was blocked by an invisible barrier. Out on the sea, hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from Jiang Hao, the fluctuations of the 12 saint-level beings' power formed a storm. Damn humans. We must capture him. Together we will use forbidden magic. Let's see if he can withstand it. The holy beings of the Water tribe began to chant one after another, drawing terrifying power from afar. The power of the magic aside, the strike distance is certainly far enough. The surrounding environment's power became increasingly violent, foreshadowing an impending earth-shattering strike. You can't even make me feel threatened. Are the saint-level beings of the alien race really this weak? His right foot slowly lifted and then came crashing down. Smack. The blood rain over the entire area immediately stopped midair, unable to fall. The sky instantly brightened, the previous dark clouds exploded. Buzz. A supersized magic circle unfolded above Jiang Hao. Following that, layers of small magic circles continuously improved, connecting and complementing each other. Jiang Hao casually munched on a roasted crab leg, even chatting with Pendant No. 8. It seemed he was indifferent to the rising power fluctuations of the attack from the high altitude. I don't eat beef, there might be a bit of shock, that's normal, don't panic. I said let there be light, what did you do? The base detected a power response from the water tribe's saint-level beings. I don't eat beef, the water tribe people are trying to provoke me, I can only be forced to fight back, Panda shrug. I must say this magic side bracelet is quite comfortable to use. There's no need to point at the light screen, just control it with mental strength. In the sky, the magic circle covering hundreds of miles was finally completed. The entire area fell silent, the power also became dormant, unable to be mobilized. Gravity increased significantly, and layers of seals and bindings surrounded Jiang Hao. There were even spells that prohibited spatial movement. If it were an ordinary saint-level being, they really wouldn't be able to open a spatial tunnel. Under those obstacles, they could only choose to endure the powerful strike. I waited half a day to gather strength, and the technique is indeed inadequate. The chaos laws empowered himself. The spatial laws folded layer upon layer around him, gradually merging with the chaos laws. Buzz, crackle. Countless tiny crystals invisible to the naked eye collided and compressed with each other. They caused the space to twist uncontrollably. In just a few seconds, Jiang Hao created and stacked small worlds around him. Even though the duration was short and the space, but it was indeed a genuine small world with a void storm after internal shattering. This was Jiang Hao's strongest defensive technique at the moment. Meaningless Diamond Man. Daylight broke. It was as if a miniature sun appeared, illuminating everything. The charged magic circle directed a red magical cannon toward Jiang Hao. The magical cannon, emitting a sinister red glow, resembled a blood-colored spear piercing through heaven and earth. It plunged fiercely toward Jiang Hao. Boom! A scene reminiscent of the apocalypse unfolded. The entire area's space was crumpled together by the violent crackle sounds echoed continuously. Then large gaping voids appeared. Storms in the void began to blow in. Under the terrifying impact, everything within 1,000 miles of Jiang Hao disintegrated into ashes. The ground beneath his feet crazily sunk, descending hundreds of kilometers. The soil and stones were completely obliterated by the magical cannon. The resulting shockwave blew away and ripped apart all matter within an extremely large radius. If this were in his past life, this strike could at least shatter a continent. After all, whether on Blue Star or in the No. 7 other world, they were much sturdier than an average medium-sized world. The aftermath brought by this magical cannon was indeed terrifying. If Pendant No. 8 were here, they probably wouldn't last even a second. Fortunately, Blue Star Base and those with Saint-level guardians had means to deflect the shockwave. Besides, this area was mostly inhabited by the Water Tribe. Jiang Hao didn't have to worry about involving too many people. No way. With such an impressive magic circle, in the end it still ended up being a counterattack. Jiang Hao looked disappointed as he watched the magical cannon blast apart the crystal small world surrounding him. Is this it from 12 Saint-level beings, hey? Is there not even one peak Saint-level being? It feels like only alone could wear them down. The magical cannon gradually weakened and settled. Jiang Hao, with most of his crystal small worlds shattered, lay back. The spatial gate appeared, instantly arriving at the seaside hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. He gave the 12 Water Tribe Saint-level beings gasping on the sea a middle finger. He randomly gifted the prepared God-piercing sword chaos to a lucky audience deep in his mind. Watching the Sharkman Saint-level being instantly fall asleep, losing even the spark of life. The remaining 11 Water Tribe Saint-level beings angrily hurled various spells at Jiang Hao. A blackened spatial barrier appeared. Those spells started to crazily scrape the barrier. Even due to the influence of the chaos laws, the barrier slowly decomposed the power that enhanced itself. It not only grew larger, but also lasted longer. Damn humans. A creature with seaweed-like green hair, pale blue skin, and 4 arms charged at Jiang Hao. The upper body resembled a human female. Her hair hung down, obscuring critical areas. Her lower body resembled a snake's tail, but it was quite fat. A fishy smell of the sea assaulted Jiang Hao's nostrils. What is this? Naga. A mermaid looks much prettier, even though that one with bloody shark teeth is a bit disgusting. But at least they truly conform to human aesthetics. Jiang Hao stepped back in disgust. He raised the hidden shadow, already entangled by the dual laws, still the familiar formula. Sizzle. The 3-colored blade aura that truly tore through space slashed out. It performed a neck amputation on the mage who dared to engage in close combat with him, a martial artist. The blade severed the flesh, and the heart cut through the soul. Once again gaining a bit of Saint-level points, Jiang Hao, who tasted the sweetness, smiled at the remaining targets. The other 10 Water Tribe Saint-level beings who intended to provide support curled up and screamed, collapsing onto the sea surface, rolling continuously at the moment the blade light appeared. One after another, they created tremendous tsunamis. They randomly cast magic, but none hit Jiang Hao. Some unfortunate fish were even killed by their fish exploding antics. Damn, mere aliens dare to explode fish in front of me. Don't they know this is my supreme law? Wielding a fist wrapped in golden power and dual laws, he smashed it towards a sea turtle man who had activated thousands of layers of shields in an instant. Unmatched shattering fist. An unstoppable punch instantly pierced through the layers of shields in the sea turtle man's desperate expression, striking true damage. Hit. Bang. Boom. The sea surface was struck with a massive dent, revealing the deep seabed. Already dead fish and low-level water beings were crushed into blood mud by the violent pressure. The intense impact blasted the seawater into the sky. The remaining few Water Tribe Saint-level beings were blown away by the shockwave brought by this punch. You're still alive? As expected of a turtle, that shell is indeed hard. Jiang Hao shook his head regretfully at the sea turtle man, who still had a breath left. He lost a bit of saint-level points. Just as Jiang Hao prepared to send this water tribe friend to an early demise to spare him from human suffering, a voice came from behind Jiang Hao. Isn't it enough with the human powerhouse already? As a strong human, since you arrived in our world, you have already killed 3 of our holy tier kin. Isn't it time to stop? Quickly, with a swift thrust of the divine sword of chaos, the severely injured sea turtle man was taken away. Then layers of void were created to prevent ambushes. Are there still experts? Jiang Hao instantly turned around and struck down with all his might. Dimensional chaos slash. Crack. The entire world seemed to be cleaved in half, with a clear spatial misalignment occurring visually. Even the sea water was split apart, unable to come back together. From the dark spatial rift, a chaotic aura surged forth, creating a storm in the void. Everything was tainted. It felt as if the world was weeping, with fragments of space continuously shattering and splattering. The sound of creak resonated all around. That strike that connected heaven and earth was imprinted in the minds of all the holy tier water tribe spectators from afar. The edges of the cut began to turn black, and then it continued to spread. A figure was directly cleaved into nothingness. The sensation is off. In fact, the panel did not indicate acquiring holy tier points, so Jiang Hao judged that the opponent was definitely not dead. He solemnly gazed at the figure beside him that was recovering as if nothing had happened, realizing he had encountered a tough opponent. Jiang Hao quickly retrieved the golden dagger given by Councilor Xia. An unidentified creature resembling an ordinary blue star human glanced warily at the small sword in Jiang Hao's hand. I am currently the leader of the water tribe. You may call me Yuan. He felt the previously raging ocean become calm. It even began to slowly repair the rift that had been cleaved in the ocean. The black chaotic aura was gradually decomposed, and the spatial rift also started to slowly mend. The law of water. Moreover, the mastery is exceptionally high. Not only that, but he is likely a peak holy tier powerhouse, possibly surpassing the 9th stage. Seeing that the water tribe expert did not seem to have come for revenge, Jiang Hao cautiously asked water tribe leader, "You don't quite look like a water tribe member." Even the 12 holy tier water tribe members before him dared to strike at him despite being able to withstand a major attack. Even that female Naga came over to engage in close combat with him. This could no longer be explained by mere recklessness. These water tribe fellows are only different from the lunatics of the Holy Beast Society in that they are not crazy enough. The one who called himself Yuan did not respond, merely looking sadly at his fallen kin. Jiang Hao, gripping the golden dagger tightly, feared that the opponent might suddenly attack. Wait a minute. A single strike of the fate star should be enough to obliterate the opponent. It should be them who fear me. With that thought, Jiang Hao straightened his posture. With 3 strikes of the fate star, the advantage is mine. Just as Jiang Hao prepared to give this trickster a harsh lesson, Yuan suddenly vanished, or rather melted into the ocean. Even with all his might focused on sensing, he could not find him. He just slipped away. Just as Jiang Hao, disappointed, was about to put away the sea turtle man and return to find someone to disassemble the body for crystal, something emitting holy tier fluctuations appeared. In the giant hand made of seawater, it was delivered to Jiang Hao's side. What is this? Could it be the origin of a holy tier being? The voice of Yuan echoed from the surface of the sea. This is the origin left behind by the one who proposed to strike at you. Consider it a compensation for your mental distress. Our water tribe's fate star has fallen, and we no longer have the capability to oppose the blue star humans. I will restrain the higher-ranking members of my tribe. I will not allow them to approach the areas near humans and the Crimson Eye tribe, and I wish you a swift ascension to the holy tier. Jiang Hao grasped the holy tier origin, and upon hearing Yuan's words, his pupils constricted. He could actually see that he was not a holy tier being. With a mastery of chaotic laws reaching as high as 3, he was already comparable to that soul-devouring baron who invested all points into stealth. Even Principal Xia could not discern his exact realm. Including the previous dozen water tribe powerhouses he fought, they all presumed he was a human holy tier being. Goodness, this Yuan is quite the problem. Only counselors can clearly see my exact realm. Could it be that he has broken through to the fate star? However, he did not seem as reckless as the former leader of the water tribe. He appeared to have gathered the intellect of the entire water tribe and understood the importance of avoiding conflict. But such a talent is the most dangerous. An opponent without brains is the most welcome. An opponent with brains will find a way to strike you hard when you show signs of fatigue. Let's get out of here. It's better to report this to the King of Magic. Jiang Hao snapped his fingers. He was quite fond of this ceremonious method of movement. This is the demeanor a big shot should have. Snap. A beautifully crafted spatial door adorned with intricate patterns emerged. Creak. The door slowly opened automatically to both sides. Before Jiang Hao left, he took one last look at the profound ocean. It seems that continuing the plan against the water tribe is somewhat inappropriate. I should target the other 2 tribes instead. Clang. The spatial door closed and gradually transformed into spatial debris, disappearing on the surface of the sea. At the No. 7 world at the portal base, a transparent door appeared. Jiang Hao held the holy tier origin in one hand, while dragging the corpses of 4 holy tier water tribe members in the other. He looked at the unaffected blue star base and felt relieved. Woohoo! Jiang Hao am back again. The corpses of the 4 holy tier water tribe members still emitted heart-stopping fluctuations of origin power. The busy soldiers around stopped in their tracks, shocked to see this young counselor from Blue Star. Even several holy tier warriors clearly recognized those old adversaries from the water tribe. Amidst everyone's admiring expressions, Jiang Hao proudly kicked open the room of Pendant No. 8. Pendant No. 8. Why aren't you coming to pay your respects? The room was very plain, completely unlike a place where a counselor student should reside. Pendant no. 8 opened his eyes helplessly, putting down a crystal of origin he had just absorbed. What pendant no? 8. I have a name you know. You made too much noise before. Even here we felt that earthquake. If it weren't for the intervention of several military holy tier members, you would have been bankrupt. Without any courtesy, Jiang Hao, who had sat down in a chair, pointed at the 4 corpses at the door. 3 of them can be disassembled for life crystals, and that Naga can refine holy tier origins, which can be exchanged with the base for needed personnel. Give me another container to store the holy tier origin. I need to send it back to Blue Star. Lucas looked at the holy tier origin in Jiang Hao's hand, suppressed by an unknown black substance, his eyes widening. You killed a holy tier being. Immediately afterward, his brain processed the information, and he stood up with a whoosh, gazing at the 4 corpses at the door, each with unique appearances. After silently observing for a moment, he took out a box from his ring and tossed it to Jiang Hao. This is a container that can preserve holy tier origins, but be careful. If the holy tier origin is left and used for a certain period, it will slowly change in nature due to the ambient origin power and can only be used as material. It cannot be upgraded. Jiang Hao nodded as he stuffed the origin into the box, as he would soon find someone returning to Blue Star to help send it. Unexpectedly, he completed his agreement with Old Li so quickly. Although it was not cultivated by himself, at least there were the not-so-reliable patriarch of the Yun family, and Old Li, who was beginning to slack off, along with a resident holy tier warrior in Yunshao Prefecture. It doesn't seem that difficult to obtain holy tier origins. When needed, can't I just borrow an origin from other races? Do you think the holy level of the alien races is as common as cabbages by the roadside? Under normal circumstances, battles between holy levels are difficult to determine a winner in a short time. Lucas looked speechlessly at Jiang Hao, who had started writing a letter to Old Li. I just went fishing and a water tribe holy level came to deliver his head. Shouldn't the holy level of alien races be as unkillable as cockroaches? He even broke my ancestral fishing rod. Jiang Hao folded the letter into a small square and took out a paper box to start packing. Finally, he affixed a label that read, "Private delivery, please do not open." This is the legacy. Under the watchful gaze of the twitching pendant no. 8. Jiang Hao began to wrap it with tape, satisfied. Is this how you treat the source of the holy level? Lucas was eager to snatch it back and repackage it. That is something many 9th level warriors could only dream of obtaining. Anyway, it will all be opened in the end. What use is it to make the packaging look nice? Jiang Hao was a practical realist. By the way, I discovered a shocking secret while playing games with a dozen holy level friends from the Water Tribe. A friend who exchanges their corpses for materials. However, Lucas could only cooperate with this big shot as he was simply too weak and lacked power. So you are hinting at me to call the teacher? Then why not go directly to the palace? I just happen to be going to teach students tonight. Oh, Jiang Hao looked surprised at the blonde, handsome guy in front of him, not his buddy. You a small fry of 4th level, where do you get the courage to take on disciples? Lucas ignored the abnormal warrior. Let's go, there is a dedicated teleportation array to the palace's back garden in the base. Alright. So you are not going to act, huh? Dedicated. Back garden. Jiang Hao looked at the new pendant with disdain. This little brother cannot be kept. He actually secretly plays something so thrilling. The two arrived at the room with the teleportation array. Looking at the array that felt eerily familiar, Jiang Hao was shocked and gestured. Isn't this the teleportation array of the demon race? Jiang Hao had specifically researched the 10 common formations of the demon race in the library of the Shenzhou Martial School. After all, he originally planned to visit the No. 3 alternate world when he had time. By the way, to bring back some unique local specialties for his little friends. Lucas casually took out a 7th level elemental crystal and placed it in the slot beside the teleportation array. What's so strange about this? 20 years ago, when the demon world was downgraded to a 3rd level world, all knowledge and secret arts were taken away. This demon race formation is more stable than the teleportation array invented by the teacher originally, and it is also cheaper. Alright, light emerged from the ground, and the 2 figures instantly disappeared. Walking along the carefully paved path, the 2 arrived deep within the palace. Teacher, I brought Jiang Hao to fight. Lucas politely knocked 3 times on the door and shouted. After waiting for a few minutes, the door slowly opened. A very young-looking boy with blonde hair and golden eyes, appearing to be around 14 or 15 years old, emerged. Is this your brother? Jiang Hao asked uncertainly. The blonde-haired, gold-denied boy looked at the chaotic aura surrounding Jiang Hao. Is the younger generation of the Summer Kingdom so powerful now? I actually detected remnants of at least 5 holy level deaths from you. But don't worry, it's not in a bad way, it's the fortune feedback from your overlevel killing of holy levels. Jiang Hao was greatly shocked. Although he was a bit skeptical, he didn't dare to probe further. The Prince of Magic should not become a child and stay in the palace for a long time doing something so disgraceful. But it was clear that the blonde-haired, golden-eyed boy in front of him was the parliament member known as the Prince of Magic, Edmund Gray. What? Are you surprised to see me like this? The boy had an expression of someone who didn't understand life. I'm already doing. You should know that the only female parliament member in your Summer Kingdom transforms into a little girl every day, tricking people into food and drink. Flying sky breakthrough / Cut away the memory from just now. Jiang Hao's face darkened, and the spatial laws manifested. He prepared to flee, fearing the other party would reveal some confidential information. The boy looked at the helpless student. Look at him, so anxious. Then he clapped his hands. Suddenly, the entire palace's space was sealed. With the spatial laws in effect, Jiang Hao was horrified to find that he could only teleport within the palace. No way. A 10 mastery of the spatial laws cannot be restricted to this extent so quickly. It's fate. The fate of my successful exit has been interrupted, reorganized, and grafted to appear within the palace. So no matter what, I cannot reach the reality of going out. 6. Jiang Hao raised his hand to indicate 6, indicating that this was a mechanism issue. He was targeted. Huh. The boy took out a fragrant handkerchief and began to wipe his sweat. At this moment, Jiang Hao noticed that this big shot was not in a good state. Soaked all over like a university student who had just run 5 kilometers. Honorable Parliament member, have you been too busy lately? You're sweating so much. Lucas looked at his teacher with concern. The boy waved his hand, rejecting his student's assistance. He stared at Jiang Hao with the eyes of someone observing an alien. Good guy, if I hadn't sensed that you are only 7th level, I would have thought I was confronting someone of the same fate. Your fate is too bizarre. It's not enough that the chaotic block is undetectable, but even slightly manipulating it. A boy who had become refreshed due to a cleaning magic exclaimed. Is this the chaotic law that no one can accommodate? At 7th level, you already have a weight comparable to that of a star of fate. Wouldn't you be invincible once you reach holy level? Without addressing the topic, Jiang Hao briefly described the situation of the new leader of the water tribe Yuan, emphasizing that the other party seemed to have secretly advanced to the star of fate. The boy shook his head after listening. Don't worry, his situation is quite special. If I had to describe it, Yuan should be considered an elf race, rather than a water tribe. Elf race? Jiang Hao asked in confusion. Yuan's true form is the largest ocean of the No. 7 world. So in the sea or in places with water, it undoubtedly possesses the combat power of a star of fate. But this is also a drawback. It is difficult for him to affect and witness the path of fate, thus truly breaking through to a star of fate. Jiang Hao contemplated looking at the bewildered Lucas and turned to the boy. Yuan cannot leave the No. 7 world. The boy nodded. A strong individual who can only exert the power of a star of fate under limited conditions and clearly cannot leave his home world is indeed not to be feared. Well, then I just want to go fishing with the water tribe in the future. The friends from the feather tribe are also delicious. Jiang Hao thought happily about how fragrant the roasted wings of the holy level of the feather tribe would be. Lucas, brother, you're here. A little girl with white hair and red eyes looking to be about 1.45 m ran over. She tightly grabbed Lucas' hand, gazing slightly upwards. Lucas, brother, what are we learning today? Jiang Hao looked in shock at Pendant No. 8, who naturally extended a hand to start a head pat. Good guy, are you two playing nurture here? Indeed, it is a family tradition. Aliana, this is Jiang. Just call him Councilor Jiang. Lucas thought for a moment and decided to have the students address him. After all, Jiang Hao's astonishing rate of growth, it's likely that he will be able to face opponents at the Fate Star level even before graduating from the Martial Arts Academy. The little girl looked astonished, gazing at Jiang Hao, who was about the same age as herself. She understood what a counselor represented. For instance, the Duke is a counselor. Hello, Councilor Jiang. Aliana said obediently. Only then did Jiang Hao realize that this person, who was a third-degree member of the Crimson Eye clan, actually had heterochromatic eyes. One eye red and the other gold. Well, Jiang Hao, pretending nothing happened, looked at Pendant No. 8 and said, this is the student you mentioned. She doesn't seem very old, but has already reached the 3rd stage 7th level. Quite impressive talent. She's already on par with the 6 champions. The talent is a bit frightening. Could it be that the Crimson Eye clan has been persecuted for too long, and now a girl of fate has appeared? No, Aliana is already of age and Blue Star. She is just a freshman at the Martial Arts Academy. The girl with heterochromatic eyes smiled shyly, standing behind Lucas. Another one on the level of Xiao. Too bad she's not a female goblin. Disappointing. As Lucas stroked his student's beautiful long white hair, he looked towards the current queen of the Crimson Eye clan, who hurriedly came out of the palace, pulling the teacher aside to discuss matters. Holding his student's hand, he said to Jiang Hao, would you like to take a stroll around the royal capital? You've just arrived and have already killed a few high-ranking members of the Water clan. The other 2 clans are probably in a meeting on how to deal with you. A stroll sounds good. Jiang Hao thought for a moment and agreed to honor their invitation, going with them in the capacity of a counselor to experience life. After all, he had already caused the deaths of 5 high-ranking warriors from the Water clan, and the large-scale terrain damage caused by the earlier attack had led to a chain reaction, affecting the fate of all beings. It had already made a good start. Walking on the streets of the royal city, he admired the neatly paved stone roads and the grand lavish buildings on either side. The roadside shops were filled with a dazzling array of goods, including shops selling magical items that glowed enticingly in the display windows. Although Jiang Hao did not recognize the writing of the Crimson Eye clan, the sight of elegantly dressed people and the occasional horse-drawn carriages passing by was quite familiar. The sense of déjà vu was overwhelming. It was as if he were in the otherworldly cityscapes depicted in some films. From Jiang Hao remarked to the 2 guides walking ahead. There was no way around it. When the magical kingdom was established, my teacher was too lazy to design these. He simply opened a famous work from Sakura country and replicated the city right on the spot. With a smile, Lucas explained as his student kept handing him various snacks. To be honest, I never intended to return to Blue Star to join that first tier. Oh, what changed your mind? Jiang Hao asked while enjoying a free snack offered by a vendor. Jiang Hao found the otherworldly food in his hand resembling a meat jelly quite tasty and decided to buy more. He took out a 5th grade yuan crystal and tossed it to the vendor. In the face of the vendor's startled and open-mouthed expression, he stuffed the entire cart into his storage bag. I just want to eat. It couldn't be helped. The most worthless martial resources Jiang Hao had were 5th-grade yuan crystals. Buying out the entire stall was more than enough. Lucas smiled helplessly and said a few words in a language Jiang Hao couldn't understand. The vendor then expressed his gratitude with continuous bows and happily ran away. Mainly, I noticed that this season's Summer Kingdom merchants didn't return to Blue Star to attend the Martial Arts Academy. I thought perhaps I could achieve first place and make my teacher happy. By the way, Aliana is my vice captain. Merchants. Jiang Hao recalled this impressive family, which led almost a fifth of the strength of the Summer Kingdom to stay long-term in World No. 2. Do merchants also have prodigies who can make the list? How strong are they? Lucas seemed to recall unpleasant memories, just like how Xiang Law had beaten up Xia Pengqing. He is very strong. Apart from you and Zhou Weifeng, he can be said to be the strongest. Before I returned to Blue Star, he had already achieved the feat of personally slaying 2 7th-grade exotic beasts. He has now reached the 5th grade. However, he ultimately declined Councilor Xiao's invitation and did not intend to make the list. Jiang Hao shrugged. This indicates that he has no intention of developing in Blue Star at all. The Martial Arts Academy provides genuine prodigies, with only a little help in the early stages, later on they venture into various secret realms and otherworldly adventures. This is also the reason I ran away shortly after the semester started. Jiang Hao sighed. He was merely a newcomer. Facing the pressure brought by the Fate Star level experts from other races every day was also stressful, you know. Lucas gently squeezed his student's hand and took deep breaths. Aliana looked up at her teacher curiously. No, it's just that you are stronger than some Martial Arts Academy principals. The Martial Arts Academy doesn't deserve you. No, I need to win back in other ways. Perfect timing, Jiang Hao, you are free now. How about we go meet my teammates for next year's competition? Just in time for you to experience the life of an adventure team taking on missions. Originally, Aliana, who was holding hands with a naive face, suddenly turned gloomy. Her golden pupils continuously emitted terrifying waves of yuan power. Clang. Buzz. This isn't right. Jiang Hao was shocked to see the pedestrians on the street being pinned to the ground by a strong gravitational force, causing some stalls to collapse. Aliana, you've lost control again. Lucas anxiously hugged his student and shook her. This relationship seems a bit problematic. Jiang Hao stepped back to avoid being splashed with blood. The Crimson Eye clan princess, regaining her senses, looked at the chaotic scene and silently grasped her teacher's hand, apologizing to the injured. Fortunately, it shouldn't be the first time this happened. The pedestrians got up as if used to it. Some even helped carry the unlucky ones who could not get up to the hospital. Does your teammate have any problems? Why is she so Jiang Hao looked at Lucas, who was continuously calming down his student, with a puzzled expression. How should I put it? Lucas, looking a bit awkward, ran his fingers through his hair and said, all my teammates apart from me are from the Crimson Eye clan and the Elf clan, and they are all girls. Oh. Jiang Hao's face darkened. Goodbye. I'm going to the territory of the Feather clan to fish. Damn it, is this an open flaunting? Are you asking me to be the third wheel, or to eat dog food? Doesn't the Lord of Magic care? Well, that counselor seems to be like that too. So it's a lineage, huh? Then it's nothing. Jiang Hao directly stomped down hard amidst the shout of, wait, don't go. The space gate activate. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Hao directly transmitted to the territory of the Feather clan 1,000,000 kilometers away. He casually slaughtered dozens of passing members of the Feather clan. That's more like it. Why should I compete with dogs? Fighting is the field he excels in. Still have over 100,000 points and 4 Holy Realm points left. Then let's upgrade to the 8th stage first. Jiang Hao sensed the approaching tens of thousands of little cuties from afar. Feather clan guys, let me see your strength. My strength has returned, but not much. Jiang Hao clenched his fist and swung it towards the roasted wings several kilometers away. This punch embodies 18 years of cultivation. Consuming a large portion of my yuan power, the golden fist imprint appeared as if it were substantial. In this moment, no one could rival my might. With a force comparable to a youthful annihilation cannon, the punch was unleashed instantly, causing catastrophic destruction. The space ahead was completely shattered, revealing the pitch-black, chaotic void. Countless silver-white fragments of space tore apart everything tangible. The earth was struck hard, creating an unfathomable chasm. The continental plates were thoroughly torn apart. The exposed ground had portions already turned to magma, devoid of any life. The punch's wind howled, directly ripping apart and shattering the mountains on either side. It emitted a deafening roar. The unstoppable force of the punch spread for thousands of kilometers. Everything in its path was reduced to nothingness, leaving behind a scene of devastation. What a pity that the punch's might was so immense that it was unlikely to find a complete corpse. Like a second flowering of the plum blossom, a massive floating island appeared in the distant sky. Jiang Hao distinctly felt the severe distortion of space in that area. Despite the distance, it maintained such a vast size. The size of that floating island was at least comparable to a satellite like the moon. Moreover, its density was quite substantial. Logically, such a distortion in space should inflict a catastrophic blow on the ecology of the Earth. The tidal effects and enhanced gravity are no joke. This is simply unscientific. Did I just come over and throw a punch? Is it necessary to directly crash into my hometown? I suspect this is the former lair refined by the Feather Tribe's command star. As an old saying goes, those who understand current affairs are the true heroes. Jiang Hao decided to temporarily reach an understanding with the Feather Tribe. After all, the Star Realm Tribe has no fixed area of activity. I dare not offend the Water Tribe, and since I can't find the Star Realm Tribe, I can only target you, Feather Tribe. The portal appeared, and Jiang Hao's figure vanished within it. Back in his room at the base, Jiang Hao watched as the blue sun in the sky suddenly dimmed. In an instant, it seamlessly transformed into a red moon. Or rather, a super red moon. Under the illumination of the red moon, the air temperature dropped sharply and frost began to form on the water surfaces within the base. This must be what the notes refer to as the night of World No. 7. The time in World No. 7 is different from that of Blue Star. Here day and night are completely random. Sometimes there may be months without sunlight. Many ordinary creatures freeze to death under this crimson light. In short, it is all about randomness. Since the establishment of a presence on Blue Star, the Crimson Eye tribe has begun to use Blue Star's time as a standard. I've heard that prolonged exposure to this crimson light may result in unknown mutations. Moreover, plants that have been illuminated by this light grow very quickly, and the probability of becoming spirits is also higher, of course, if those plants haven't frozen to death. Let's continue to strengthen and raise all dual attributes to the peak of the holy stage. Right now, the points are just enough to exchange for 56 Holy Realm points. After Jiang Hao spent 33 points. Physique Holy Stage 6 segment, Holy Stage 9 segment, Holy Stage Spiritual Holy Stage 8 segment, Holy Stage 9 segment, Holy Stage points 15, Holy Realm points 23. Skillfully adapting to the stronger attributes, he looked at the panel which indicated the possibility of breaking through the Command Star attribute. To reach the Command Star realm, Command Star points are required. The good news is that 100 Holy Realm points can be exchanged for 1 Command Star point. To break through to the Holy Stage 10 segment actually requires 50 points. And from now on, each time it doubles. Jiang Hao calculated roughly that if one attribute were to break through to the Holy Stage 14 segment, that would mean 800 points for the Holy Stage limit attribute. So how can the other Holy Stage individuals reach beyond their... That's not right. Others do not have panels. Their attributes cannot be the same as mine, which are the theoretical limits for each. In other words, top Holy Stage individuals reaching 10 segments, 11 segments are extremely rare. Some even at 9 segments have no further to go, opting instead to directly break through to the Command Star. What a relief. Fortunately, I came to the other world where I can unleash my full potential and wreak havoc. Otherwise, staying on Blue Star, I wouldn't even become a Command Star by graduation. On the first night in the other world, I wonder what Pendant No. 8 is doing right now. Also, Li Lao should be very pleased with the Holy Stage essence I sent back. The next day in the morning, Blue Star, Yinshao Prefecture, Yinshao City. Li Lao, dressed in ordinary training clothes, strolled leisurely down the street. Beside him walked Yin Qianqian, dressed in ancient attire. Passers-by frequently turned to look at this peculiar pair. Li Lao looked at the young and beautiful high school girls preparing to go to school and nodded in satisfaction. I stand in a foreign realm confronting my fate, Star, directly. Upon seeing me, an alien fate, Star gasped in awe, declaring me worthy of the royal rank, then seized its own kin and instantly refined them into essence. With utmost reverence, it presented its race's saint-tier origin core, pleading for my forgiveness. Noting the alien fate Star's sincere demeanor, I ordered it to sever its own cultivation foundation and forbade its entire race from ever threatening launching continent. All is well, no need to worry. Elderly finished reading the letter, a blatant fabrication, with an expressionless face. Make a fate Star self-dismantle its cultivation. Why didn't you just capture it and keep it as a pet? He opened a nearby containment vessel, gazing at the saint-tier origin core within. But how did Jiang Hao manage this? Back in World No. 2, even saint-tier beings dared not strike to kill. Half today's alien race is truly grown this timid. Elderly scratched his head, utterly baffled. After a restful slumber, Jiang Hao rose and glanced out the window. It's still the super crimson moon. Could it be that I've stumbled into an extreme anomaly the very moment I arrived? Recalling his uncanny disaster magnet buff, every dungeon he entered inevitably triggered calamity. Jiang Hao pondered uncertainly. Knock, knock, knock. Councilor Jiang, is he present? An unfamiliar voice, likely a martial cultivator from the base. What brings you here? Jiang, Councilor, the surveillance mission you assigned, tracking the Feather Clan's movements, has been completed. Completed. Jiang Hao studied the high-rank cultivator before him, whose excitement was palpable. Weren't we supposed to maintain continuous observation? Since when does such a task have an endpoint? What is the Feather Clan's current status? Have they deployed forces for intensive searches? Well, our detection system that the Feather Clan's ancestral stronghold has vanished from that region entirely. More precisely, the Feather Clan has abandoned this primary continent and departed for the stellar realms. Wait, what? I was just about to fleece them. How could they flee so swiftly? Jiang Hao stared at his pitifully low point balance. Was he truly expected to pursue them all the way to the stellar realms? The exterior is currently in the Crimson Moon phase, Councilor Jiang. Unless absolutely necessary, avoid prolonged exposure to its light. Having delivered this final note, the cultivator saluted sharply and turned to depart. Nonsense. I possess a saint-tier peak physique. What threat could a mere Crimson Moon pose? Jiang Hao stepped forward and instantly materialized beyond the base perimeter. Above the compound, a full-scale shield would soon activate, sealing it against unforeseen hazards. This moonlight feels merely cool, utterly harmless to me. As Jiang Hao contemplated sneaking off once more to shear the aquatic clans, while a chime resonated. Ding. Host detected within a unique curse environment. Prolonged illumination may engender a second soul within the body. Ding. Chaos Law has fully disassembled the curse. Danger neutralized. Would you like to expend points to unlock partial truth? Point expenditure required 10 million. Exorbitant. Jiang Hao's pupils contracted sharply. 10 million points for partial revelation. Moreover, this description implied the Crimson Moon was not a native phenomenon of World No. 7, as previously assumed. Truly the omnipotent chaos law never fails. A second soul. So the elven clans claim that plants repeatedly bathed in crimson moonlight but surviving somehow awakened as elves is a deception. Or perhaps even the elven clan remains ignorant of this truth. No, the plants themselves are flawed, and so are all who habitually venture outdoors beneath the crimson moon. At this thought, Jiang Hao rushed back inside the base, only to see several cultivators strolling beneath the moonlight laughing and chatting freely. A chill spread through his core. The 7th-rank cultivator ahead clearly understood the peril of extended lunar exposure, yet countless mid- and low-rank soldiers within the base treated it with utter nonchalance. And if the crimson moon phase had indeed been confirmed, why had the base's protective dome not been activated earlier? Though perhaps it's not fatal, so long as exposure remains brief and intermittent, a second soul won't manifest. He grasped this rationale to steady his thoughts. Yet the elven clan remained the gravest concern. After all, they cherished moonlight above all else. The other 3 clans abhorred the crimson moon outright. Even the stellar clan's origins traced back to factions that fled the continent solely to escape its influence. Since the crimson moon manifested only upon the landmass, they chose exile among the stars. Moreover, the elven clan maintained only a fragile neutrality with launching continent. Who knew when that latent danger might detonate without warning? Jiang Hao activated his wristband and messaged Pendant No. 8. I don't eat beef, where are you? Urgent matter, return immediately. He waited several minutes before receiving a reply, apparently preoccupied. Let there be light, boss, I'm deep into a game with my squad right now. Is this game even legitimate? I don't eat beef, cut the chatter. Are you currently exposed to the crimson moon? Will you return, or shall I come to you? Let there be light, my mentor forbids outdoor activity during the crimson moon. Right now I'm at the Royal Capital's Manor with my team, shared location. Jiang Hao lowered his wristband, then invoking his authority as Councilor issued a mandatory order: activate the base's shielding dome to block all lunar radiation. Then he strode toward the manor. So, you're genuinely playing games. Jiang Hao regarded the 5 figures engaged in a game of aerial chess, his expression unreadable. Pendant No. 8, 3 members of the Crimson-Eyed clan, and 1 elf seemingly forged from crystal. A translucent pale violet crystalline being Jiang Hao had never encountered before. Lucas peeled away every paper strip plastered across his face and asked, bewildered. Why the question? During the Crimson Moon phase, no field missions are permitted, so naturally we play games. He glanced at the crystalline elf, who nodded in vigorous agreement. Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes and said, I need to speak with your mentor. Today I discovered the Feather Clan appears to have fled, though I've no idea where to find them. Boss, stop showing off. You drove the Feather Clan into exile in the stellar realms. Moi. Jiang Hao whirled sharply toward Pendant No. 8. You say they fled? I slew only a single Saint-tier cultivator. Surely the Feather Clan's strength wouldn't compel them to flee. Lucas replied, dumbfounded. They evacuated their entire ancestral stronghold to the stellar realms. What else could that possibly be? Even my mentor cannot breach the Feather Clan's sanctum. So boss, you're truly extraordinary. Barely arrived, yet you've terrified the Feather Clan into flight and forced the Aquatic Clan surrender. Lucas wore an awestruck expression. How long until he too attained such power? Observing the effortless camaraderie among his 4 teammates and seeing Elena's gentle smile, Lucas felt tears welling up, overwhelmed by gratitude. At least he possessed 4 deeply trusted comrades. A modest but genuine victory. Fleeing, Jiang Hao approached the window, drew back the curtains, and gazed up at the colossal crimson moon hanging in the sky. Was it his imagination, or had the moon swollen larger than last night? The Feather Clan's exodus must stem from some other. As expected, whenever I enter a dungeon, chaos follows. Perhaps someday I'll serve as a living catastrophe detector, unearthing hidden perils before they erupt. This was undoubtedly the doing of the Transcendent One. I'm heading to the royal palace to consult His Majesty the Archmage King. You must not step outside. In an instant, he vanished from the manor, reappearing deep within the palace's inner sanctum. Yet Jiang Hao always honored his elders with impeccable courtesy. He knocked firmly, then raised his voice. Your Excellency, Councilor, I bear urgent intelligence concerning the Crimson Moon. The door creaked open and a golden-haired, golden-eyed youth stepped out with an unhappy expression. Jiang Hao, being observant, could even discern the faint residual fluctuations of elemental power around him. Cleaning magic. Jiang Hao pondered while gazing at the closed door. What did I just see? You jumped directly from the 7th level to the 8th level. The youth stared in disbelief at Jiang Hao, a monster who had advanced a major realm in just one day. What brand of cheat are you? Can you sell it to me for a cheap price? I can introduce you to a few beauties from the Crimson-Eyed clan. The youth blinked and leaned in, wanting to shake Jiang Hao's hand. Buzz. A spatial barrier emanating a chaotic aura appeared, blocking the youth outside. Honorable Senator, there is an issue with the Red Moon. With a serious expression, Jiang Hao pointed upwards, and only then did the youth realize that the palace above had been shrouded in chaotic laws by this fellow. Isn't the Red Moon just a minor curse? As long as it isn't exposed for long periods, it is basically harmless to high-level warriors. The youth put away his playful expression and looked at the red moon in the sky. Suddenly he thought of something and looked at Jiang Hao. Did your perception of chaotic laws sense something bad? Jiang Hao, who was contemplating an excuse, decisively nodded. I sense that prolonged exposure to that moonlight may lead to soul-related hazards. Also, Senator, didn't you notice that the red moon seems to be closer to the ground today? Closer. The youth suddenly snapped back to reality, his pupils contracting as he looked at the visibly enlarged red moon. He had spent over 100 years in the world number 7. That peculiar red moon had shown no changes. No matter where one viewed it from the continent, the red moon and the blue sun appeared the same size. He had even gone to the star realm beyond to observe. There was no blue giant star or red moon above the continent. Furthermore, the strange races in world number 7 lacked earlier historical records. As a result, when the life stars of the 3 races fell, the elves knew nothing about it, and the blue star side had no choice but to give up. They regarded it as a special anomaly. The youth brought Jiang Hao to the boundary gate in an instant, addressing the 3 holy rank warriors stationed there. From now on, no one is allowed to leave the base or approach the boundary gate. Those who violate this will be killed. Yes, Honorable Senator, X3. Seeing the youth's furrowed brow, Jiang Hao understood that a major event was likely about to unfold. They passed through the boundary gate and returned to Blue Star, England. The youth nodded to Jiang Hao, and then the fluctuations unique to life stars enveloped the entire Blue Star. This was a warning regarding fate, typically only triggered when an unknown life star of a strange race was detected. Just as Jiang Hao was lost in thought, 6 figures appeared. There was no spatial reaction, no fluctuations of elemental power. It was as if time had been drawn back a frame, and the 6 appeared calmly before him. Xiao Wushuang glanced at Jiang Hao, who had reached the 8th level, a glint of surprise passing through her eyes before disappearing. Is there a problem in the world number 7 for those who practice magic? A muscular, nearly 3-meter turtle senator from the Grey Bear clan, who looked very tough, asked. Then he scanned the surroundings and curiously inquired, where's old Foam? Didn't he just return? He and the one from the Zhou family hurried to world number 1. The evil god of life seems to have. A female senator with light golden long hair replied. Life. The others present were startled. Even Xing Huangtian, who had been daydreaming, frowned. Not daring to interrupt, Jiang Hao hid to the side, pretending to be a wooden person staring straight ahead at the black-furred gold. This was the pet brought by the senator, who looked like a little girl, but the holy rank fluctuations of elemental power on it could not be concealed from Jiang Hao. A holy rank pet. Jiang Hao looked enviously at the kitten's smooth fur. The holy rank black cat trembled in fear from Jiang Hao's gaze that seemed to be assessing food. It could clearly sense that this human, whose realm was indiscernible, had killed more than one holy rank being. Meowed. The black cat immediately acted cute, pleading for its life. Jiang Hao took out a water-type friend's preparation to feed. You can't feed little Jean meat. A senator dressed in an outfit resembling a primary school uniform appeared. Jiang Hao looked at the senator wearing white stockings and a kitten hairpin, his forehead slightly bulging. Why does every big shot like to act cute? Furthermore, shouldn't you big shots be discussing matters over there? I'm in a rookie area. He glanced over at the senators who had begun discussing world number 7. The primary school senator revealed a cute smile. Anyway, it has nothing to do with Li Xinyu. She's just a support, so she can hide behind you all later. A support of life star level. That's quite a golden, slender leg. But I remember this one was described as looking like a high school student, right? Her talent seems to be related to healing and the soul. Big brother, do you have anything to eat? I'm so hungry. Jiang Hao took half a step back, feeling disdain. A lowly voice, huh? He took out a sleeping exotic beast friend from his storage bag. Jiang Hao occasionally collected the corpses of exotic beasts as mementos. With a kind expression, he handed the Tumterlong corpse of a rock wolf to the pseudololi. Li Xinyu, hurry and eat. This is a 4th-rank exotic beast. Look how thin you are. Eat some good food to replenish yourself. Li Xinyu looked at Jiang Hao, who showed no hesitation and shock. But how can you eat a rock wolf's corpse? It's made of stone. And don't you know to respect the elderly and love the young? I don't know, Jiang Hao proudly replied. There's no helping it, this old lady can't hide her expression. Haha, brother, Jiang Hao is really funny. I'm going to eat this right now. Li Xinyu grabbed the rock wolf's corpse, which was much taller than her, and shot a fierce glare at the black cat. In the midst of the black cat covering its face and Jiang Hao's cheerful expression, she opened her mouth and took a bite out of the wolf's ear. Watching her chew the stone with a pained expression was the pseudololi. Look at you. Why don't you continue to claim to be young? You're over 100 years old, aren't you? Jiang Hao contentedly picked up the black cat and walked towards the big shots, preparing to team build in world number 7. Xiao Wushuang's gaze passed through numerous obstacles, looking towards the boundary gate connecting to world number 2 within the Grey Bear territory. I won't go. One of us must stay in Blue Star with Huang Tian. Senator Xiao smiled at Jiang Hao, who had grown a bit stronger. Jiang Hao, you truly are the chosen one. You've upgraded a major rank in just a few days. Hearing the big shot's words, he nodded and said, he'll also stay in Blue Star. Recently, an island has appeared in the waters near Songhai Prefecture of Xia Country. I couldn't open it even when I went personally. It could very well be an ancient secret realm. Edmund nodded. In fact, the 5 senators were already enough to deal with unexpected situations. There were only 7 senators stationed in world number 2, with Xing Huangtian, a powerhouse, among them. If that life star of the elf clan in world number 7 indeed had a problem, they could capture it and refine it instantly. Then let's go. The 4 led Jiang Hao and the black cat, along with the lowly senator, who was still struggling with the rock wolf, through the boundary gate to world number 7. Something's wrong. The red moon seems to be expanding continuously. The eyes of the senators pierced through the protective barrier, directly gazing at the sky. Xing Huangtian looked deep into the red moon, where it seemed that many black spots existed. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Everyone, this time, there's truly trouble." The red moon began to swell, and I could not discern what lay within its depths. The celestial clouds swirled in the starry eyes of Xing Huang, his pupils emanating a golden-purple glow. A gaze imbued with the essence of laws scanned the surroundings of the red moon. It even obliterated a lonely planet in the outer realms. Indeed, the red moon does not exist in the real world. It may be a projection from another dimension. Prepare for the worst. Assume that within it is sealed an alien race of multiple star-level beings. The young version of the Magic King, just returned to World 7, felt a slight dizziness. How could nothing have happened during his 100-year stay? Just as the final battle was about to commence, something major happened. He instantly returned to his magical kingdom. He waved his hand, relocating the entire kingdom into his inner world, including his student, who had yet to awaken. The lowly counselor, who had finished half of a rock wolf, stopped staring at Jiang Hao when she saw him. Disregarding those around her, she casually dropped the stone in her hand. Just as she was about to act cute towards her sisters and Lighthouse Nation, her spiritual perception unconsciously swept toward the mid-level warrior on guard nearby. The lowly counselor seemed to have thought of something, and her terrifying mental prowess manifested. A faint green light enveloped the blue star forces of tens of millions stationed at the base. The base itself was established in a semi-plane generously provided by the Magic King. However, for convenience, it was usually embedded within the main continent of World 7. There's a problem. Some soldiers have been completely replaced by unknown souls. The lowly counselor issued a warning to her colleagues, and then a flash of green light appeared in her eyes. Hundreds of thousands of mid to low-level warriors were transported to an open area by her. "Hey, what are you doing?" "I was on duty. Why did counselor summon me?" The complaints of hundreds of thousands of soldiers erupted. The soldiers on the front lines of the other world had long since grown accustomed to various issues. There were even comrades returning from battle who had already died, but carried vast amounts of viruses within them, leading to their immediate annihilation by holy-level beings. Moreover, with several counselors and holy-level beings present, it was impossible for things to be this chaotic. The remaining counselors accompanied by 20 holy-level warriors from World 7. They looked frostily at these unknown beings who exhibited no discipline whatsoever. Jiang Hao told me before that he sensed the moonlight could contaminate souls through the law of chaos. Thus, all beings frequently exposed to moonlight are no longer their original selves. A golden-haired youth embraced the crimson-eyed queen, who radiated fluctuations of holy-level energy, wearing a crown. Ignoring Jiang Hao's scornful gaze, she was accustomed to the looks from her colleagues. The king of Harem solemnly released the world within himself. He asked Councilor Li from the Summer Nation to help identify the problematic crimson-eyed individuals. Fortunately, just like the Water Clan, the Crimson-Eyed Clan also detested the Red Moon. Only a few thousand confused individuals unaware of why they had been exposed were singled out. One piece of bad news: even the fate of a star-level being cannot resolve the issues on them. The good news is that only mid to low-level warriors have been replaced by strange souls. This means we have not yet reached the worst-case scenario. It takes a long exposure for high-level warriors to be contaminated. Li Xinyu breathed a sigh of relief. I recommend fully opening the semi-plane to allow all personnel below holy level within the base to avoid the potential problems that may arise next. It would be best to directly store them in a small world and bring them back to Blue Star. The female counselor from Lighthouse Nation added. The Magic King casually erased the tens of thousands of infiltrators completely replaced by souls. After all, even Councilor Li, who mastered the laws of healing and purification and the incomplete soul laws, could not dispel the strange curse. These entities considered enemies could only be annihilated. Lucas and his good friend were also released, watching their elven teammates trembling in front of the many big shots. Lucas, though foolish, realized something was off. Xiling never exposes herself to moonlight, including my teammates. Li Xinyu continuously cast various detection spells, inch by inch discerning the soul laws against the elven girl. Congratulations, your teammate has not been replaced. Li Xinyu wanted to pat this outstanding junior, but unfortunately her current image was too short. Suddenly embarrassed, she raised her hand high, unsure of what to do. Phew. Thank you so much for your help, Councilor Li. Lucas half-squatted down, providing a step for the girl, who barely reached. You did well. Li Xinyu looked at the respectful junior with satisfaction. She cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Hao, her eyes signaling him to take notes. Seeing that the elementary school counselor was staring at him with discontent, Jiang Hao immediately pulled out a Tier 5 corpse of a fear wolf. He looked at her with eager anticipation. Does Councilor Xinyu still want to eat? There's plenty. Is something wrong with you? Li Xinyu, unable to maintain her smile on her face, wished she could transform into her complete form on the spot. She wanted to show off against this disrespectful fellow. A puddle of accumulated water appeared on the ground without anyone noticing. The surface of the water rippled, and a figure resembling an ordinary blue star person emerged within the base. After respectfully greeting the star-level beings, the figure spoke. Just now the leader of the Elven clan found me, wanting me to. He said the Red Moon is the savior of the world and the origin of all races, urging me to cooperate with him to ambush His Excellency, the Magic King. The counselors and holy-level beings had anticipated this, since most of the Elven clan favored moonlight. The accumulated pollution was sufficient, and it was quite normal for the star-level being to be replaced. Right? Then let's deal with him first to prevent any unexpected events. Xing Huang nodded in understanding, raising a hand to grasp at the Elven clan. There was no special effect. He simply extended his palm slowly. Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted. From his perspective, a colossal hand, made of countless starlight, seemed to reach from an infinitely high dimension towards the Elven clan's star level being millions of kilometers away. That hand was enormous, nearly covering the entire sky. All the holy level elves perished, instantly erased from existence at their very roots. The Elven star level being dancing gracefully under the red moon displayed a look of terror. It seemed she had witnessed something impossible. In the next moment, everyone present sensed the terrifying pressure from the star level being. It was as if a dying person was struck. Suddenly all influences ceased abruptly. In the stunned expression of Yuan, a simple flower unexpectedly appeared in the hand extended by Xing Huang. The flower had already begun to wither, devoid of life. It looked like a wildflower by the roadside, utterly unremarkable, if it weren't for the overwhelming fluctuations of energy, far surpassing holy level lingering on it. Jiang Hao thought Xing Councilor was joking with everyone. Wait, this just happened in an instant. I thought it was said that star-level beings are hard to kill. In Jiang Hao's view, this big shot merely reached out, grasping at thin air. The Elven star-level being attended today's meeting in the form of a corpse. It was even more effortless and pleasant than killing a holy level being. Truly, he was worthy of being a big shot with heaven in his name. No wonder Councilor Xia and Councilor Xing had to keep one of them on Blue Star. It turns out they truly possess strength. From this perspective, it seems I was almost evenly matched with Councilor Xing back then. The Demon King of the Sealed Demon Clan was indeed no ordinary strength. This meant that my plan to head to World 3 would have to be postponed, or else, given my tendency to cause mishaps in dungeons. As soon as I arrived in World 3, I hadn't even met the succubus tour guide yet, and the Demon King had already broken free from his seal and revived in full health. Xing Huang casually tossed the wildflower into his small world. His gaze pointedly looked at Yuan. The other four counselors revealed expressions of amusement. They were ready to watch the show. Standing upright and serious, Yuan immediately stated, "If there are weaker star-level beings, I can barely hold one back. In fact, I have long yearned for Blue Star, only regretting that I cannot leave." The Water Clan also hopes to establish a cooperative relationship with Blue Star. The previous conflicts were all due to the mistakes of the former clan leader. Yuan was shamelessly expressing his thoughts. After all, this lord could genuinely squash him. Indeed, you, the leader of the Water Clan, are not watery at all. Ever since Jiang Hao learned that Yuan was actually a mutant elf, he further deepened his stereotype of the Water Clan as brain-dead and stubborn. If it were purely a Water Clan individual, even facing Xing Huang, who can kill star-level beings in an instant, they would still rush in to slap him. Even if surrounded by 4 human star-level beings, they would still charge forward. Jiang Hao furrowed his brows, his gaze profound. Suddenly, he recalled the encounter of the master of the Mo sect. A curse capable of corrupting even the life star. Is the source of the red moon a masterpiece of a king-level being? For some reason, the challenges he has faced recently seem to be increasing in difficulty. I hope there isn't a sealed king-level powerhouse emerging, or the entire Blue Star could be in serious trouble. Meanwhile, upon learning that all the powerful beings of the elf clan had perished, Ziling felt somewhat downcast. Fortunately, the first person she saw upon becoming an elf was the captain who brought her back. To her, the captain was more important than her rarely interacted kin. In the sweet smile of Aliana, Lucas held Ziling tightly, offering continuous comfort. The other 2 crimson-eyed girls also revealed envious gazes, watching the golden pupils inherited from a certain council member flickering incessantly. The sickly cute girl made gestures unconsciously. Jiang Hao chose to ignore the number 8 accessory that would inevitably face a disastrous fate. His gaze pierced through the protective barrier, observing the red moon in the sky. The projection of another world seems to contain a sealed monster, the curse that taints the life star. No wonder some of the truths cost 10 million points. It seems that one can only ascertain what is about to happen rather than the origin of the red moon. The panel seems to be vague about the assessment of king-level beings. The chaos scripture was initially unknown. Only after perfect conversion would it display its rank. Does reaching the king level confer any special abilities? True spirits that have not reached higher realms cannot grasp their own destinies. They can easily be observed by certain existences. Jiang Hao inexplicably recalled this saying. At that time, the master of the Mo sect said that even if he possessed the laws of chaos, he could only grasp a rough situation. There were no descriptions about the mysterious powerhouse that tainted his world. They had already encountered each other. It was impossible not to know whether the other was male or female. Yet the essence of his rank was at the life star level, still gradually being tainted, separated by an unknown number of spatio-temporal barriers. Thus, if I consume points to fully understand the truth, then the king-level being behind the red moon will notice me. Life star powerhouses only exist within the same world. Only if one is directly called by their true name or described in detail regarding matters related to them would a life star powerhouse feel something. Moreover, they would not be aware of others who are also life stars and possess certain special laws. Then the king level should be a step further. As long as you know the information about this king-level powerhouse, you will be perceived. Regardless of how many spatio-temporal barriers lie between, you will be instantly obliterated or tainted by the other along the causal lines. Kings cannot be spoken of, cannot be known, cannot be imagined. Of course, the more detailed the knowledge, the more dangerous it is. If it only concerns certain deeds of the king level and does not involve information about the individual, the life star can conceal itself. How it seems this crisis should not be too severe after all. The red moon has existed in the world 7 for an unknown duration. The king level being behind it has probably long since left this area and ventured into the depths of the chaos void. Is the red moon merely a byproduct of a king-level powerhouse? Some kind of experiment? Jiang Hao dared not think further, releasing the chaotic laws that entangled him. I hope there will be opportunities to earn points. My peak saint-level strength is still too weak. Those martial artists below the saint level have all entered the half-plane brought back to the Blue Star by a military high-ranking officer who had just recently advanced to the saint level. After all, no one knows what exactly is inside the red moon. Without being at the saint level, one doesn't even qualify to step out and engage in battle. The brightness of the red moon in the sky is increasing. Suddenly a hollow appeared at the very center of the red moon. Waves of energy fluctuations from thousands of saint-level beings emanated, with some figures being from other races and others being bizarre creatures never seen before. There were even human-like figures among them. Immediately after 10 waves of life, star-level energy spread out, radiating a small part of the star realm. After these figures appeared, the red moon slowly rotated. It collapsed towards the central hollow, ultimately disappearing, leaving only a spatial passageway resembling a gateway. It doesn't seem like it was sealed. It feels more like the red moon has connected to a new otherworld, Jiang Hao said with certainty. Among the thousands of figures in the sky, a human-like powerhouse, sitting in a war chariot, half opened one eye, looking down at the ground. The individuals present instantly felt as if they were being watched by a fierce beast. Xing Huangtian looked solemnly at the powerhouse in the chariot, who was carelessly emitting waves of fate disturbance. The powerhouse who opens the path of kings. The other 4 council members were instantly filled with tremendous fear. Only Council Member Xia and Council Member Xing from the entire Blue Star were correctly treading this path. And in World 2, there are 2 such powerful beings. However, those 2 beast kings are in a hostile relationship, which is why Blue Star can suppress the gateway with just 7 council members, including the suspected returning evil god Life and another evil god yet to reveal its traces. Blue Star is currently unable to deal with so many life stars. The dozens of saint-level martial artists present upon seeing the figure in the war chariot felt as if they could vanish at any moment, erased from the future. Fortunately, Jiang Hao, relying on his peak saint-level dual attributes and the omnipotent chaotic laws, shook his head and shook off the feeling of being at the mercy of fate. It seems I can use the chaotic laws to immunize myself from a certain degree of fate reorganization. At that time, I did not actively use chaotic laws to entangle myself. The King of Magic struggled so hard to alter my fate. Now I should be able to immunize against the initial kill of an ordinary life star powerhouse. In Xing Huangtian's eyes, it seemed as if countless stars were born and extinguished, resembling a miniature real star system. The parts of the star realm affected and altered by the 10 life stars in the sky were instantly dyed in the colors of Xing Huangtian. Tens of millions of stars flickered continuously, with Xing Huangtian's breath becoming unpredictable in brightness. The aura emanating from him surged higher and higher, as if he were absorbing the power of these stars. That aura, capable of crushing the main continent, drew the gaze of the powerhouse in the war chariot towards Xing Huangtian. That powerhouse seemed momentarily taken aback, then stepped down from the chariot, nodding in greeting. Then he raised his hand, signaling his subordinates to restrain their aura, to give the natives on the ground a moment to negotiate. This is a sign of respect towards fellow powerful beings who have also embarked on the path of kings. I will block the strongest one from the opposite side and take him to the depths of the star realm. With the power of the stars as support, I should be able to achieve a 50-50 chance, Xing Huangtian said expressionlessly. The Bearman Council member quietly muttered, 20 years ago the Demon King from World 3 wanted to forcibly cross the gateway. When arriving in Xingluo Prefecture, you also said it would be a 50-50 chance. Then the Bearman Council member confidently showcased his muscles. I can hold off 3 with average strength, but I can only take the hits and cannot retaliate. The abyss that has already joined the Blue Star train sighed helplessly. If we leave the continent and engage in battle in the star realm, I would just be obliterated instantly. Oh, leave the weakest one for me. The Lighthouse Nation Council member looked at the King of Magic and Li Xinyu, this massive healer, believing that the 3 of them could. After all, the final outcome still depends on whether Council member Xing can quickly defeat the powerful beings on the opposite side. As the 19th member of the Blue Star Council, the chaotic laws surrounding Jiang Hao were as substantial as material, tainting everything around him. The ground he passed over was polluted by chaotic colors, then swallowed by the void. The silvery space power spun continuously in Jiang Hao's hands. Looking at the big shots present, Jiang Hao revealed a standard smile. Leave those thousands of saint-level beings to me. I will take care of those at the saint level. As Jiang Hao's confident words fell, he was ruthlessly slapped in the face by the detestable member of the council. Li Xinyu, holding a seemingly dead black cat, said languidly, "You can fight, but can you handle thousands of saint-level opponents at the same time? Of course, it's not that I don't trust you, big brother, but you're only at the 8th level right now, right?" As she spoke, she felt something was off. Didn't the list just say he was only at the 7th level? She had already regarded Jiang Hao as her equal colleague in her mind. This made her realize that she had been oblivious until now. How long has it been? He can leap across a major realm. This junior must have grown up with some overpowered assistance. 8th level. The King of Harem recalled how he had barely managed to control Jiang Hao's fate amidst exhaustion. Several saints from the aquatic tribe had perished, and he dared not seek revenge. He believed Jiang Hao could hold off a star of destiny. Jiang Hao leisurely took out the 5th level rock wolf that he hadn't eaten yet, and made a biting gesture towards Li Xinyu. Under the confused gazes of others, he pointed at his wristband, hinting with his eyes, "You wouldn't want the embarrassing story of you stubbornly gnawing on rocks to get out, would you?" Li Xinyu instantly flushed red, wanting to explode at Jiang Hao, but her face quickly turned pale. "Please just act like a decent person." To avoid embarrassment, she could only concede with tears in her eyes, admitting that Jiang Hao did indeed possess strength. Satisfied, he put away his old friend and confidently smiled at the seniors watching the show. "While I definitely can't take on thousands of saint-level opponents, I can hold them off for a while." This was not boasting, as long as he swiftly killed 27 saints in the beginning, boosting his spirit to the 10th segment of the saint level. Then his speed in killing the rest of the weaklings would only increase. What does it mean to train through battle to grow stronger with each fight? Jiang Hao raised the corners of his mouth, confidently drawing out the hidden shadow, pointing the blade towards the sky. Who dares to say they are not afraid of a war of attrition or a war of endurance? He displayed a somewhat dramatic expression reminiscent of a certain someone proudly declaring, "Only I, Jiang Hao, am worthy." Everyone nodded in realization. Jiang Hao's signature martial skill, enhanced by the entangled chaos laws, could indeed hold off the opponent. Then let's get started. Xing Huangtian exchanged glances with the powerful figure in the sky. That figure leaning against a war chariot showed no intention of striking first despite the numerical advantage. Xing Huangtian made a gesture of invitation, then stepped forward, arriving at the star realm. He fixed his gaze firmly on the opponent. He casually put away the war chariot, and the powerful figure who had embarked on the path of kings let out a wild laugh. Some dwarf planets and meteors near the main continent were torn apart and shattered. The space was rent with cracks from the laughter. This powerful figure suddenly spoke, his voice echoing in the ears of every living being on the continent, including the two races that had already gathered, preparing to venture deep into the star realm together. "We have come to conquer this time. Engaging equals against equals, we do not slaughter the weak. This is the creed we have upheld in our invasions of multiple worlds." He then revealed a playful smile. "After all, in the world illuminated by the blood moon, everyone will eventually become. You will eventually return to the embrace of the blood moon." After saying this, he lifted a bloodstained spear and followed Xing Huangtian into the star realm, pursuing deeper into it. The 4 council members also intuitively found their opponents heading into the star realm to battle. After all, the main continent was still too fragile to withstand the destruction by so many powerful beings. Yuan looked helplessly at the figure left in the sky, a powerful being whose aura had just reached the Star of Destiny. Yuan waved his hand, summoning a cataclysmic flood. In an instant, it swept away the weakest Star of Destiny, who was preparing to head to the Star Realm. Jiang Hao looked at the 30 or so saints present, as well as over 100 saints who had been urgently summoned from Blue Star for support. "Each of you just needs to hold off one. Fight in the outer layer of the continent, I leave the rest to me." "Understood." Wishing Councilor Jiang victory without defeat. More than 100 saints dispersed, nodding at the thousands of enemies, then headed towards the outer layer of the continent. After dividing out over 100, the saint-level experts from the Blood Moon side looked curiously at Jiang Hao, who was walking alone, stepping on air stairs. Smack! Smack! Where Jiang Hao walked, black pollution appeared out of nowhere, slowly tainting the space. The entire sky emitted a mournful sound of breaking. It seemed to accuse someone of unethical behavior. My! With a single wave of his hand, the laws of space manifested. All sounds abruptly ceased. He looked at Jiang Hao, who appeared to have some ability, and the Blood Moon expert asked, "Indigenous powerhouse, who are you looking to challenge? Or do you want to challenge all of us?" A saint-level expert who resembled a tentacled creature spoke up. The other several thousand saint-level experts looked at Jiang Hao with a mix of amusement. Looking at the smooth tentacles that could excite magical girls, Jiang Hao shivered instinctively. He looked with a troubled expression at a few oddly shaped, yet only at the initial saint-level friends. "Just you few. Since you sincerely asked, I will graciously tell you." He revealed a smile similar to that of the powerful figure sitting on the war chariot with the bloodstained spear. "I am here today to either kill you, or for you to kill me." With those words, the already charged chaos spear of the god of assassination directly obliterated the loathsome tentacled creature. The seamless void-breaking slash infused with most of his spiritual power was unleashed. He struck forward with his blade. Sizzle. Crackle. With the universal chaos laws enhancing it, the foundational true damage of the soul blade was further increased. All the thousands of alien saint-level experts felt a sharp pain in their minds. The weakest among them, who had just reached the saint level, didn't even have time to scream. They were directly killed by Jiang Hao's strike. Including the several closest alien saints, they had their spirits annihilated by the soul blade imbued with the color of chaos. Even Li Lao would have to flee when faced with so many saints. Of course, more of the aliens only felt a pain in their heads, and that was it. The violent fluctuations of elemental power created a storm above the main continent. There are actually dozens of 9th-level experienced babies mixed in here. Want to play a war of attrition? Do you have the strength to compete with me, Jiang Ritian? Then he shouted inwardly, "Panel, let these rustic folks witness what it means to break through in the heat of battle." Points and saint points were deducted. Realm 8th level, 1st heaven, 8th level, 7th heaven spirit, saint level 9th segment, saint level 10th segment, exceeding limit attribute, 1st segment, saint level points, 15 saint points 0. Damn indigenous people. You have no martial ethics. Quick, attack together and kill him. Thousands of saint level attacks rained down on Jiang Hao. For an ordinary saint-level warrior, this would mean certain death right where they stood. But Jiang Hao was a legitimate warrior. Originally drained of spiritual energy and most of his elemental power, he instantly regained his previous state. Even his spirit, having reached the 10th segment, was evidently of higher quality and more solid. Space reversal. A black and silver entangled mirror appeared in Jiang Hao's hand. Then the mirror's surface suddenly flipped. Except for a few minor spiritual attacks that Jiang Hao managed to withstand, all the remaining elemental attacks were returned to the alien saints. Oh, that hurts. The saints from the Blood Moon side, although not killed by their own attacks, suffered serious injuries. This is impossible. After that previous strike, your condition should have declined. How come your elemental power quality has improved? Rubbing his temples, Jiang Hao slightly lifted his chin. Coldly looking at a group of enemies questioning their lives, he proudly said, "A bunch of unsophisticated rural folks. Isn't it normal to break through in battle? As a genius, I think it's reasonable for me to break through in the midst of battle, right? No way. You can't be serious. You haven't even experienced a breakthrough in battle, have you?" A silver-white spatial power emerged beneath his feet, complemented by the boundless realm of perfection. All techniques meant to block or restrict were effortlessly evaded by Jiang Hao. The many holy tier experts from the Red Moon faction looked grim. The best response to the derision from this native was to conquer him. Native powerhouse. You may be strong, perhaps even among the top in our many conquered worlds. Your talent and combat strength among the holy tiers are indeed exceptional. A seemingly human holy tier expert called out. But how long can your primordial energy and mental power support you? Once you can no longer hold on, I will treat you very seriously. With that, the human expert from the Red Moon faction took out a level 9 life crystal. It seemed he was preparing to restore his primordial energy, as Jiang Hao was simply too elusive and sealing techniques were ineffective. The experts from the Red Moon faction only needed to focus fire and cast skills. As Jiang Hao continuously unleashed the flying sky-breaking slash to interrupt some powerful attacks, while dodging damage, he had to consider many more factors. Sensing a fragrant aroma, Jiang Hao glanced at the human from the Red Moon faction after dodging an attack that could obliterate the continent, noticing the dozens of level 9 life crystals in his bag. Oh, there are life crystals on the other side too. Aren't these only produced in the number 2 alternate world? Your crystals look nice, but they're mine now. In an instant, Jiang Hao appeared before the arrogant expert, who widened his eyes in shock as his companions rushed to assist. Unmatched shattering fist. Bang! The holy tier primordial energy shield was shattered. A direct headshot. It was still the familiar tactic of a sudden face-to-face attack, followed by a headshot. This was the top-notch operation and awareness of the old Fish King. Once again, he earned some holy realm points while casually stealing a crystal no one wanted. Jiang Hao shouted in his heart, "Absorb the crystal." Points 390015 holy realm points 29. If I can kill 21 more, I'll elevate my physical body to the 10th level. Unfortunately, to restrain him, the subsequent soul blade strikes were not as powerful as at the beginning. They only severely injured an ordinary holy tier. Moreover, some were tough and took several hits before Jiang Hao could kill them, causing the kill rate to slow down. Mental consumption is too fast. I'll have to rely on my 10th level physique to leash the dogs. Now, my power comeback. Realm 8 stage, 7 heavens 9 stage 3 heavens points 60015. The nearly exhausted primordial energy was replenished significantly. You got stronger again. You can break through so effortlessly in the holy tier. Why is the fortune of these natives so strong? Wouldn't it be better to return to the embrace of the Red Moon? The other holy tiers from the Red Moon looked at Jiang Hao with jealousy. They had been stuck at their level for thousands, even tens of thousands of years, unable to grow stronger at all. Yet this native was continuously getting stronger. One by one, they were blinded by rage, no longer controlling their primordial energy consumption. They unleashed all their firepower, preparing to kill Jiang Hao. They could no longer care about the task given by the elders to capture some prodigies. All prodigies deserve to die, not to mention a prodigy as outrageous as Jiang Hao, who, once again, he teleported to dodge a sword that could tear the heavens, striking the two-headed giant from behind with a dissection maneuver, hearing the howls of anguish before death. Jiang Hao looked coldly at the gathering Red Moon faction experts, not giving them a chance to assist any isolated member. Physique holy tier 9 stages, holy tier 10 stages, exceeding limit attribute 1 holy tier, holy realm point 0. All of Jiang Hao's attacks were imbued with chaotic laws. This effectively prevented resurrection and quick healing techniques. After all, the life force of the holy tier was still extremely strong. Even if Jiang Hao were stabbed through the heart or had his head severed, he would not die. Against holy tier opponents, only by annihilating the soul or contaminating it with chaotic laws could he truly score a kill. Now the game is just beginning. Jiang Hao bared his teeth, licking his lips. A sinister smile appeared. In the over 2 hours of battle, Jiang Hao had already taken down nearly 200 holy tier experts from the opposing side. He achieved this by constantly flickering around, killing isolated enemies and exploiting the cooldowns of the alien race's skills. Moreover, Jiang Hao occasionally struck at the distant friends, unleashing soul blades to weaken their status. Now the thousands of enemies in front of him had been completely surrounded by Jiang Hao. Even without primordial energy, I can still crush you. After saying that, Jiang Hao, relying on his terrifying physical prowess, charged into the enemy ranks like a meteor. He crashed into a goblin that looked like a spellcaster, causing it to spit blood in shock. Then aura. In the blink of an eye, thousands of punches were thrown, directly obliterating the goblin and the alien behind it. Alien races, you shall be exterminated. With a kick imbued with chaotic laws, he created a massive spatial rift, severely injuring several holy tier aliens. A shot from the god-piercing sword of chaos took out a support who wanted to help his companion. Then Jiang Hao clenched his fist. Crack. Boom. The space before him instantly began to collapse, engulfing the severely injured individuals. The exploding fragments of space flew towards the area with the highest concentration of enemies under Jiang Hao's control. Oh, how can he be this strong? The holy tier experts from the Red Moon began to doubt their lives. Was the opponent truly a holy tier while they were mere imposters? A day later, deep within the star realm, various figures were engaged in a fierce battle against the life star experts, exchanging blows. Countless planetary debris drifted through the universe. One by one, stars were destroyed by the attacks of the life star experts. The Gray Bear Senator shook his newly grown arm, glancing at the 9 individuals who were starting a round of combat tens of thousands of light years away. His face was somewhat pale, having endured thousands of explosions and reformation. He was really struggling. Sighing, he spoke to the 3 enemies who had hardly been injured but wore expressions of frustration. Shall we take a break? Look at your side. All 5 have begun slacking off. Anyway, a result won't come out anytime soon. Why not wait for our respective leaders together? The 3 life star experts from the Red Moon showed some signs of interest. This native was simply too damn resilient, and his recovery speed was simply unbelievable. He simply couldn't be killed. Trying to go to other battlefields for support would result in being held back, enduring a few more attacks to ensure their survival. Alright, native powerhouse, we. The 3 aliens and the 5 life star experts in the distance suddenly gasped, including the weak life star individuals who were so nauseated by the evil that they felt like vomiting. They sensed that the number of holy tier compatriots they brought this time had just exceeded 2,000. It should be noted that the number of holy tiers they brought was less than 7,000. Before arriving in this world, the 10 life stars specifically set up a destiny alert for the number of deaths. Now the number of holy tier deaths had triggered an alarm. Didn't the opposing side only have a little over 100 holy tiers? How could so many have perished in such a short time? Wasn't there only 2 peak holy tiers on the other side? The 9 life stars from the Red Moon instantly ceased their attacks. Amidst the panting, sweaty expressions and puzzled gazes from the Blue Star representatives, they directly looked toward the main continent of this world. This is impossible. Isn't he only at the 9th stage? At this moment, Jiang Hao was utterly consumed by bloodlust. He chased after every opponent he caught as the surge of his newfound power was simply irresistible. Physique Saint level 12 with 3 tiers of transcendent attributes, Saint level mentality, Saint level 11 with 2 tiers of transcendent attributes, Saint level points 60015 Saint realm point 6. After a victorious battle, the injured Saint level allies from Blue Star prepared to come to his aid. Everyone watched in astonishment as Jiang Hao wielded a massive sword hundreds of meters long, relentlessly pursuing and slashing at thousands of Saint level opponents. The continually splitting rifts in space revealed exploding dwarf planets. Amidst this chaos, manic laughter erupted. Has Councilor Jiang completely unleashed himself? A British Saint-level warrior observing the godlike figure nervously swallowed. Do we still need to go support? I'm afraid Councilor Jiang might eliminate us all too. Then let's wait and retrieve the bodies of our fallen comrades and the enemy corpses from earlier. The remaining 80 or so Blue Star and Crimson Eye tribe saints silently left the stage for the esteemed Councilor. At this moment, the powerful beings from Blue Star and the Crimson Moon side observed with strange expressions. Jiang Hao at the 9th tier made thousands of saints too afraid to retaliate. I must be seeing things. How can a 9th tier being possess such formidable combat power? This is not merely elemental energy. A black-skinned female orc warrior from Crimson Moon stared in disbelief. Jiang Hao unleashed a blade of energy that tore through the heavens, accompanied by a mental wave nearing the level of a life star. Instantly, over 100 saint-level comrades perished. The remaining fighters, each soul injured, appeared unable to continue fighting. Hands that once gripped hunting rifles now hung limply. This completely shattered her understanding accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years. The 8 life star warriors from Crimson Moon gradually converged. They silently watched as several saint-level comrades were reduced to blood mist by Jiang Hao's fist. The terrifying fist wind even tore scars across the cosmos. He must be the reincarnation of the saint of our Crimson Moon kingdom. A life star warrior resembling a sentient vine suddenly spoke up. Indeed, he must be the saint. We should. The saint of their Crimson Moon kingdom had lost himself in the chaotic void while seeking the path to kingship and had never returned. Regardless of whether he was the saint or not, he was certainly far more powerful than the previous arrogant one. Seeing that the Crimson Moon side intended to seize Jiang Hao, the Blue Star counselors erupted in anger, unleashing their elemental energy fluctuations ready for a confrontation. This was an attempt to sever the roots of Blue Star. After all, Jiang Hao's achievements were astonishing. He had broken through to the 9th tier in just one day. He had truly managed to hold back thousands of saints, appearing to do so with ease. To better assist her teammates in healing, Li Xinyu, having transformed into her complete form, thought to herself, if Jiang Hao is this powerful, wouldn't he be the strongest once he becomes a life star? Perhaps I should take a step back and find an opportunity to become his disciple. This way I might benefit from his blessings in the future and embark on the path to kingship myself. Although the life star warriors from Crimson Moon claimed they wanted to take Jiang Hao away, each of them remained obediently standing in place. After all, it would be disgraceful for a life star warrior to attack a mere 9th tier native. They would be executed by the Elder Council upon return. In this chaotic realm, who didn't know that the Crimson Moon Kingdom valued their reputation above all? How could they engage in such bullying against the weak? If their lord awakens in the future and learns that they adhered strictly to the rules, surely they would be rewarded. Seeing that the 8 life stars from Crimson Moon seemed to be slacking off, the Blue Star counselors also took the opportunity to rest for a while and recover their state. Deep within the star realm, countless dim stars were on the verge of dying. Xing Huangtian appeared somewhat pale, and the fluctuations of his elemental energy gradually waned. It seemed he was about to fall from the empowered state of star power. Meanwhile, the opponent wielding a long spear was also not in good condition. His hand gripping the spear trembled slightly. His body bore traces of explosions and tears. He gazed at the native warrior who had stepped onto the path of kingship, feeling somewhat bewildered. Throughout the day's battles, he distinctly sensed the young and vibrant essence of his opponent. The other party was probably not even 1,000 years old. Strange warrior, you have earned my respect. We can retreat now. But the Crimson Moon will forever shine. Next time we will send even more powerful warriors. Xing Huangtian frowned slightly, then relaxed. Thinking of how Jiang Hao had achieved such strength in just half a year, who knew who would invade next time. Besides, they were not from world number 7. At worst, they could just blow up the dimensional gate on their return. Casually tossing the black hole in his hand aside, the powerful gravitational force began to absorb the surrounding debris. He casually asked, how long until the next time? The man with the long spear paused, feeling the loss of over 2,000 fallen saint-level comrades. Especially those in the early or mid stages of the saint level suffered heavy casualties. With a resigned sigh, he noted that over 5,000 saints brought along were all young juniors under 1,000 years old. They were all outstanding talents within the realm. Thankfully, no life star level warriors had fallen, who otherwise it would have been a He never expected that such a powerful being existed in this native world. We are not aware. All actions are determined by the Elder Council. Subsequently pointing towards the main continent, where Jiang Hao was slashing through enemies like cutting grass, he enviously said, you are truly fortunate in your world to have such a powerful transcendent. Unfortunately, ever since the Lord fell into slumber, the Elder Council set such ridiculous rules to avoid provoking strong enemies. They even deceived us into thinking it was the Lord's command. However, that young man's talent is too outrageous. I will report back to the Elder Council and ask them to decide. After speaking, he tossed a crystalline object to the other party. Without giving Xing Huangtian a chance to respond, he turned and left. Xing Huangtian watched the departing back with a dark, uncertain expression, ultimately choosing not to strike. His injuries from this encounter were far more severe than those of his opponent. Finally, the power of the stars within him completely dissipated. The fluctuations of elemental energy plummeted to the extreme, and the portion of the king's path he had walked was about to sever. He coughed up a mouthful of golden blood. Sigh. This time I will need to recuperate for a long time. I hope Wushuang can hold on. Jiang Hao had already reduced the opposing saint-level warriors to about half. In just over a day, his strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. Huff. It's a pity that I was too weak at the beginning. Those who weren't instantly killed have only managed to endure one strike. This has led to diminishing points in the subsequent gains. The soul blade of Fei Xiao Pekong can only be considered a kill when facing the closest target. Other enemies affected but not dead will not be counted as killed. Suddenly 10 life star warriors from the opposing side appeared, and the counselors from Blue Star stood beside him. A fatigued Yuan slowly floated over. In Jiang Hao's puzzled gaze, the opposing big shot regretfully spoke to him. It's a pity you are not the saint. The other party released a war chariot and then waved his hand. The spatial passage created by Crimson Moon earlier instantly projected a beam of guiding light. The warriors from Crimson Moon began a strategic retreat, taking away the corpses of the saints that Jiang Hao had previously killed but could not collect. Before the passage closed, the voice of that big shot echoed. All worlds illuminated by the Crimson Moon will ultimately return to our Crimson Moon Kingdom. The passage fully closed, expanding momentarily before returning to the Super Crimson Moon. It shone upon this continent as if watching over it. Damn, the materials I worked hard to gather. The corpses of saint-level warriors could not be stored in spatial tools. Jiang Hao killed them and didn't bother with the remaining bodies. Moreover, some were completely obliterated, their souls beyond salvage. He allowed the corpses to drift aimlessly, focusing solely on the battle. Jiang Hao did not expect the opposing side to be so unscrupulous. A big shot on the path to kingship was actually targeting him, a mere 9th-tier warrior. He glanced at the allied saints recovering from their injuries under the care of the great Councilor Li. This dungeon was quite thrilling. Let's take a break for a while and return to Blue Star by the end of the month. The strong ones from the Red Moon came inexplicably and then inexplicably left. The people present finally breathed a sigh. On the ground, Jiang Hao glanced at the Magic King, who was preparing to pack up and flee. It seemed everyone was ready to abandon World No. 7, blowing up the gate. Unless that so-called king takes action, it would be hard for those of the Fate Star level to find a world they haven't visited. After all, the Blue Star does not have the Red Moon. Yuan looked anxious to interject, but dared not. He could only hesitate, staring at the meditative Star Counselor. Is it really over for the opposing side like this? It feels so anticlimactic. Jiang Hao asked the Nolala-formed Councilor Li. After helping several colleagues heal their bodies and purify residual powers, Li Xinyu, exhausted and forced into energy-saving mode, shot Jiang Hao a speechless glance. Even the originally virtual anchor voice that she was supposed to use sounded a bit tired as it emerged. If we keep fighting, mutual destruction would be the best outcome. I didn't expect the opposing side to suddenly withdraw. Councilor Li raised her head, forcing a smile at Jiang Hao, releasing her enlarged black cat pet to sleep on her lap. For now we are safe. The opposing retreat has other reasons. Star Huang Tian, whose face slightly lost its pallor, opened his eyes. Next we either completely abandon the less effective world no. 7 or wait for the opposing side to negotiate a result. While speaking, he looked meaningfully at Jiang Hao, a smile tugging at his lips, or we can wait a few years. When Councilor Jiang advances to the Fate Star level, we can counterattack the opposing side. The opposing side might have King level big shots. I'm just a mere Fate Star. When I reach Fate Star level, it would be reasonable to boost my attributes to King level. Counterattacking doesn't seem impossible. Jiang Hao shifted his gaze to the bodies of the holy level beings that numbered just over 1,000 discarded. Most of them had their souls obliterated or their bodies were incomplete. Only a few hundred could be used for advancing to the holy level. On the side of the Blue Star and the Crimson Eye clan, nearly 60 holy level beings had fallen. This is the true essence of holy level combat. Everyone relies on opportunities and extensive battles to advance to the holy level. Most holy level warriors often need to fight for a long time to seize a flaw and win. There aren't that many prodigies who can crush everything and are invincible among their peers. In fact, the Blue Star's casualty ratio, which is less than half, can already be considered good. This is also the reason why holy level battles and other guarded worlds do not erupt easily. Not all peak 9th level warriors can break through to the holy level using holy level origins. Councilor Jiang, this time, you killed nearly half of the enemy's holy level beings. What reward do you need? Looking at the dozens of holy level points on the panel, Jiang Hao, without hesitation, he replied, life crystals. More life crystals. The member of the Lighthouse Kingdom turned his attention to the large figure of the gray bear. He signaled with his eyes, urging the other party to be aware. Life crystals. I really don't have any on me. After all, those things are of no use to us. Embarrassed, the gray bear member scratched his head and noticed Jiang Hao starting to raise an eyebrow. He immediately patted his chest and assured, but we the gray bears have plenty of life crystals. After returning, we can give Councilor Jiang 10,000 9th level life crystals. Jiang Hao instantly felt a surge of respect. That's 300 million points. Converted into points, that amounts to 300 holy level points. But it seems not that much. Ahem, I actually prefer 7th level life crystals. Can you help me exchange them for 7th level ones? He looked at the gray bear member with a sincere expression, eagerly asking. If converted to 7th level, it would at least multiply by over 20 times. Oh. The gray bear member scratched his hair awkwardly. Actually, life crystals are considered important military supplies in World No. 2. Basically, all energy weapons and the operation of facilities rely on it for energy. And 7th level life crystals are consumed the fastest. The stockpile is mostly 9th level. Using life crystals as one-time energy sources. That seems too wasteful. Jiang Hao felt a heaviness in his chest at the thought of vast amounts of crystals being consumed daily. But he still firmly replied, it's okay, 9th level is also good. Jiang Hao was still aware of the situation in World No. 2. Like the earlier strong beings from the Red Moon, those at the holy level and above cannot intervene in wars beneath the holy level. Kings against kings, generals against generals. Otherwise, those two beast kings who stepped onto the path of sealing kings wouldn't mind first eliminating the humans of the Blue Star. After all, there are countless mid to low-level alien beasts. It's beneficial for both sides to eliminate some regularly. Thus, energy weapons became the crucial factor for mid to low-level human warriors to defeat and suppress the tide of it. At this juncture, with the evil god about to return, the human side had not engaged in multiple holy level battles with the alien beasts for months. Star Huang Tian passed a peculiar crystal to the present councilors, including Jiang Hao. After browsing the information recorded inside, Jiang Hao was shocked and exchanged glances with several councilors whose expressions fluctuated. Just now, the 10 Fate Star and several thousand holy level beings from the Red Moon were actually just a vanguard team. This is even more exaggerated than the various crises the Blue Star is about to face with the return of many evil gods. In the data, some information about the Red Moon royal domain was recorded aside from the king level. How the phenomenon of the Red Moon originated, they also did not know. However, under the illumination of the Red Moon, many worlds with mutated souls gradually united and spontaneously formed a grand realm named after the Red Moon. It was only when someone successfully completed the path of sealing kings that it was renamed the Red Moon Royal Domain. Within it, there were over 100 Fate Star strong beings who had walked the path of kings. The Red Moon seems to have become a natural phenomenon in the chaotic void, randomly connecting different worlds, which then wage war against each other, plundering resources. The Red Moon Royal Domain can use a secret technique to enter all the polluted worlds through the Red Moon, allowing the remaining unpolluted natives to return to the embrace of the Red Moon. After reading this familiar introduction, Jiang Hao inwardly pondered, sounds a bit like some peculiar race. Is this royal domain a relatively morally high alien realm? Does that mean there's also a mighty child of calamity? The value of the Red Moon is still rising. Jiang Hao followed several big shots back to the Blue Star. The question of whether to blow up the gate of World No. 7 needs to be confirmed by a majority vote of the councilors. However, Jiang Hao believes that World No. 7 should be preserved, if not for any other reason. With his talent and potential, becoming a king level would be a piece of cake, right? He glanced at the harem squad that had been released, starting to show affection on the streets of England. Jiang Hao suddenly felt like he had forgotten something. But didn't those holy level origins and some materials get taken back by the Jiang Hao plan to use half of the materials and dozens of holy level origins to enhance Yinhuan, completely upgrading it to the pinnacle of holy level weapons? Now Yinhuan has already been marinated in Jiang Hao's chaotic laws, capable of directly allowing others to enhance it to the holy weapon level. As for the other holy level origins, let those brave 9th level peak warriors advance first. After all, using Councilor Jiang's items, they would belong to Jiang Hao after they become holy level. Yuan gazed mournfully at those who avoided the Red Moon, but still wanted to go out and fight. It feels like our world is completely doomed, and the Feather Clan and Star Realm Clan don't know where they ran off to. Should I directly abandon my body and go to the Blue Star to seek shelter with Councilor Jiang? But if I do, I'll directly fall to the initial stage of the holy level. In the depths of the Star Realm, the two clans gathering were too slow in their escape. They were caught in the shockwave of Star Huang Tian's attack, and the Feather Clan was nearly exterminated. Even their lair was brushed by the terrifyingly charged, bloodied spear, causing an explosion. The good news is that the Star Realm Clan was completely struck by the spear and annihilated. The leader of the Feather Clan had a vacant gaze, bewilderedly listening to the cries of their wounded kin. All those below the holy level were wiped out, and there were less than 20 holy level beings remaining. It's over. The Feather Clan is completely finished. At the estate of the British magical sovereign, Jiang Hao dispatched the carefully prepared gifts, 7 talismans, and several high school classmates. I wonder if Blockhead No. 1 will appreciate the mermaid I've crafted for him. Tomorrow, several councilors would journey to World No. 2 to deliberate whether to abandon World No. 7. Jiang Hao cast a vote against abandonment. After all, rapid advancement demanded worthy adversaries. Early the next morning, a Saint-Tier martial cultivator from the Grizzly faction knocked on his door. He extended a ring-shaped artifact toward Jiang Hao. Good morning, Councilor Jiang. This spatial artifact can contain the primordial essence of a Saint-Tier being. It holds 20,000 grade 9 life crystals. Under the envious gaze of Talisman No. 8, Jiang Hao calmly accepted the ring, a reward exchange for the remaining Saint-Tier materials he possessed, including fragments of a damaged Saint-level weapon. Received. Please convey my regards to the other councilors. Inpa had already been returned to Xianyang Prefecture in Xia Country. According to the current head of the Yin clan, it would take at least half a month to reinforce Inpa to the pinnacle of Saint-Tier weaponry. I shall resume cultivation now. Stay safe. He waved farewell to his harem squad, eager to experience martial academy life. Back in his chamber, he swept the space with first absorbed the life crystals, then reserved 25 million points to perfect every martial technique and break through to the apex of 9th tier. The divine slaying sword Chaos was extraordinarily potent. Jiang Hao's most devastating single target attack to date. Ding. Life crystal charging complete. 600 million points awarded. Next, he exchanged points for Saint Realm merits. Points 250015 Saint Realm merits 666. Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. Activate. Strength surges anew. I am truly the peerless sovereign beneath the fate stars. Name Jiang Hao Cultivation Realm Apex of 9th tier. Physique 12th stage of Saint Realm 3 overlimit attributes Saint Realm Spirit 13th stage of Saint Realm 4 overlimit attributes Saint Realm Special State Overlimer 2 Permanent Chaos Law Spatial Law Comprehension Permanent Laws Chaos Law 3 Spatial Law 10. 5. Innate abilities omitted martial techniques Peerless Sky Shattering Fist Perfected Soaring Heaven Sky Cleaving Slash Perfected Boundless Realm Walking Perfected Infinite Divine Sense Perfected Dimensional Chaos Slash Perfected Divine Slaying Sword Chaos Perfected Exclusive Technique Grow Stronger alongside Cultivation Realm. Cultivation Manual Chaos Cannon Royal Rank Points 666 Saint Realm Merits 66 Appraisal You walk hand in hand with Calamity. You are Calamity incarnate. What do you mean by Calamity? I merely implemented population control upon World No. 7. Resolving the 4 races demographic surplus at its very root. Before departing, the magical sovereign made a special return trip to bring you on. The former sovereign who had abandoned his original body and regressed to early Saint Realm, to Blue Star. Upon arrival, Yuan visibly relaxed, though he felt a twinge of guilt toward the Water Clan. Yet self-preservation outweighed all else. No longer did he fear sudden incursions by Red Moon domain masters across dimensions, or chance encounters where Jiang Hao might cleave him down mid-street. Most crucially, even the Feather Clan's chieftain could not defect, not when over a dozen Feather Clan saints had been bound by the magical sovereign's compulsory slave covenant. They remained now as weary humanoid sentinels within the stellar expanse. It was only then that Jiang Hao learned 2 of the original 4 clans had been nearly eradicated. The Elven clan, owing to its unique nature, maintained modest numbers, but extreme polarization and power. With their elite entirely annihilated, only a handful of high-rank elders survived, escorting several million mid- and low-tier elves into Blue Star's designated reservation zones. Yet upon turning back, he found only the stubborn Water Clan had endured. As for the treacherous, cunning Stellar Expanse clan, Jiang Hao had never even laid eyes upon them. I witnessed the decline and extinction of 3 great races, and slew over 3,000 Saint-Tier beings, beholding countless battles waged beneath the fate stars. This intervention into World No. 7 has surely generated sufficient fate disruption. This is no calamity, but destiny aligning with me. He inwardly reproached the appraisal panel for its imprecision. Jiang Hao savored the sensation of his attributes nearing the theoretical zenith of Saint Realm, mind and body alike straining ever more fiercely against their celestial shackles. Alas, true annihilation of a fate star remains impossible. Their capacity for fate reconfiguration is simply too overpowered. Yet with my strength, even an average fate star cannot slay me, nor can it hope to subdue me. World No. 2 Blue Star Outpost. 7 counselors listened gravely to the briefing on the Red Moon domain. Their eyes lifted toward Xing Huangtian seated quietly in the corner, his aura fluctuating wildly, unable to fully suppress the chaotic resonance of fate disturbance. One by one they sighed. If even one of Blue Star's strongest had nearly fallen, what recourse did they possess? What did Xiao Wushuang say? A young man clad in azure robes fixed a stern gaze upon Xiao Counselor, who had been hastily summoned to fill the quorum. Xiao Counselor's lips twitched. Was he truly the easiest target? With a resigned smile he replied. Counselor Xia said, no need to concern yourselves. Yes, exactly 4 characters. The azure-robed man fell silent, pondering the implicit weight behind that pronoun. His gaze flickered toward the magical sovereign who, deprived of a lady's embrace, had begun dozing off. Edmund, your assessment, should we abandon World No. 7? Huh. The magical sovereign jolted awake, under the disdainful stares of 3 female counselors and 1 child. Flustered, he cleared his throat. I recommend provisional retention, including the surviving elven clan. His expression hardened with professional gravity as he methodically presented analytical data. Thus I posit that the Red Moon-tainted elven clan may serve as an early warning system, its physiological responses mirroring shifts in the Red Moon, thereby heralding interdimensional incursions. The Feather Clan chieftain's innate danger sense proves equally valuable. Scattered applause followed. Xing Huangtian clapped impassively. His earlier decision to spare the elven clan had been rooted in precisely this same hypothesis. The azure-robed man rose. Then let us vote. Regardless of whether the dimensional gate remains open, the Red Moon domain threat looms from an uncertain future. Yet World No. 1 can endure no longer than 6 months. A shadow of worry crossed his brow. Xia Country, Songhai Prefecture. Mid- and high-tier martial cultivators from across the globe converged upon the coastline, glowering with resentment at the Songhai Prefecture martial authority officers barring island access. Half a month prior, an island had materialized without warning upon the sea near Songhai Prefecture. Rumor held that a late 6th-tier cultivator had narrowly breached its shores and emerged with earth-shattering fortune. He ascended to 7th tier overnight. In a public press conference, he declared to reporters, the island teems with spirit treasures, free for the taking provided one passes certain trials. That island bore the name Penglai. As the upgrade of Yinpa had not yet been completed, Jiang Hao was concerned about what kind of fate-level enemies might appear in other worlds. Currently, Blue Star is indeed facing some difficulties. It's better not to increase the workload for the seniors. In World No. 1, the number of returning evil gods has already reached as many as 5. The tools from Lighthouse Nation and Grey Bear rushed to World No. 1 to extinguish the flames right after casting their votes. World No. 7, having suffered near annihilation of its 3 major clans, has been downgraded to a level 3 world, as the Water Clan generally does not leave their homeland. Moreover, the only warriors stationed on Blue Star are of the Saint rank, specifically to prevent contamination by the Red Moon. Even the kingdom of the Magic King, which seemed like a child's play, was relocated to a demi-plane near England. A single strike capable of cleaving through planets was aimed at the seemingly overworked Magic King, who was yawning. Dimensional chaos / Jiang Hao voiced in his mind, using his hand as a blade and swinging down hard. The sole function of this martial technique is to carve chaos into the normal world, gradually polluting it and leading to its collapse and demise. If the chaos pollution is not eliminated in a short period, the blade marks will only continue to expand. If invading other worlds, Jiang Hao could destroy a world simply by casually slashing a few times each day, relying on time alone. The Magic King skillfully transferred the fate of being struck to a nearby uninhabited planet. However, he still underestimated the terror of this strike. The blade of chaos seemed to occupy all sight, causing spatial dislocation within the star realm. Of course, this was merely the special effect as perceived by the Magic King. Yet the cut that tainted everything left behind pollution from chaotic forces wherever it passed. The Magic King turned red-faced, finally moving the blade away at the last moment. Jiang Hao had already appeared before him, his right fist charged, and he punched down fiercely. Wait a minute. The Magic King visibly panicked, instantly conjuring numerous shield spells along with various evasive maneuvers. Boom. Jiang Hao did not use any martial techniques. He simply threw a punch, instantly shattering countless shields. The Magic King was blown away by the tremendous impact, crashing into a small metallic planet before finally coming to a halt. Is it really necessary? The disheveled Magic King appeared before Jiang Hao, pointing in discontent. You say it's an experience of fate-level power, and while I'm not allowed to retaliate, I'm also not allowed to surrender. He casually retracted the chaotic power that had begun to pollute the star realm. Jiang Hao cast a smug glance at the disheveled Magic King. Battling against fate-level powers was indeed part of his recent training plan. Unfortunately, on the first day, he discovered that even though his mental strength was comparable to that of a typical fate-level individual, hitting was simply out of the question. It was as if Jiang Hao were an indigenous person of a lower dimensional world, with all his attacks either passing through or inexplicably missing. Meanwhile, every attack from the opponent was a critical hit and always on target. Although the opponent could not significantly restructure Jiang Hao's fate, it still made him feel thoroughly annoyed. He remembered the end of the first day, gritting his teeth in anger as he glared at the enemy. Seeing the insufferable golden-haired boy's smug grin, Jiang Hao had long wanted to land a heavy punch on this guy. Fortunately, after Jiang Hao forbade the opponent from counterattacking, the frustration shifted onto the opponent. A smile gradually returned to Jiang Hao's face. All right, let's call it a day or I still have to get back for dinner. The Magic King, while appearing cheerful on the surface, was subtly flaunting himself. Jiang Hao glanced at the date marked on his bracelet. Poo was nearly complete. Then let's head back. It just so happens that I also plan to stay on Blue Star for a while living as an ordinary college student. The two crossed the dimensional gate back to the manor. Councilor Jiang, something is wrong. A saint-level warrior from the Summer Nation immediately stood up from the sofa and rushed towards Jiang Hao, speaking urgently. It seemed he had been waiting for a long time. Extending a hand, the space instantly solidified, as if the warrior were trapped like an insect in amber. The warrior immediately froze in place. I've been doing well. Are you calm now? After releasing the spatial force, the warrior realized he had been a bit anxious. He apologized and proceeded to explain, a mysterious island has appeared in Songhai Prefecture, and more than 100 mid to high-level warriors are trapped inside. The first batch that entered has already been there for 20 days. Jiang Hao's expression turned slightly strange as he gazed in the direction of Songhai Prefecture. Under the enhancement of spatial laws, all obstacles were no longer a problem. Jiang Hao could see the mysterious island with the naked eye without even needing to sense it. Sure enough, he spotted an island shrouded in mist. Is this the one Councilor Xiao mentioned? The saint-level warrior nodded and said, according to the only warrior who came out and benefited, the island is named Penglai. Penglai, the legendary Penglai Island. Jiang Hao's brows furrowed slightly as he gazed intently. What indeed looked like a fairy island from a cultivation novel. Then let's go see if it's truly a fairy island, or if someone is up to no good. A more exquisite spatial gate than before appeared, and Jiang Hao waved farewell to Sandbag No. 1. He then brought the saint-level warrior directly to the warning line of the Martial Unification Bureau in Songhai Prefecture. When Jiang Hao stepped out from the spatial gate, all members of the Martial Unification Bureau immediately saluted. Greetings, Councilor Jiang. Jiang Hao smiled, gently urging everyone to relax. The previously noisy warriors from various nations became obedient upon seeing the appearance of someone referred to as a counselor. Where is Councilor Xiao? Hasn't he been keeping an eye on this island all this time? Releasing his sensing ability, a powerful perception swept across all of Blue Star, casually broadcasting a message to find someone. In no time, a frowning Councilor Xiao appeared, accompanied by a little girl holding a roasted lamb with a black cat. The chaotic laws surged, enveloping the three. Jiang Hao straightforwardly asked, what's the situation with this island? Interrupting Councilor Li, who was about to say something extraordinary, he pressed down on his own eyes. Councilor Xiao quickly adjusted his expression and smiled, saying, you're currently, well, just barely at the threshold of the 9th rank. That island can only be entered by warriors below the Saint rank. Even I cannot forcibly change the rules to enter. The only option is to blast it apart with force. Previously, many mid to high-level warriors from around the world surged into the island in hopes of breaking through, but not a single one has come out. Councilor Xiao appeared quite speechless. This was clearly a secret realm designed to test the talented. You all are barely in your hundreds, and still not at the 9th rank. Where do you get the courage to enter the trial? Jiang Hao looked thoughtfully at the mythical Penglai Island. The last trial-type secret realm he encountered turned out to be a moving bomb contaminated with pollution. What kind of ruthless challenge would appear this time? What about the 7th rank warrior who claimed to have gained benefits? Finally finding a chance, Li Xinyu immediately replied, he's lost contact. After dozens of 9th rank warriors from the military entered, there has been no news from them either. Let's just let it go and see if there's anyone around the world who can conquer the secret realm. After all, this island is slowly drifting away from Songhai Prefecture and will eventually float into international waters. Jiang Hao could sense the scent of conspiracy. So sending someone to call me here is to have me enter the dungeon. Councilor Xiao said apologetically. After all, Councilor Jiang, your strength is sufficient to handle the danger. If it comes to it, just blow up the island. Jiang Hao twitched his mouth, imagining that as soon as he entered, a horde of monsters would jump out. He shrugged. I have no objections, but if 10 or so fate-level beings come out, don't blame me. Facing the trusting gazes of the two, Jiang Hao approached the entrance to Penglai Island. A thick veil of mist enshrouded the isle, familiar, impenetrable to spiritual perception. This island appears rather small, surely a miniature realm akin to a blessed immortal sanctuary. Like the ancient secret realm in Guangzhou, its exterior belied vast hidden depths within. Since we still have the option to forcibly rupture the map, let's proceed with boldness. Following Councilor Zhao's instructions, he allowed the mist to envelop him completely. Was it mere illusion? The mist abruptly stilled, its flow ceasing entirely, and Jiang Hao sensed hesitation radiating from it. The mist repeatedly coiled around Jiang Hao's body, as if verifying his identity again and again. Fine. I may surpass ordinary 9th order cultivators, but I am indeed a high-tier martial expert. After half an hour of motionless waiting, under the amused skyward laughter of the two counselors, Jiang Hao finally crossed the most arduous threshold of this trial. The transition proved far smoother than last time, uneventful, devoid of spectacle, yet unmistakably real, as he passed into the island's interior. Truly another world. Or rather, a blessed immortal sanctuary. Though his spiritual sense was suppressed to merely several thousand kilometers, the sensation of piercing the dimensional veil was profoundly distinct. Jiang Hao drew the upgraded Impa blade, urgently delivered by Councilor Xiao. and gazed upward at the celestial canopy wreathed in ethereal mist downward at the ground paved with unknown lustrous stone. Exotic blossoms and rare herbs flourished in dazzling profusion, releasing delicate, intoxicating fragrances. Some flora bear signs of recent harvesting, so all entrants begin at the same starting point. Vibrant petals torn and scattered upon the earth still shimmered with luminous vitality. After so long their life force remains undiminished. Could it be true, as that mysteriously vanished martial expert claimed, that celestial treasures abound everywhere? Clear traces of combat scarred the surroundings. Even broken spirit weapons lay strewn across the ground. Advancing further, Jiang Hao glimpsed ancient architectural ruins emerging faintly from the mist. Pavilions and palaces rose in solemn grandeur constructed from saint-tier materials, silent testaments to a bygone splendor. Though long abandoned, intricate mystic runes and active formation arrays still hummed, with latent power beneath Jiang Hao's perception. Distances behave erratically. In my initial scan, no structures appeared within several thousand kilometers. He turned back, only to find the sight of the shattered spirit weapon utterly absent from his senses. This defies spatial logic. Strange. Thinking clearly was never my forte. A practitioner of the blade strike path must possess unyielding resolve. He raised Inpa, twin laws wove seamlessly around the blade, coiling, converging. Dimensional chaos slash. With a horizontal sweep, the blade cleaved through all structures before him, the very fabric of space fracturing violently. Ominous chaos energy seeped from the incision, staining the air like ink in water. Then with a sharp twist of his wrist he struck again, black slashes intersecting into a perfect cross at their center. A vortex of void storm erupted, obliterating every structure along its path. Left unchecked, this sanctuary would collapse inward, sever its tether to earth, and vanish forever into the chaotic void. Such force is insufficient. His right fist began gathering overwhelming power. Pressure exceeding even saint-tier limits now suffused the entire microcosm. Were this blow unleashed amid the starry cosmos, it would shatter a planet in a single strike. Senior, let us negotiate peacefully. Dozens of youths clad in Taoist robes, appearing no older than 15, materialized from nowhere, shouting frantically from afar, yet too terrified to approach. They remained frozen at a distance, fearing instant annihilation. If I cannot resolve the problem, then I shall eliminate those who created it. Jiang Hao lowered his fist with a smirk. The dissipating surge of primordial energy inadvertently hurled the distant youths skyward. In one stride he loomed above them, gazing down with cold, imperious disdain upon the trembling figures scrambling to rise. He embodied the image of a peerless senior expert, powerful beyond measure, arrogant beyond restraint. A cluster of children barely stronger than low-tier martial artists. Is this an illusion? A dream? Jiang Hao silently observed the first sentient beings within this secret realm. A youth dressed in opulent robes, slightly older than the rest, offered a deferential smile. Esteemed senior, welcome to Penglai, immortal sect. We are humble outer disciple attendants entrusted with guiding elders such as yourself. As the youth finished speaking, the environment shifted, as if triggering a preordained narrative branch. The entire scene transformed. The setting, the aesthetic, everything altered. Jiang Hao blinked open, his eyes bewildered, surveying his new surroundings. Crowds bustling with restless energy. Youths and maidens stood shoulder to shoulder, gazing up in hopeful awe at the towering mountain gate ahead. What happened to me? Jiang Hao, now 13 or 14, wore simple robes identical to theirs, utterly devoid of any trace of primordial energy. Suddenly a wisp of black vapor, undetectable to all others, flickered into existence upon young Jiang, the omnipotent chaos law. No, that's impossible. Yet with a spiritual aptitude rivaling a stellar core, Jiang Hao's confusion lasted only a few breaths before clarity returned. Open interface. A luminous screen materialized within his mind, his gaze locking instantly onto the status panel. Abnormal status sealed. Only completion of specific plotlines or conscious recollection of one's true identity can break this seal. Instantly the seal shattered. Rise again, my power, echoed triumphantly in his heart. Ninth order peak cultivation, confirmed. Invincible dual attributes, confirmed. Still the same unrivaled youth. This cannot be. Law chaos law 4. Jiang Hao's pupils contracted sharply. He knew full well how excruciatingly difficult it was to advance this law. He had once exiled himself into the chaotic void for 10 days, hoping to accelerate mastery. Not even 0.1 progress had been granted. This trial realm holds profound mystery. I can no longer sense Earth at all, even when crossing dimensional gates to world no. 7. His mastery of spatial law had always preserved a faint resonance with Earth. This trial realm holds profound mystery. I can no longer sense Earth at all, even when crossing dimensional gates to world no. 7. His mastery of spatial law had always preserved a faint resonance with Earth. Jiang Hao blended seamlessly into the crowd, feigning the role of a novice disciple awaiting initiation, suppressing his spiritual sense, entirely wary of hidden masters who might detect him. After all, aside from his elevated cultivation level, he now resembled any ordinary youth, indistinguishable from the rest. A flock of immortal cranes descended, bearing refined cultivators whose aura exuded serene transcendence. This opening sequence is achingly familiar. Next come the 3 classic trials. A celestial maiden in flowing silken robes raised her hand. The mountain gate trembled faintly. A grand staircase materialized, connecting the ground to a distant platform. Jiang Hao's glance revealed its count 10,000 steps. Even a healthy commoner could ascend it, let alone a martial artist. Welcome, junior brothers and sisters, to Penglai Immortal Sect. Our revered Penglai Immortal Sect is. Jiang Hao tuned out the lengthy, formulaic exposition entirely. He had read countless novels. This trope was exhaustively familiar. His perception swept over the celestial maiden and the dozen silent cultivators standing behind her like ornamental statues. By primordial energy standards, she stands near 6th order, the background figures hover between 4th and 5th. Yet their physical bodies are astonishingly frail, even weaker than mine were at 2nd order. Jiang Hao shook his head in disappointment. Hey friend, if you're not climbing, please step aside. A youth of noble bearing, evident from his sumptuous attire, unceremoniously nudged Jiang Hao off the central stair. Then without pause he began his ascent. Let's expedite this. Display just enough talent to provoke deviation from the script. After all, the interface's mention of specific plot lines intrigued him deeply. While the obedient newcomers trudged upward step by step, Jiang Hao strode forward, utterly ignoring the gravitational resistance and arcane impediments woven into each stair. In a blur he sprinted toward the platform. Contestants laboring sweat-drenched toward the summit froze mid-step, eyes widening in disbelief. Their mouths fell open instinctively into perfect astonished O's. Glancing down at their own sluggish dog descent, tongues lolling, breath ragged, they felt the sting of raw inadequacy. Unburdened by mental exhaustion or societal disillusionment, these youths experienced, for the first time, the chilling doubt, should I even be here? The noble youth collapsed onto the stairs, staring blankly, enviously, fearfully at Jiang Hao's retreating silhouette, already a vanishing speck of darkness on the horizon. We're all peers in age. Why are you so extraordinary? Jiang Hao's speed was astonishing, showing no signs of slowing down or resting. Even the dozen or so cultivators present for the assessment were left dumbfounded. Sister Yi, could this junior disciple become a true successor right away? A male cultivator acting as a mere background figure asked enviously. They had been in the sect for over a decade and had only just become inner disciples. The female cultivator known as Sister Yi stared blankly at the junior disciple who spoke. What junior disciple? That's senior brother, we are already halfway there. After all, this trial primarily assesses whether one can draw qi into their body and their aptitude for cultivation. In fact, as long as one can ascend 100 steps, they meet the entry requirements. They can then participate in the next hard assessment. Since the founding of the sect, no one has ever completed the challenge of climbing 10,000 steps. Deep within the sect, an old man with white hair was awakened, gazing at Jiang Hao, who had just crossed 5,000 steps. Shocked, he exclaimed, "Whose subordinate is this?" His aura began to tremble. The other powerful beings in their respective worlds, a dozen or so who resembled radiant suns, also looked towards the mountain gate in astonishment. At the age of 14, at the peak of the mountain and sea realm, I even feel he could defeat an elder of the Wiyue realm. Is this the speed of cultivation a normal person can achieve? Strange. I actually can't ascertain his origins. All I see is a void of chaos. Outside, Jiang Hao successfully completed the climb of 10,000 steps. In the enthusiastic reception from the assessment's senior brother, he naturally accepted the service of several hundred senior brothers and sisters who had rushed over upon hearing the news. Seated atop a spirit beast brought forth by a senior brother with a mat said to accelerate spiritual energy cultivation beneath him, he occasionally responded perfunctorily to the warm greetings. He waved off some eager female disciples wanting to progress. On either side, beautiful and gentle fairies were personally peeling spirit fruits and feeding them to Jiang Hao. They wore the attire representing true successor disciples. There were also some cultivators too weak to enter, lamenting. He sighed, deeply regretting missing out on this extraordinary opportunity. I have truly fallen today. I am actually indulging in such base pleasures. Tomorrow continues. Indeed, no matter which world, human relationships never changed. He smiled and shook hands with several true successor disciples who were comparable to high-level warriors. Good, everyone is eager to improve, which is splendid. Our Penglai Immortal Sect needs talents like you. Jiang Hao's heartfelt words moved many senior brothers and sisters to tears. He stretched out his hand with satisfaction, silencing the crowd. When will the second round of the assessment begin? The assessing senior brother excitedly approached. Please wait a moment, senior brother Jiang. I have reported to the elders, and they will soon commence your assessment individually. You are quite impressive. Ooh, I must reward you handsomely. Jiang Hao casually pulled out a 9th-tier elemental crystal, which was mixed with the remains of exotic beasts and races. There are many elemental crystal mines in World 2, and Blue Star has already mined quite a bit. Jiang Hao received a lot from the Gray Bear's envoy. Like life crystals, elemental crystals are only up to the 9th tier. However, elemental crystals hold no value for Jiang Hao. They are only worth a bit to ordinary cultivators. The excited senior brother half-kneeled, hands trembling slightly, as he respectfully accepted it. This is actually a top-grade spirit stone. Others looked on enviously, tears streaming down, wishing they could take its place. A flying sword soared from the horizon, stopping beside the man who was intoxicated by the scent of the top-grade spirit stone. The elder said they can start the assessment for you, senior brother Jiang. The same goes for the third round. Excellent. Jiang Hao jumped down from the spirit beast and casually tossed several hundred 7th-tier elemental crystals to everyone. So many superior spirit stones. We true successors used to receive just one a month. Senior brother Jiang truly is a dragon among men. With a celestial grace, surrounded by the crowd, he arrived at the second round, questioning the heart. Senior Brother Jiang, this formation will immerse one in an illusory scene testing mental acuity and will, and there will also be moral challenges. Only those who remain clear-headed and steadfast in their Tao heart can quickly emerge. But Senior Brother Jiang will surely have no issues. I bet he will take no more than a stick of incense. Huh, why do you look down on Senior Brother Jiang? I bet he will take at most half a stick of incense. They ignored the fans who had begun to bicker. Standing in the center of the formation, Jiang Hao closed his eyes. The surrounding fans immediately quieted down, not daring to disturb him. At this moment, Jiang Hao felt quite speechless. Indeed, this broken formation had no effect on him. With the support of chaotic laws, even the strongest beings of the Fate Star realm could only grasp at straws. After quietly waiting for 10 breaths, Jiang Hao opened his eyes. The formation appeared to be old and malfunctioning, becoming obstructed. He glanced indifferently at the crowd who seemed to be frozen in time and said, "Let's move on to the final round. I am short on time." The young men and women from the first round who had been struck down and doubting their lives finally reached their limit. When taken to the second round by the examiner, Jiang Hao had just completed the third round. The content of the assessment was very simple: defeat a puppet of the same realm. Sister Yi and her group watched Jiang Hao, who was strutting with pride alongside the fawning true successor seniors, and asked enviously, "Has that senior brother already completed the second round of the assessment? His speed is incredible." On the fringes, inner disciples who didn't even dare to fight for superior spirit stones shook their heads in dejection. Senior Brother Jiang has already completed the entry assessment and is now preparing to head to the Sect Master's Great Hall. Successfully arriving at the Sect Master's Great Hall under the guidance of many kind fans, Jiang Hao entered the door alone. A dozen prominent figures exuding familiar disturbances of fate turned to look at him. In their differing gazes there was pure curiosity, excitement, and caution, as well as suspicion. A man who appeared to be the Sect Master stood respectfully with his head bowed to one side. So this must be the so-called Jiang Hao, unafraid, met the gaze of the dozen Fate Star beings. False Fate Stars, this instance truly isn't. Even with a spirit comparable to a Fate Star, Jiang Hao couldn't detect any issues with everyone present. They appeared to be normal living beings. It almost made him think he had truly been transported to another world. However, unlike the dozen Fate Stars before him, Jiang Hao could sense their weakness. Like a candle flickering in the wind, they could be extinguished with a single blow. It was as if they were merely imprints of history, remnants of spirit. Their fates had long been severed, yet these echoes of the past still maintained the flow of the narrative. Jiang Hao suspected that once a battle broke out, their strength would be comparable to that of the Sect Master at the peak of the sacred realm. Even after a few exchanges, they would utterly dissipate. Yet they seemed oblivious to this. They believed that everything was normal. Both sides waited for the other to speak first, and the atmosphere gradually grew tense. Ultimately, an old man with white hair could no longer restrain himself and spoke first. "Are you willing to take me as your master?" His eyes revealed hope. He truly longed to take on a disciple of unparalleled talent. Jiang Hao shook his head. In Blue Star Living Fate, stars desired to take him as their master. And he still had beautiful and capable women, yet you, a false being, want me to take you as my master. To give this powerful figure, who likely couldn't even withstand one of his punches, an easy way out, Jiang Hao pulled out the prepared lines. "Greetings, esteemed elders. Today I am here to apply for the elder position." As he spoke, a terrifying spiritual force erupted, causing the entire hall, constructed from sacred tier materials, to emit a mournful creaking sound. Jiang Hao was not one of those passers-by whose memories and realms had been sealed. Could a disciple be as comfortable as an elder? With his outstanding eloquence and a hint of insignificant strength, Jiang Hao successfully ascended to the position of honorary elder of the Punlai Immortal Sect. As long as he couldn't mobilize vast resources or participate in decision-making, he was fine with just being a mascot with no responsibilities. "Come here, bring me the disciple roster from the last few hundred years." A female disciple, her face filled with determination to progress and earn a promotion, clasped her fists. "Yes, Elder Jiang." Within the range Jiang Hao could currently perceive, the Punlai Immortal Sect was the most powerful sect. Similar to the main continent of World 7, it is an expansive and boundless land. The stars in the sky are real and not illusory. The so-called spiritual energy is actually primal power. And the Punlai Immortal Sect is the most powerful sect within this, tens of millions of kilometers. In the distant north there exists a force called the Wuxiang Demon Sect, which opposes the Immortal Sect. These are the two most powerful forces in this world. Any other forces that appear with a strong practitioner on the verge of breaking through to the Destiny Star will be annihilated by the two major sects joining forces. Countless mortals and cultivators exist within the realm of the Punlai Immortal Sect. It is not uncommon for disputes to arise over a low-grade spirit stone. There are no treasures or divine herbs scattered all around. Even the spiritual energy in the environment is quite thin. Loose cultivators reach their peak at the third realm of transcendence and are essentially stuck. The surrounding spiritual energy does not support their further advancement. Unless they join a sect or some families occupying spirit veins, otherwise, without special opportunities, it is almost impossible to enter the fourth realm of spiritual sea in this lifetime. Overall, this world is poorer than Blue Star. A top sect with more than a dozen Destiny Star strong practitioners can only afford to pay its most core true disciples a mere 7th grade primal crystal per month. This is ridiculous. If this were Blue Star, Feng Shui being from a family of counselors would be able to produce a rare 4th grade primal crystal every month. With a proud expression, she cautiously used a small amount in front of the envious eyes of ordinary students, not daring to use it all at once. This place is so poor, isn't it? If I were to pull out a life crystal, wouldn't those disciples just take off right there? Is this what cultivators are like? After a moment, the female disciple, dressed a bit lightly, returned. She held a tray containing dozens of jade slips. As a sixth-year intersect disciple, she surprisingly didn't even have. Jiang Hao, feeling heartbroken, took out a sixth-grade primal crystal to reward the female disciple, who couldn't even afford clothes. Thank you, Elder Jiang. Seeing the female disciple happily go buy clothes, Jiang Hao casually took out an early jade slip and began to read. The mysteriously disappeared seventh-tier warrior was named Kai Iwan. Councilor Shao tried to find clues from the fate perspective, but found nothing unusual, as if he had only emerged from an. When he flipped to the jade slip from 20 years ago, Jiang Hao finally found this name. It recorded, intersect disciple Kai Iwan was killed by the demon sect while on a mission 5 years ago. He entered the sect at 14 and was promoted to intersect at 24, showing decent talent. Following that, Jiang Hao found the dozens of 9th-tier warriors in the military that Councilor Shao particularly asked him to pay attention to. Without exception, they all joined the sect early and died not long after. The most exaggerated one had joined the Penglai immortal sect 400 years ago. In the end, they still could not escape the fate of death. One might be a coincidence, but with dozens there must be an issue. Jiang Hao gazed deeply at the death list. All of them were of mid to low tiers, dying due to various accidents, and the recorded information was also very incomplete. There were many such individuals on the list. It was like NPCs in a role-playing game, constantly repeating dialogues. No one even remembered them. Perhaps the 100,000 people who entered before had all reincarnated. Is this world, or this trial, maliciously targeting outsiders? It could also be that once the plot reaches a certain point, there will be a plot kill setting. People who die in this instance appear in the outside world, but then disappear. Is it deliberately released to attract more people, or are they unaware of their death, ultimately being pulled back by the instance? Perhaps I should go check out that demon sect. After all, the legendary immortal. Jiang Hao caressed the perfect patterns of his hidden blade, grateful that he had left a backup plan. Those 2 strikes that tore through the rift in space, given enough time, Penglai Island will surely collapse under the influence of chaos power. I have met Elder Jiang. Elder Jiang, this is the spirit fruit I just picked. Would you like to try it? With a smile, he waved away the constantly arriving disciples. Jiang Hao had already transformed back to his original appearance. A sacred physique like his was simply that capricious. He casually took out a low-grade 5th-grade primal crystal and distributed it to the first few who greeted him. Amidst a chorus of praise, Jiang Hao left the Penglai immortal sect. In the sky, a beautiful spatial gate appeared. Jiang Hao stood above, looking down at the Wuxiang demon sect below. Since I need to speed through, is it okay if I come down a bit hard? Who are you? Some demon sect disciples noticed a strange figure standing in the air. They immediately unleashed various insidious and vicious attacks toward the sky. Jiang Hao quietly watched without making a move. All attacks halted when they came within 100 meters of Jiang Hao, then turned back against their owners. Their speed even increased with the attacks entwined with silver-white strands of space. My hand, my divine power. Damn it, another expert hiding their realm, playing the pig to eat the tiger. Quickly invite our elder. As expected, a magnificent voice shook the heavens and earth for tens of thousands of miles. Do you dare to cause trouble at the entrance of our sacred sect? If you want to die, just say so. An elder of the sacred rank soared into the sky holding a human emperor flag, emitting black smoke. Friend, please enter the banner. Jiang Hao reached into the void and pulled out an unremarkable blade of grass. The dual laws intertwined, and the blade of grass, which was only a few centimeters long, became straight and hard. Seeing this, the elder of the demon sect shouted angrily, "A broken blade of grass. A mere illusionist dares to insult me like this." There was no response. The blade of grass merely waved gently at the sacred rank elder of the demon sect. Flying sky slash. A strike capable of tearing apart planets flew out. The human emperor flag, emitting black smoke, had just released thousands of cannon fodder when Jiang Hao's blade took it away in one strike. The elder of the demon sect was slain by the soul blade at the instant the blade energy was unleashed. That terrifying strike obliterated all beings under the destiny star in the Wuxiang demon sect. The earth was scarred with a knife mark over 100,000 kilometers long, like an abyss opening its jaws. The knife mark emitted an astonishing spiritual fluctuation. If a gifted genius with strong comprehension passed by, they might grasp the supreme sword technique from this. This is the spirit of superlimit attributes at the 4th tier. Even without the essence of the destiny star in terms of destructive power and bullying the weak, they have already touched the threshold of the destiny star. Ding. 0.6666666 Holy Realm points 198. What a pity the north is sparsely populated, only the forces of the demon sect. And this world is indeed weak. So many destiny stars, yet only about 100 sacred ranks. Even the water tribe, which is so stubborn and often gets caught and killed, has over 500 sacred rank strong practitioners. Looking at the illusory stars that appeared, Jiang Hao scoffed, a bunch of false beings. Saying this, he prepared to unleash a shocking strike. Wait a moment, immortal friend. A young man with disheveled hair and a face full of stories raised both hands. Are you also a traveler? Jiang Hao's eyes showed curiosity as he observed the young man's familiar military salute. The young man smiled and said, I am the sect master of the sacred sect, and this is an immortal friend of the mountain and sea realm. Everything can be discussed. Why don't we sit down together and discuss our demands? Jiang Hao pointed at the destroyed mountain gate, indicating that the many deceased disciples and elders do not need revenge. We, the Wuxiang sacred sect, uphold the principle that all things are empty, all things in this world are but illusions. They merely went ahead of me to the real world. That's right, the trials in this mere illusion are simply us separating a wisp of consciousness from our true forms to accept the test of the mortal realm. Those who fail in the trials and cannot gain enlightenment from the mortal realm will be sent back again. Jiang Hao's cheeks twitched as he forgot the lines he originally wanted to use to provoke them. All right. I previously thought you were the stereotypical demon sect, but didn't expect to have misunderstood you. You are simply a group of delusional lunatics. Driven by curiosity about what an immortal truly is, Jiang Hao followed these mentally unstable individuals to a base of the Wuxiang holy sect in the mortal realm. As Jiang Hao extended his perception, he found it strange that neither ordinary people nor loose cultivators could see this area. It seemed to be the same before. When he struck out with that sword in the north, the gains were too few. It appeared that in this instance only the two major sects and some affiliated sects were present. Observing Jiang Hao's gradually furrowing brow, a dozen strong members of the demon sect chuckled softly, saying, "This immortal friend is too eager. However, his true body is surprisingly generous, expending so much power. Indeed. Yet at the peak of the mountain, and see, it gives me an illusion of being helpless against him. Jiang Xianya's true body must surely be a significant figure in the immortal realm. How sad and lamentable. We have wasted thousands of years in this mundane world only to finally realize our true selves. You all seem to be putting on an act, right? If the Sacred Beast sect had worshipped you, perhaps everyone would already be a star of life." He interrupted the group of mentally unstable individuals who were starting to engage in mutual flattery. "I just want to know, what is the legendary immortal?" Jiang Hao discovered that in the records of the Penglai immortal sect and Wuxiang demon sect, there were accounts of ancient immortals. Both sects had their own interpretations of the ancient immortals. It is said that this world is a manifestation of the immortal's body. The Penglai immortal sect believes immortals do exist, but they are merely cultivators above the setting sun realm. As for the notion of the body transforming into the world, that is sheer nonsense. Jiang Hao somewhat agreed with this view. The so-called immortals are likely just powerful figures passing by, perhaps benevolent ones. The founding patriarch of the Wuxiang demon sect once claimed before his ascension, this world is a dream of an immortal. When that immortal awakens, all living beings shall perish. Therefore he sought to return to the immortal realm to guide sentient beings. Then that patriarch ascended without looking back. In the moment he vanished beyond the heavens, blood rain suddenly fell. This signified the fall of a powerful being of the setting sun realm. After the blood rain, the shattered life weapon of the patriarch fell from the sky, inscribed with "Ascension is a deception. Do not venture beyond the heavens." Since then, the Wuxiang demon sect's demeanor has become increasingly twisted. To this day, even the high-ranking members of the sacred level believe that after death, they merely exchange identities and come back again. The leader of the demon sect, puzzled, said, "Isn't an immortal just an immortal? Are not our true bodies in the immortal realm also immortals?" "Indeed, someone as powerful as Jiang Xianyu must have a true body far surpassing ours," said a charming woman in a soft. "That so-called illusory little immortal hasn't appeared for hundreds of thousands of years, showing that their abilities are average, not worth mentioning. They are merely taking advantage of our inability to contact our true bodies." As she spoke, the charming woman fell silent, stepping aside to wipe her tears. "Could it be possible that you all have and that you have long since died many years ago? However, ascension." He looked at the young sect leader curiously and asked, "After that, did no one wonder what lies beyond the heavens?" The young sect leader shook his head with a bitter smile. Jiang Hao frowned slightly. "Ascension is a deception, but does a star powerhouse not require oxygen at all? Logically speaking, a star-level expert could stroll through stars without issue. Why did that patriarch perish instantly when he went beyond the heavens?" What Jiang Hao found most perplexing was how the ethereal existence of the people before him was maintained. It was almost as if they were real. "Since you all believe this is an illusion, why not let me help everyone awaken sooner? As an immortal, what role can mere mundane experiences play?" Jiang Hao laid his cards on the table. After chatting for so long, he still coveted their points. However, Jiang Hao had some doubts. In the system's judgment, were these people at the sacred level or the star level? After all, they were too weak. They lacked the lofty capabilities of a star powerhouse. The young sect leader was stunned, as if it was the first time someone had spoken to him this way. In the past, everyone would congratulate him on achieving success and returning to the immortal realm. Not knowing how to respond, he could only smile and change the subject. "What brings you, Jiang Xianyu, to the lower realm?" "To kill more people." Jiang Hao answered honestly. "You are the true demon sect, aren't you?" The young sect leader fell silent, looking towards the other elders, signaling them to intervene. A bald man who rarely spoke. First he cupped his fists to the heavens, then bowed to the earth. Finally, he looked at Jiang Hao and spoke. "Jiang Xianyu, although the illusory little immortal has shown disrespect to us, they are indeed an immortal's body. Our holy sect's immortals are now merely illusions, unable to affect that little immortal. Given Jiang Xianya's strength, you should be able to easily subdue them." Hearing this, Jiang Hao suddenly raised his head. His gaze deepened as he looked at the dozen indifferent elders of the demon sect. "Oh, why are they mere illusions? Is it because your true bodies have not projected more power?" Jiang Hao smiled knowingly. The young sect leader suddenly interjected, "We, along with our immortal friends from the Penglai immortal sect, are but ephemeral beings. Jiang Hao's pupils dilated in an instant. Did these people realize they were false? Yet the next sentence made Jiang Hao, having failed to contact our true bodies for many years, it is evident that most of our true bodies have perished in the battles of the immortal realm. Unlike Jiang Xinyo, who can contact his true body at any time and project power, the young man's expression was filled with deep sorrow. Even the other elders had reddened eyes. It seemed they truly believed they had a true body. Damn, you scared me. He let out a long breath, calming his racing heart. So, where is that illusory little immortal? Not wanting to entangle further with these madmen, Jiang Hao asked impatiently about the quick passage. He was indifferent to whether the warriors who entered earlier had perished or found a chance. Jiang Hao only wanted to escape as soon as possible. As for completing specific plots, he didn't even want to think about it. It would definitely involve that immortal. It should be that upon seeing the immortal, the seals on him would be lifted, leading to a great battle that would even erase the world. In the end, the immortal would suddenly awaken, realizing the grave mistake made, and send the protagonist back to his original world. The only question was how strong was the power of the illusory little immortal. Just as Jiang Hao thought he had guessed the end of the story, the sky suddenly turned red. The sun in the sky resembled blood, emitting a bothersome heat. Immediately after, a pitch-black meteor appeared in the eastern sky, streaking across the heavens. Jiang Hao felt the surrounding environment's elemental force becoming agitated. If a mid to low-tier martial artist were to draw in chi at this moment, they might directly go berserk, severing their meridians. Then it began to rain blood from the heavens. This was not the artificially created blood rain from the sacred levels of the water race in World 7. Rather, the whole world was truly crying. Listening to the incessant wailing all around, Jiang Hao suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Is the consciousness of this world so active? The heavenly Tao? The dozen elders of the demon sect immediately stood up, looking towards the direction of the southern wastes. A being of the setting sun has fallen. It seems a certain immortal friend has truly passed away. With the true body fallen, how long can a mere wisp of consciousness survive? They gazed sorrowfully at the blood rain, feeling a sense of shared grief. But weren't your two sects united to seal off those who break through the setting sun realm? Jiang Hao interjected, lacking any sense of tact. The sorrowful atmosphere in the room dissipated in an instant. The young sect leader looked at the dark meteor and sighed. The appearance of the dark demon star signifies that a great demon has descended upon the world. A great demon has descended upon the world, and this illusory realm will surely lead to the suffering of countless lives in the future. Is it appropriate for you to say such things? Jiang Hao glanced at the several elders of the demon sect, as if they were mourning for the deceased. The fellow up ahead holding the human emperor banner must have at least 1 million souls inside, right? Has the Penglai immortal sect suffered the fall of a sunset realm expert? Did you two sects not wipe out the peak holy ranks of the other forces? After all, he is merely an honorary elder. The death of people in the Penglai immortal sect has nothing to do with him. Just because he joined doesn't mean he is a Penglai person. Jiang Hao looked puzzled at the dozen or so elders of the demon sect. The bald man went through the motions again and spoke. We, the holy sect's immortals, do not care whether anyone in the illusory realm can break through to the sunset realm. After all, the beings in the illusory realm cultivate only illusions. Even if they rise one day, they will be submerged in history. However, the hearts of the friends from the Penglai immortal sect are too narrow to bear the rise of any living beings. They often drag us along to execute exterminations. That's normal. Jiang Hao often encountered such tropes and however, he couldn't help but retort, isn't the disciple of the Wuxiang sect no different from the other demon sects? They are all doing what normal demonic cultivators do. The alluring woman smiled and said, my fellow immortal, you jest. They have yet to break the riddle of reincarnation and awaken their innate wisdom. Moreover, we are here in this mortal realm to cultivate, is it not to follow our hearts and desires? So it's all about double standards, huh? Where is that immortal? I want to see what's going on. I don't know. Never seen him. Jiang Hao's fists clenched immediately, veins popping on his forehead. With a gaze that scrutinized the dead, he raised his fist with a smile. The laws of chaos surged. A black mysterious substance stained everything. The blood rain from the sky seemed to hesitate to fall here. Seeing this, the young sect master hurriedly added, although the little immortals in the illusory realm have mediocre skills, they are exceptionally adept at hiding. If it weren't for the friends from Penglai stopping us, we would have already destroyed the illusory realm and unearthed the little immortal's body to return to the immortal world. He helplessly put down his fists, fearing any significant plot changes. Jiang Hao suspected that the so-called Great Demon's descent was related to his abnormal progression in the plot. After all, normally it should be under sealed conditions. After finally joining the Penglai immortal sect, completing tasks, accumulating contributions, and advancing to the inner sect, suddenly the Great Demon descends and the sect is annihilated. This could also explain how those dozens of other Blue Star warriors mostly died at the mid to low levels. That makes some sense. Everyone experiences a similar plot, gradually developing to the mid-stage only to die in the Great Demon's plot kill. Because I started with 6 divine armors, became an elder, and even went to wipe out the demon sect. Is it possible that the early transitional plot had an irreparable flaw, forcing the main plot to advance ahead of time? He looked at the dozen or so who began debating who among the demon sect elders was the strongest in the immortal realm. I'll return to the Penglai immortal sect. Perhaps I can learn something. The spatial door appeared, and Jiang Hao vanished through it. The entire world turned into shades of gray and white. The arguing demon sect elders suddenly fell silent. Their expressions were blank, their eyes hollow. They all stared at the spot where the spatial door had disappeared. Confused voices echoed among the crowd chaos. Jiang Hao, who had just taken a tour outside, discovered that this world indeed had no rogue cultivators or ordinary people. Too many people too lazy to load the instance. Back in his elder's residence, Jiang Hao called for the female disciple who hadn't bought any clothes. He threw out a few 7th grade essence crystals and asked what happened earlier. Which elder fell? The female disciple, enchanted by the scent of the high-quality spirit stones, replied in a trembling, floating tone, "I only know that indeed an unknown expert of the sunset realm appeared. They ambushed the outgoing elder Lu, and in the end both perished together. Now the sect master has issued an order to wipe out that sunset realm expert's entire family." Wipe out the whole family? What about that black falling star before? Jiang Hao felt the spatial laws surge. He looked directly towards the southern wasteland billions of kilometers away. The essence force had completely gone silent, with shattered spatial cracks everywhere. The intense pollution had caused all life in the nearby regions to perish. The false destiny star shouldn't have such strong combat power. Is it a plot animation? This was still in the upper atmospheric layer, otherwise the entire southern wasteland would be doomed. The black falling star appeared in the east within the territory of the Punlai immortal sect. Does this mean the great demon has just been born? He stepped forward, arriving at the sect master's main hall. "Elder Jiang, what brings you here?" The sect master seemed a bit surprised and hurriedly approached, bringing out a set of tea utensils. "This is my prized spiritual tea, effective for dispelling inner demons and enhancing comprehension. I wouldn't offer such fine tea to anyone else." The sect master, all smiles, began pouring the tea. "Did you really resolve the ambush on Elder Lu and his group completely?" After tasting it lightly, Jiang Hao, who found himself lacking in cultural expression, put down the cup and took the initiative. "I didn't expect Elder Jiang to care about this. Rest assured, all those close to the perpetrator have been properly arranged. However, the black falling star in the sky representing the great demon's descent was indeed unrelated to our sect. The several elders have already calculated and investigated the nearby regions, and none of the newborn infants show any abnormalities. Perhaps the Wuxiang demon sect is up to something again." The sect master calmly drank his tea, as if even if calamity befell the lives of many, it was nothing to him. "Are you not going to manage this? Aren't you afraid of retaliation?" Just as Jiang Hao was about to speak, a moment of confusion struck, and the entire world seemed to lose the concept of time. The scenery before him shifted. The laws of chaos entwined. He checked himself and found he wasn't sealed, except for the inexplicable appearance within his palace. Has it increased again? Chaos Law 4-5. Jiang Hao squinted, extending his senses. Next to him was the female disciple holding a long sword. The once heat-averse female disciple had already broken through to the peak of the 7th grade, achieving true inheritance. Crimson King. Jiang Hao stood up in shock, although he was pleased about the high mastery. However, the power to change time at will was a bit frightening. Illusion dream, or has the timeline actually changed? The female disciple, dressed neatly in the true disciple attire, looked pristine. She couldn't understand why Elder Jiang, who had seemed fine a second ago, suddenly stood up with a terrified expression. Suddenly Jiang Hao thought of something ominous. He quickly looked at the female disciple beside him. "How many years has it been since The female disciple replied curiously, "Elder Jiang, it has been exactly 30 years. 30 years. If that great demon is indeed the protagonist, he probably has already reached the sunset realm by now, and is preparing a shocking conspiracy, right?" Jiang Hao took the disciple roster from the female disciple, which included nearly 30 years worth of new entrants. He casually asked, "Have there been any notable demons recently?" "There is actually one." The female disciple said with a look of fear. "The youngest elder of the Wuxiang demon sect reached the sunset realm after only 15 years of cultivation. I think he's called Kai Iwan." "Who's Kai?" Jiang Hao's eyes widened, his expression frozen in stunned disbelief. "Kai Iwan, of course. 15 years ago he joined the formless demon sect under that very name." A faint twitch tugged at Jiang Hao's lips, as if had just stumbled upon a critical blind spot. He retrieved the disciple's enrollment register from 50 years prior. Sure enough, that notoriously inept yet relentlessly playful fellow was absent from the roster. No fate star could possibly achieve this. Rewriting the timeline itself, transforming even disposable minor characters, had already met their demise into protagonists. Could my dungeon curse have inadvertently unleashed a sovereignty or powerhouse? He arrived at the sect master's hall, his gaze layered with complex emotion. He had only recently been sipping tea within these very walls. Yet before the tea had even cooled, the entire world had shifted beyond recognition. "Senior Elder Jiang, to what do we owe the honor of your visit?" The sect master looked up with a wry smile, having just been reviewing intelligence on his longtime rival. "I require all intelligence and archival records concerning the formless demon sect over the past 30 years. Jiang Hao extended his hand and simultaneously enveloped the chamber in the veil of chaotic law, shielding it from eavesdropping. The sect master shook his head with a sigh. "Truly, the formless demon sect is blessed with extraordinary fortune." Taking the jade tablet, Jiang Hao swiftly scanned its contents, especially the dossier on his fellow compatriot from the Blue Star. The formless demon sect, which he himself had annihilated in his original timeline, now stood unscathed in this reality. And precisely 30 years ago, a black meteor heralding the descent of a great demon had streaked across the heavens. The supreme elder of the Punlai immortal sect suspected Kai Iwan was the sole surviving heir of that eradicated clan, somehow concealed from the supreme elder's divinatory arts. His mother, after giving birth, chose voluntary dissolution of her physical form to safeguard her identity. Kai Iwan thus grew up in a remote mortal kingdom situated within the Penglai immortal sect's domain. He remained there until age 15, when a passing elder of the formless demon sect noticed him. Struck by his peerless talent, the elder proclaimed him a celestial being incarnate and brought him back to the sect. What followed was a tedious litany of baseless disparagement and envious rants about Kai Iwan's preternatural fortune. The immortal sect had launched multiple assassination attempts, each thwarted at the critical moment by unforeseen intervention. Sometimes a hidden realm would spontaneously manifest, allowing him to escape. Other times an unknown cultivator of immense power would intervene without warning. Having finished reading this man's legendary life story, Jiang Hao found himself choking on 1,000 scathing remarks. How in the name of heaven did an infant survive entirely alone until 15? 15 years from birth to fate star. That's cheating on a cosmic scale. Unlike himself, whose achievements were earned step by step through an innate talent for incremental cultivation. A world-ending demon sovereign has already been confirmed, so why not eradicate the formless demon sect outright? Are you planning to keep him around for the New Year festivities? Though ostensibly addressing the sect master, Jiang Hao's words were a veiled barb aimed squarely at the dozen supreme elders who had already materialized nearby. Senior Elder Jiang, the descent of a great demon is but rumor. Our cultivation world flourishes, prosperous, vibrant, ascending. If you're so concerned for the realm's mortals, why not go yourself? The elder who'd first greeted Jiang Hao with suspicion and hostility now spoke with biting sarcasm. Indeed, Senior Elder Jiang remains too compassionate. Should the demon truly threaten annihilation, there will still be time to intervene. To wage war against the formless demon sect now would merely serve others' ambitions, hardly worth the cost. Fine. Then you may amuse yourselves. I'll eliminate the sect solo. And furthermore, I've long resented you specifically. Jiang Hao loosed a spirit-piercing sword. A flash of darkness blurred before the hostile elder's eyes. A black long sword erupted from his chest. His hand had barely begun to rise, when his soul was utterly severed, erased without trace. At that instant, Jiang Hao's fist, swirling with chaotic law, hurtled toward the second elder who'd spoken. Taste my true damage, fist. Halt. The remaining elders stared at Jiang Hao in utter shock, as if gazing upon a madman. A peak mountain sea realm cultivator, at best matching the strength of a moonless realm warrior. How dare you strike a sunset realm supreme elder? Alas, his peerless void-shattering fist landed critical blows without fail. One punch obliterated the second elder's skull mid-counterattack. As the other elders watched in stunned disbelief, Jiang Hao vanished, dissolving into a flickering spatial rift. A counterfeit fate star dares to posture. Without a lesson, I'd be dishonoring every painstaking point I've ever cultivated. Glancing at his interface, Jiang Hao noted no increase in fate star points, confirming his suspicion. He hadn't slain a true fate star, but merely erased the lingering imprint left behind by one. The interface registered it as 2 sovereign-tier points. Had this been a genuine fate star, Jiang Hao would have had no choice but to bide his time, cultivating in secret until reclaiming dominance 2.5 years hence. Now he sped toward the formless demon sect. The familiar terrain stirred a quiet sigh within him. This rerun will earn enough points to elevate my physical body to 13th tier. This Penglai Immortal Island dungeon barely justifies the effort. He granted no further lines to the nameless minor character he'd already encountered twice. With Impa raised high, the classic trio of techniques primed. Facial sky-sundering slash. Yet fate intervened. Above the formless demon sect, a colossal seal manifested, followed by several divine weapons linking together, barely withstanding Jiang Hao's blade. Space itself was cleaved, countless fragments cascading downward, amplifying the devastation. The sect's mountain gate crumbled into ruin beneath the cataclysmic impact. My head, it splits apart. This sword chi feels wrong. I can't protect anything. They held, but only partially. The blade's innate soul edge, amplified by 5% chaotic law, swept through demon sect disciples and sovereign elders alike with chilling efficiency. This time Jiang Hao had channeled his full might through Impa. Dozens of venerable immortals, familiar faces from the previous timeline, paled as they appeared above the sect grounds. Even Kai Iwan stared at Jiang Hao, pupils contracting in shock, though the artificial aura clinging to him felt markedly weaker, as if only a fragment of his original essence, or perhaps merely a historical echo, remained. Compared to the others, he was far more stable. Jiang Hao estimated his strength hovered at the basement tier of fate stars. Physical body sovereign tier 12 stage, sovereign tier 13 stage, overlimit attribute 4 sovereign tier. Points 0 sovereign tier, points 110. And judging by the dazed look on his opponent's face, he clearly recognized Jiang Hao's identity. Indeed, Kai Iwan did recognize him. Yet having graduated from the Shanghai Martial Academy, he lacked deep background knowledge. Having entered early, he remained unaware Jiang Hao had ascended to become the 19th Councilor of the Blue Star. Isn't he just a freshman from the Zhongshan Martial Academy? How could his strength be so overwhelming? Could it be that over a century has passed since I deliberately leaked news of my departure? Why hasn't Master emerged yet? Could something have gone wrong? Li Xinyu tore into a piece of fried chicken while glancing at Xiao, the tool, currently meditating in serene repose. Councilor Xiao opened his eyes, gazing helplessly at the senior colleague who'd been freeloading meals and lodging with him for weeks. Councilor Li, you've witnessed Councilor Jiang's strength firsthand. He faces no danger. Moreover, Councilor Xia has instructed us not to worry. Fine then. It's such a pity Master refused to take me as his disciple. I only wanted to latch onto a powerful patron after sight for the Blue Star Outpost. A gaunt young man, his face pale and shadowed by deep dark circles, silently scrolled through the latest ranking list. Jiang Hao, Cultivation Realm 9th Tier Peak. Combat assessment capable of engaging a newly ascended Fate Star cultivator. Evaluation confirmed by majority vote among the counselors. Currently the 19th Councilor of Blue Star. Zhou Weifeng, who had sustained injuries while successfully ambushing and slaying a 9th Tier Peak alien cultivator, exuded the unmistakable aura of a dried fish. 19th Councilor. You haven't even graduated from Martial Academy, and you're already a counselor. I barely seized an opportunity, and by sheer fortune broke through to 8th Tier, 3rd Heaven. Still my eye for talent remains as sharp as ever. Zhou Weifeng, secretly smug, idly turned over the skull of the alien cultivator whose attack had wounded him. Above the former site of the formless demon sect. Kai Iwan, so you're playing games. Do you know you've broken the law? Deliberately leaking false intelligence that led to the deaths of countless martial cultivators. Have you composed your final words yet? HSSSS. Jiang Hao raised his hand and slashed downward in one fluid motion. A jagged rift tore across the sky, widening relentlessly. With a deafening clang, a figure was hurled backward dozens of paces, each footfall cracking the heavens like shattered glass. Kai Iwan, barely parrying the blow with his sword, heard the accusation. In an instant, his eyes bulged wide, his face flushing crimson. Veins erupted across his forehead, twisting, pulsing like earthworms burrowing beneath his skin. I did nothing wrong. In just 30 years I rose to Councilor tier strength. How could mere mid or high tier cultivators possibly compare to me? I have surpassed Xiao Wushuang. I have surpassed everyone. Ignoring the demon sect elders rushing to intervene, he brought his sword down upon Jiang Hao. Ding dang. Crack. Blade met blade. A shockwave rippled outward, potent enough to shatter space around Saint tier cultivators. And with it surged violent fluctuations of fate itself, straining to rewrite Jiang Hao's destiny. Yet Jiang Hao held the strike effortlessly, single-handed, unwavering. He gazed upon the seething Kai Iwan with cold disdain and said, I merely spoke offhand. Why did you detonate so completely? This shouldn't be possible. Why can't I even withstand the aftershocks of their clash? This is Xian Mountain Realm. My investment was gravely mistaken. This youth is the true immortal sovereign. Esteemed immortal, let us speak reason. I pledge myself to you as ox or horse. Feeling the surging force transmitted through his blade, Jiang Hao casually threw a punch. Boom. The heavens themselves seemed to split apart. The fist gale, icy and absolute, slammed into Kai Iwan's face. Boom. Kai Iwan crashed to the ground, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. Jiang Hao smiled faintly at his battered, disbelieving fellow countryman. Come now, friend. Does a Fate Star Grandmaster truly struggle so much against a mere 9th tier martial cultivator? Huh. You weren't concealing your realm. You're really only 9th tier. Please, no one above 9th tier can even enter that island. By the way, I've only been enrolled 2 months. Jiang Hao relentlessly assaulted Kai Iwan's psyche with layered mental strikes, aiming to shatter his composure. After all, this Fate Star basement truly was thick-skinned. 2 months. Only 9th tier. Kai Iwan's gaze went vacant. He no longer heard Jiang Hao's words. The fully charged, spirit-piercing sword chaos shot forth, striking the stunned boss. Kai Iwan collapsed, writhing on the ground, screaming as if his soul were being torn asunder. Blood tears streamed from his eyes as he glared furiously at the sky. His sword flew autonomously, blazing toward Jiang Hao with speed surpassing even Saint-tier perception. Futile. Packed up. 2 fingers, steady, unshaken, clamped down upon the violently trembling blade. Glancing once at the Daoist-style Fate Star Divine weapon, Jiang Hao shook his head with quiet regret. Fine sword, but its wielder, not so much. Jiang Hao, you insult me beyond endurance. Kai Iwan roared. I hold Councilor to your authority. You have no jurisdiction over me. I demand an emergency council vote. Oh, you know rather more than expected. From that glance, Jiang Hao saw raw, seething resentment, and envy sharp as broken glass. Indeed, Kai Iwan burned with bitter indignation. His lips clenched tight, his teeth ground together with a grating rasp. His facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, his contorted expression worthy of starring in a full episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! He had accidentally fallen into the newly emerged Penglai Island. Within its ruins, he discovered a central command token, one granting dominion over the entire island. Entering its illusory realm and passing its trials allowed all gains to be carried back into reality. He entered the Penglai immortal sect with full memory, though inexplicably stripped of cultivation. No matter, he would rebuild. Just as he believed he'd achieved a miraculous shortcut to supremacy. A black meteor streaked across the sky. Within mere years, a fearsome, demonic sovereign, seeking transcendence beyond the sunset realm, slaughtered every living being save the 2 great sects. And even those 2 sects perished, undone by their own foolish decisions, crushed beneath the demon sovereign's assault. He died within the illusion, gaining only enough resources before death to break through to 7th tier, nothing more. When he attempted re-entry, the token lay inert, depleted of energy. It required vast quantities of martial cultivators' souls to recharge. So he spread deliberate falsehoods, luring warriors inward. Fortunately, the island's defenses proved formidable, even boasting formation arrays designed to resist fatter reconfiguration. Counselors could not breach it without obliterating the island entirely. now fully recharged the token, could even adjust fortune and innate aptitude. It could rewrite plot lines, erasing the apocalyptic demon's sovereign entirely, and grant access to an unnamed supreme art. After arduous effort, he had ascended to Fate Star rank. Perhaps he too might emulate that sovereign devouring mortals to ascend beyond Fate Star. Jiang Hao, I know you. You celestial geniuses never deign to see ordinary cultivators like us. Why were you born with talents surpassing all others? I forged my strength solely through relentless effort. I will become Blue Star's strongest counselor. Clap, clap, clap. Amidst scattered applause, Jiang Hao instantly erased a bystander watching the spectacle. Ignoring the falling rain of blood, he spoke with mock epiphany. Indeed, Blue Star stands on edge right now. Rumors say the evil god of World 1 has already begun influencing certain Blue Star nations. Humanity needs more counselors? Exactly. I must meet Councilor Xia. I can redeem myself through meritorious service. Kai Iwan's voice trembled, his pale face bowed low, concealing eyes brimming with venomous hatred. Well now, spend too long in the demon sect, and even one's intellect atrophies. Jiang Hao lifted Inpa with a faint, unreadable smile, delivering the cruelest truth with casual ease. Had another counselor arrived, you might indeed have lived. Blue Star's current pool of Fate Star combatants is dangerously thin, but alas, it is not to be. An overwhelming aura surged from Jiang Hao, ripping the firmament asunder, revealing beyond the heavens the artificial starfield shimmering in cruel mockery. Kai Iwan beheld countless Blue Star cultivators, entering the illusion only to perish in scripted demise across divergent timelines, branching realities. The wind stilled. The blood rain ceased. The world fell utterly silent, as if bearing witness to the fall of the child of fate. As Blue Star's 19th counselor, I am a martial cultivator who slays 10,000 races to shatter fate itself. Here I end you utterly. Jiang Hao gripped the hilt of the blade, infused with the chaotic laws that pervaded all things, wrapping around the blade in layers. In the unwilling gaze of his opponent, he hurled it fiercely at the incapacitated Kai Iwan. Whooshed! The ominous black longsword pierced through the world like a spear, striking Kai Iwan's chest in an instant. No! I cannot die. Oh, I have yet to feed on the lives of others. I have not yet transcended beyond the Fate Star. I am the chosen one. Kai Iwan struggled to cast off his near-death fate, attempting to shift it onto Jiang Hao. The life force within him continued to dwindle, and the fluctuations of his primal power flickered uncertainly. In Jiang Hao's perception, the ethereal status of his opponent, the destiny disturbances they emitted, gradually came to a halt. Why? Why am I unable to alter your destiny? Kai Iwan gasped for breath, staring at Jiang Hao with unwillingness, as if questioning him. Clearly he was even more arrogant than him, yet no one dared to seal his title. To allow this person whose abilities were meager, but whose ambition was sky-high, to continue existing was absurd. Jiang Hao whispered, attempting to emulate the dark chaos. Let me share with you such a powerful secret. He looked with satisfaction at the dimming gaze of his opponent, a faint smile appearing as he said, observe more, learn more, practice more. Kai Iwan's eyes widened, his right hand pointing directly at Jiang Hao. He opened his mouth as if to say something. But how could Jiang Hao allow the countryman to die with regrets? Rest assured, I will take good care of your legacy. Golden black fists rained down mercilessly on the countryman's face. Boom. The already impoverished land was dealt another blow. Without Kai Iwan, he might truly be gone, leaving no last words. Yet Jiang Hao's expression remained grim, for he had yet to encounter a being worthy of being called a great demon. Moreover, this world had shifted timelines once, and it seemed Kai Iwan was unaware. It was as if he had started directly from 30 years ago. He truly is not the mastermind. So how can I escape? Buzz. A multitude of figures appeared, and above them hovered even more powerful beings of the saint level. Jiang Hao glanced around, and was astonished to find over 500 saint-level individuals. Following closely were massive ships emerging from the spatial passage. Each ship was intricately carved with complex inscriptions and arrays that dazzled Jiang Hao's eyes. Collectively, these ships held at least several million cultivators. Even if the majority were of lower tiers, it was still a significant influx of strength. This was the might of the entire world converging to help him solidify his foundation. Demon, you have harmed the elders of my sect and slaughtered myriad beings. Today marks your end. Cheers erupted from above, shaking the entire northern domain. Under the brush of the powerful beings of the falling sun realm, the events replayed continuously. Glancing at the 13 illusory suns, Jiang Hao gestured slightly, indicating for them to observe the ruins of the Wuxiang demon sect. I haven't even activated the intelligence suppression aura, though I single-handedly took down the Wuxiang demon sect. None came looking for trouble one by one. They should be grateful. Yet now they dared to send their heads to him. Attack with full This child has cultivated a demonic art that allows him to grow rapidly through slaughtering beings. Clap, clap, clap. Jiang Hao applauded. Impressive. Impressive. Although the process was completely wrong, the outcome was surprisingly correct. In the sky, countless attacks rained down, and the several illusory fate stars unleashed their strongest strikes. An elder of the Penglai immortal sect stood excitedly at the forefront, shouting, "Everyone join me in exterminating the demon." He raised his head to gaze at the colorful attacks. It seems it does not matter who the great demon is. Subsequently, Jiang Hao slowly extended his right hand, making a grasp. A silvery crystal sphere gradually rose. Black dots of light danced intermittently on the surface. Upon closer inspection, the interior of the crystal sphere was composed of countless tiny transparent crystals. Each represented a real, albeit small world. What shall I name this move? At this moment, the attacks capable of obliterating planets had already descended. Boom. Crackle. The effects were extraordinarily extravagant as skills exploded one after another. Yet they couldn't even breach the barrier of the sighing wall enveloping Jiang Hao. Thank you all for your support. Everything you do today will not be in vain. The atmosphere shifted as a beautifully crafted crystal sphere swayed towards the heavens. Under everyone's gaze, the crystal sphere suddenly exploded. The injected chaotic laws triggered a chaotic current in the void beyond the world, blowing towards the designated target. As all the small worlds of the crystals detonated simultaneously, a tremendous force emerged. More void storms appeared instantly, creating a massive void in the sky. With chaotic power capable of corroding flesh and extinguishing souls, the void storms spread outwards. What is this thing? In the instant the crystal sphere exploded, millions of cultivators were annihilated in an instant. Over 500 saint-level experts barely lasted a breath. Following in the aftermath, the several illusory fate stars seemed to realize something. One by one, they despairingly gave up resistance, allowing themselves to be torn apart and obliterated. According to the true battle power of the falling sun realm, they should not be in such a dire state. So I was the fake. An elder with white hair cast a glance at Jiang Hao, his eyes filled with envy. This was a 5 chaotic law-enhanced void storm. Except for true fate star experts under the strike of this super disaster, all beings were but ants. The blood rain had not yet fallen, but was swallowed by the void storm. Whoa, the entire world let out a mournful cry. As if the world's consciousness felt a sharp pain it awakened. Jiang Hao coldly observed it all. If he was not mistaken, that influential figure wished to see this very scene. No matter what, a world-destroying demon must be born to eradicate all beings. He thought back to the time of the Black Meteor when the great demon descended. The astonished expression of the demon sect's master. So it turns out the great demon is actually me. Jiang Hao exchanged all his points for Saint Realm points. Points 100, Saint Realm points 789. I only need 11 more Saint levels to max out my mental capacity. At that time, when the dual attributes reach the Fate Star, I can safely break through to the Saint level. When Jiang Hao practiced with the King of Magic, he had tried using a bit of Saint Realm points to elevate his realm. Because he suspected that this direct promotion was incomplete. It might not lead to an immediate upgrade, or if he did upgrade, the small worlds would not compensate him. Indeed, the panel indicated a lack of small worlds, and that he could not complete the breakthrough instantly. Furthermore, achieving the Saint level would double his mastery of the laws. Currently, Jiang Hao was still short by over 30 million slaughter counts to receive a reward of 100 million. If he chose to enhance his mastery of the laws when breaking through to the Saint level, he could maximize his profits. Now that I've destroyed the world, that influential figure should reveal himself and lay Playing with the black central token in his hand, Jiang Hao could already sense the island that had been left behind as a contingency. Jiang Hao carefully sensed the function of the token as well as all the operational records and daily dynamics left by the previous owner, Brother Kai. This even included the techniques Kai AI played with, along with some insights into cultivation and skill replication. If I can learn the formation that defends against fate modification, the pressure on the front lines will be greatly reduced. The blood pool of the demon clan was caught off guard due to the lack of protective means against the fate star. It was detonated with a star. The star merely catalyzed the event. The real damage and destruction of the blood pool were caused by the overwhelming strikes of fate from above. This token seems a bit unorthodox. The black token in his hand could actually modify the storyline to a certain extent, and the images and memories of the characters within it. Of course, this could only be used in a realm that is uncertain whether it is an illusion or reality. He ignored the persistent voices from the token trying to tempt him into sacrificing more warriors to unlock more functions. What a joke, he had only broken through to the Fate Star after 15 years, and it was a false rank. It wasn't even certain if he could take it out. This golden finger was too weak. It was clearly a deceptive artifact lacking the thrill that came from innate talent and stat points. It seems Kai AI really wants to progress. She is wholeheartedly focused on cultivating to become stronger. Moreover, by slaughtering myriad beings, she can directly break through without meeting the necessary conditions of the holy rank and Fate Star. Such a malicious technique must be destroyed. Jiang Hao prepared to keep a copy for himself. He might not need it, but he couldn't afford to be without it. The entire world turned into shades of gray and white as if time had stopped. The token emitted a faint blue glow enveloping Jiang Hao. Walking in this lifeless world, Jiang Hao silently drew out the hidden soul and prepared to open its eyes. Chaos. A magnificent voice echoed. Although it was not in the language of Xia, Jiang Hao could understand its meaning. Who was calling me? Jiang Hao looked up and scanned his surroundings. Not far away, a vague silhouette appeared, obscured in features and shape. He could only barely guess it was a humanoid being less than 2 meters tall. Jiang Hao thought of the passive ability of the suspected royal rank powerhouse. An 18-year-old skeletal age, attributes far exceeding the limits of the Holy Realm, and with such a high mastery of the chaos laws. The voice of the figure seemed a bit puzzled. Clearly right before him, the voice appeared to come from all directions, as if forcefully pouring into his ears. The gender was indiscernible, akin to the voice of the Tao. Rubbing his ears, Jiang Hao cautiously asked, "Is this world an illusion or reality? When can I go out?" The figure did not answer, merely gesturing with a wave of the hand. Jiang Hao's pupils suddenly dilated, his expression filled with incredulous astonishment. Around the figure points of light, resembling worlds appeared. Inside were the storylines of over 100,000 Blue Star warriors joining the Penglai immortal sect. Each of those different paths and developments ultimately perished under the arrival of the great demon. Jiang Hao even saw the 2 lifetimes of Kai. One world represents one timeline. Chaos Law 58, what is this? He felt the chaos law within him growing stronger again. Jiang Hao asked in shock. The chaos laws and spatial laws told him that they were indeed real worlds. They could slice out different timelines from one world, allow different warriors to enter, and even extract these timelines. Jiang Hao blinked, confirming with his gaze that this was indeed a powerhouse. The figure quietly observed Jiang Hao as if witnessing the birth of a legend. After hearing the question, it spoke. This is merely a product of my past whims. I wanted to see what expressions beings striving to become great demons while unable to break through the royal rank would reveal. Thus I cast out similar secret realms in the chaos void. Most token bearers end up killing more of their kin to gain repeated opportunities. Of course, these are not illusions, but real timelines, different trajectories of the world. The beings within are also real, including the world consciousness. Time laws. Jiang Hao thought of those dozens of false fate stars and curiously inquired, what about the fate star level cultivators? The figure ignored him and continued, before your mastery of the chaos laws reaches 30, it is best not to venture into the depths of the chaos void carelessly. Jiang Hao's mouth twitched. His body was marinated in chaos laws, which was too obvious in the eyes of the powerhouse. What did the last powerhouse who focused on chaos laws do? Will I have to take the blame later or be hunted by various powerhouses? The figure regarded Jiang Hao, who seemed on the verge of breaking through the holy rank, contemplating. It pointed at the token. Bang! The entire token exploded into a pile of powder, then reformed into a white token before Jiang Hao's eyes. You can use it to instantly assimilate a large world and seize control. Beware of hunters. After speaking, the figure vanished, leaving no chance for Jiang Hao to ask further. The black and white world became vividly colorful. Jiang Hao unleashed the chaos law to its fullest, repeatedly checking the white token. Indeed, I can see nothing. But fortunately, the techniques and knowledge inside are still there. Beware of hunters, as mentioned by Master Mo, that organization with royal rank powerhouses. Reviewing this instance, Jiang Hao realized that the storyline had been modified. According to normal standards, he should have cleared it by annihilating the great demon upon its appearance, and not tearfully accepting everyone's final gift. Following the sensation, a spatial gate descended upon Jiang Hao. I'm back. All those warriors gone for nothing, and even the secret realm itself has vanished. It seems my title of Annihilator and Destroyer of Realms cannot be shed. Rubbing the white token, its material felt somewhat like jade. If this token can truly seize control of a large world instantly. Jiang Hao looked towards the direction of Xinghua Prefecture, his gaze profound. Then my original plan can change. I no longer need the few small worlds prepared for me by the counselors. I also need low-level materials like holy rank origins that nobody wants. Jiang Hao calmly observed the large and small figures appearing before him. He casually handed a copy of the formation designed to counter fate reorganization to Councilor Shao. Amidst Councilor Shao's surprise and laughter, he kicked away the pseudo-lowly who wanted to cling on, ignoring Councilor Li, who lay on the ground like a salted fish, casting him a resentful glance. With the origin of a fate star powerhouse stepping onto the path of kings and a genuine large world as the ceremony for ascending to the holy rank. He squinted, raising a hand to shield his eyes from the blinding sunlight. I can hardly imagine how powerful I will be after breaking through to the holy rank. Councilor Shao carefully stored the formation that could be called invincible. With excitement in his voice, he said, Councilor Jiang, this formation is extremely useful for the strongholds in the other world. It can be replicated in just a few months. When you reach World 2, Councilor Shang will probably bow to you directly. Indeed, a few months is quite fast. Jiang Hao nodded. As for the bowing, he preferred to exchange it for life crystals for a little enjoyment. By then, he would also have nearly broken through to the Saint stage, achieving a significant leap forward. By the way, I remember that the Saint stage can't enter the virtual combat space, right? The spiritual intensity of the Saint stage cannot be sustained in the virtual space. Sigh. Jiang Hao sighed with regret, as he had promised to take first place and bring glory to his hometown. I wonder if I can participate personally and fight in reality. After all, I'm still a freshman, so it's reasonable for me to participate in the freshman competition. He glanced at the time. It was already September 5th, and he hadn't started preparing yet. The time flow in different worlds is astonishingly different. Pulling out a roasted chicken from somewhere, Li Xinyu said, as she ate, so those martial artists from before are completely finished, right? It's a pity for those 9th-tier martial artists, but I feel worse for the Yu family. They initially wanted to monopolize everything. Due to the involvement of suspected living high-tier experts, Jiang Hao could only vaguely indicate that it was not to be discussed. The two instantly understood and ceased to inquire about the specific details of the trial. Councilor Shao looked at the island that had completely vanished from the sea, the corners of his eyes twitching slightly. This secret realm has exploded again, just like the one in the ancient Huangzhou realm last time. He realized that Councilor Jiang might have a bit of bad luck, although some were due to human error and coincidence. However, as long as one ventures to the remaining risky places, problems will inevitably arise. Fortunately, we didn't initially go to the first-tier world. With a satisfactory harvest of 3,000 8th-level life crystals from Councilor Shao, Jiang Hao returned to school. Spirit Saint Stage, 13 Saint Stage, 14 Limit Breaking Attribute, 5 Saint Stage Points, 100 Saint Realm Points, 19 No matter where you are, only the continuously increasing power will not deceive yourself. Shenzhou Martial School. Your leader has returned. The voice echoed throughout the school, startling everyone. Even Principal Xia, who was about to fish, was so startled that the fish swam away. Of course, Jiang Hao kindly activated a full map scan, ensuring that some students who were in closed-door cultivation and breakthroughs were not disturbed. Jiang Hao's voice did not resonate near them. Above the small world where Shenzhou Martial School is located, a gigantic, exquisite black door engraved with countless intricate patterns appeared in the sky above the school. The black door looked extraordinarily imposing and majestic, like the mouth of a slumbering giant beast. It was chaos. Jiang Hao had added the law of chaos. All the teachers and students who looked up at the door felt dazzled. It was as if they saw a blurry figure fighting fiercely with a powerful enemy in the star realm. As stars were extinguished, the universe fell into its end. Indeed, as a counselor, one must make a distinctive entrance. But this is still not impressive enough. Let me modify it further. Jiang Hao stood proudly in front of the black door, overlooking the entire campus. Who are you? Why cause such a commotion? A voice lacking charm emerged, dissipating the atmosphere. Just having broken through to the Saint Stage, Xing Yingyu, who hurried back to school to show off, looked gravely at the figure opposite him. Though he couldn't see the other's strength, he had a premonition that he might not even be able to withstand a single move. Where did this peak Saint Stage expert come from? At least they are of the level of a provincial envoy. Xing Yingyu thought to himself. Having just emerged from closed-door cultivation and sent a message to his family about his successful promotion, he rushed back to school to show off, unaware of Jiang Hao's extraordinary achievements. On Blue Star, I've seen many young Saint Stage martial artists. Could he possibly be from the Shang family? Jiang Hao felt the weak aura from the other party, which clearly indicated a recent breakthrough to the Saint Stage, and thought of something. You must be the head of the technique court. I am also a student of Shenzhou Martial School. Upon hearing this, Xing Yingyu immediately felt relieved. After all, Principal Xia was still around. How could he allow a stranger to enter the school freely? He cupped his fists towards Jiang Hao and asked, what level are you, senior? I am. Before he could finish, Principal Xia's roar echoed. My fish. Following that, a figure holding a fishing rod appeared. Jiang Hao casually pulled out a 9th-tier giant fish from World 7, which still had no intelligence. After having been mistakenly killed by Jiang Hao, it had been left to gather dust in a spatial item. Holding the giant fish that was hundreds of meters long, Jiang Hao looked up at the sky. Principal Xia's expression changed instantly, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Oh, isn't this Councilor Jiang? Come tonight, I'll personally cook and let you experience my culinary skills. Xing Yingyu was shocked. Counselor, hadn't he just been in closed-door cultivation for 3 months? How could there be a new counselor? Out of respect for the strong expert, he hurriedly greeted, I didn't expect you to be the 19th counselor. Truly worthy of being a senior of Shenzhou Martial School. His face was filled with envy. Throwing the fish to the drooling Principal Xia, Jiang Hao casually said, Principal Xing, there's no need to be so polite. I'm actually just a freshman this year. In the evening, he gathered with the 7 long-lost companions at the principal's villa. The head of the technique court, who had followed to enjoy the feast, was also present, occasionally exchanging glances with his sister. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Jiang Hao looked at Xia Pengcheng, who had a face full of indignation. Gu Siyuan smiled with narrowed eyes, enjoying the full fish banquet personally prepared by the principal. Looking at the awkward Xia Pengcheng, he said, Jiang Shun, do you remember the mermaid you sent him? Yes, Jiang Hao nodded, having specially chosen it for the fool he couldn't dare forget. Feng Shilua distanced herself slightly from the dining table, casting a disdainful glance at the blushing Xia Pengcheng. Not long ago, a new version of the top 10 martial school competition for freshmen was held. Because Sister Feng didn't attend, this guy took first place. Jiang Hao's breath hitched, having guessed something. The overly eager Yu Xiao directly continued, this idiot in front of the top 10 martial school freshmen unwrapped the mermaid you sent him, claiming it was a gift from you. Xia Pengcheng was directly struck to the ground, bleeding from his mouth, unable to rise again. Jiang Hao silently picked up a piece of fish if he remembered correctly. That mermaid was probably sent after being skinned. Jiang Hao couldn't even imagine how embarrassing the scene would have been. If it were him, he might have embarrassed himself in front of the entire nation, or even the entire world. He would probably have to change worlds and live incognito from then on. Here comes the fish soup. Principal Xia walked over with a large pot of steaming fish soup, seemingly thinking of something. He said to Jiang Hao and Xing Yingyu, the day after tomorrow, Sakura Martial School and St. Luo Martial School will hold a 5v5 team-friendly match. They also invited us and the British Martial School. If you guys are free, why not serve as a team leader? The teacher in charge, Xing Yingyu, felt a bit exhausted. He had originally returned today to break through to the holy stage and show off at his alma mater. But this big shot, who had become a counselor in his freshman year, disrupted his plans. The highlight he had envisioned was gone. Jiang Hao looked at Principal Xia in shock. You want me to go to the new map while bringing a pendant? Isn't that asking for them to die? Principal Xia, are you sure? Principal Xia savored his fish soup, letting out a satisfied sigh. What's there to be sure about? Going to Sakura is not like going to another world. What could possibly happen? That's true. Although Sakura doesn't have counselors of the life-star level, there are still many peak holy stage powerhouses. If it weren't for this class having good luck with a prodigy making it onto the list, the average strength of Sakura Martial Academy would be about the same as that of the neighboring Julong Martial Academy. Besides, Counselor Xiao is right there in Blue Star. Is there any need to fear that monsters and demons will come out to cause trouble? Then I have no problem. Just treat it as a vacation. Jiang Hao agreed. After all, for the past 2 months, it had been either fighting or on the way to fight. This time he could finally relax and enjoy a proper vacation. Seeing that Councilor Jiang had agreed, Xing Yingyu could only reluctantly give up on the thought of making a big deal at the technique court. Then he'll go too. I can assist Councilor Jiang. At least that crazy woman Xiao Wanjun hasn't broken through to the holy stage. Winning. Xing Yingyu thought to himself, trying to find humor in his predicament. The next day, everyone packed their things preparing to travel to Sakura and participate in a competition.